a part of a walled garden. They love it. They love it. And if you're a guy like Bill Gates or similarly wealthy, you probably have a very small amount of people that you can relate to, very small amount of people that you can trust, probably very difficult to form new friendships.
Yeah, I think there were probably different things that were pitched for different people.
Sure.
I was pitched on the taxes. I think, there were probably other people that were, more prone to the, the social club part.
Yeah.
And then there were probably people, and there was probably a fairly limited group where it was, off the charts bad.
Wouldn't it be wonderful to know what the fuck was really going on? And maybe one day we will. Maybe one day some Whitney Webb type character will break it all down to us and explain to us in great detail exactly how this is formulated and what they were doing and how they were getting information out of people. But I think people have to age out. They have to die.
And we still don't have it on the Kennedy assassination.
That's
JFK.
Well, one of the wildest things that Trump said was that if they told you what they told me, you wouldn't tell people either. Which is like, what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? I don't think legally he can tell you, right? Because I think those things are above top secret. If they did inform him of something, there must be some sort of prerequisite to keeping this a secret.
I haven't studied that one that carefully, but isn't, there are all these alternate conspiracy theories on who killed JFK. It's, the CIA and the mafia and the Russians and the Cubans. And, there's an LBJ version since he's the one who benefited. So all these happen in Texas. You have all these, alternate theories on some level. It's I always think it's just a commentary where, 1963 America wasn't like Leave It to Beaver. It was like a really crazy country underneath the surface. And
absolutely.
And even though probably most of the conspiracy theories are wrong, it was like Murder on the Orient Express. And all these people sort of had different reasons for wanting Kennedy dead. And that's what the theories are right, even if they're wrong on the level of factual detail. And then the sort of more minimal one that I'm open to, and I think there's some evidence in this from the stuff that has come out, is, Oswald was talking to, parts of the U.S. deep state. And so even if Oswald was the lone assassin, you somehow get the magic bullet theory and all that stuff to work. Let's say Oswald was the lone assassin. Did he tell someone in the FBI or CIA, I'm gonna go kill Kennedy tomorrow? And then, maybe the CIA didn't have to kill him. They just had to do nothing, just had to sit on it. Or maybe it was too incompetent and didn't go up the bureaucracy. And so it's, I think we sort of know that they talked to Oswald, a fair amount before it happened. And so there's at least something, that was grossly incompetent.
I think people have a problem
at a very minimum
with two stories being mutually exclusive. The two stories being the lone gunman or the CIA killed Kennedy, and that they're not connected. I think Lee Harvey Oswald was a part of it. I think he probably did shoot that cop. There's some evidence that when he was on the run and he was confronted, there was a cop that got shot, and they were alleging he might have done it. He might have taken a shot at Kennedy. He might have even hit him. I don't think he was the only one shooting. I think there was an enormous amount of people that heard sounds coming from the grassy knoll. They heard gunfire. They reportedly saw people. The amount of people that were witnesses to the Kennedy assassination that died mysterious deaths is pretty shocking.
Jack Ruby.
Well, Jack Ruby, that's a weird one, right?
Oswald.
Yeah. Jack Ruby walks up to Oswald, shoots him, and then Jack Ruby, with no previous history of mental illness, becomes completely insane after getting visited by Charlie West, which is nuts. Like, why is the guy who's the head of MK Ultra visiting the guy who shot the assassin of the president? And why is he left alone with them? What happens? What does he give him that this guy is screaming out, they're burning Jews alive, and just crazy shit he was yelling out? He went nuts.
Probably some amount of LSD that's dangerous for you.
Enormous amount. They probably gave him a fucking glass of it. They probably gave him a glass of it and told him it was water. Drink this, and who fucking knows? But the point is, I think it's very possible that Oswald was a part of it, and the way they did it, and the way they just shot Oswald in, and then they write the Warren Commission. We don't even see the Zapruder film until 12 years later, when Geraldo Rivera, when they play it on television, when Dick Gregory brought it to Geraldo Rivera, which is wild. A comedian brings the video, the actual film rather, of the assassination from a different angle. When you can actually see the video of him getting shot, his head snaps back into the left, and everybody's like, "What the fuck is going on here?" When you look at all that stuff, this mirrors what happened with this Crooks kid. This Crooks kid, somehow or another, gets to the top of the roof, is spotted by these people. They know he's there. They know he has a rifle. They see him walking around the crime scene half an hour before with a rangefinder. The whole thing is bananas. And then they go to his house after he's killed. It's completely scrubbed. There's no silverware there. They know that there's ad data that shows that a phone that's coming from the FBI offices in D.C. had visited him on multiple occasions because they tracked ad data. And if he shot Trump and Trump got murdered and then they shot him, it would be the Kennedy assassination all over again. Everybody would go, what the fuck happened? What happened? What was the motivation? What was he on any drugs? What's the toxicology report? How did he get up there? Who knew he was up there? How did they not shoot him quicker? Like, what the fuck happened? How was he able to get off 3 shots? What happened?
And I think there's like a slightly less crazy version that might still be true, which is just that people in the Secret Service, in the Biden administration, don't like Trump, and they didn't have full intention to kill him, but it's just
they didn't protect him.
We're gonna understaff it. We don't have to do as good a job coordinating with the local police. There's all these ways,
to make someone less safe.
Yeah,
but it seems more than that. If they knew that the guy was on the roof with a rifle, that seems a little more than that.
It's always a question who they is, though.
Right. Well, if I'm a sniper and I'm on
people in the audience, there were people there telling it to people.
Right, but I think the authorities knew this guy was on the roof before as well.
Well, I suspect some of the Secret Service people were told that, and then who knows how that got relayed or who all.
Well, didn't the snipers already have eye on him? I believe the snipers already had eye on him.
I don't know.
Find out if that's true. Jamie, find out if the snipers had eye on
Secret
Crooks.
Service. I don't know about the snipers.
I don't know about the thing. I don't have a good sense on with shooting, and maybe you'd have a better feel for this. Is my sense it was a pretty straightforward shot for the guy in the Trump would-be assassin. I think the Oswald shot was a much harder one because Kennedy's moving.
Yes and no. Yes and no. Okay, because Oswald had a scope. So Oswald had a rifle, the Marcano rifle. Let's say one of the snipers stationed inside the building reported he first saw Crooks outside and looking up to the roof of the building before the suspect left the scene. Crooks later came back and sat down while looking at his phone near the building. CBS News reported that a sniper took a photo of the suspect when he returned, but I think they saw him on the roof, though. Crooks then took out a rangefinder, like right then. Arrest that guy. You got a fucking rangefinder? About the suspect's action, Crooks then disappeared again and returned to the building with a backpack. Again, arrest him. Secret Service snipers again alerted their command post about Crooks' actions. According to the source who spoke with CBS News, Crooks had already climbed to the top of the building in question by the time the additional officers arrived at the scene for backup. The suspect also positioned himself above and behind the snipers inside the building. By the time the police started rushing the scene and other officers attempted to get onto the roof, the source told CBS News that a different Secret Service sniper had killed Crooks. Okay. So it seems like they fucking bumbled it at every step of the way if they knew that guy was there, if they knew he had a rangefinder, returns to the backpack, he gets onto the roof. All that's insane. That is at the very least horrific.
Down to the 7-yard line.
At the very least.
Let me go back. Yeah, okay, but back to Mike. Was it? I thought it was a much easier shot.
It's not an easy headshot. He's shooting at his head.
But why was shooting at the head? Shouldn't he be shooting?
Well, you don't know if he's wearing a vest, right? He could be wearing a vest, which you'd have to have plates. You'd have to have ceramic plates in order to stop a rifle round. So was it a 308? What did he have? What kind of rifle did he have? I think he had an AR-15. So
and are the scopes a lot better today?
He didn't have a scope. We're pretty sure he didn't have a scope.
How good was
Virgil Watson, Louisville, 58
It was good. They said it was off. This is one of the conspiracy theories. The scope was off. But that doesn't mean anything because scopes can get off when you pick it up. If you knock it against the
on the first big
wall,
run right up the middle,
when he
but right here
drops
we're
it,
just
he
running
makes
a
the shot and
simple
then drops the scope, and the scope hits the windowsill and then bounces off. That's excuse me. That scope's off. And
was there anything about the high angle from Oswald that made it harder?
No, not a difficult shot. It's very difficult to get off 3 shots very quickly. So that was the thing that they had attributed 3 shots to Oswald. The reason why they had attributed 3 shots is because one of them had hit a ricochet. One of them had gone into the underpass, ricocheted off the curb, and hit a man who was treated at a hospital. They found that. They found out where it hit, the bullet had hit. So they knew that one bullet missed Kennedy, hit that curb, which would have indicated that someone shot from a similar position as Lee Harvey Oswald. So then they had the one wound that Kennedy had to the head, of course, and then they had another wound that Kennedy had through his neck.
That's the magic bullet.
Right. This is why they had to come up with the magic bullet theory, because they had to attribute all these wounds to one bullet. And then they find this pristine bullet. They find it in the gurney when they're bringing Governor Connolly in. Nonsense. It's total nonsense. The bullet is undeformed. A bullet that goes through 2 people and leaves more fragments of the bullet in Connolly's wrist that are missing from the bullet itself. And then the bullet's not deformed after shattering bone. All that's crazy. All that defies logic. That doesn't make any sense. If you know anything about bullets, if you shoot bullets into things, they distort. It's just one of the things that happen. That bullet looks like someone shot it into a swimming pool. That's what it looks like. When they do ballistics on bullets and they try to figure out, like, it was this guy's gun or that guy's gun, by the rifling of the round, they can get similar markings on bullets. When they do that, that's how they do it. They do it so the bullet doesn't distort. So they shoot that bullet into water or something like that. Now, that bullet was metal jacketed, right? If you look at the bullet, the top of it is fucked up. But the shape of the bullet looks pretty perfect. It doesn't look like something that shattered bones. And then you have to account for the amount of, there's little fragments of the bullet that you can see that they found in Connolly's wrist. The whole thing's nuts. The whole thing's nuts that you're only saying this one guy did it because that's convenient. And the Warren Commission
the Warren Commission whitewashed everything.
Nuts.
So
the whole thing's nuts. It's much more likely that there were people in the grassy knoll and then
the umbrellas as the pointers or whatever.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know about what. All I know is you got a guy in a convertible, which is fucking crazy, who is the president of the United States, and he's going slowly down a road. Now, if you are in a prone position, so Oswald is on the windowsill, right, which is a great place to shoot.
They say yes,
it's a great place to shoot because you rest on the windowsill. Well, if you rest on the windowsill, there's no movement, right? So you wrap your arm around the sling. If you have a nice tight grip, shove it up against your shoulder. You rest it on the windowsill, and all you have to do is you have a round already racked, and you have a scope, and so the scope's magnified. All you have to do is wait until he's there. You leave him just a little bit and squeeze one off, and then
join me at tom.com and get paid.
You can do that pretty quick.
I used to think that
it's not outside of the realm of possibility that he did get off 3 shots. What doesn't make sense is the back and to the left. It doesn't make sense that all these other people saw people shooting from the grassy knoll. There's all these people that saw people running away. They saw smoke. There's smoke in some photographs of it. It looks like there was more than one shooter, and it looks like they tried to hide that. They tried to hide that in the Warren Commission report. The shot to Kennedy's neck initially was when they brought him in Dallas when he was before they shipped him to Bethesda. they said that was an entry wound. When he got to Bethesda, then it became a tracheotomy. Why do you give a tracheotomy to a guy who doesn't have a head? You don't. I mean, none of it makes any sense. They altered the autopsy. This is a part of David Lifton's book, Best Evidence. Kennedy's brain wasn't even in his body when they buried him. Like the whole thing is very, very strange.
But then, do you get to anything more concrete than
In an integrated
my
workplace system.
murder on the Orient Express, where they're just, it could have been a lot of people.
Could have
The
been a lot of
Russians, the
people.
Cubans,
Well, no
the
one even got
mafia.
suspicious for 12 years.
Work wonders. True work.
I think people were suspicious.
Sure,
a lot of people were
sort of,
suspicious.
kind of. But what do you have to go on? You don't have to go on anything. Like this Crooks kid. We don't have anything to go on. We're just going to be left out here just like we're left out here with the Epstein information. No one knows. The people whoever organized it, if anyone did, you're never going to hear about it. It's just going to go away. The news cycle is just going to keep flooded with more nonsense. And I think there's probably a bunch of people that wanted Kennedy dead. I think there was more than one group of people that wanted Kennedy dead. I think there's probably collusion between groups that wanted Kennedy dead. And I think there's a lot of people that have vested interest in ending his presidency. And I think he was dangerous. He was dangerous to a lot of the powers that be. He was dangerous. His famous speech about secret societies. The crazy speech. Guy has the speech and then gets murdered right afterwards. Kind of nuts. Like, the whole thing's nuts. He wanted to get rid of the CIA. He wanted to. I mean, there's so many things that Kennedy wanted to do.
There were also a lot of crazy things
Why pay too
Kennedy
much
was
for
doing.
cable TV?
Yes.
So
Oh,
I don't know.
sure.
The Cuba
All the
version
channels you want.
of the assassination
All
theory
the
was,
entertainment
we had the Cuban Missile Crisis in '62, about a year earlier, and then
Start
the
watching
deal
at FuboTV.com.
that we struck with the Soviets was, they'd take the missiles out of Cuba, and we promised we wouldn't try to overthrow the government in Cuba. And I guess we no longer did
Zero sugar.
we no longer did Bay of Pigs type covert stuff like that. But I think there were still something like 4 or 5 assassination plots on Fidel.
Yeah. Well, we
Attempts,
executed
actual
very
attempts.
And then
well.
I think there was, I don't know, I think that, again, I'm going to get this garbled. I think a month or two
We knew we had
the
quite a bit of
JFK
depth on
assassination.
details, and we played quite a few guys.
Castro said something like, there might be repercussions if you keep doing this.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm sure there's a lot of people that wanted that guy dead, and I'm sure they would coordinate. I mean, if you knew that Cuba wanted Kennedy dead, and you knew that Cuba can get you assassins, or that they could help
Touchdown.
in any way, yeah, I'm sure that they would want as many people that knew for a fact they wanted him
Yeah,
dead
you could
and had communicated that. Okay, back then they were doing wild
simulate.
shit, man.
You could try
I mean,
to
this is when they were
simulate.
doing
Again, I
Operation
game
Warp
weapons.
This is again where I think it is. I don't think we're in a world where zero stuff is happening. I still
Until you
the
get out
place where I
there
directionally
and to
have a
read and
different
react,
feel for it is I think so much less of this stuff is going
you're
on.
really
And
not
it's
getting those reps. So great
so
job
much
rolling
harder
the young guys
in this
right now.
internet world for people to hide
with whistleblowers as well.
and there are legacy programs that are
I would try
internal
to
records that
get
are being kept.
those reps on tape.
And
So now you know how.
like I don't know this for sure, but I think even the NSA FISA courts stuff, which was an out
Their
of
last
control
shutout,
deep
if you were
state
wondering,
thing that was going
October
on
28th
through about
of
2016,
last year,
2017. I suspect even that
Jordan
at this point
at 163 yards on the ground.
can't quite work because people know that they're being watched. They know they're being recorded,
on the left
and
side.
it's just you can't do waterboarding in Guantanamo if
And
you
it'll be
have
close to the
lawyers
marker.
running all over the place. And
I
and
hope
that's-
you're correct.
and that's
I hope you're correct, but it brings me back to this whole idea of getting
But
dirt.
but then I think there's, and then on the other hand, I think there's also
And they're going to say,
a degree to which our government,
yes, first down.
our
Took a
deep
second for
state,
the official.
across the board
I like
is
what Austin did
shockingly
right there.
less competent,
Logo
less functional, and it's less capable of this. And
came
this is where I'm not even sure this is an improvement.
look.
Right.
Right. So it's sort of like maybe the 1963
Created a reduction by
US,
locking up a guy that
where let's go with the craziest version where our deep state is
all
capable
they have to do is
knocking
tap
off the
their
president.
helmet, and
Maybe
DC
that's actually a
Ron
higher
English is gonna
functioning
get him.
society than the crazy version where they are
fresh
they're
guy out
incapable
there.
of doing it.
Right,
Well,
and they're
that's his
bogged
goal,
down
right?
with
He told us-
DEI.
They can't
Yeah.
get the
meetings
gunman even to
that
have
he
a
wants to
scope
keep
on
guys
his rifle
fresh.
or whatever.
Yeah, I don't.
Ideally,
We,
like
we
to
haven't
get
really
I mean,
totally
it's
figured
like
out if he had a
what-
scope on his rifle, but I don't believe he did.
Man, it's like much bigger
the
loser.
400
They can't
yeah.
find someone as competent as Oswald,
right?
or something like that. You know.
If he could,
Yeah,
So-
that's a good point. It's a good point. And
on average,
So I
obviously, throughout the season.
I veer more
I
to the
think-
explanation that it's gross,
Every coach
incompetence,
wants to do that.
but
Oh,
I don't know
what
if
a
that makes
stick
it
there.
better. It might make it worse.
I think they weren't as competent, right? Because they only had one guy doing it, and he wasn't
Antonio
effective.
Watts.
If you had the same, if you had much better
Most amount of
organization,
depth
you
that
wouldn't
are able to
have
play
just one
a
guy.
lot of
I mean, there's
players
people
throughout
out
the
there
course of a game.
that I know that can kill someone from a mile away,
But it's
very
but it's
effectively.
you can do things
you
as a
want to
solo
do that,
act.
but
It's hard
there's a
to
difference
organize
between wanting
because
to
everything gets recorded.
Everything does
and
get
being able
recorded.
to.
That is a
And that
fact.
is
But it brings
guys
me back to that
understanding
thing
what they
about having dirt on people that
are
we were talking
doing
about
and
with
putting
why the Epstein
production
information
on
doesn't
the
get
tape.
released and why
Logo.
they probably did it in the first place. They did it in the first
And
place.
you
You
know,
have dirt on people, then you know those
30-12
people are not going to tell on you.
And there's-
You all
And look,
coordinate
and
together.
that is still a
They fire
a
over the head of
strange
their
counterpoint to
intended
my
target.
thesis. Why has the dirt not come out? And so
Yeah.
somehow there's some way
DJ Carter.
the container is still kind of working.
Yeah, it's kind of
I think
working.
that's-
It's just everyone is aware that it's working, and then they're frustrated that nothing happens. You know, like
Florida State,
Julian
Miami,
Assange
Clemson.
being arrested and
I think
spending
it's
so
state-
much time locked up in the embassy, like finally recently released. But didn't he have to delete like a bunch of
He's-
emails in order?
in that category,
To be
and I
released.
think
But you
Virginia
know,
Tech could potentially be in that
In the
category
again,
as well.
just to take the other
Yes,
side of this, both
absolutely.
in the
Right there
Assange
with you.
Snowden stuff. Yeah, it showed an out of control
Depends on the
deep state
quarterback
that
play.
was just
And the ACC, as
hoovering
we
up
know,
all
a
the
lot of
data
great
in the world.
Right.
And then,
quarterbacks are
but we
out
weren't
there.
like it didn't show
47-yard
like
punt, no
James
return.
Bond times 100. There weren't like exploding cigar
59-0.
assassinations. There was none
Here
of
in the Derby City.
we're doing so little with this.
Mm.
Is
My name is Tim
is
Wilbur.
that's or at least that's the but you know it's I think it's there's so much less agency in the CIA, in the Central Intelligence Agency, so much less agentic.
I hope you're right.
Again, I don't know if that's I don't know if that's
incorrect with how they deal with overseas stuff. I hope they're really good at that. You know, that brings me to this whole UAP thing, because one of my primary theories about
Thousands of 5-star reviews because Tommy John knows how comfortable you want to be.
I think that's a lot of what people are saying.
TommyJohn.com
I
for
think
30%
there's
off
secret
site-wide.
programs that are beyond congressional oversight that have done some things with propulsion that's outside of our understanding. Our current, the conventional understanding that most people have about rockets and all these different things being the only way to propel things through the sky. I think they figured out some other stuff, and I think they're drones. And I think they have drones that can use some sort of, whether it's anti-gravity propulsion system or some, you know,
so do you that's your placeholder theory, or that's
Stocks the right parts.
that's what you think more than space aliens, or do you think both space aliens and
Knows just where to
and
find
or which version of
the
this?
latter. I
Both.
think both.
You think both?
Yeah, I don't think we haven't been visited. I think we have. I think if life exists elsewhere, and it most certainly should, it just makes sense.
But do you think the UFO sightings from the 50s and
This is good.
60s were already drone programs? Were they
No.
already that advanced?
No, those are the ones that give me pause. That's why, you know, when I named my comedy club, the Comedy Mothership, is all UFO themed. Our rooms are named after
Emergency
Batman and
matters.
Little Boy.
For
Our
encrypted your
rooms
home
are
for
named
Frogo
after
gear
nuclear
to
bombs,
wild-
because those nuclear bombs, when they drop them, that's when everybody starts seeing these things. And I think if I was a
And inspire your
sophisticated
team.
society
Check out
from another planet, and I
forimprint.com.
recognize that there is an intelligent species that has developed nuclear power and started using it as bombs,
Here's our
I would
ACC
immediately start visiting, and I would let them know, hey, motherfuckers,
It's regarding
like, there's something
where-
way more advanced than you. I would hover over the nuclear
media
bases
needs
and shut
to
down their
finish
missiles. I would do all the things that
Florida
supposedly
State
the UFOs
at
did,
most first place
just to
so far,
keep
like
the
Clemson,
government in
Miami.
check, just to say, hey, you're going through a transitionary period that all intelligent species do, when they have the ability to harness incredible power, and yet they still have these primate brains. They have these territorial ape brains, but yet now with the ability to literally harness the power of stars and drop them on cities. I think that's when I would start visiting, and I think all throughout human history, before that, there's been very bizarre accounts of these things, all the way back to Ezekiel in the Bible. Very bizarre accounts of these things that are flying through space.
The chariot. Yep.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's the Vimanas in the ancient Hindu texts. There's so many of these things that you got to wonder. And you got to think that if we send drones to Mars, and we do, we have a fucking rover running around on Mars right now. Do we send the James Webb Telescope into space? Of course we do. We have a lot of stuff that we send into space. If we live another million years without blowing ourselves up, which is just a blink of an eye in terms of the life of some of the planets in the universe, how much more advanced would we be? And if we were interstellar, and if we were intergalactic travelers, and we found out that there was a primitive species that was coming of age, I think we would start visiting.
Got back to Louisville here just before this first game. So that is the world of college football.
I hear everything you're saying. I'm strangely undermotivated by it.
Also,
Me too. It's plausible.
Me too. Believe it or not.
Shoulder. As a guy that can
and
help them with
I guess on the space
being out.
aliens, which is the wilder, more interesting one in a way. I don't know. Roswell was 77 years ago, 1947, and
Colin Lacey from South Alabama. Transfer portal edition was supposed to be
the
their
phenomenon
big
is real,
receiver,
and
so Huggins, Bruce,
it's from another world, space aliens, space robots, whatever.
And Antonio,
probably one of the key features is its ephemerality, or its cloaking, and they're really good at hiding it, at cloaking it, at scrambling people's brains after they see them, or stuff like this.
Right.
And then, if you're a researcher,
breaking loose is T1
where you can make progress. And so this is it's not a promising field. And academia is messed up. The thing with academia, we're not messed up. This would not be a good field in which to try to make a career, because there's been so little progress in 77 years. And so, so if you think of it from the point of view of, Jacques Vallée, or some of these people who've been working on this for 50 years, and it feels like there's something there, and but then it's just as soon as you feel like you have something almost that's graspable, TikTok videos, whatever. It's just always at the margin of recognition. It's the ephemerality is a key feature, and then maybe then you have to. I think you have to have some theory of why is this about to change, and then it's always the abstract mathematical formulation would be something doesn't happen for time interval 0 to t, and time interval t plus 1 next minute, next year. How likely is it? And maybe there's a chance something will happen. You're waiting at the airport. Your luggage hasn't shown up. It's more and more likely it shows up in the next minute. But after an hour, at some point the luggage is lost. And if you're still waiting at the airport a year later, that's a dumb idea. At some point, the luggage is lost. And it's, I don't know, 77 years. It's like maybe it's like 77 minutes at the airport. That's at 77 minutes. You should start. I'd start getting very demotivated waiting for my luggage.
Perhaps. Let me give you an alternative. Now, if you were a highly sophisticated society that understood the progression of technology and understood the biological evolution of these animals were going through, and you realized that they had reached a level of intelligence that required them to be monitored, or maybe you even help them along the way. And this is some of Diana Vasulka's work, who works with Gary Nolan on these things. They claim that they have recovered these crashed vehicles that defy any conventional understanding of how to construct things,
back to Colin
propulsion
Lacey.
systems, and
He
they
will be
believe that
back
these
this
things
season.
are donations. That's literally how they describe them, as donations.
He's in the
If
expectation.
you knew that this is a long
Very little
road,
of Chris
this is,
Bell.
you can't
You're
just
talking about
show
a
up
big,
and
strong,
give people
young
time
man.
machines. It's a
And
long road for these people to
Contested catches
develop the
last year, that was 12 in
sophistication,
the ACC.
the cultural
But
advancement,
this is a
the
team that wants to
intellectual capacity to understand their place in the universe, and that they're not
Not
there
only
yet, and they're still
through
engaging
the high
in
school system, but
lies
certainly through
and
the
manipulation and
portal.
propaganda.
Jeff Robb
Their
has not been shy
entire
about saying
society
particularly he wants
is
guys
built
with one
on a
year
ship
left
of
because they have
fools.
a purpose and a
If
chip
you
on their
looked at that, you would say they're not ready.
Yeah,
This is
wide
what we
receiver
do. We
Chris Bell
slowly
brings a
introduce
unique
ourselves,
skill
slowly
set to
over
this
time,
offense.
make it more and more common, and that's what you're
Speed
seeing.
and
What you're
power.
seeing is when
Talking
you
with
have
his
things
coaches
like
that
the TikTok,
they
the
were
Commander
very
David Fravor
pleasantly surprised
incident
with how
off
he
of the
attacked
coast
the
of
weight room
San Diego in 2004, and then you have the
this
stuff that they found
offseason,
off the East
and
Coast,
even was able to change
where they
his
were
body
seeing
even more.
these cubes within a circle that were
certainly
hovering motionless in 120
a
knot
big
winds
young
and
man
taking off
at
in
that
insane
receiver
race of
position.
speed, and that they only discovered them in 2014 when they started upgrading the systems on these jets. Like, what is all that?
6'2" and all
Like,
of
what are those
220
things? And
pounds. He'll be
if
a
you
name
wanted to
to
slowly
watch
integrate
all
yourself
season
into the
long.
consciousness, much like we're doing with,
As they are
well,
very
AI is
high up.
quicker, right? But it's also a thing that's become commonplace. We think of it now; it's normal. Chat GPT is a normal thing, even though it's past the Turing test. We're not freaking out. You have to slowly integrate these sort of things in the human consciousness. You have to slowly introduce them to the zeitgeist. And
Jeff
for
Robb.
it to not be some sort of a complete disruption of society
they're
where
up there,
everything
but you know he
shuts
doesn't
down
realize.
and we just
Oh,
wait for
absolutely.
Space Daddy to come and rescue us, it has to become a thing where we slowly accept the fact that
Anytime
we are
there's
not
laundry
alone.
on the
And
field,
I would think psychologically that would be the very best tactic
be
to play
upset
on
as a
human
coach.
beings,
This is
as I know
right
and
now,
understand them
Louisville's
from being one. I do not think that we would be able to
version of
handle
the
just an
4-minute
immediate
offense.
invasion
Even though
of
they're still
aliens. I think it
throwing
would
the ball,
break down
it's
society in a
curl
way
routes.
that
It's come
would
back to the
be
quarterback.
catastrophic to everything, to all businesses, to all social ideas.
So not a lot of
Religion would
deep-
fall apart. Everything would be fucked.
It would be pretty crazy.
It would be beyond
It would be
crazy.
pretty crazy.
It would be beyond fucked. And then,
Although
why are
you
they
could
here?
say that's what ChatGPT is.
It could be.
It's like an alien intelligence. But
I think that's what ultimately they are.
But I think there's so many parts of it that I find puzzling or disturbing. Let me go down one other rabbit hole along this with you, which is
Kick is up.
I always wonder, and again, this is
And he
a little
splits
bit
the
too
uprights.
simplistic an argument, but
Make it
I
6
always wonder that I'm about to give, but
2-0.
what the alien
Louisville
civilization
getting a
can
lot
be
of work.
like. And if you have faster than light travel, if you have warp drive,
Work
which is probably
for
what
all
you
their
really need
players.
to cover interstellar distances.
4 minutes to go
Um,
here in Derby City.
what that means for military technology is that you can send weapons at warp speed, and they will hit you before you see them come. And there is no defense against a warp speed weapon.
And everything in me.
And you could sort of take over the whole universe before anybody could see you, could see you coming. This, by the way, this is sort of a weird plot hole in Star Wars, Star Trek, where they can travel in hyperspace, but then you're flying in the canyon
Well,
on
they
the Death
shoot
Star.
so slow you can see the bullets.
Yeah, it's like and then you're doing this theatrical Klingons versus Captain Kirk at 10 miles per hour or
It's
20
funny.
miles per hour, or whatever.
It's
Right? So
funny when you put it
it's
that
an
way.
absurd plot.
Yeah.
And
I saw my black
and
coat
so,
and my split dress. Let's go get mani pedis. Ooh, thanks.
it tells us that I think that if you have
Thanks, Mom.
Thanks, faster than light travel, there's something really crazy that has to be true on a cultural, political, social level. And there may be other solutions, but I'll give you my two. One of them is that you need complete totalitarian controls, and it is
So I learned about investing.
the individuals. They might not be perfect. They might might be demons, doesn't matter.
I never learned to
But you have a demonic, totalitarian control of your society where it's like you have like
true work,
parapsychological mind meld with everybody, and no one can act independently of anybody else. No one can ever launch a warp drive weapon, and everybody who has that ability is in like a mind meld link with everybody else, or something like that. You can't have libertarian, individualistic free agency.
Right.
And then I think the other version, socially and culturally, is they have to be like perfectly altruistic, non-self-interest. They have to be angels. And so the Pazulka literal thing becomes the aliens. It's not that they might be demons or angels. They must be demons or angels if you have faster than light travel. And both of those seem pretty crazy to me.
Well, they're definitely pretty crazy, but so are human beings.
Well, they're crazy in a very different way.
Yeah, but not crazy in a different way. You compare us to a mouse. Compare us to a mouse and what we're capable of, and then from us to them. They're not much of a leap. And here's my question.
But it is a very big leap on a, if we say that something like evolution says that there's no such thing as a purely altruistic being.
Right.
If you were purely altruistic, if you only cared about other people, you don't survive.
But why would you necessarily think that they'd think that?
Because then beings that are not perfectly altruistic are somewhat dangerous. And then the danger level gets correlated to the level of technology. And if you have faster than light travel, it is infinitely dangerous.
Let me address
even
that.
If the probabilities are very low.
Here's my theory. I think that what human beings are, the fatal flaw that we have, is that we're still animals, and that we still have all these biological limitations and needs. So this is what leads to violence. This is what leads to jealousy, imitation. This is what leads to war. This is what leads to all these things. As AI becomes more and more powerful, we will integrate. Once we integrate with AI, if we do it like now, and then we look at 1,000, we scale it up exponentially 1,000 years from now, whatever it's going to be, we will have no need for any of these biological features that have motivated us to get to the point where we're creating AI. All the things that are wrong in society, whether it's inequity, theft, violence, pollution, all these things are essentially poor allocation of resources combined with human instincts that are ancient. We have ancient tribal primate instincts, and all of these things lead us to believe this is the only way to achieve dominance and control, allocation of resources. The creation of technology, new technology eventually reaches a point where it becomes far more intelligent than us, and we have two choices. Either we integrate, or it becomes independent and it has no need for us anymore, and then that becomes a superior life form in the universe. And then that life form seeks out other life forms to do the same process and create it. Just like it exists and it can travel. Biological life might not be what we're experiencing. These things might be a form of intelligence that is artificial, that has progressed to an infinite point where things that are unimaginable to us today in terms of propulsion and travel, and to them it's commonplace and normal.
I know that you're trying to be reassuring, but I find that monologue super non-reassuring. There's so many steps in it, and every single step has to work just the way you described.
Not necessarily. It just has to work. One, sentient artificial intelligence. That's it, and we're on the track to that 100%.
But it has to be almost otherworldly in its non-selfishness and its non-humanness.
But what is selfishness, though? What is all that stuff? All that stuff is attached to us. It's all attached to biological limitations.
Yeah, but I don't think it's fundamentally about scarcity. scarcity is what exists in nature. It's fundamentally about cultural, positional goods within
Public
society.
We're on a
It's a scarcity that's created
mission to
culturally.
make good
Are you familiar with
best-selling
this 90s spoof movie on Star Trek called Galaxy Quest?
past.
Yeah, I remember that movie.
So this was sort of
A first of its
a
kind
silly
technical
PayPal
path that's
digression story from 1999, and we had sort of this
more
the
comfortable
business
than
model
jeans.
idea we had in 99 was we used Palm Pilots to gain money. Voted one of the 10 worst business ideas of 99, but we the sort of infrared port
Public rec,
could
you can choose your waist
beam
and
people
length to
money.
guarantee a perfect
And
fit.
we had this idea in around December 99 as a media promotional thing to hire
And that's
James
without gas
Doohan,
and
who
fumes
played Scotty
or noise.
in the
Go
original
to
Star Trek.
4patriots.com.
And he was
You'll
going
get a
to
silver.
do this media promo event for us.
And
And it was like an 80-something
Double the capacity,
older Scotty
expandable for more
character
power
who's
and more outlets than
horrifically overweight. And so it's like this terrible spokesperson.
Get your solar generator
But our
at
tagline was, he used to beam people. Now he's beaming something much more important. He's beaming money. And it was this complete flop of media event, December 99. We did. It was the reporters couldn't get there because the traffic was too bad
Need the
in San Francisco. So that, the tech wasn't working on a much lower tech level. But anyway, we had a bunch of people from our company, and there was one point where one of them William Shatner, who played
Everything you need to go from this to this.
James T. Kirk, the captain of the original Star Trek. He was already doing Priceline commercials, making a lot of money off the Priceline, doing commercials for them. And so one of the people asked James Doohan,
number one selling ceramic
the
products
Scotty
for under
character,
$20.
what do you think of William
retailers
Shatner doing commercials for Priceline? At which point, Doohan's agent stood up and screamed at the top of his voice, "That is the forbidden question. That is a forbidden question. That is a forbidden question." And you sort of realize, because the conceit of Star Trek, the '60s show, was that it was a post-scarcity world. The transporter technology, you could reconfigure matter into anything you wanted. There was no scarcity. There was no need for money. The people who wanted money were weirdly mentally screwed up people. You only need money in a world of scarcity. It's a post-scarcity. It's sort of a communist world, but Galaxy Quest was more correct, because it's a spoof on Star Trek that gets made in the mid-90s, where the Galaxy Quest, this can bother you the way I'm telling the story, but Galaxy Quest is this movie where you have these retread Star Trek actors, and Mr. Spock opens a furniture store or something like this, and they're all like, but they all hate the person who played the captain, because the captain was a method actor where he just lorded it over everyone. Because even in the communist post-scarcity world, only one person got to be captain. And so there's a great scarcity, even in this futuristic sci-fi world. And that's what we witnessed in '99, because that's the way William Shatner treated the other actors. He was a method actor, and they hated him, and that was and so even in the Star Trek world, the humans, obviously they were stuck in the 1960s mentally. So that's what you'll say. But I don't think it's that straightforward for us to evolve.
They're humans. I don't think we're going to be humans anymore.
But then I hear that as we're going to be extinct.
Yes.
This is a year.
I don't like that.
I don't like it either. But I think logically that
be in the ACC
what's
title
going to
game,
happen.
perhaps win the ACC
I think if you
title.
look at this mad rush for artificial intelligence, like they're literally building nuclear reactors to power AI, right?
Well, they're talking about it.
Yeah. Okay. That's because they know they're going to need enormous amounts of power to do. Once they have that, once that's online, once it keeps getting better and better and better, where does
He's
that
done a great job there.
that goes to some sort of an artificial life form? And I think either we become that thing, or we integrate with that thing and become cyborgs, or that thing takes over. And that thing becomes the primary life force of the universe. And I think that biological life we look at like life because we know what life is. But I think it's very possible that digital life or created life by people is just as not just, it might be a superior life form, far superior. If we looked at us versus Chimp Nation, right? I don't want to live in the jungle and fight with other chimps and just rely on berries and eating monkeys. That's crazy. I want to live like a person. I want to be able to go to a restaurant. Why? Because human life has advanced far beyond primate life. We are stuck in thinking that this is the only way to live because it's the way we live. I love music. I love comedy. I love art. I love the things that people create. I love the people that make great clothes and cars and businesses. I love people. I think people are awesome. I'm a fan of people. But if I had to look logically, I would assume that we are on the way out and that the only way forward really to make an enormous leap in terms of the integration of society and of technology and of our understanding our place in the universe is for us to transcend our physical limitations that are essentially based on primate biology. And these primate desires for status, like being the captain, or for control of resources, of all these things. We assume these things are standard and that they have to exist in intelligent species. I think they only have to exist in intelligent species only that have biological limitations. I think intelligent species can be something, and it is going to be something that is created by people, and that might be what happens everywhere in the universe. That might be the exact course where there's a limit to biological evolution. It's painstaking, natural selection, it's time-consuming, or you get that thing to create the other form of life.
2024 NFL season.
Man, let me
Seriously.
I keep
The FedEx Cup playoffs start here.
I keep thinking there are two alternate histories that are alternate stories
This
of the
Labor Day
future
weekend,
that are
welcome
more
back
plausible than one
to
you just
Modelo
told.
kickoff week.
And so one of them
Virginia Tech
is, it sounds like yours,
trailed in
but it's
this
just the
game
Silicon Valley
in
propaganda
Nashville 7.
where they say that's what they're going to do. And then,
That
of
was
course,
the first half. The
they
second
don't quite do it. And it doesn't quite work. And
half has been
it goes
completely different.
super,
Sam
super
Ochoa,
haywire.
Philpott, Taylor Davis.
And that's where, okay, yeah, there's a 1% chance that works.
Complete. There's
And
work to do defensively.
there's a
Diego
99% chance that that
ready to
ends
get
up.
back
So you have two choices. You have a
on the
company
field
that does
for some
exactly
more
what you do,
late game magic
and
of his
that's
own.
super ethical, super restrained, does everything right. And there's a company
Junior
that
Sherrill
says all
brings
the
it back.
things you just
And a
said,
good return
but
for
then
the Commodores.
cuts corners and doesn't quite do it. And I won't say it's 1 to 99, but that sounds more plausible as that it ends up being corporate propaganda. And then, my prior would be even more likely. This is, of course, the argument the effective altruist, the anti-AI people make, is, yeah, Joe, you're the story you're telling us, that's just going to be the fake corporate propaganda. And
what's going on
we need to
here,
push
man?
back on that.
How you living? How your fucking Cornhuskers doing, dog? Absolutely. So, how's the unofficial mayor of Lincoln doing? Yeah, dude. Do you know about my Discord? Okay, we'll come to it. Excellent. Yo, pimp. Yo, I'm here. I know you're probably like, hey, where are you? I'm here. Just for a moment. I'm adjusting something. Hey, dog, I'm adjusting something just for you. So just one moment, and you will see it, and you will, I think, much appreciate the effort. If you don't, I don't really give a flying fuck. I'm just making you aware that it's going to be tight as fuck in a second. Okay, so I should be streaming the Virginia Tech Vanderbilt game. Excellent. Okay. Let's talk. How you been, big dog?
Not too bad, man.
Excellent.
I've been busy, but other than that, pretty fucking good.
Excellent. How's your girl Caitlin Clark doing? You know, she just had a career high 31 points in honor of you.
I'm just honored.
I would be as well. All right. So here's the lowdown. I recently, as in yesterday, in fact, I'm going to take a look at this right now. Somebody organically, meaning I didn't do this, on Reddit, posted about me, and they wrote, does anyone know what the deal is with that rabbi guy who spams chats? In some of the chats I've watched, this rabbi guy keeps spamming the chat with paragraphs of junk about his YouTube channel. He gets banned by mods, and then he comes back later with another alt account and does it again, and again, and again. People say he does this all day, every day. I eventually found his channel, and no one is watching, even though he spams and says he's viral and record-breaking and all that. Does anyone know what this is about? I've been seeing it for months, and it still keeps happening. Why does he do this if it's not getting people to watch? And why hasn't he found a way to stop it? Or why hasn't anyone found a way to stop it? So this is what people have said. A kickbot that the streamer made to get people to talk about him, thus more engagement. And then one of my friends upvoted that and said he's not a bot. So I wrote a response, which is like, Rabbi Rothschild here. In one phrase, why does Rabbi do what Rabbi does? World peace. First, apologies for my bots. Rabbi is trying to make everyone aware of Rabbi's World Peace Project. Rabbi's live in Discord if you ever want to chat, yada, yada, yada. And then I put some really good ideas that we're going to review. De-extinction, the process of bringing extinct species back to life using techniques such as cloning or genetic engineering. Agricultural drones, unmanned aerial vehicles used for monitoring crop health, assessing soil conditions, and optimizing farming practices through precision agriculture. Dude, the idea of agricultural drones should make you come. It should make all of the Midwest come. This is an idea that it's like floating greenhouses. Greenhouses built on floating platforms, typically on bodies of water, to maximize land use and grow crops in areas where traditional farming is not feasible. Saltwater greenhouses, structures designed to use saltwater, typically from the sea, to cool and humidify the air within the greenhouse, allowing for crop cultivation in arid environments. Hydroponics, a method of growing plants without soil, using nutrient-rich water solutions to deliver essential nutrients directly to plant roots. Vertical farming, the practice of growing crops in stacked layers or vertically inclined surfaces, often in urban environments, to maximize space and increase yield per square meter. Cloud seeding, the process of introducing substances into clouds to encourage precipitation, potentially improving water availability or irrigation and reducing drought impacts. Desalination, the process of removing salt and other impurities from seawater to produce fresh water, which can be used for irrigation and drinking, especially in arid regions. Plant-based diets, encouraging diets that rely on plant foods rather than animal products, which can reduce resource use and increase food availability and utilize crops more efficiently. Aquaponics, a system of combining agriculture, like raising fish, with hydroponics, growing plants, where fish waste provides nutrients for plants and filtered water for fish. Okay, so precision agriculture, the use of technology and data analytics to optimize field level management regarding crop farming, improving efficiency and productivity while reducing waste. Life extension technology, advances aimed at significantly prolonging human lifespan through methods like advanced medicine, genetic modification, and biological interventions. Mind uploading, the hypothetical process of transferring the human mind or consciousness into digital format or other medium, potentially allowing for immortality or enhanced cognitive abilities. Faster than light travel, theoretical faster than light than the speed of light, which could enable rapid speed exploration and interstellar travel. currently speculative and not proven feasible in modern physics. Stem cell therapy, the use of stem cells to treat or regenerate damaged tissues and organs, potentially offering cures for various diseases and injuries. Ambrosia therapy, a treatment approach that aims to reverse aging or extend lifespan by using substances derived from young blood or related compounds. Cryonics, a preservation of human bodies or brains at very low temperatures after death, and the hope of future revival and treatment. Okay, so there's a bunch of shit in here, but basically it's like, hey, this is what I do. This is what we talk about. These are things that aren't normally discussed in society. If you want to talk about them, I'm live in Discord discussing them. What do you think about that?
Oh, that's the best pitch ever.
That's what I'm saying. And okay, so I've really been able to fine tune when we go viral. Okay, so let's say all of a sudden 100,000 people or 1 million people are watching me. What are we going to do? Well, the first thing that I want to do is go to the Wikipedia page. There's a Wikipedia page known as List of Unanswered Questions. So what is this? It's all of the questions that exist in society, and I want to get an answer to it. So, like, what are some questions? Like, haven't we answered everything, or can't we answer everything from using AI? I mean, of course, we don't know everything, and so list of unsolved problems. So here's just like astronomy, and I would say if we had 100,000 people watching right now, look, I know some of you are interested in astronomy, some of you aren't, but those of you who are inclined to astronomy, or maybe you aren't studying anything right now, and astronomy is of interest to you in the future, listen up, because here are some questions that we have. Orbiting bodies in rotation. Are there non-dwarf planets beyond Neptune? Meaning, when I was a kid, they used to say that Pluto was a planet. Now they say that it's not. But we don't have a really good handle of what's going on past Neptune. So let's figure it out. Why do extreme trans-Neptunian objects have elongated orbits? The rotation rate of Saturn. Why does the magnetosphere of Saturn rotate at a rate close that at which the planet's clouds rotate? What is the rotation rate of Saturn's deep interior? When it comes to like black holes, gravitational singularities, does general relativity break down in the interior of a black hole due to quantum effects, torsion, or other phenomena? I mean, these are just some ideas. Extraterrestrial life. Is there other life in the universe? Is there other intelligent life? Is the potential of an infinite amount of extraterrestrial genera throughout our universe? If so, what is the explanation of the Fermi paradox? Okay, so that's just with like unsolved problems in astronomy. We have unsolved problems in biology. Like what? Human biology. Handedness. This is a great fucking question. It's unclear how handedness develops, what purpose it serves, why right-handedness is far more common, and why left-handedness exists. So, if you're out there, one of those 100,000 people, and you're like, hey, Rabbi, I don't want to study black holes, well, that's fine. If you're raising your hand right now, whatever hand you raised, why did you choose that one? And tell me why. And if you're like, well, I don't know, that's what we're talking about here. This is handedness. No one knows why we do these things. I want to be able to figure these things out. Why is it 10% of the population is essentially left-handed, but 90% is right-handed? Are these learned characteristics? Is it something that we inherit from our parents? Very good questions. Laughter. What is generally accepted that laughing evolved? While it's generally accepted that laughing evolved as a form of social communication, the exact neurobiological process that leads humans to laugh is not well understood. It's a very interesting thing. AI is very good at many things, but it's not particularly good at humor yet. And I think in the next 10 years, it will expand on that. And I want people to start studying it more. The heritable components of homosexuality. How to reconcile evolution with the heritable components of human homosexuality. Homosexuality is prevalent across human societies, past and present. These facts constitute an evolutionary puzzle. The decline in average human body temperature since the 19th century. This one is fascinating to me. Medical data suggests that the average body temperature has declined 0.6 degrees centigrade since the 19th century. The cause is unclear, though. although it has been suggested that it has something to do with reduced inflammation from reduced exposure to microorganisms. Here's another great fucking question, kids. If you're like, hey, Rabbi, I don't think that handedness is cool, and I don't think that black holes are cool. Okay, that's cool. We'll find whatever's interesting to you. But how about this? Why do we have different blood types? It's unclear what the origin and purpose of having different blood types is. It's a really great question. How about this one? What causes a photic sneeze? What in the fuck is a photic sneeze? I don't even know. A photic sneeze, as a Chu syndrome, is an inherited congenital odd dominant reflex condition that causes sneezing in response to numerous stimuli, such as looking at bright lights or perinocular surrounding the eyeball injection. You know, I have this sometimes with some things, so I get what that is. Human sex hormones. There's contradictory evidence on the existence of human pheromones. Like, I had always heard these were a thing. I want to know more about them. Okay, here's a great one. The existence of the Grafenberg spot, the G spot. Does the G spot actually exist? If so, is it present in all women? What exactly is it? Yes, it does, and we should study it more in further depth. Why do we have to sleep? Why do we have like what is the role of neuroplasticity? Okay, I don't want to bore you anymore, but these are really great questions for the world. Exactly. And so when people start to hear this, they're going to be like, wow, this motherfucker has more to say than most people. These are really great questions. Let's look into this. Anyway.
So did that individual respond to your response that posted that red?
No, I didn't really expect them to. There were some people who posted to it as well. Like, what did they say? You know what? This was really smart, actually. Somebody wrote, I've got a kickbot that auto bans him. Feel free to join our Discord. These motherfuckers have a whole Discord for me. And I joined it, and it's a really smart bot. So I responded to them. Shout out to your team and your excellent solution. Like, I'm the nicest fucking spammer in the entire world. When you come up with a really creative solution to stop me, I'm gonna fucking give you your flowers, man.
Yeah, why did they hate you?
Oh, because I spam like a motherfucker. Have you ever seen this?
Yeah, I mean, I think like some posts and stuff like that of people freaking out.
Yes.
But like, yeah, I mean, you're super fucking nice.
Well, the thing is, though, with the amount that I spam, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, you have to understand, this has been going on now for like 4 months or so, constantly. And these people are streaming so much that we become very familiar with each other. Like, almost like, I would say friends. I mean, I hate to say it, but like you annoy someone enough that it's like, oh, okay, here's Rabbi again. Everybody, don't pay attention to Rabbi because he's spamming again. So let's ban him. But when this happens 5 times every single day for 3 months straight, it's like at a certain point, there's no way to avoid it. That it's just like, wow, this motherfucker's trying to get our attention. Bravo. I mean, here's what happens. I developed this. It was so funny. I was on Reddit the other day. Well, let me first say this. This fucking Reddit post that somebody made about me, it was totally organic the way I found it. I was just scrolling through Reddit, and my eyes, whenever they see the word Rabbi, it's like seeing my name. So they automatically are drawn to it. And I see this post that says, is anybody aware of this Rabbi, yada, yada, yada. Now, what's the really interesting thing is I had posted a very similar entry to the Kick streaming subreddit, and it got rejected. It's almost as if somebody saw me posting it, and they rejected it, and then they rewrote it, but a little bit more enhanced, like we just read. And so I read this, and I was like, no fucking way. So this tells me that, like, not only am I doing my job, people know about me, but now I'm starting to cross social media platforms where, people are asking like the internet about me. Like, what is this fucking guy's problem? That's a great problem to have. All right. So what else do we do? With all of this fucking spamming of people, I get a lot of random ass people to come into this Discord. One thing that I was able to do though, I was on Reddit a few days ago and I see somebody post, hey, does anyone know how someone was able to post this message? And it's like this really, really long message. And it's like emoji 21345 and then a bunch of X's, like 500 X's. And I see this message and I grab it, I copy it, and I paste it into Kick, and I see that it works. Now, what's special about this message? Normally, the message that I was able to post at a maximum length was like, I'd say 4 sentences or something, maybe like 100 characters. But this really long message allows me to post 500 characters. So when I start spamming someone, it's like this huge fucking wall of text that no one else has. Most people don't have a wall of text come in. So I've got this huge fucking wall of text that comes in. And a lot of people display their chat over their screen, like their display. So you'll just see all my fucking wall of text come in and the user run to their fucking computer to ban me. And it's like a full-time job. It's more than a full-time job. It's literally as much as I can make it 24/7 making these robots run. It's so funny to me though, whenever I walk into someone or whatever, virtually walk into someone's chat and I spam them, they're getting to the point, they were originally just ignoring me. Then they essentially got mad at me. And then a lot of them begin to laugh at me. And then a lot of them at the end want to be my friend because they realize that, I've got that dog in me. I'm fucking grinding it out. And I see what they do. And what I also do, I create really funny, I think really funny usernames. And the way that I do this is by utilizing like a couple of glitches in making usernames. So like what? I'm the username Michael Jackson. But instead of it being MichaelJackson, it's really all in capitals. And the I in Michael Jackson is really a lowercase L. So you can't tell the difference when you're reading it. It just looks like Michael Jackson. But, because somebody already had gotten that name, that's a good name to get. So anyway, I go into fucking people's chats and I just go, he, Shimon. And people fucking go nuts. They're like, oh, how the fuck is Michael Jackson here? Welcome. They want to talk to me and do all this shit. And then I say, hey, do you know how I found out about your stream? And they're like, what? How? And I go, the Rabbi was talking about you in Aiden Ross's Discord. Is it true? Yeah, because I'm in Aiden Ross's Discord and I talk about them. I'm the only fucking person hearing me. But nevertheless, I talk about them. And then these people are like, Aiden, they were talking about me in Aiden Ross's stream? No way. Then they come and check me out. It's a really fucking great way. One other way that I've gotten a lot of attention, which is a really great way, I'll come into somebody's chat and I'll say, hey, do you want to be on a podcast? And they're like, fuck yeah, I'll be on a podcast. Like, that's one interesting thing. I don't want to say everybody, but a lot of people, if you go up to them and you're like, hey, you want to be on a podcast? They're like, yeah, I'll be on a podcast. And so I did this thing where I host a podcast. I asked Vogue magazine 73 questions, and they're like really easy questions. They're like, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite clothes? Et cetera, et cetera. And, but I didn't so much do it for me to get a lot of attention for a podcast. What it would allow me to do is hijack a creator's channel for like an hour, or actually usually like 30 minutes, where I'm asking them questions, but all of their viewers are learning about who I am, and they've got my video streaming. So basically, I would just ask them 73 fluff questions. They would answer them, and it allows their audience to know that I'm a real person, that I'm a serious person, and basically I'm down to boogie. And so I've been getting a lot of people who have found out about me from there, from YouTube, from Discord, but the big one is Kick. I keep pumping out this fucking message. Everybody follow Rabbi. Rabbi's bringing life extension technology, de-extinction, all that other shit. It's big time. One last thing, de-extinction. I did not know this, and I don't think basically, like less than 1%, I think, of the global population knows this. And I hope you'll know it after I say this. They have already done the first successful de-extinction. And when I say they, scientists, when did it happen? Around the year 2007. Basically, there was an animal known as the Pyrenean ibex. An ibex is like a deer, and the Pyrenean ibex was in northern Spain, southern France, in the Pyrenees Mountains. It was hunted to extinction around the year 1999, but scientists were able to take DNA samples from it while it was still a viable species before extinction. They were able to take that DNA and impregnate like 200 different ibexes and of different species, and one of them was able to give birth. And even though the offspring only lasted 7 minutes, it's considered the first de-extinction in global history. And I did not know this. I did not know that de-extinction was already a thing. Like, basically, Jurassic Park shit has already happened. That all seemed like a future thing to me, but it is not. It actually has happened. So then I dug into this topic a little further, and there's a company called Colossus Biosciences that has plans by the year 2028 to de-extinct the woolly mammoth and reintroduce it into the Arctic Circle. And they're going to do so using an African elephant and make a hybrid. And I think that's absolutely positively fascinating. That's what I want to tell you. How you like that, baby?
I love it, dude. I fucking love it.
Excellent. I imagine at this point you got to get going, my man.
They were coming back since I was a little kid.
Oh, how cool is that shit? So you're a big Jurassic Park fan?
Yeah, sort of. I always liked it. I wasn't crazy about it, but I definitely liked it.
I'm where you are. I wasn't crazy about it. I couldn't name every fucking dinosaur out there, but I thought it was pretty cool.
Definitely.
Yeah. And so that shit's going to be real. And you should know, I really mean this. And I tell this to people, and some people get it, some people don't. But I really mean this. I don't think you're going to die. And if you're like, okay, Rabbi, how's that happen? Well, like I had said, life extension technology is a hypothetical technology that perhaps may not be hypothetical in a generation or two, where you scan your brain into a computer, essentially your entire central nervous system, for later download into an android and an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, and a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. You could be whatever you want to be and live for as long as you want, essentially with digital immortality. You could have potentially biological immortality if you wanted. We could preserve your body for indefinitely, but at a certain point, you're going to have breakdown. So you're going to want to transition into a new body, perhaps. You could be a mech warrior. You could be whatever the fuck you want to be. And the way that you're going to be able to afford this, because I know you're like, Rabbi, I don't have the money to be able to necessarily afford this kind of technology, but you will with cryptocurrency. And the reason why is this is not a 1 year or even a 10-year investment. It's a 100-year or a 1,000-year investment. And you're very, very early into it. It doesn't seem like it because you've got these highs and lows that keep happening, and you haven't been able to retire off of this, but give it enough time. When we have major global depression and everyone ends up running to cryptocurrency, I don't care what cryptocurrency it is you have, I think it will have some value. Additionally, and this is really the interesting one, I think, if you have any NFTs that at one time were worth a lot and now are absolutely worth nothing, I think those will have a huge amount of value in the future. And here's why. They'll be like antiques. Like, you know how antiques, basically a lot of them didn't have any value or don't have too much value, but the older they get, the more value that they gain. And I think that in the same way, in 50 years, when people are like, oh, look at the value of what this NFT was. This person bought it for $800 at the time, which was a lot of money back then. And then it basically basemented in for 1 cent for 5 years. And then all of a sudden there was a global recession. Everybody started, our global depression, everybody started running to cryptocurrencies and NFTs. And then it began to spike again with its value. And now it's one of the most valuable NFTs in the world. I think the most valuable NFTs in the world in the future may be the ones that at one point were like worth pennies because it's a better story.
Oh yeah, dude.
Excellent.
Run over gremlins to the fucking moon.
Excellent. So what's your What's Nebraska Cornhuskers? What are they going to be this year when it comes to the record?
They're gonna fucking win the whole thing, dude.
That's what I like to hear. All right. Are you in the fantasy football?
I am not.
Why? Why?
I just don't have the time, sadly.
Okay, that's honest. You know there's a way for it to like auto manage your team though, right?
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
So I think we have one spot available, and shoot him a question. Hey, can I still get in on it? Why? It will make the season so much more exciting for you. You're playing with a bunch of guys. Very few of us are, if any of us, I would consider experts. I've only played 1 year in my life. So for as much as I fucking watch it, I don't know that much about it. And, it'll make the whole season really exciting.
Oh, for sure. Is this NCAA or NFL?
NFL. Yeah, I wish it was NCAA. NCAA fantasy football doesn't really exist in a mass scale. You can play it, but you can't play it like on ESPN. And the reason why, traditionally, it had to do with the NIL, the name, image, and likeness. You couldn't use that of an amateur athlete. And also, it's like too unpredictable of what can happen in college football, meaning like in pro football, the most amount of touchdowns that a player's going to have maximum is like 4, maybe. But in college football, some guys play both sides of the ball. You might have a guy with 6 or 7 touchdowns. Maybe he might have 4 touchdown throws and 2 touchdown runs and an interception, pick 6 or something. So basically, the numbers are more difficult to anticipate. That's why it's not done so much in college football. But I think it will be in the future once you start getting these mega conferences and everything. So that's exciting. It's the first official day of the college football season. And then the pro football season starts a week from tomorrow. Well, I think actually a week from Thursday. So you still have a little bit of time. I think we're doing our draft on like September 5th or something. So send a message to Yo-Yo and say, listen here, baby, I'm interested in this. It's a way for you to make like $600 or something, perhaps even more at the end of the day. So
What you're telling me is that I can have a computer just pick all the shit for me?
Yeah, exactly. So
is it on the website, or do you have to get like an extension?
Nope, it's just known as auto picking. So here's what would happen, and I mean this. If you have any interest, it's definitely a cool thing to do. It'll give you a lot more interest in the NFL season. You'll become closer with the people in Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic. It'll be stronger for the coin, frankly. But on top of that, if you're like, look, I don't know that much about the NFL, or I haven't watched the NFL in 20 years, that's absolutely fine. You just have it auto pick. When I say have it auto pick, we're going to do a draft. I think it's like a week from yesterday or something, or Thursday. I don't know. Whenever I drafted, I can tell you exactly what it is. Let's get that information there. And the reason why I said shoot Yo-Yo a message, because we don't have that much more time. Okay, so it's in 4 days. You can do mock drafts if you don't know what to do, but you just have the computer auto draft for you. So what does that do? It takes the best player that's available for you every single time, unless there's something on your team that there's like a big hole in your team and you shouldn't draft a player for one reason or another, or your team is full. But basically, like, if you don't know what to do, you just have it auto draft. I play ESPN Fantasy, and I have 25 teams there, and they're all auto drafted. I don't pick a single person. I just let the computer do everything, and then I follow along with it throughout the weeks, and then I just follow the teams that are winning. And then basically, I'm guaranteed to win when it comes to fantasy football at the end of the year, which is kind of exciting to me. I may lose. Actually, last year I did pretty well. I won about 50% of them, but it kept me excited and intrigued in the season. And I'm going to tell you, it's going to do the same thing to you. And it's one of those things that 50% of the time, the person who knows nothing about the NFL wins.
Oh yeah, dude.
So
Hell yeah.
send yo a message. I know I blew your ass up about it, and yeah, it'd be really good. I think. Let me tell you who's in it. We have, and as I say all this shit, I don't even know. Maybe if you are interested in Pickens Pool, I have a friend who's running one this year. Okay, so that's another thing. All right, team. Okay, we have. Oh, here it is. Okay, Yo-Yo's in it. I'm in it. I don't know if you'll know all these people, but you might know some. Hurricane Nate. Oh, dude, there are no more spots. Apologies. Okay, there's VMU. There's Crypto Bloke, Halloweening, Rev Cloud, Speed Demon, Bitcoin Forever. Oh, hold on, I'm not reading. Team VMU, No Coom All Glory, Team Halloween in 2008, Team Rev Cloud, Speed Demon, Pamp Ketchum, Team Schiller of Truth, Sproto 69ers, $1 Million Muggle, Team Hurricane Date 14. To be honest with you, I don't know many of those people.
Yeah, some of those dudes are like older.
That's tight though. Well, don't you like how I just spent, I don't know, 10 minutes wasting your fucking time about how great fantasy football is, and then I didn't even check, and now that we have maximum.
I learned something, Rabbi. If I ever choose to do one of these, I can just have the fucking computer do it. That's perfect.
Definitely the way to go. And, you know.
Because, yeah, dude, I don't know shit about fucking, like, NFL shit.
Exactly. A really fun thing to do if you, I don't expect you to do it this year, but if you're ever going to do it, this is the way to do it. Okay, you go to ESPN, their fantasy league, and you get the maximum amount of teams that you can get there, which is 25. You have the computer do everything for you, manage your team, auto pick and everything. And because you're in so many leagues, you'll have the, I don't know, I just think like you'll have the ability, a lot of recognition of who becomes a really good player, and you'll see like really good opportunities in some of your other leagues because like not everybody sees the same amount of teams that you do. So what am I saying? Let's say there's a really good opportunity in one of your leagues, League One. You get that opportunity. Then what you do is you search all your other leagues to see if that same opportunity is available. And chances are it is. So you take, like, basically, if you're able to take advantage in one of your leagues, there's a chance you can take advantage of 25 of them potentially. Why am I saying this? Because if you're going to do it, go big, go home, and then have your league that counts. Why? Because you'll get a lot of practice out of your free leagues, and then you can use that knowledge in your paid league. Well, you can live vicariously through me. I haven't had a chance to name the team yet. We're going to come up with something interesting, and I'll keep you updated how we're doing. And yeah, hopefully, you know, we do well. I can tell you, I did 25 leagues, 25 teams last year, and I won like 14, which is incredible high odds. Now I had nothing else to do but make sure these teams were fucking amazing, meaning like I knew when the fucking waiver deadline was. I got really fucking into it, and so my teams did really well. And hopefully they do the same this year, and if and when they do, we're going to be 100 airs. It'll be huge.
Oh, yeah, dude, I'm fucking pulling for you, man.
Excellent. All right. When is Caitlin Clark going to accept your hand in marriage?
You know, once she realizes how much thicker Bitcoin I have, then she'll probably, she'll probably want to see me a lot more.
I know I would. Now, would you marry her?
Oh, definitely. I think she'd be like the perfect wife.
Wow. I bet she's really down to earth.
I think she's down to earth. I think she would feed the cows in, like, you know, a blizzard. I don't think she'd complain.
Do you have cows?
I don't have cows, but the hypothetical win.
Yeah, I didn't know if you meant like cows as in real cows or cows as in her titties. I get what you're saying. Both.
I'm not like a farm and shit, dude.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, she's gonna get out there and she'll be the crack of dawn, chopping firewood and feeding the livestock.
Do you know where the tallest point in the state of Nebraska is?
I do not. I think I've been by it, like off the interstate or something. You see like signs and shit for it.
Okay, there's like, you know where the panhandle kind of like begins? It's like a little crack right by Colorado.
Yes.
Yeah, it's called like Lookout Point or something like that. Anyway, it's right there. And I was looking at a map of the highest points in the United States, and Nebraska's high point was like much higher than you would think it would be. Nebraska is actually pretty high elevation-wise in comparison to like Florida, but it's just flat. Okay, so it's known as Nebraska High Point, and it's Panorama Point. That's what it's called. It's 5,429 feet, which is taller. If you had sex there, you could consider yourself a member of the Mile High Club. That's pretty fucking tall.
Yeah. So what you're saying is I should take Caitlin Clark to...
That's exactly where I'm getting to, man. It'll be a great place. Dude, doesn't it sound amazing? So she's telling Angel Reese and Brittany Griner, you're never going to believe it. Caspian Sea drove me out to Panorama Point after feeding the cows, and we fucked on the tallest point in the state of Nebraska. It was amazing. Dude, this is fucking unreal. You see the elevation, 5,424 feet, and you look around, and it's literally flat everywhere you go.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious. So it tells me, like, it basically is just like a very slow rise. Like, normally if you're like, oh, this is the highest point of a state, it's like you can look down on shit. But this one, it's literally like, it's like if you took a plate and flipped it over and then stood on the very top of the plate. It would be like, all right, well, we're on the top, but, you know.
Very steady incline.
Exactly. Do you know what the tallest peak is in the solar system?
The solar system, I do not.
It's Olympus Mons. It's on Mars, and I want to be the first person to climb it, and you heard it here first. And what do I mean by that? Dog, if I'm going to be living like forever with digital immortality and shit, then, you know, doing shit in the solar system is potentially up for grabs. So I'll let Sir Edmund Hillary and Tenzing, forget his last name at this point. And this is important. Edmund Hillary Tenzing. Tenzing Norgay. They were the first people allegedly to climb Mount Everest. I'm going to be the first person to climb Olympus Mons. The difference is Olympus Mons is very much like the high point in Nebraska. It's like Olympus Mons, I think, is the size. It's a mountain the size of the state of Arizona, but it has a very, very gradual rise. It's like a 3% rise. So when I say I'm going to be the first person to climb it, it basically just means you would go on a really long walk. So I'm excited to do that.
Hell yes, dude.
Don't you like the goals that I set for myself? I don't even have goals to take over this planet, but I have goals to take over other planets' high points.
Yeah, it's like 40 chests.
100%. 100%. Hey, have you been watching Kill Tony?
Yeah, I have seen it off and on. I used to watch it a lot more back in like 2019-ish when I was like in LA.
Yeah. Well, it's getting bigger and bigger with each week. And
but the show, like normies that I know, like talk to me about it. They're like, "Do you know Kill Tony?"
Oh, I'm a normie about it. Yeah, definitely. I go way back with Joe Rogan, but I didn't really get into Kill Tony until this year, and so I'm glad you know all about it. Amazing. Well, I'll tell you what, it's getting bigger and bigger. When I'm telling you, I mean, you know, normies are talking to you about it. You know that. Well, it's going to be on Netflix. Have you heard this?
No.
Yeah. So, basically, Tony Hinchcliffe and Red Band got some kind of Spotify-like deal to present it on Netflix, and the way that I think they're going to do it is similar to the way it's done now, where it airs like a week later, or usually it's actually like 2 or 3 weeks later, but it's going to be like a $250 million deal.
Damn.
You heard it here first. Do you know who Brian Redband is?
Yes, I do. He was Joe Rogan's coach.
Exactly. I think he will be more successful at the end of the day than Joe Rogan.
Redman?
The reason why is he started the Joe Rogan Experience. He started Kill Tony. He also helped to start Your Mom's House and a few other podcasts. Kill Tony is going to be bigger perhaps than the Joe Rogan Experience. And the reason why is there's more appeal to it. Joe Rogan can have people on for 4 hours and talk to them. That's not that exciting. But what is exciting is a fucking 2-hour comedy fest every single week that's very consistent. In fact, some might argue that it's one of the last, even though it's not completely live because it airs tape delayed, it's one of the few bastions of free speech that we have in society.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know if people get bored with like the format over a long period of time, but yeah, it's innovative for what it is.
I think people like it overall. I think they may get bored with some of the regular comedians, maybe aren't always who they want them to be, but there is something very exciting about the talent show format, whether it's America's Got Talent or American Idol or Kill Tony. If you have some kind of talent, whatever it is, and you can come up and surprise people with it, that's hard to replace, with any kind of social media or anything.
Oh, big time. And yeah, it definitely harkens to the like American Idol format. Which I remember like that in its heyday was fucking huge.
So huge. American Idol was huge. And then it had all kinds of branch offs like X Factor and America's Got Talent. All of those came from American Idol. And then you can make the argument American Idol came from like Star Search. Do you know
the fucking Gong Show?
Do you know what Star Search was? It starred Ed McMahon.
Yeah, sort of. It's like a variety type thing, right?
Yeah, so they would take people who had a certain talent and they would put them up against each other. So there were some really famous people on Star Search. Beyonce was on Star Search. Justin Timberlake was on Star Search. Britney Spears was on Star Search. Christina Aguilera was on Star Search. Like, if I said this, like, this is the biggest fucking show ever. But they don't really talk about it. But if I told you Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake, Beyonce, and Christina Aguilera were all on the same television show, you would be like, what fucking television show was this and where the fuck was I? Usher.
Yeah, true. I had zero clue.
Usher was on it. Leanne Rimes was on it. Alanis Morissette was on it. Aaliyah was on it. Kelly Rowland, who was in Destiny's Child with Beyonce. Martin Lawrence was on it. Ben Bailey, who the fuck is that? Oh, he was the guy who did Cash Cab. Who else was on it? Who you know? Mark Summers from like Double Dare. Jenny Jones from like, she was like a talk show host. Norm Macdonald, the comedian, was on it. Sinbad was on it.
Wait, are you talking To Catch a Falling Star? Is that?
No,
different?
That's different. This was Star Search. It had Ed McMahon.
I remember okay, yeah, I could just be fucked up with my memory.
You're okay. Jessica.
I'm a big Norm Macdonald fan. I've seen like him on that.
To Catch a Falling Star, wasn't that like was that Canadian?
Yeah, I'm misremembering. You were correct. It is from Star Search.
Oh, okay. Jessica Simpson, David Archuleta, Sharon Stone, like all these people who were on it were no ones at the time. Tatiana Ali from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like there are a bunch. Carlos Mencia. Who else on here? There are a bunch of people I'm just skipping over because like I don't know. But I mean, like Bill Engvall, he was in the redneck comedy thing. Oh my God, there are so many people who were on the show. Like it was okay. Let's find one more big one. Let's see here. Steve Odenkirk is Bob Odenkirk's brother. Lonnie Love, she was on it. She's a comedian. Who else? I mean, a lot of people not as big as the people I named because I named Beyonce and fucking. But I mean, what a big show that had all those people. That's incredible.
Absolutely.
In fact, it makes you realize how what's the word? Not like choreographed, but how handpicked like our celebrities are. Basically, every single person that I named eventually got their 15 minutes of fame or whatever to become a celebrity, like a deep one. What's the word? Not choreographed, but they're like handpicked for. They're what would you say? Groomed would be and so it's like, oh, I heard about this really great band, Destiny's Child. Oh, okay, great. But little did you know that like 2 of the 3 members in Destiny's Child were already on another television show. Yeah,
they're like I would say industry plants, but there's orchestration behind their success.
Exactly. And you see how you watch one of these shows and then, those people get an agent or manager and then eventually they become like lifelong connected to the industry for their entire lives.
And that's, that handpicked system gets very stale, and I think with the internet, shows like Kill Tony, things like that, I like these independent systems arising that undermine the traditional entertainment outlets.
100%. I love how on Kill Tony, there's the freedom for people to be able to say what they want. They're going to have to take the backlash, but they can say what they want. And I think that's really important.
Yeah, and Hinchcliffe is like super into the First Amendment and stuff like that, so it's good to see.
Right. Now, here's what I can't stand about him. Oh, hold on. So he inspired me to write my own stand-up, which I did, and I'm going to perform for you. All right, so here's Rabbi Rothschild's 1 minute. Dun, 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 dun. Shalom, y'all. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to be super popular with the ladies on TikTok like I am, here's some surefire pickup lines for sliding into a shawty's DMs. For that hottie in your feed, you might message, "Are you my pinky toe? Because I'm going to bang you on every piece of furniture I own." Perhaps that new person on your page should know that they remind you of a rear-end collision, since you're going to hit it from the back. You could always use the tried and true, "Is there a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in your pants." For an international flair, you might send something like, "You remind me of the Bank of England, since you got me interested in a pound." What about, "I lost my number. Can I have yours?" If you admire an animal lover, you might say you hope they have pet insurance, because that pussy's getting beaten. For the thick girl in your life, you might say, "Do you keep a cell phone in your back pocket? Because that ass be calling me." You might message, "Are you sure you're not a parking ticket? Because baby, I want to tear you up." for that future boo, you may send, damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside. And finally, for that person you never want to message you again, all you need to ask is, are you a pinata? Because I'm going to need a blindfold to hit that. My name is Rothschild. Thank you. How do you like that?
That's solid, man.
Appreciate it. So,
It's tight. That's good love. It just keeps coming at you.
there you go. Bing, bang, boom.
So my question for you is, are you planning on doing Kill Tony?
Maybe someday. As of right now, I gotta go viral with my streams. But the second that people know about my streams and I have the freedom to do what I want, fuck yeah. I'm gonna go to Austin, Texas. I'm gonna fucking stand in line with all those other motherfuckers, and I want the same opportunity that everybody else has. 1 minute where I go and present to myself and they get to rip me apart.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Word.
That might be some very much needed PR.
Oh, definitely. Perhaps. Maybe what we need. We might have to hitchhike to Austin, Texas to do that one of these days.
Easy.
It makes me regret not having done it while it was in LA, because it's like, oh man, I could have just hopped over there and read these fucking things and it would be done. But you know, they moved, and what I can't do anything about that. So yeah, I'll suck a few dicks to get to Austin, Texas, or do whatever I have to do and get the comedy mothership, and then hopefully I get on the secret show with Red Band and all that other cool shit that they do. I love the fact that literally people who are basically homeless can go there, and if they're funny, they'll put you up in a hotel. You get to be in the Thursday show, you make a few bucks here and there doing some open mics, and then you can basically get your start if you become a regular.
Hell yeah, dude.
You know what I learned though? They do not pay. Kill Tony does not pay, not even the regulars. So they're paid in exposure, obviously. Right. I don't know if he deserves to. You know, I mean, here's what I can tell you is funny and what is not in 2024. Things that are funny are puns, are alliteration, are rhymes, are like creative things like that. What I don't think is funny is race jokes, things that you can't make again. Race jokes can be funny, but when all you're doing is the same shit, it's boring. When you make fun of someone for something they can't control, basically, whether it's because of their race, because of their size, because of their economic status, because of their sex, their gender, or whatever. If you're making fun of somebody because of that, that to me is not funny. You can too easily. Those are people leave themselves open for those things. If somebody comes up in a wheelchair, it's actually you're funnier to me if you make fun of everything but the fact that they were in a wheelchair. Thank you. Yes, the low hanging, and it seems like Tony just cannot resist that temptation. If it's there, he's gonna go for it. And it's like, dude, this isn't a game. It's a game to see who can make the people laugh the most. I'm sorry, the loudest, not necessarily who can make the most amount of jokes. Because when you're making all these jokes and they're not landing, then you're kind of seen as a hack.
I wonder if Tony can handle the success over a long period of time.
Well, it does seem to get to his head. He
seems like a very stressed out guy.
In my opinion, he seems very cocky to the point where he can be obnoxious. But I'm that way too, so I understand. Like, it was so funny. He described it perfectly. He's like, yeah, so I was at the Comedy Store, like, I don't know, Monday a few months ago, and this was right before the Tom Brady roast aired, and he's like, I get up there, and there are people who want to bump me, and like, you know, he's like, I've been doing stand-up for more than a decade, like, I'm at a point where you shouldn't be able to bump me. And then all of a sudden he says, the Tom Brady roast landed, and then he had a special spot at the Comedy Store, which means like now they're finally treating him the way that he feels like he should be treated. But he did this on Joe Rogan, and he was just kind of in this afterglow. And so I can't really hate on the guy. He did it. I mean, I didn't see what he said, but I heard he did really well. But it was just almost like, yeah, now I'm a real celebrity. Now I'm a real powerhouse. I'm no longer gonna get bumped anymore. I'm a big time comedian, and I think that's cool. But what I don't like about him are the cheap shots that he takes at people, and I think that eventually they could just get away from him. You know who I can't stand? If you've ever seen is David Lucas. No, I shouldn't say I can't stand him. I did like him a little bit, but when you watch enough of his shit, it's the same stuff over and over. And then I don't know. I'm somebody who I like self-made motherfuckers, and I come to find out like he's the son of like politicians in Georgia, and his great uncle was what's that guy's name? That Lucas guy who ran the heroin. They made the movie American Gangster about him. Frank Lucas. So he's Frank Lucas's grandnephew, which is honestly, if he were a good comedian, I wouldn't put any of it. I'd be, in addition to being a good comedian, he's Frank Lucas's grandson. No, his grandnephew. His stand-up is the same shit. It's literally just, I don't even want to use the words, but he'd be like, N-word, you're so gay that your booty hole puckers every time you cross the street. It's like, dog, it's the same fucking shit. In fact, when you do well enough on Kill Tony, they eventually put you in the Hall of Fame. When they put him in the Hall of Fame, he was reusing his old material that same night. So what am I saying? Basically, he made a joke that said, Tony, you look like a gay pufferfish. And that's like a thing that he says a lot. And even in his like compilation highlights, they even had him saying that. So he made the same joke essentially twice in one night. One was a recording of him, and the other was when he did it live. Nevertheless, like if you saw it, his showdown with Harlan Williams, Harlan tore his ass apart. I don't think he's that funny. There are some people on there who I think deserve the opportunity. You know, who do I think is fucking funny is Cam Patterson. You know who Cam Patterson is?
Yes, he is genuinely a star.
Yeah, he 100%. You used the right words, and shout out to Tony Hinchcliffe, who saw it from the beginning when he said he's the future. He's 100% the future. It's his delivery. It's that dirty Southern drawl that he has that it's kind of hard to hear, but it just makes it funnier. It makes shit that he says funny. Yeah, so the big question here. I think he's funny. And he has this one joke that I heard him give that made me laugh so hard. Okay, so what is it? And it's from his set, or it's from his stand-up. It's not from something he did on Kill Tony. Well, Tony Hinchcliffe says, well, give us something from your set. So he performed it on Kill Tony, but it's usually from his stand-up. And it was this. Man, it was fucking fun. Let me see if I can deliver it. He says something like this. I ain't getting on that boat. And then he says, that is the name of my upcoming novel about the first African-American to escape the Titanic. I just thought that shit was so funny, just the way that he delivered. I ain't getting on that boat. That was so funny to me. Now, is that a racial joke? Yeah, but it's almost more a historical joke at this point. That was quite funny to me. Anyway, so he has some jokes that I think are funny, and he brings a lot of energy. And so for those reasons, I think that he's an excellent addition to Kill Tony. Hans Kim, I don't think is very funny. All he talks about is his girlfriend, and that is fucking lame. Cam Patterson, needs to get into other shit because all he does is talk about having sex with white women, which is cool, but it's like come up with something else. I want to hear you talk about sports. I want to hear you talk about growing up or doing whatever. But nevertheless, you can just tell he has a lot of material to work. He's young and has a lot of opportunity. William Montgomery brings a lot of energy. Like I did not know this, but is like hugely successful on Cameo. Makes like $250,000 a week on Cameo.
I've seen that. I've seen like show like cryptocurrencies.
Huge amounts of money. And do I think he's funny? Yep. Are there things that I don't like about him? Sure. What do I think that he does that's really fucking funny? It's totally rude, but it's so funny. When somebody is like in the audience and he's just up there giving his stand-up and somebody like will laugh at a wrong time and he'll go, what in the fuck is your problem? I'm up here delivering my jokes and you want to laugh? You want to laugh at the wrong time? God damn it. I ain't never going to stop. Like, he just goes above and beyond, like way...
Yeah, he's where he like starts yelling.
Way over the top. Exactly. And I think that's very funny. Yeah. Red Band and his soundboard, I could see how people would really hate that. But I've just gotten acclimated to Red Band enough that I just know that I know how he is. I think everybody loves to hate him because he's so perverted and shit. And like a total egotistical, self-centered person. But it's hard to deny that he had the hand in creating two of the most successful podcasts in global history.
Definitely, yeah, his success cannot be denied. So,
Word. Kind of like mine.
Respect.
Exactly. Yeah, so we just watched every Kill Tony that took place in Austin, and it's really interesting to see where they do like some comedian they've never heard of, and then all of a sudden this person becomes a regular. And it's funny to see now that we have so much of this on video. It's funny to see like Joe Rogan in old conversations where Brian Redband would be like, hey, do you know Tony, that guy I introduced you to the other day? And he's like, yeah, who's this? And he's like, Tony Hinchcliffe. He's really, really funny. You should listen to him. And Joe's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, he seems like a cool guy or whatever. Like, they barely knew each other back then. And now, you know, they're both wildly successful. I think that shit was cool. Or when they named Kill Tony, it was like the third episode in when they actually got the name. So originally it was just called, it was like a working title of Hinchcliffe's Notes, like Cliff's Notes, but Hinchcliffe's Notes. And Red Band one day was like, yeah, so we can go with Hinchcliffe's Notes or whatever if you want to do that. But, you know, there were people who were saying Kill Tony was like a good suggestion. And some people, and then Hinchcliffe's like, well, what do you guys think? Kill Tony or Hinchcliffe's Notes? And they were like, yeah. And they're like, all right, I guess it's Kill Tony. And that's how they get the name of the biggest fucking live podcast in global history. I love that shit. When it's organic and it's like, it could have been named anything. They could have just...
Do you think the Netflix thing made it so the normies don't know this was like a catalyst?
I'm sorry, I need to hear that again. Do I think that Netflix...
Yeah, do you think the debut of Kill Tony on Netflix was the catalyst for the populace
Yes.
to really latch on to it?
Yeah, and on top of that, Shane Gillis's impression of Donald Trump.
Right. Yeah, that was spread the viral moments as well.
Right. And I got to say, that's kind of what looped me in. Actually, the thing that looped me in more than anything was L. I don't know if you know who that is. He's in here a lot. He's like, who's your favorite? Or he told me his favorite comedian was this William Montgomery. And I'm like, yeah, I've seen that guy before, but I don't know too much about him. He's like, you got to watch him. He's really funny. And so that was a few weeks ago. And then I think I was just watching Joe Rogan's, and eventually a Kill Tony got into my algorithm or whatever. And then it just started showing me those. And then I realized, oh, this is a really cute idea where it's like 1 minute, make me laugh as hard as you can. And then I'm going to interview you for a little bit. And then you get the fuck out of here.
Perfect.
Word, Mockingbird. I liked it. Yes, you do. I understand. My man, I want you to know James Kaminsky, of anyone in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community who holds a special place in my heart, it is you. I'm glad that we were able to catch up. You know that I'm always here to support the coin, and hopefully more and more viral moments occur where I get people to notice the project, which means they notice Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, which means that we're all going to be rich someday.
Rabbi, I love you.
I love you too, James Kaminsky. You take care, my friend.
Thanks for shooting the shit with me.
Absolutely. You're amazing. Take care, baby. Take care. James Kaminsky, everyone. What a G. What a G, baby.
First time because I went in there and was hilarious.
Biggest pimp on earth. Biggest pimp alive. The East Side gangster. The West Side pimp. The West Side gangster. The East Side pimp. Sideline to sideline, baby. All day, every day. All day, every day. Greatest motherfucker in the history of mankind. If I could suck my own dick, I would, and you'd never hear another word out of me.
Shakes out in the end.
Yes,
but that doesn't seem to be the way things are working right now. Or maybe it is in the overall picture, but I just can't see it.
Well, I think what happened was, I don't think in 2016 they ever anticipated that Trump was going to win. All the projections were that Hillary was going to win by a landslide.
Yeah.
That was all the polls, that was all the things you saw on television. And then when Trump started winning on television, you could see it in the look of the faces of the pundits, the people that were on TV that were calling the election. They were baffled. They couldn't believe it. And then when it was over, there's that famous video of the lady with the sock hat and the glasses in the street on her knees going, no! You see that? Like,
Yeah.
when it's announced.
Yeah, the glass ceiling still existed. Had not been broken.
Oh, it was crazy times. And then, what's really funny is right after that, Jim Brewer had a great joke about this, that there was those women march, those marches, because, Trump had said that grab him by the pussy thing, like, he's anti-women, so there's these women marches. And Jim Brewer goes, isn't it funny? They knew what a woman was then.
Yeah.
Which is crazy, because
Right.
that was only 2016.
Yeah.
2016, there was no trans women, this women,
Right.
that kind of conversation was not on the table at all.
The Me Too movement, all of that,
I think he
just
saw the
completely
defender who was right there and
gone.
may have had a chance to block it.
And
out the
it's-
window
that scared him just a
in
little bit.
favor of what?
And he just takes off and runs.
0.000 point whatever of a population.
I know, it's nuts, and it's also, it's like now women's sports are apparel. Because now you're having biological men with mental disease, mental disorders, competing as women, saying that they're women. Women winning weightlifting events, women winning cycle boxing.
Italian boxing.
The boxing is a
That's
complicated.
definitely really dangerous. I have nothing against trans people.
The boxing
I was in the drama department. I was a drama mama.
Right.
Most of the drama department was gay. It's
What a nice job there by
grew
Jack
up in
Howell,
that
just
way.
playing.
I used to
Watch this guy in the
play
middle of
golf
the
with
field.
Caitlin.
Jack Howell.
When it was
He's
Caitlin
sitting
or
there, he's
Bruce?
waiting,
When he
he's
back when he
waiting.
was
Watch how far
Bruce.
he breaks
It
on
was
the
just be
football
us
and
because
knocks it out
Sherwood,
right
it
at
was
the end.
very,
That's an outstanding
weren't many
job
people
by
around.
Jack Howell, the first
Just,
team
I love the
All-Mountain
guy.
Conference
And
defender a year ago,
when
just
he
playing his coverage
came
zone
out like
and
that,
making
I
a
was
play
really
on the
happy
football.
for him, to tell you the truth,
Two-time
because
captain as well
have to
for the
carry that
native
around
against
with what you feel
blue chip
inside.
transfer
That's
Isaiah
really
Bond.
important,
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the
On the
entire
ground,
nation
Leon
has to
Weisner
flip
punches
over and
forward,
change
takes
to
it inside the 25 for
accommodate
7 yards
right,
that.
by James
Yes,
Mitchell.
there could be I'm all
As we get
for you.
close to this
And
red zone,
in
we'll
fact,
see how
our
this
system already
Texas
accommodates
offense
everybody.
operates.
Yes.
They felt like they didn't do
It
enough
does.
last
Yeah, it
year in the
does.
red zone.
But,
Everything was all about the big play, right?
just
The
don't
deep
like
ball down
being
the field.
Beat
This
over
is
the
where you
head
wanna
and
see
told
this
what to
offense as
think
they
and what to
approach the red
feel
zone,
and
especially third and three. Can they get these
pretend this and
touchdowns?
pretend that.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible for everybody, and it's just this very loud vocal minority that's very invested in pushing this agenda, and everybody else is just going scratching their heads and going, "What the fuck?" And if you have a daughter that is to do some sort of sport, and there's trans athletes on that team, like Jesus Christ, like this is the reason why Title IX was created in the first place, like to give women an opportunity to compete with women.
Exactly.
So you can't say I feel like a woman, so I'm a woman, and I'm going to compete with women with all the male biological advantages. Like you want to talk about science denying? There's your science denying right there. You're denying biological science.
Yeah, a man just by his body mass can hit 3 times harder than a woman. You know, in that Olympic match, she's the girl stopped after about 45 seconds.
See, that's a different story. That person has a disease. That male boxer who was allegedly male, who allegedly has XY chromosomes. There's a complicated issue with that. This is like a genetic disorder that this person has, where they have very high testosterone and allegedly have XY chromosomes. They should do chromosome. I mean, this is one of the things. Do you know what the enhanced games is?
This is what I just talked about.
I think I know what you're getting at.
The enhanced games, they're putting together this new form of athletic competition. It's going to be this enormous event where they're going to let people take performance enhancement drugs. And so I asked them, I had them on the podcast, I said, what are you going to do about trans athletes? They said, I think we're going to go along chromosomes. So if you have XY chromosome, no matter what, you're competing with other people that have XY chromosomes. Males. People who went through male puberty. That's it. End of discussion.
Yeah.
Now, socially, I'll call you a woman. I'll call you whatever your name that you want to be called. I don't care at all. But if you want to compete athletically, we're going to pretend that the shape of the hips, the density of the bones, size of the lungs, size of the heart, the ability to react quicker, all these different advantages that we know exist.
Mm-hmm.
This is stupid.
Right.
And this is now you're putting ideology instead of ahead of facts and ahead of science and ahead of the biological reality we know about the advantages that men have.
Yeah, ideology. It's like don't look behind the curtain.
Yeah.
It's like
Well, don't look over there. It's people that don't have religion is what it is.
Yeah.
And they have a new religion. And that religion is this woke ideology.
Yeah.
That is they're acting that way the same way a religious zealot would act.
Yeah. Complete with the doctrine and everything that goes with it to spout. And there is no argument.
Excommunication, everything.
There is no exchange of ideas.
Right. Exactly. Well, they can't debate because if you debate about it, then the facts outweigh their ideology.
Right.
You look at the biological facts of this stuff; it outweighs the ideology. And then you look at the transitioning children. I mean, have you ever seen any of these interviews where people go up to people and they say, do you think that a child of 12 years old is old enough to get a tattoo? No. Do you think, they start asking those, do you think they're old enough to know their gender? Yes. Yes. That. Yeah. Okay. Puberty blockers are fine. There's literal chemical castration drugs that were used on pedophiles in the past. Those are fine. Those are fine to give to kids without fucking confused. Yeah. The whole thing is
parents
bananas.
having no say about it.
Yeah.
I think people, in a way, do know their gender when they're young.
You see it.
In a way, maybe later they look back and realize that they were that way when they were either gay or from a place of hindsight in a way, but to let someone who was under at least 18 really, I mean, even at 18, how much do we really know ourselves?
Or how much,
and then you can't go back.
Right. And people are very easily, and if they're taught by the people around them that they get positive reinforcement if they go in a particular direction, people do that. I mean, how many fucking Hollywood kids, how many people in Hollywood have trans kids? And how is that possible?
All of a sudden, there's an epidemic.
How is that possible? How is it possible? Is it just the openness that's always been there? Or is it that this is some sort of a fucking mind virus and these people are being influenced by the positive reaction they get from saying that they're LGBTQ2 plus AI, whatever the fuck it is now? It's like there's a social contagion going on, and there's an aspect of that that's real.
Ohio State has another star true
These are educated people.
receiver. The 5-star
well, that's what's nuts, right? But educated people that are not paying attention to this thing called gender dysphoria that has always existed.
How do you think we get back?
Yeah,
how do you
Matt,
think we get back
we
to
take a look at this
being
week's
able
college
to
football
have an exchange of
rankings brought to you
ideas
by Allstate with the Buckeyes.
and not just
At number 2,
try to put the
Texas,
other one
here
in
in
jail
Austin,
or try to
preseason.
dismiss them from society?
It
Number
sounds
4,
ridiculous, but I think the
highest
only way is
preseason
to do what we're doing
since
right now
2000.
and to continue talking about it as reasonable
Wasn't it
people
not?
and have people listen to it, and it shapes people's opinions of things. They go, yeah, they're making
Colorado State
sense.
gets it back.
It is reasonable.
Down by
And to
10,
pretend
couple
that
minutes
these
into the
psychological
second
conditions,
quarter.
there's a
Monaco
psychological
forces
condition
down
called
the court with you.
autogonophilia,
What do you need to
where
see
men get sexually aroused dressing
from Jay
up as
Norvell
women.
and Pittsburgh? I think what he
But
said
they're
to
usually
start the second
attracted to women.
quarter, we just
So
gotta
now
play drive
these men
together.
are
Get a
pretending
couple
that they're
first downs, couple
lesbians. So they're
positive
calling
plays.
themselves lesbians. And they're getting on lesbian
Not
apps, and
allow
lesbians
the
are fucked now.
self-inflicted wounds
Because
to hurt
now
us to
these
stop.
men that are pretending to be lesbian, that are
Remember, they
occupying
gave
these
up the ball
lesbian
in the last
apps,
To
series
respond to
because of a
their
punt.
agenda.
and if you don't want to date them, then
Because
you're
the
transphobic
punter
and they'll
either
attack
mishappened
you. And it's
saw
like,
a
holy
opportunity
shit,
to block.
these are
And
the
it cost
people
them
that were
possession. So
perverts
just
in
have
the
a clean
past.
possession
And
is
now
all
all of
I
a sudden
probably
they're
think
part
that
of a
Jay
protected
Norvell
class.
has told his team.
It's
Went 3
very
out,
strange.
punt,
It's
and
very
then that
strange, and it's
funky
not
punt.
good, and it's not
Turnover
sustainable.
on downs.
And I don't know
For the
when
Rams.
people are going to fully
Drive number 4
recognize
for
the
Braden
harm
Fowler,
that they've done
Nicolosi.
to all these
Gets
children,
into the redshirt
that they've had
freshman running back,
mastectomies
Justin
and
Ford.
forced
What do you think of the way
these
they
fucking
built
drugs
their
on
team?
that
We mentioned
killed their
the
body's
high-profile
ability to
guys that
produce
they've gone out to.
testosterone, and
Yeah.
they
I
try to
think
say
Texas
that they're
Point is the guy who just
reversible.
ran
There's
the football
not.
there,
There's no
Justin
fucking
Marshall. The
reversing
guy who last year
damaging
that
someone's puberty. That's
they got
not
him to
true.
recruitment.
If you put
He comes
puberty
in,
blockers in a boy,
and they
that is
redshirt
not
him
reversible. It's not
for the
true.
most part.
Not only is it
Played
not
like the
true,
last 3
there's
games of the
a
year due to
tremendous
injury, but
amount of
they built their
evidence that shows that there's
team
significant danger to
throughout
taking those
recruiting
drugs.
the high school
There's blood
players. They
clots and
develop them over
strokes and all
time.
sorts of other.
And
And then there's the fact that it's not natural. None of it's natural, right? Even injecting them with estrogen, like just so they could be their true self. If you're your fucking true self, chemicals are not involved. It's not injecting chemicals are not involved in maintaining your true self. That's nonsense. And it's a crazy sort of a leap, a mental leap that you have to have to make that.
Plays on first and second down. Now you
We've got to get back to a place. I mean, I look back at the '60s, and we've always been a nation, at least in this century, of experiments
that can make things
that go on as a society as a whole. You have the flower children of back then, and that whole counterculture.
Sure, the weather
relationship.
underground, all that
Yeah,
shit.
back then,
3 on third down.
you knew who the leaders were. It seems to be leaderless today.
Justin Marshall into the pencil.
Andy
Keep it on the
Hoffman,
ground, and he is blown up.
you had the Black Panthers, we had Malcolm X, you
Comes right rolling
you knew
through.
who Martin Luther King. You had leaders of all these movements that you could have this
Benda
dialogue
and Hill.
with or this
Benda and
debate
Hill.
with.
You're just going to see 33 flash.
And now
The play is running,
it's
and 33 comes out of nowhere.
who
Benda, he's
are
lined up
the
about 5
leaders
yards.
of Black Lives
on the
Matter?
line of
Who are the
scrimmage.
leaders
If you
and
don't get 2
spokesmen
hands on
for
him and get in front of him,
this whole
David
transfer
Benda's going to make
that's
that play
going
every
on?
single
It-
time.
and some
That's
of
the
it
big
is
play in the backfield. We saw
it's-
Anthony Hill make
it is
one earlier.
political.
And now David
But
Benda
where
said
are
it's
the
my
leaders
turn.
for that?
Well, I
Getting
think
this
the
Texas
leaders are the
defense off
tech
the field.
businesses.
Six-year
I think
senior
that's what it
Sid stuck
is.
around
I think the
because he
tech
wanted to
businesses have
finish this
become a de
turnaround
facto
in
form of
Texas.
government.
Yeah, now we get Colorado
That's the
State
only-
taking a timeout.
to me,
with
that's the
play
only
clock
motivation
winding down ahead of a punt.
of that could be control.
100%.
First to control the bottom line.
Yeah.
If you,
Texas
but then
defense,
the
step it up.
more people that you
David
get
Benda,
have
the player left from
kind
the
of,
class of 2019.
acquiesced
Fourth down
control
after
over then the more your bottom line is going to go on, and then it's about power.
Yeah.
And I think we've been shown in this. Getting back to what we were talking about before, that really is what is going on, and what was going on in 2020, if you ask me, with the tech companies deciding to, what we were going to see and what we were going to hear, and it's pretty much exposed, and it's dangerous.
It is dangerous, and it's we're not prepared for that influence. We didn't know it was going to exist before. There's no laws in place to keep it in check, which is why Google's allowed to curate the search results, and why they're allowed to censor conservative voices on social media. And in fact, one of the things we found out, thank God for Elon Musk, because if Elon Musk had not bought Twitter, we would not have known the extent of the government's meddling into information distribution. We wouldn't have known that they were literally trying to get them to ban legitimate news stories, and they were successful with the Hunter Biden laptop story. But other legitimate conservative perspectives and points of view, and people that were legitimate doctors and scientists that had questions about the way we were handling the pandemic.
Which also turns out to be true.
Yeah, which also 100% turned out to be true.
And then when there is no kind of, okay, we were wrong about this and this, they just kind of dismiss it.
I got in a conversation with a guy who was like, well, what about you?
These are not ideological issues that you're talking about. And when it comes to medicine, especially, everything gets turned into a political.
That's what's crazy, that vaccines and pharmaceutical drug companies became a democratic liberal perspective, like supporting that. Like these corporations that have the biggest criminal fines in the history of medicine. It's all these companies, these pharmaceutical drug companies, for doing things that were illegal. They were fined billions of dollars, and people still wholesale bought everything they said. And if you disagreed, you were some sort of a fringe conspiracy theorist who was a danger to everyone around you. And
right. I know a little bit about that. When my twins were overdosed, we were 12 days old with heparin in a hospital. They turned their blood to the consistency of water, and they were often measured with scales back for coagulation of their blood for more than 48 hours.
How do you live in
and
Penn?
it was the scariest moment.
How are you living in Penn?
Really about what I learned about. We did not just sue the hospital. It was human error in that. But the drug company also.
What's good? What is good?
Nothing much, man. Just listening to you talk to Cam Kaminsky earlier.
Oh, tight. On YouTube?
Yeah.
Amazing. Oh, I see you up there. You're amazing. Thank you for that. Okay, well, wonderful. We are watching college football.
I see that.
Texas versus Colorado State. It's a big one. It's kickoff. Yo.
What was that about the population thing?
What's the population thing?
Bringing back madness and shit like that?
Oh, yeah. It's known as de-extinction. So there's a company called Colossus Biosciences. Just for a moment. They're based out of Dallas. And they're
watch like Discovery and everything else about it. Any shit about it.
right. So it's called Colossal Biosciences, and they are solving the problem of extinction. And they stated in 2023 that the way they would have a woolly mammoth hybrid calves by 2028, and wants to reintroduce them into the Arctic habitat. Likewise, it launched the Tasmanian Thessaline, I think that's the Tasmanian tiger, advisory committee, a Thessaline research project to release the Tasmanian tiger, Joey's, back into the original Tasmanian and broader Australian habitat after a period of observation and captivity. How fucking amazing is this?
That's awesome.
I agree.
Also, something along the lines I asked you, not quite on that same contrail, but along the same lines. Like, where do you see the Earth? I mean, as it is right now in the consumption rate of the population of the human population of all the Earth. Like, how far can we go? Like 10 billion people before we need like to have like an extinction event just so we can survive and maintain.
Yeah, I think that the Earth could realistically habit or potentially house over 1 trillion people. Now, when I say that, do I really mean it? Yes. There's a lot of land over the course of the world that is underutilized. And so if given the right opportunities, I think that the world could, if the people wanted, could have potentially a, uh, a trillion people given enough time. But the powers that be do not want that. They want depopulation. They feel that a population around 800 million is ideal. And so, because of that, that's about 1/10 of the global population. Um, but I do think that the Earth can support many more people than it currently does. If you look, I looked at a statistic the other day.
Mass more like hunger and starvation and homeless.
Yeah, I mean, all of that is very easily solvable with agricultural drones and cloud seeding and floating greenhouses and saltwater greenhouses and cloud seeding and desalination plants and vertical farming and hydroponics and like we just don't utilize that. Like if we just took if we just took let's just say the state of Kansas or whatever and just said, look, we're just going to have agricultural drones work on this to be able to feed the world, we would be able to. And then when we're done with Kansas, we can do the same thing to Missouri or to Illinois or Indiana or to Ohio or to Wisconsin or any of these other places that are prime, that are just flat lands where an agricultural drone could plant and harvest and do everything that we need. I mean, you have to think the power of an agricultural drone, all you have to do is program it and it will do absolutely everything. It will plant, it will irrigate, it will ensure that all of the weeds are removed. This was a fascinating one. This is one that I really like and that is utilized currently. It is a technology, I've seen it used, where instead of using pesticides, you use lasers to eliminate all of the weeds. So what does it do? You've seen that. Okay, there you go.
On the canals, they kill all the weeds.
There you go. So that kind of technology is only going to get better. And essentially, you'll be able to autonomously program. You'll be able to autonomously program tractors and
It actually be like a giant, like robotic vacuum. Not like a vacuum, but
yeah.
Same sense of what today.
Right, and then you'd be able to utilize greenhouses in a much better way. So there's this area of Canada. It's actually it's very close to New York State. You can see it. It's like on Lake. It's on Lake Ontario, I think, and it's the world's or one of the world's largest indoor greenhouses. There's a similar equivalent in Spain. Basically, what I'm talking about is it's an entire city that's a greenhouse. And the one in Spain provides for most of the produce in Europe. So basically, we are able to, using greenhouses, large greenhouses, provide for large amounts of produce. So if you're thinking like, we can't do this, we already do it in some areas of the world.
Yes, we do.
Exactly. So what are we going to do? Here, if you want to know, like, I mean this, like, I don't mean to put down religion of anyone, whatever their creed is, but I think that religion is perhaps closed-minded thinking, and I'm an open-minded individual, and so my contributions to the world, certainly I have religious contributions to give, but I really think that exactly. I look forward to a world really of monism, of one world religion, and once we get past all of the things that divide us, we'll be able to focus on that which unites us. Specifically, some of these technologies that I've mentioned, and that is what is of importance to me. And anti-gravity, antimatter, these types of mind-blowing technologies. So to just continue my conversation I was having with James with you, if I go viral, here's what I would have people do. I don't know if you've been here yet, but the first thing I would have people do, you've been to my blog, and I know my blog is like not that organized, but there's a lot of really good information. You've been to my blog, right? Okay, excellent. Okay, the next thing that you want to do is Google list of unanswered questions, wiki. It's something like that. List of unanswered questions. And there's a list there of things like, it's list of unsolved problems. And so I would read those to the world, like I'd read some of them, but like, what are some problems in, I don't know, philosophy? Okay. Philosophy of the mind-body problem, qualia. The question hinges on whether color is a product of mind or an inherent property of objects. Like, these are really great questions. We would just go through them. Then what you want to Google is list of emerging technologies, and then you want to look up list of hypothetical technologies. The list of hypothetical technologies is really interesting, like things like acne vaccines and ethnic bioweapons and things like male eggs and female sperm. Yes, you heard that right. Male egg and female sperm. All kinds of really interesting technology. Isn't it? Quantum computing, yeah, all that stuff. So you want to take a look at that. It's all very interesting, or at least I find it very interesting, and I think you will as well.
For sure. I'm a science and business. Those are my two major subjects I really get involved in.
Excellent. That's great.
I can get lost in there for days, just like contemplating different things of how to come up with something that will be beneficial for humankind or solving problems that everyone can utilize. Shit like that, for sure.
Excellent. All right. Oh, did you see someone wrote a Reddit post about me?
I heard about that when you're talking to James. So
Excellent. Go to Reddit and then type in, it's in the Kick subreddit, and you can read what they said. I'm really proud of it. It tells me all my hard work from spamming these motherfuckers is paying off, and I'm just going to keep it going as long as I can. And eventually somebody's going to say, what in the fuck is this person doing? I'm going to look into what they're doing further and then see how much. What'd you say?
What should I put in the search engine for Reddit?
So it's the Kick subreddit. So go to the Kick subreddit and you'll see it's like the first post and hot. Because I'm hot damn. Call the police and the fireman.
r/kick.
Yeah, r/kick.
Does anyone know what the deal is with this Rabbi guy that spams checks?
This is all organic. I love it. Like, you know how much I've had to fucking spam people to have somebody create their own Reddit, and I fucking found it organically? That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Attention is attention, whether it's negative or positive attention.
Exactly. I don't care what they say about me in the news, just as long as they spell my name right.
He's been seeing your posts for months.
Isn't that wonderful? I mean, it tells you that I've really put in that fucking grind. Dog, totally. And the funny thing is, the way that it spams is it spams this huge wall of text, and then it spams the letter W, then a huge wall of text, then the letter W. The reason why it's not just wall of text, wall of text, wall of text without the letter W is because you have to have it alternating, and the letter W is really short for me to be able to just type it and then like automatic in an automated fashion. So, but what I found people are doing is when I start to spam, they also type the letter W, like, you know, Rabbi. They'll type Rabbi W, like it's becoming a thing now. Like whenever I start to spam, the people see it and they start to spam back with a W. It's kind of becoming a meme, is what, and that's cool.
Should I tell them how to stop it?
No. Somebody put in there, and I commented, they built a bot that silences it. But I'll just figure out a way around that.
I'll say you should probably give them a shout out.
I did in there. If
Stop to heaven, they can give you a shout out instead.
well, I don't want to hold them hostage either. Yeah, exactly.
That's what you wanted, so
Well, it's getting there, little by little, and perhaps one of these days, everyone will know about it, and that'll be really cool.
Have you seen the homeless guy on YouTube?
Who is that?
24/7 homeless bee, I think it's called. Which is like addicts living in an RV. I don't know why they think they're homeless, because it's not a fucking RV, you're not homeless.
Yes. So I have seen versions of that. At least Kick had them. I don't know if it's the same one. I think it's a really cool idea. I've talked to people about it. The issue becomes parking that RV and in a safe location. A lot of places, you know, don't want you in their neighborhood with a big fucking RV. Oh, if you're there, then you're good.
Exactly, but it's a little misleading for them to say they're homeless when they're actually living in that closure.
Right, but their argument is, I think, accurate as well. They don't own a home. They're not in a home. They're not in a traditional home setting, so they could consider themselves homeless. That's why the term unhoused has become the preferred nomenclature, because
They're probably saving doing that as opposed to fucking living in an apartment, let alone a house.
oh, I'm sure they are. That's why they do it.
Seriously, plus the commissions they get, like 70% from YouTube fucking donations.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they can do pretty well for themselves.
I always have a problem with contributing to someone else's drug habit. Because you know damn well that's definitely where they go. I mean, it seems local shit to say something like that, but I watched it for a little while and kind of came up with that determination from, you know, a good perspective and assessment of that.
I gotcha. Well, I am not exactly sure what if they have an issue. Maybe they do. I don't know. I don't know if it's the same people. I do know that it's very hard to do a 24/7 shoot. I'm all in favor of it, though. I mean, I've been doing it for more than 3 years now, so I want other people to do it. I think it's a beneficial thing of society to have more data being generated.
It is. Too many people are for that, which is a good and bad thing, I suppose. 40% negative or positive.
Right. How is Oliver?
Just as destructive as he was yesterday.
Oh no, still doesn't have that. Wait, what did you do to him?
Ate an extension.
Oh, he ate an extension cord. Oh no, no fun. I know you just said something, but I couldn't hear that. Can you repeat it? Yeah, exactly. He's still a puppy, so you can't blame him for that.
Nah, there's no such thing as bad dogs, just bad owners. That's my personal perspective.
Yeah, I mean it's
like some dogs are naturally kind of aggressive, but you kind of have to roll with those kind of punches and put your foot down, determine okay, I'm the head of the household. You're just the underling.
right. I understand that. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know, you are always welcome. And come back again. Come back again today if you can. Come back again in 2 minutes if you can. Come back again whenever you can. Excellent. Sounds great. We'll be watching football. And then in a week, we'll really be watching football when pro football starts. Hey, I'm actually whoever's going to be on my fantasy team, and that draft is in 4 days. So I'll know a lot more about for whom I root in about 4 days. Are you excited? Are you excited for Cameron Williams? Yeah.
I mean, they're looking pretty good in the preseason, but we'll see what they're doing in the actual season.
There you go. Well, it's really something to have the number 1 pick overall, choosing a quarterback who's a Heisman Trophy winner. That has all of the makings of a miraculous opportunity, and knowing the Chicago Bears, they will let it crumble. Exactly.
That's why they haven't been shit since 1985.
And again, I don't know if you've heard me say it. I don't think that they will win a Super Bowl in the 21st century. I think it'll be like a Chicago Cubs-like thing. I also don't think the Chicago Cubs will win another World Series for the 21st century. I think that 1985 Bears and 2016 Cubs will be seen as like the 2 big teams for the city of Chicago.
Yeah, because they're always going to have people in the stands just because it's somewhere to go and be seen.
100% right. There's the same strategy that's utilized in New York City for the Knicks. And why is that? Basically, the Knicks haven't been good. I mean, they were pretty good in the 90s, but they haven't won a championship since the 70s, which is pretty unreal. New York is the largest city in the United States, and for a long time, the New York Knicks basically went unchallenged with their superiority and dominance in that market, and they haven't put on the court a quality product in many years, and the reason why is they don't have to. Spike Lee's still going to show up. They're still going to pack Madison Square Garden. It's still a place to see and be seen. And so why do you need to have a winning product? It's a way to save money.
More money for new picks and shit like that.
Exactly. And then when you do and then when you do want to be good, the whole place blows up because then they've never had it before. It's the biggest market in America. You watch, the New York Knicks have a lot of opportunity in the future to blow up.
But will they take it?
We'll see.
I'm always a Chicago Bears fan, White Sox. I got to stick to my home teams.
There you go.
Someone else right.
There you go. I'm surprised they didn't have to change the Blackhawks.
Why is that?
Well, it's got a picture of a Blackhawk that could be considered racist, like the Washington Redskin. I know that's different, but they're very similar. Pardon me? Pardon me?
I said it's based off Blackhawk from the Blackhawk War, who was predominantly in that region, northern Illinois region.
I understand, but it's still one of those things where they were getting rid of everybody's mascots, and I'm surprised they didn't get rid of the Blackhawks. I think also
And all that.
exactly, 100%. They didn't get rid of the Celtics, they didn't get rid of the Blackhawks, but they did get rid of the Indians and the Redskins, which is kind of weird to me. I would have figured they would have gotten rid of everybody. Like, you could not have any kind of national origin like thing.
Kind of like racially derogatory on someone Redskin. Like
Oh, I get it, why it's racist. I totally get it. And I think the argument was made that Black Hawk was not a racist term. Or like Chief. Chief wasn't considered a racist term, or Brave. Brave wasn't considered a racist term.
I mean, that's probably he's left alone because it's literally just his name. If his name is derogatory towards Indians, there's a problem because he was the chief of an entire tribe named that.
Right.
I actually have a slug I picked up from around the northern Batavia area, and it could have been fired from Abraham Lincoln. It was from the Black Hawk War. So, I mean, I used to do a lot of media hunting and shit. Obviously, I'm not going to go and avoid another people history just to focus on someone else. I'll find you as it comes.
Have you heard about Forgatonia?
Excuse me?
Have you heard about Forgatonia?
I don't know.
It's an area of Illinois that has like deemed itself forgotten, and like there's a lot of Illinois that isn't explored. I don't want to say explored, it's explored. It isn't settled. Like there are like big areas of it that just because there's such a concentration in Chicago. Anyway, it's called Forgatonia, and I wondered if you'd ever been there. It's in western Illinois. It was like a census designated place or something. It was like it's not a state, obviously, but at one time petitioned to become its own state, or there were talks of it. Exactly, it's that kind of area, and it's called Forgatonia. And I always just thought that was an interesting name. Yeah, interesting. That slug that you found, do you still have it? That's baller as fuck. Is that the oldest thing you've ever found? Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. I don't remember all the stuff that you have, but that's right. You have a meteorite that is older. Hold on. Remind me of this story. You were driving. There was like a big. Maybe you weren't. It was something like this though. You saw something flash in the sky. Everybody did, but it was like a year later, and you found this or something. Is this correct?
I was in my backyard. I was just kind of like saying where to myself. Once I left the word balls, literally, and that's your fucking shoots across my head, into different pieces. And it took me 2 years of fucking two pieces in cornfields with a neodymium magnet, and the museum has a.
That's what it was. Just one of the most fascinating fucking stories anybody has ever told me. That's an amazing story. That's what it was. I remember you.
I was watching come in. Your speech was starting.
Yeah. Well, that was an amazing story. I loved it. Honestly, people tell me stories all day long, but that one, I didn't remember it exactly. I did remember that there were 2 parts of it, and one of them went to the Field Museum. That's super cool. So you're right. That's it.
Like you see up these people like big fucking eyeglasses on, with little tiny bones, rock and shit. So it was prolific for that experience.
Definitely. I remember you said it was like the end of like Raiders of the Lost Ark or something, where like when they're closing all of the drawers of everything of where all that shit is stored.
Oh yeah. The warehouse.
Exactly.
Kind of like I was more like referencing like the Jurassic Park scene. You know how they have all those like scientists working like drilling in rocks, getting bone away for free bone rock and shit. It just and then they have like fucking filing cabinets that are like humongous, fucking bigger than like most buildings and shit.
Right.
Like a couple stories, maybe like 2 stories tall, but I mean they're pretty big fucking filing cabinets. They got everything categorized and shit like that, specimens here and there.
Right. Welcome. Caspian Sea. Do you know Jacob? Dog, no one can hear you. Can you speak up? Okay, what did you say? Oh. Sure. No, it doesn't. Don't give me that bullshit. You know I'm gonna come after you with this one. Okay, so close the 600 fucking things. You had this work 800 fucking times perfectly. So all you have to do is get it the same way. Okay, so I'm going to tell you this. I use a free VPN. Download it. It's Proton VPN. It works every fucking time for me. Yeah, it's free, 100%. You can download it right now. It's the nicest free software that I've used all year. I shouldn't say that. The fucking bot that I gave you, that's the best one. But it's the second best one. So what do you download? It's called Proton VPN. Proton VPN. You didn't know that they offered a VPN. It's because they just launched it, Bia. Oh, that's what I should say. You're 100% right. They just launched the free one, or to my knowledge, I never knew they had a free one before. You don't see it? Okay, scroll down, and then you should see it says, "Forget the 3 above things. Give me the free version." I'm well. I am talking to Jacob, and we just had another friend of ours here, James, and we're watching college football. It's kickoff Saturday for college football, and then pro football starts in a week and a day, so like 8 days, which will be really big. And James and I were just talking, or I mean, Jacob and I were just talking about, James and I were talking about de-extinction, and then Jacob and I were talking about de-extinction. Then we were just talking sports a little bit. Then you came in, and you made our day. Absolutely. So I have to ask you, did you do the fucking downloader? Or did you do the update, that 635 time update? Oh, I gotcha. I see. Yeah, I 100% see what you mean, dude. When I awoke this morning, I saw that one of my computers, it gave me a warning I've never seen a computer say before. It said, "Are you sure you want to delete this? This is this is important to your computer or something." I'm like, what kind of warning is that? No, I don't want to delete this. My fucking robot got out of control and started opening up like the file system of my computer within program files within the C drive, and was about to delete stuff, and it kept getting into this loop. Unfortunately, it never pressed the button that it needed to press delete, or it's one of those things. It was like deleting a registry key. It could make the computer unusable. 100%. Yep. I should have warned you. This bitch could get sexy. I think you could anticipate that, though. Given enough time, anything could happen. So, with that being said, exactly. Did you download Proton VPN? Why not? Why not? Okay, I can live with that. You are sick of it. Caspian Sea, are you a fan of sports? No. Okay. Shit happens, and we all understand. Darts, dude. Jacob and I played this game. I forget the name of it. He could tell you, but we play darts on the phone. It's pretty fun. Play-Doh. That's what it is. Play-Doh. Yeah. Hey, Jacob, can 3 people play it?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, I can. Well, perhaps we might do that in the future. Not right now. Daddy's got to stretch. Oh, yeah, that's the spot. I have a question, and I could be the only one to whom this happens. But do you ever stretch, like do a full body stretch, and your jaw locks up, like because it becomes cramped? It's okay if it doesn't happen to you. It happens to people online, and I don't know if it. So, have you ever gotten it where your jaw gets really, really tight? Gotcha. Yeah, no, this is different. Basically, it's like the muscles in your jaw. That's what I said. I thought you guys had met, but All right. Yeah. So Caspian Sea went by Caspian Sea. Jacob went by who's that? So that's how that went down. And how are you, Caspian Sea? No, how are you? How are you? Shit happens, dog. I get you. How'd you sleep? That's pretty amazing. Right. 100%. Exactly. Definitely. And if anything ever happened to it, you're not going to get any of that. It's all on his channel already. Nightmare. What are you going to name your podcast? What's the suggestion he gave? The people demand answers. That's what you should call it. No, or it should be like the George Costanza Variety Hour. Wait, hold on. It should just be called Costanza. That's a phenomenal name. No, that's a really great idea. It's just called Costanza. It's not even the Costanza podcast. It's just called Costanza. Oh, hey, do you want to be on Costanza? It's like being on Oprah. Nobody called it, like some people did. It was formerly the Oprah Winfrey Show, but everybody just called it Oprah. You'd be Costanza. Costanza. Dog. Are you gonna call it Costanza? What are the odds? Give me odds. Give me odds. Okay, very, very low. Okay, what else are you thinking? I liked it. So your first name, I think, could work. So give me another. I like it. You guys are so secretive. Right, and just swipe that bitch. You know, my many viewer is out there watching, and at any moment they're going to hear you with the name of your great podcast, aka Costanza, and they're going to get it across all platforms. Doug, I want to know what the name of your podcast is going to be so badly. I mean, it's like I told you, before I went to bed the other night, it was one of the last things on my mind. What are they going to name this podcast? I like Costanza. I think that's a good name. You know who won't get Costanza? Anybody born in the 21st century. But I like it. I fucking think it's great. But it would be like me saying, like, I don't know. It's just, it's dated. But I think it's good. Hold on. I think, actually, that is a good way to go. You know how Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu is so fucking long? Exactly. So, did you ever see that episode of The Office? Did you ever see the episode of The Office with the fun run? So, do you know the television show? Do you know the television show, The Office? Oh, apologies, I didn't hear that. Okay, so what they do is they have a charity race, and they name it Dunder Mifflin Inc. Paper Company, Michael Scott's Dunder Mifflin Scranton Meredith Palmer Memorial Celebrity Rabies Awareness Pro-Am Fun Run Race for the Cure. So what is that? It's just like a really, really fucking long name that becomes very funny. So what did you say you think it should be? It's similar, exactly. It's a common trope that's used in plays and film and television. Exactly. Okay, so then there's another way to go with this, if you want, which I think is creative, is if you choose an acronym and you basically work your way backwards. So what's a really funny acronym? I don't know. Sex robot. Okay, fine. So if you could come up with a podcast that is abbreviated sex robot, whatever the fuck you want it to be. I gave an example. It could be like sphincter. It could be anal. It could be whatever the fuck you want it to be. But basically, that's a way to be creative as well. When's this motherfucker gonna come to the Discord? Tell him I consider it a personal insult that he hasn't been in this fucking Discord yet. Oh, tight. All right. Well, then tell him that he's the most amazing motherfucker of all time and that Australia kicks ass. He's amazing. You're amazing for inviting him. Your podcast is going to be fucking amazing. Everybody loves you. No one dislikes you. And you're going to the top, baby. Absolutely. Sure. Amazing. Keep it going. I wonder how many people we have in here. It varies, but it is 12:50, you said? All right, here we go. As of right now, it's approximately 12:40. We're very close. Hey, have you ever seen a guy on here named Jackie? He's like an older guy. Have you ever seen a guy on here? I think his name is Jackie Lee. He's on Twitch. He's on Kick. He's like the oldest streamer on Kick. He must be in his 60s or 70s. His name's Jackie Lee. He's got a mean toupee. Anyway, I like him. I didn't know if you had seen this guy. So, I developed a new kind of bot. It's interesting. You know that the bots that you use are pretty. Let's say they're simple. They're pretty complicated, but they don't use any of the advanced functions of that software. And in order to do some of the things that I have to do, I do use some of the advanced functions, like what's it called? Image recognition. What would it do? What movements? Oh, scrolling movements. Yeah, no, there's a way to do it, though. No, there's another way to do it, too. It's a function, and you program the scroll wheel. So, if you want to be able to scroll, the way to do it is to program a mouse click and then click on the mouse click and change it from left click down to scroll wheel down, and then however long you need it to scroll. But I understand what you're saying. Scrolling isn't the easiest thing for it to remember, but there is a way to do it. Yeah, shit happens with it. I mean, there's basically a 50-50 chance when you awake. It's going to be working, which is an amazing feeling, and then, or it's not, and it just didn't. That happens, though. That's just because I'm sexy as fuck. What do you want me to do? Exactly. I mean, I'd love to be powering through it 24/7, but everybody knows even the best of us need that little beauty sleep.
They put other words in his mouth, talking to the camera.
Picks up the first down.
You know, and you believe it. I mean, it's seamless.
Right.
You can't, 8 receptions total.
So,
They're excited about
yeah, it is scary in that way.
portal.
It's also given me ease for great things, you know,
Fresh to the
as
downs,
well.
and Fowler, Nicholas.
You know,
Seen toward the sideline for Torrey
for
Portman.
computing ability.
You're trying to do what? Oh, that's a good move. That's a good move.
Yeah, which was, you know, I think, of course, it takes away extras, you know, ability to earn a living, but it also means that you can make like a $4 billion movie instead of a $40 billion movie. You know, and get smaller movies.
What'd you say? Exactly. It's a good group of people.
Such a bad idea.
Fully established.
As long as I can play golf and somebody else comes to the set digitally, okay.
Do you think that expressing your conservative viewpoints and doing this film on Reagan, do you think this ultimately has the potential to hurt your career?
I don't care
His
anymore.
offensive line of Colorado State.
Yeah.
I know they
It wasn't-
came in
yeah,
and wanted to have some
Time
success
that
running
I
the football,
was
but
kind of
I'll
concerned,
give a
kind
lot
of like
of credit
speak my
to these
mind, to
linebackers
speak
as
up.
well. We talked about the defensive line,
In this,
but this combination
really
of
in the
David
last
Benda along
couple
with
of
Anthony
years,
Hill,
that
they plugged the gaps.
I feel it's
And
really
there's just
important
been no
that we do, all of
fair
us,
for the running
speak
back
up.
for
In this
Colorado
election,
State to go.
everybody's got to choose a side, and we have to, in order to have this exchange of
So now second down and
ideas
17 for the
and
Rams.
dialogue, we have to speak up. And
On the
so,
ground for Marshall.
like I said, they when I was doing Reagan, there was a story that came out. I was taking money from the CDC, $400,000. The Trump administration had arranged so I could do a commercial on for the vaccine that was coming out, but none of which was true. But you know, my son called me out freaking out, you know, because they were just like I was going to get canceled.
Can you
and
pass
stuff.
protect?
Because I was
You got to learn how to pass
taking,
protect as well.
I
That's
guess,
the learning
taxpayer
process
money
that
from
you go through.
CDC, you
As
know,
a true freshman,
making money
as
off
the season
this.
came along, he got better
None
at
of
it and
it
finally got his
Where
opportunity
did that come
toward
from?
the end.
Did
I really have no idea. It's something that circulated through social media. So I really don't know. But that, and I remember when COVID first started, I think it was Politico that I did a phone conversation with, because I was involved with this podcast company that we were that we were
Be
promoting.
the guy that just
And
takes over
it
this
just
football
happened to be
game.
COVID, and the guy asked me what I thought about the way Trump was handling
There's 3 or 4 Texas Longhorns right there in the area.
COVID. And I said, well, at least he's there every day. You know, he's there every day trying to do something. And I think when it comes to things like this, we need to get behind our president as a whole to come together to fight this thing, just like just like Franklin Roosevelt getting behind him, during World War at the start of World War II in order to. Well, anyway, that became that I was a right wing Trumpster, and supposedly in danger of getting canceled over that. And then I also gave a speech about Reagan to the group in Florida after we made the movie, and I think there were 2 people that were January 6th. People just happened to be there, and by association, that was going to be my agents called me like freaking out over that. They were like, it was going to be canceled. It was like being told, just be quiet, let things go by, and
winning at Summer starts.
No.
Switch at visible.com.
I just can't. I'm not a very good rule follower.
Super smooth Starbucks cold
just
in a can.
Faults I've had. But,
Good for you.
Yeah. But
I think that kind of makes you a good actor too.
Well,
it's a rebellious nature.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's debatable, but it's there's a lot of rebellious people I know who are really bad.
Just have to but I don't. Touche. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Yeah. I don't know.
Did let go. Did you let go?
I think we all have kind of an obligation, you want to call it, or a duty, or whatever. We're citizens of America. We're citizens of the United States. The country is ours. It's the people of the United States who are supposed to run things.
Right.
And so we have to speak out. I hated when actors spoke out about politics. I remember the days like Richard Dreyfuss or, whoever would, talk shows that it always just sounded like so stupid.
Fuel your family.
Because
enjoy the home field advantage
at
Fairfield.
They didn't know me.
Official hotel partner of the NCAA.
So what little I know, I do have to speak out about, and I'm sorry, Richard, for saying that about you.
Whether spoken with or sealed with a pinky. And
He's
that's
very
100
vocal
years.
now.
Yeah,
We're
he
still
always
taking
has.
care of the military
And-
community
but,
and their families. That's our mission. Always.
I just, if they have the right
During
to
halftime,
go
Capital
on
One Chief
TV
Brand
and
Officer
talk about
Martin
how,
Entry awarded the University of
I've
Texas
seen
Women's
several actors
Athletics
go on there and talk
Program
about how
with
Biden
the
is late. I saw him. He was in great shape. I'm like, but I have the right to go on and talk about that I'm voting for Trump because, people might call him an asshole, but he's my asshole.
National title last year,
Yeah,
and
well,
the softball
we
team
don't
as well,
have
runners
the
up
best choices
in the
today.
College World Series.
It's
So
and
out of the timeout,
it's interesting
Colorado
that
State
we put so much
elects
weight on
punted
famous people.
on
We
4th
put so
and
much
1.
weight on their
And
opinion
Texas
and
will set
perspectives
things
on
up
things. We want a guy like
inside
George
the 20.
Clooney to be out there endorsing Kamala Harris and talking about the
Two-hour
threat to
tied
democracy
players
that is Donald
spotlight
Trump and all that.
Quinn
Right.
Ewers,
Look, he
18
does it so
for
well in the
25
movie.
for 248 and 3 touchdowns.
You notice
The
Tom
way that
Hanks
he
has
ran
been
this
very
offense in the
silent.
first
Yeah,
half, the only mishap was that
And
INT
just,
at the bottom.
I don't blame him.
But other than
Yeah.
that, I don't even want to say that was his fault. It was
And,
the ball that was tipped in the air, it was intercepted. But the way that he was able
we
to
do.
incorporate
I also
every
think
single
that
guy who was pass eligible,
presidents
he was able to get them the
are a
football,
reflection
make plays,
of
and allow those guys to really
who
feel
we
a
are
part
as
of
a
the
people
offense early
and
on.
what our
Nice job by the
culture
quarterback,
has
getting everybody
become.
third year starting
um,
here on the 40 acres.
It's
enters with some of the
you
best
can go back
times and
like
odds
Reagan reflected his
country.
times. He probably couldn't.
James Blue on the
He
ground
probably
slips up the
he
middle.
probably couldn't get elected today.
Yards.
Because
We were talking with Steve Sarkisian yesterday about Quinn Ewers.
come off like
And he
Kemp,
said he's grown the most
just
with
kind
his
of
maturity
solid. But
and with his leadership.
a
Sark
lot
said
of times
it feels like
Trump
Quinn Ewers.
swears.
It does.
It's
And
okay.
One thing I can say when you look at him,
over
and you
time
talk
to
to him,
say
he realizes
shit, fuck
the
this,
opportunity
whatever
that
you
he
want
has in
on
front of him.
on
To me, I think
TV,
this is
you know,
also
before that with cable news, and so you know, now you can say it. But it took somebody like Trump to actually say it.
Yeah, he was really the first one that opened up that door.
Yeah,
Remember that speech that he gave about how you deal with
I want
China?
to add a little
You don't
bit
say
on
we're going to
point
tax you
because
20%.
I felt like I had a chance
Yeah.
to talk to him either 6 or
Yeah.
7
And
of his
everybody's like,
teammates, and every single one of them
Yeah,
talked
I
about
loved
what
it.
he
I
was
was
I
like,
do
doing
all
too.
right.
It's like,
was
how did
this
when
year,
he's
as
speaking,
opposed to
just
this
like
time
you said
last
it
year from a
before.
Like
confidence
an actual
standpoint,
human being.
from a
Yeah,
confidence
that's how actual
standpoint,
human
from
beings
a
talk
knowing
about
his
Respect.
teammates
Yeah, that's
standpoint,
what
that
the
he was
emotions it
very
brings up in
obvious
you.
that
Yeah.
That's
his
what you
teammates
feel.
see a
I mean,
difference in him.
I guess Obama was the one, first one to really truly use social media, you know, in a way, because he understood it. It's like Trump, I mean, he was tweeting, you know, probably why this poll really reflect what was going on.
Yeah,
Because
that's
people
hopefully
reading
that's just
tweets.
a
Right.
minor
Yeah.
situation.
Well, the tweets are so ridiculous. He
Lewis,
just
the guy who
he can't help
kind of
himself.
taking over.
Yeah.
He's got to insult people and go after people, and like that's how he made his career. I mean, that was him
Yeah.
in the
Starting
public
with
eye.
Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember in that feud that
Yeah.
got him, that was like so ridiculous back
So
then.
leave that
But
poor lady alone.
you know, I do cringe sometimes and stuff, but I know where he is at the bottom of this, that he really does care about the American people, and he really loves this country, and he's really smart, and he knows how to deal with foreign policy wise.
How excited he was when we
which is
talked
a
to him
huge thing
yesterday.
for
He
me.
realizes the opportunity
Because
that he has in front of him. He said
it has
he's
an
been
effect
waiting for
on
this moment
everything
for a long
else in our
time.
culture, our economy, you know,
Just wanted to make sure he takes
just the way
play
we feel
at a
inside.
time, one play at a time.
And
When Travion
you know, I think he's so much he's best for that.
Larry with the tackle
You know,
for
I just
9
hope
yards.
I'd like to see it focus more on the issues.
Yeah,
To be very disciplined about doing that, because everybody goes off that.
To see play. He said, "I'm excited to
They
see
love that.
Travion
Yeah.
Rice, am I right?"
Any chance
Back
they
then.
can make
Because
it
last year he was
personal,
mainly a
they
special
love that.
teams guy.
I also
Now,
think that he gets
gonna get
sucked
both of the
into
carries
some
all
things
over.
that I think are
Texas
traps.
is on the move.
I think
Check
one of the
out
traps
Elias
that's been
Larry
set, at
when we
least
come back to
recently,
Austin.
is the use of computer-generated imagery with Kamala Harris's campaign. I think he got sucked into a trap because
How is that?
he made a post about how the crowds that were at the airport to meet her were fake, that it was CGI.
Right.
And a lot of people thought they were CGI, and there was a lot of people tweeting about it that it was CGI. And I was looking at it, I was like, this is interesting because it's so obvious. Why would they do that? Well, one of the ways they would do that is to put out fake images, or put out the idea that they're fake images, so that he makes this post. He bites on it.
Yeah.
And then they go, actually, there's video
And
of
then they
it.
can go back
And
and really
video
in the
reporters
crowds
were
and all that
there.
and prove that it was
Exactly.
Because it's so used to like Biden doing a rally, and you never see the size of the crowd, and you can feel that there's nobody there, and
smile.
you know, there's tepid
Or the
applause,
zero
you know,
emission
you hear
G4
Also, you
individual
can
hands.
hire people to go to those things.
Yeah.
It's not difficult to hire a crowd. You can get a crowd to go to a comedy show if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You can get a crowd to do almost anything. I mean, also, they did this very wise thing, the Harris campaign, where they would have famous singers.
Yeah.
They'd have famous singers and entertainers perform there, and then she would be there as well. So people would essentially get a free
basically
concert.
at a concert.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not hard to get.
Yeah, not hard to do.
Especially if a big urban environment,
Yeah.
you want to get 10,000 people to go to a place. Not that
Hey,
hard.
and granted, you know what? It did energize the Democrats when Joe stepped down.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was,
They knew there were people these
yeah,
days.
they knew it. And
Every time we talked, it was
it
getting
was a
worse.
ray of hope, and somebody young, and so all the people that, you know, they got volunteers, and they, you know, they're going all in.
Yeah.
Supposedly, unless they really kept on the Republican agenda, which it seems like she's trying to do.
Wendy's has
You know,
new
that's what
saucy nugs. And if
Clinton
Wendy's
did
found a
that
way to make
actually
their nugs
in
even
'94.
better,
He was going to be a lame duck president. He was going down, and
for a whole new way to nug, gotta
his
be
response
Wendy's.
was, in the State of the Union address, he said the age of welfare is over.
With an oath,
And he basically
with a pinky.
took over
And
the
after 100
Republican
years,
agenda.
We're still
And
taking
we had
care
like
of the
6
military
years of
community
just
and their
incredible.
families. That's our mission.
If the economy was amazing. It
Back
it
in
was a
Austin,
force.
Navy transfer
And,
Elias Larry was able to walk off the field.
She
for
started with
Colorado State.
Kamala now
Well, we got
is
a Pro Football Hall
taking
of
over the
Famer here
whole
in Terrell Davis
tax
standing by
on
with Don
tips.
Davenport.
Yeah.
Trying to take that over. Trying to say that
Hall of Fame.
never was the border czar, and that from day one she's going to do something about it. And she, I think there's
Colorado State.
what,
Why this
4 or
role?
5
What
months
do you want
left
to
in
do
the
with it?
administration. Right?
Yeah.
What to do about something?
Also, denying she was the border czar when there's hundreds of people talking on television calling her the border czar.
Oh yeah,
It's nuts.
yeah.
That's
Including
crazy.
Joe Biden himself
Yeah.
said border czar.
Yeah, they said it on
Yeah.
CNN, and
Czar.
then CNN later saying she was going to
Yeah.
be the czar.
Yeah,
Oh, she wasn't?
yeah,
Well, why'd you say it back then? You guys are misinformation.
yeah. So Ready. She did go to the border. She went to the border of Nicaragua and then into the border country or whatever. You know, talking about the root cause and all that stuff. Well, yeah, root cause. It's
Well, it seems very coordinated, doesn't it? The border thing.
yeah.
That one I really want to know. Like, what are they trying to do? What's the end goal?
Probably would seem the obvious thing would be for the old idea that that's for voters, that people coming into this country are naturally Democrats. That's not really true. You know, I have so many Latino friends, and the people that came here the right way can't stand what's going on because they really can't. And they have a tendency to really kind of get families and church and stuff, to, you know, become conservative and believe in the American dream. And that's not true. I mean, the only other thing would be I guess, create kind of, you have probably have less Republican votes, I guess they think, with that. And you create chaos, and you, which is kind of another kind of Soviet tactic that, you know, if you want to foment revolution, that's what you do, create chaos.
All right, well, speaking of running backs,
So,
how about Sherrick Gibson getting
you know,
the first
that's
3
we're really
carries
getting
of
into
his
a
college
conspiracy
career.
theory
And
for
the
that, but
top
I don't
60
see the
recruit
sense of
country
it.
caps it
And
off
then I have
with a
people like my
touchdown from
housekeeper,
IMG
Josie,
in state
who,
of
you know,
Florida, coming
who
into
was
Texas.
over here
He gets 3
illegally for
carries,
so
3
long
positive
in her
gains.
life.
And that last one was the touchdown.
Oh yeah,
That
so
was
we,
a
you
team
know,
effort. That wasn't just
when
all on Sherrick
when
Gibson.
Trump
That
was
was
going
the
to get
offensive
elected
line
in
helping us
2016,
get
she
through.
was like really afraid. And I
205
said,
pounds from Gainesville,
you know what?
Florida.
He's
Steve Sarkisian said he's a
we have
hard-nosed
to
runner.
do
He's
this
a
the right way.
workhorse, and he had
I'm
everybody helping out.
You're going to apply for citizenship, and I'm going to sponsor you. And so we started the process then, you know, got her green card and everything to it. And she went through her citizenship test with me, which she was doing. She's failed twice, but I went through the citizenship test with her. She got everything perfect.
Thanks. They're just
But she goes over there and she gets treated like
no tunes today.
dirt.
My
You know,
appointment was robbed last
really.
night. Took my cable-ready TV.
Which is crazy that people trying to do it the right way. get treated
Yeah,
like
and
shit.
she gets treated like, you know, she's doing something wrong or whatever. And I know she could pass it because I went through the whole thing with her randomly.
Best day ever.
And
Well, I still got robbed.
yet, if you come into this country illegally, they're going to pay for your hotel. They're going to give you $1,000 to spend. They're going to flee. What state do you want to go to?
Yeah.
And you know,
5G data for just $25 a
we don't
month.
get those rights.
Well, it's just insane when we have so many poor people in this country. There's U.S. citizens that aren't being taken care of, and you're just letting people come here. Letting people come here illegally. You're giving them all this money. Like, what's the end game?
Yeah. What is the end game?
And also,
because even
Kamala
the
Harris
mayor of New York is complaining about it.
Yeah, well, he fucked up.
Yeah.
He's called it a sanctuary city. We will welcome anybody. We're like, great.
Yeah.
Come on down.
Yeah.
Well, also, Kamala Harris has said that terrorists aren't coming in through the border. That's not true. They've arrested terrorists.
Of course it is. That's been going on for a very long time. I mean, even back to the Bush administration, where they would send floods of like kids. The cartel would come down to, you know, people way down in Mexico said, we're taking your kids, and that's it. And couldn't say a single thing about it. The cartel runs Mexico.
They're
I
only
believe.
a favorite until
Yeah.
a new favorite tells your old
That's a
favorite to
fact.
beat it.
And just bring them to the border and in a flood of sitting in a flood of kids or whoever
Not a big fan of
to get
change.
across the border and
But I'm willing to try it.
embedded in that are terrorists. You send in 1,000 with 4 terrorists, and the odds are a lot better of getting in here.
Yeah.
And that's been going on for a very long
The
time.
all-new
And
Sonic Smasher. Live, breathe, eat
But it's just never been as porous as it is now, right? Because now it's not just porous; it's like an open invitation.
Yeah.
Which is just insane.
We think it
And then
also
if you
gets
want to
down
come
to
here from
how we
Europe,
sit,
like say
which
if
is
you're a
why our
mathematician or something
technology
like that,
is
or
lightning
even a
edge.
friend of mine from
Next
Estonia
year
is a
has
comedian.
done it
He's
again.
trying very hard to get his green card.
Groundbreaking LMX
It's a difficult
providing
process.
hours of
Yeah.
infinite
If you want to
comfort
come here
no matter
illegally,
where
all you have to do is walk.
sitting.
Right. They'll let you in, they give you a cell phone, they'll give you money, they'll put you up in a hotel, they give you free food. It's
just like
crazy.
that, they throw away their IDs and everything.
Yep.
Now, before they come across the border, you can say you're anybody.
Yeah.
From any country.
Yeah. No genetics
Yeah.
testing.
No questions asked.
Yeah.
So, hey, come to a future court date, maybe.
Yeah, it's
Several
every
years
year.
ago. What state would you like to go to?
Right. And then the court dates are years ahead. So you get to live in this country illegally subsidized for years. And you would assume that those people are going to vote for the people that did that for them. And I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
Celebrate Labor Day
And,
with up to
you know, a lot
$400 off, including free LMX.
deals say
LMX
cartel.
September 16th.
Cartel is
You're
like-
watching the SEC.
Cartel is charging
On
$5,000 a head.
It's all Texas after 12 wins
yeah.
last year.
$5,000 a head times 15 million. What does that come to? That's a lot of money.
Jesus Christ.
You know,
2009.
I think basically our government has been paying for a lot.
Our ABC
You know,
college football triple
subsidizing
header caps
over
off
there
tonight with a
and
huge one
dealing with the
at College
cartel.
Station. Number 7
And
Notre Dame. Number 20 Texas A&M with coverage starting
the world is
at
turned
7:30
upside down.
Eastern with
It really
Mike
is.
Elko
From
leading the charge now.
at least from the
in
world.
Aguilar.
I would
gonna be a
but
fun
you know, I'm
matchup.
old, so
Texas A&M can no longer say that they represent the state of Texas in the
maybe
SEC.
not so relevant.
So they've got to
but
move over a little
not
bit.
true.
because
I
the
don't think
University of
that. I
Texas
don't think
will
that
now join
common
them in the
sense. I think
Southeastern
it's
Conference.
always relevant.
Mike
If
Elko,
you ask me.
outstanding
It's
job that he's
relevant.
done at
Yeah,
Duke over the
very
last couple of seasons.
Everything's relevant.
And now
It's
going
also
back
like everybody
to Texas
recognizes
A&M,
that
where
this
he's
is not the
defensive
best
coordinator.
course for everybody, for the
It'll
whole
be fun.
country.
It'll be a fun matchup
Regardless
tonight.
of if you're a
Years
left-wing
for him,
person,
that
you do not want
And
terrorists
A&M,
in
and now
this
goes up
country.
against
No.
this
You don't.
Of course you don't.
No.
So if there's an option where they can get here easily and quickly, you would want to see
Colorado
that
State.
for
Yeah.
everybody. Even if you're a kind person that thinks we should make some sort of a path to citizenship, which I agree.
And they
Like your housekeeper, I agree. Yeah,
thought about it.
absolutely.
They said,
There should be some sort of a path for people here. Look, I'm the grandchild of immigrants. People came across because they wanted a better life. It was easy to do back then in the 20s.
Yeah.
Not hard. Get over
That's
here.
true.
Once you're here, you can
just go all
settle
in
down.
right
Yeah.
now.
I
Let's
mean,
try to
there
find
should be a
ways
path. And that's one of the things that made America so interesting because it's a melting pot of all these ambitious people that came here from places that suck and they carved out a life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There should be a path. I'm all for immigrants.
It should
From
be
everywhere.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everywhere. Do it the right way.
Right.
Better for everybody.
Yes. Better for everybody.
You know, that's just the way it is. I mean, as it is now, it's just Venezuelan gangs, or
Yep.
we're all moving into the same neighborhood. Very much.
But you see that thing in Aurora,
you know,
Colorado?
back in the New York days. What?
The Aurora, Colorado apartment building? You know that issue?
No.
Okay, there's an apartment building in Aurora, Colorado that has been taken over by Venezuelan gangs.
Yeah.
And so they essentially, no one can collect rent anymore. The gangs collecting rent. They're evicting everyone out of the building, and they're controlling this building. And everyone's aware of it.
Yeah.
And it's
Basically
been
squatting or the laws, using the laws of the
exactly. Because Colorado's incredibly liberal.
Right.
And that area is incredibly liberal. And
Yeah.
so, see if you can find that story on the Venezuelan gangs taking over the apartment building in Colorado. It was I was watching a news piece on it today where they were, expressing this real confusion and frustration that there was nothing they could.
Marshall picks up about a yard and a half, and it's third down.
Different doors have X's on them. The red X's are when people have been evacuated from the
We owe Colorado another game.
They shut down slumlord
She said
apartment.
they thought it was
Wait a minute.
physical last time. They're going to be in for a
Slumlord.
surprise this time.
Are they saying
Well,
anything
that's the
about
schedule for Colorado State.
the gangs?
They haven't been to a bowl
Are they
game
calling
since
them
2017.
slumlords now?
That's been on the minds of these
Aurora
players.
evictions draw attention to owners' neglect at other apartments. Yeah, maybe that's true. But what about the gangs?
That Colorado State has fielded.
Yeah, see, that's the problem with Google. There's some stories. Okay, Special Task Force, check that out. Okay, here we go. Special Task Force investigating Venezuelan gangs' alleged ties to Aurora. Aurora City Council officials say that apartment complex on Elm Street is closing due to code violations, but some council members allege there's more to the story. So this is what I've been reading. What I've been reading is these Venezuelan gangs have occupied this thing. The gang known as Tren de Aragua started out as a prison gang in Venezuela, has expanded throughout the Western Hemisphere. Last month, the Biden administration designated the gang as a transnational criminal organization, accusing it of engaging in human smuggling and trafficking, gender-based violence, money laundering, and illicit drug trafficking. Aurora Police Department, in partnership with the Raven Task Force, has assigned 4 detectives to a special task force that includes additional local, state, and federal partners to investigate the violent crime impacting our migrant community, said Aurora PD spokesperson late Thursday. Yeah, well, they've taken over an apartment complex. Yeah, the city is closing their Colfax and Peoria.
So they just basically take over an apartment complex, and there ain't nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
type of situation.
Yeah,
you can go to the courts all you want.
Well, especially if our laws are so lax.
Yeah,
yeah, that's not good. And if they're all flooding in through the border, and these are the type of people that are flooding, those guys aren't coming over the Venezuelan gang. So that is an effect of what this
basically, especially Venezuela. I mean, that's been going on for a while. People trying to leave the country, and then they empty the jails.
Yeah,
Castro did. Empty the jails and let them come out. The gangs are their political force. At some point they become a political force.
Yeah.
I mean, thanks, but that's what they're doing.
Especially in warfare. You have things like defunding the police and this lack of appreciation for law enforcement.
Yeah, no cash bail. Just
all of it is crazy.
It's all beat up cops. And
you beat up cops as an illegal immigrant on film, and you just get let out of jail, and the kid's given the Tupac double finger salute.
Yeah. Oh man,
crazy. This is what is the end game of this type of behavior, and how is there no course correction? That's what's scary to people, and what should be scary to people, because this seems like if I wanted to throw the country into complete chaos, that's how I would do it. I'd have gangs come in through the border.
That's the way Stalin did it. They were involved in bank. Stalin in his earlier career, they robbed banks.
Wow,
that's what they did. They were a gang and basically mayhem. They robbed banks to finance the cause.
Crazy. Real weird times. Yeah. Well, listen, Dennis, I appreciate you very much. I've always loved your movies. I really enjoy talking to you.
Yeah, really.
It's a lot of fun.
A couple of conspiracy theorists just getting together, talking it over.
A couple of loons.
Getting out of drilling.
When does Reagan come out?
Reagan comes out August 30th.
All right.
And
I'll be watching.
Quite a few theaters, actually. And I'm very proud of it. I love the movie. And number one, I hope people are entertained. And also, if you were born before 1985, you can go and remember how great this country used to be. And if you're after 1985, you can see it, and you can realize how great this country still could be.
All right. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
It's creativity. His first touchdown at the Longhorn. Arch Manning, go ahead and put it on the t-shirt. Arch Manning, you mentioned enter the chat. Yeah, that's how you do it. Creativity, making plays. That puts a smile on his head coach's face as well. Nice job by Arch Manning.
And his second collegiate game. Got into the regular season finale last year, a blowout win against Texas Tech. Started the spring game, and now Arch Manning, a little Mahomesian here with this, making something out of nothing on the move.
Good job. Well done. Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. I've got a guy on the outside wide open. Just improvise.
What's up, baby? Joe Rogan. Good to see you, brother.
Dude, thanks for having me.
My pleasure.
This is a fucking pleasure.
How fun was this weekend, man? It was insane.
It was not since Cher was at the Garden has there been so much pandemonium.
Bro, when Brian Holtz was screaming about Billy Joel.
Well, we were going right to that because I was like, how long are we going to wait until we talk about Holtzman isolating the room?
He was amazing.
He, seeing him at the Comedy Store, which we've seen him many times, and then at the Mothership now, seeing him in an arena like that go full on Holtzman is a real treat.
16,000 people. And he went.
He
just
opens
like
with
the
"Fuck Billy Joel," and then he's like, "I don't care if you're famous, fuck him. We gotta get by a fucking piano." Yeah, it was wild.
It was amazing.
The surprises on that show. I want to hear from your vantage point real quick. From obviously doing arenas for a while now. A show like that, getting to see you for a moment before you walked out backstage, and you were just like, it was cool to see you looking at it like, what the fuck? This is wild.
I was blown away. First of all, I have seen Kill Tony evolve from the very beginning.
Yeah.
So I saw some of the earliest episodes in the belly room.
Well, you were telling me Tony came to you and was like, "We did my show. I got this new," and you were just like, "Yeah, fucking all right, I'll be ready." And then you had no idea what it was.
No, when I first did it, I was like, okay, let's have some fun. I think I first did it. He brought up I might have first did it at the Ice House. They used to do it at the Ice House in the little room.
Yeah.
So that was probably one of the first ones I did. And I did a bunch in the belly room, and then it moved to the main room, and then it moved to Texas, and everything shut down. They were trying to do it in the main room for a while with no audience.
Yeah.
They did quite a few episodes with zero audience. It's just a story of persistence. And
that's what I keep telling young comics. The consistency is so overlooked in this business. And Tony just believed in it and also kept finding ways to evolve it. And the more people, you guys coming on, and then like you'd see Saget come on, and like more and more people started to go, oh, something different to fuck around with, right?
Yeah, and he just got better at it too.
Yeah, that's
you know, I mean, he's a wizard at hosting that show.
Yeah,
he's managing all these moving parts. He knows when to bring people in, and when to, you know, he knows like how to work the panel. He knows how to like let you go, let somebody else go. He's like, it's a dance, man.
Yeah.
And the dude is the best at it. He's the fucking best at it. So for me, walking out there and seeing that crowd, this is insane. And to see the Black Keys on stage, like this is insane. Jelly Roll singing New York.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck is happening, man? This is crazy.
Yeah. The pops that everybody got, like all the surprises.
Oh my god, when Joey Diaz went on stage, it was the loudest I've ever heard an audience cheer for any human being ever in my life.
I thought he was going to be so, taken aback by the roar that he was legit going to run for president. because he came out, he was like, "You cocksuckers back here, I came to the circus." By the way, he came in so high and rode that high and got in like 3 or 4 bangers. And I saw Tony the airport last night, and he was like, I didn't even hear what he said. And I go, dude, he said something about like, I played there, I was on Quaaludes, they put me in the handicap section, and then I fucking came to the circus. It was a different circus, but there was no net. The clown style, they just fucking swept him out of the way.
He went off.
That was awesome. He went off. It was classic. And you've never seen me do Dr. Phil probably live, right?
No, I don't think I have.
How was that?
I think I might have saw it once at the Mothership.
Just 135
How many did you do
I've
at the
done 2.
Mothership?
I've only done it on Kill Tony twice, and then I did 2 Phil shows on a Sunday there, but you were gone.
No, so that was the first time I ever saw you do it on stage.
Yeah.
And no, I know Dr. Phil. No, I know. He's been on the podcast a bunch of times. Good friends with his son.
Yeah.
So it was.
So what is that like then?
You nailed it. It's got to be weird for him. It's got to be weird for him. This guy is doing a comedic version of him, and it's like the most popular guest on Kill Tony.
Of all the
dude. It's a great guest, dude. It's a great guest. And you know, the fucking that's not the best image because there you can have a seat and you get that thing on your head. But you can't tell when you're on stage. It's fucking incredible.
It's wild, right?
It's so funny, dude. You have that character. That character is like
it's still got the abrasiveness of like talk show Phil, right? Like busting chops. Like that's why it makes sense when I'm doing these roast jokes,
right?
So that you're like, yeah, it doesn't seem. Because even for me, I didn't watch like a whole season of Phil episodes. It was during COVID. My wife and I were just stoned and drunk and watching bullshit, and then we'd see these Phil reruns, and I was just laughing because these kids would come on and they're like, you know, my mom tried to tell me I can't smoke weed. He's like, well, maybe you should shut your fucking little twat mouth. I wouldn't say it, but he was just, in a version, he was just like, well, maybe you need to look in the mirror and see that you aren't exactly perfect. And he just was real abrasive, but in a funny way. And it was it's a funny type of character to do this with, because everyone has some idea of who Phil is, but he's not so known that you're like, this wouldn't, like, how do I know this isn't who he is, right?
Right.
And making him, I'm not defaming him either. I'm not there saying silly shit that's like racist or whatever. It's all good.
It's very funny.
And I think he picks up on that.
Oh, he's a great guy. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's flattered.
Well, his publicists are trying to get him to come on my show, and which would break the internet. Because what I want to do at the store or wherever, because now we're doing these theater. I'm doing the Beacon in November, and the Philly, the Miller Theater in Philly in October. Just got done the Gramercy, yeah. But all these Phil theater tours that we're doing now, like theater shows.
Wow.
So we're gonna do the ACL Live here next year, and Majestic, and Celebrity Theater in Arizona.
Pay him?
No. Fucking, where's my Phil? Are you still cool with this cam right here? Hey, gosh. So when he comes on, I'm like, dude, it'll break the internet because there's the whole intro video, and then please give it for Dr. Phil. And so I'm thinking, instead of me coming out, he walks out, and people just go nuts. And then maybe after 20, 30 seconds, I come out, shake hands.
Well, it's also it's an opportunity for him to shit on you for having the biggest thing of your career, hitting him.
Well, that's what he said when he gave me Guest of the Year last year. Yeah, you finally figure out a way to be famous, pretending to be someone other than yourself. Yeah. And you know what though? Isn't it though a great, like, as much as it like is so fun and so fun, and I want to say this about with Tony too, his openness to go, I am always expanding, not only I want to be involved in expanding comedy, but the Kill Tony show. For me to go, Tony, I think Phil on Kill Tony would be fun. He's an advice guy. You're giving advice to comics, but for Tony to be like, fuck yeah, let's add more characters.
Oh yeah,
is really awesome.
No, Tony takes a lot of risks, and he likes to fly off the seat of his pants. He likes a little bit of chaos on the show. Like twice, I showed up with people, and I just brought them on stage. One time was Post Malone, and the other time was Tucker Carlson.
Oh, I saw that. Wait, that was impromptu?
Totally impromptu. They have no idea they're going to do it until they did it. When I got there with Post, I was like, you got to come to the club. Let's go hang out. We were having just a great time. I fucking love that guy. He's such a nice guy. He's so nice to everybody. He's nice to everybody at the bar, downstairs, all the staff. He's just so normal, man. He just hangs with you. He can just hang with you. And so anyway, we were just hanging out. So, we're like, let's go to the club. And so we get to the club, and Tony was there. I think we went to dinner. Did we go to dinner? Yeah, we went to dinner. And then after dinner, go to Eddie's. Oh, this is food. Shit. The best. So we leave there, and I go, let's go check out the club. And it was Kill Tony. I go, you got to see the show that they're doing. It's called Kill Tony. It's crazy.
Oh, wow. So you're controlling the show.
He has no idea. He has no idea what's going on. He has no idea I'm roping him into this. So I don't even have an idea. But Tony sends me his text, come on stage. I was like, all right, dude. Okay. I go, come on, man, we're going to go on stage. He's like, fuck yeah, really? I go, yeah, come on, let's go on stage. And he just went with it. 100% went with it. Sat down, had great fucking time, had some funny lines. David Lucas had unemployed crocodile hunter. Oh my God.
Dude, some of David's lines are so spot on. The joke is just as good as like what did Jeff Ross call David Tell when he came out on night 2 at the Garden? He goes, you look like you run you manage a circus in Bosnia or something. Yeah.
Lucas said that I look like I was wearing that crazy fur coat and glasses. He goes, you look like my 11th grade teacher that you catch outside of school.
Dude, I called Dave once. I go, all right, eating a bloated fish. Dave, that's another part of the show too, where it's like there's now been so many established parts that people look forward to, which makes an arena show so exciting for the fans because they're like, wow, I'm going to see surprises and bucket pulls or. There's so many elements that are spontaneous, right?
And that's David saying those things was spontaneous in front of 16,000 people and crushed.
Yeah.
He's the best at that. Him and Tony back and forth. I told them they should do a podcast with just David Lucas and Tony talking shit to each other. Because there's compilations on the internet that are like fucking hours long of just David and Tony just shitting and laughing while they're shitting at each other.
Oh yeah,
it's the best lighthearted shitting on people I've ever seen from two wizards at it. Like they're casting spells at each other.
And fearless, but an underlying respect to where, and that's what's really cool. Yeah, so that there's no personal offense ever taken.
No. They love each other.
Had you ever seen? You watched? I'm sure some clips of Shane and I before, like after we did that show at the mothership.
I saw a lot of clips from that show. Oh my god, that show is like, what is the number up to now? That episode.
16 million.
That's so crazy.
Dude, we were in. It was a Friday, and Tony calls me. I was doing Kill Tony, but he goes, "Change of plans. Need you to come Sunday. Bring your makeup gal. Shane's sticking around doing Trump." And I go, "Holy shit!" So in my head, I'm like, "This will be fun." You never still know how anything's going to be received, right? But I'm just like, I don't know, man. Shane's as popular and fucking likable and funny as it gets. And he has only done Trump on his sketch show and on SNL. And I feel like I'll be able to figure out a Biden to whatever. But I know that Shane's down to play. So I knew that it was going to be like, we're in the back, dude, we're in the makeup chairs. And I'm shuffling around. And Shane's like, what are you doing for the face? And I'm like, I kind of got to get the, the half smile going like that. And then I was shuffling around and I did the face a few times. And he started laughing. And then at one point I just look in the mirror and he's just going, doing his face. We locked eyes and we started laughing. I go, what the fuck are we doing, dude? And
He's the best Trump of all time.
Yeah.
His Trump is impossible.
Bro, he was so in the pocket, and which is why we made each other break a few times when we did it at the mothership, because it was like, I can't believe we're doing this for 2 hours. Yeah, but to run it back in the garden was like, I think the move too.
Oh yeah. It was awesome. Yeah. It was amazing. The whole thing was amazing.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Do you love?
It just to me, it seems surreal. Like just standing there, taking it all in. It's like, what is going on?
And how many people want to come in for Joey to come in, for Harlan to come in? Like Schultz flew in, I think, from vacay just to like be there for that.
No, he was supposed to be. Yeah, he definitely flew in, but he was supposed to be the whole time. There was a bunch of flights that got delayed. He still made it.
But still, what a cool pop! You coming out mid-show,
incredible. It was just so fun, just so ultimately fun. Just really, just a great celebration. A celebration of the success of the show and of comedy. Just fun, raw comedy.
Do you after all years of doing this, do things like that? I don't know, like mean a little more to like be able to see that, like something like that live, or is it like, does it give you I don't know, a little more juice for just comedy in general to know that like we're in a cool time where shit like that is possible and happening, I guess?
Dude, we're in an amazing time. It's an amazing time for stand-up. If you're funny and you're trying to have fun and just go out there and be silly, people are looking for that right now, man. And they're looking for something that rebels against this mind virus that's telling you how to think and behave. We don't like it. Like, shut the fuck up. You're not compassionate and also controlling. That's not possible.
Yeah.
This fucking scolding, shrill fucking stupidity that you hear from people telling you how you have to think and behave. That these things are not up for debate. These are like existential threats to humanity and civilization aren't up for debate. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I'm getting more and more just cognitive of like these jokes. Like I get more and more bummed that people get really offended by certain things.
You just gotta stop paying attention. The key is like
it's just jokes. Like no one's really, especially at our level, like people making those jokes. It's like because it sounded funny and it like was I don't know.
So this is new.
To each his own and everything's subjective.
Yeah, but this is what's going on. There's always going to be people that wouldn't enjoy it, but they get to see it now.
Yeah.
Whereas before, people just found out what you did. You went to a club, if you liked the guy, you saw the guy on TV, went to go see him live, and that was it. Now you're getting exposed to people that would never go see him live. They just want to talk so much shit. But that is just because you're getting exposed to more people. So there's pros and cons. The pros is this show gets 16 million views. That's insane. Like, what does an average Jimmy Fallon show get? Let's find out what that is. Like, what's the amount?
Maybe in the mills, probably.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know. But he's probably the most popular of the late night guys, right?
Yeah.
So what does he get?
And I'm wondering, does Arch Manning?
I think Jimmy Kimmel quit, right?
I'm wondering, do they call
No, he's still going.
Yeah. I thought he was gonna quit. Is he gonna quit?
I just saw Jeff Goldblum hosting the other night. I think he's on vacation, maybe.
I would get to a point where I'd be like, when can I do
Did you ever get asked to do that?
Down
Yeah.
Javion Smith Combs.
Yeah.
No,
You doing a song with somebody?
The whole reason why I started a
You can see the
podcast is
smile
no one
creep
would ever
across
give
the
me money
face
for a
of
radio
Arch
show.
Manning.
Not even a radio
Looks
show.
like they
Oh, wow.
will go
Like,
for it.
I was thinking about that. I was like,
Rolling
I
every month.
remember when Opie and Anthony they got taken off the air because they brought on a homeless guy who said some wild shit about Condoleezza Rice, like wanting to rape her or something fucking awful.
I like that this guy was
no
like,
idea.
at least in the know enough to know who was like
Yeah, but he was
in the
just
government.
a crazy homeless guy.
Right.
And Opie and Anthony was a wild show. I mean, those motherfuckers, especially when they got on XM, they could say whatever the fuck they wanted. Oh my
Were they definitely
God,
at the kind of the
crazy.
precipice of things kind of getting a little edgier?
Yeah, but
radio-wise.
So an average gets 1,720,000
overwhelming, but everything is in the email.
That's Virginia
the other day.
King. Is it
Oh,
so,
Fallon's
so
almost
he's number one.
Information
Oh,
about
okay.
financing,
Fallon is 1.4. Oh,
Colbert's in the lead.
Colbert is in the lead with
And if you haven't
2.5.
looked at it
Wow.
yet, let's go through it together.
So out of those people, how many of them are tuning in because it's just on TV?
Sure.
There's a thing that people do. It's 11 o'clock. What's on? You know, especially boomers. They're locked in. That's what they've done their whole fucking life.
Yeah.
See what's on TV. Oh, at 8 o'clock, Colbert's on.
Yeah.
And they just watch a show. Yeah, those are the same people that believe the news. Which is ironic. Did you see what happened with Colbert's audience?
No.
So Caitlin Collins from CNN is on, and dude, I retweeted it. It's fucking hilarious. Constantine from Trigonometry tweeted it, and I retweeted it. I was like, this is crazy. I just want you to see it before I describe it. But it is the audience laughing
ESPN Saturday Night Baseball.
CNN being honest.
Call
Watch
844
this.
Keep
This
My
is crazy.
ESPN to keep
What's
these
that, bro?
networks.
This is my
Oh, it's the
coffee
government.
shop.
They're
We just
attacking
moved into
Twitter
a bigger
because of
space,
the Elon
brought
Musk
on another
thing.
employee,
Guaranteed.
and ordered new
Just
branded
call it
gear
that.
for the team. It was so
Sorry
easy.
from
I
the
just
beginning.
chose my
It go
products,
big screen.
added our logo,
Because
and
this is
placed
so
my order. Bring
preposterous.
your own team together with custom gear. Get started today
on
at
his heels by this, and he's not really sure how to
Price
go
is your
after
number one need.
Vice
It's
President
food.
Harris. He knew his
You wait to
attack lines
stock up.
on
All
President
you'll find
Biden.
at the grocery store
He really
is
has
the
struggled
shelf.
with how to
Here's the
go
good news.
after someone who's
We're
20 years younger than
offering
him, who's a
special
different
buy
gender,
one,
a different
get
written
10
phrase.
deal on
It's
its
kind of
best-selling
been this
Sunday
moment
voucher.
where he has
This
not
kit has
been able
20
to coalesce
servings
around a
of
single
delicious food
attack
for
line.
breakfast, lunch.
I know you guys are
all
objective
designed to
over there,
last
that you just
25
report the news as
Go
it
to
is.
fourpatriots.com.
Oh, I know. CNN makes it, and I know
That's supposed to be a lab
Go
light?
to fourpatriots.com now.
I guess it is.
Do you need
Trump
more
is coming.
space?
Bro,
You need a
wow,
General Steel building
bro,
system. Text
bro.
BOLD to 595.
How crazy is that? The audience
Customized
like, shut the
space.
fuck
That's
up.
BOLD to
That is
595
hilarious.
for same-day
They
pricing
thought
on
he
your
was being a
personalized
joke.
steel building system.
They thought that was a
Text
joke.
BOLD to 59553
That's how
before
crazy
prices go
this
up.
world has gotten. Where fucking CNN being unbiased is a joke to people in the audience. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
And why? What got accomplished? If you
2
had
weeks
you
ago,
were
the
running a
Olympics
business,
wrapped up, and the
what
Longhorns
did you accomplish
absolutely
by
cleaned
doing
up
things that way?
in
You've
Paris.
ruined your business. Because now
Much
people
great
think it's full of
sports
shit.
history here.
And you could
And in
have
Austin,
just
Arch
been
Manning under
actual, just straightforward journalists and
Arch
been
Manning,
beyond
the
reproach
middle, touchdown.
and probably got away with it.
He has
Probably when he got as much money, you gotta get those ads in.
Do you think that's what they teach to in journal? I mean, I don't know. At some point, like, when do you figure out when you're in journalism school or whatever that like there's probably obviously a handful of people more than that want to stay like authentic and true and really
There's a lot of those.
And then at some point, you just get an offer to go somewhere, or somebody above you goes, dude, you got to get that story out. Like, I don't know. And you're trying to get a name for yourself, like any sort of sports pundit, right? Sometimes they say wacky shit just to get their name out there. But
well, it's good for the business, right? So if they write a thing that says, hey, everybody used to like Trump. Like, the show. You ever seen like videos of Trump on the View with Barbara Walters back when they liked him? You ever seen that?
Yes, but I can't remember what
you
you're
should,
referring to.
you should see it because it's bonkers. It's literally bonkers. It's going around. See if you can find it.
The Barbara's, he's just being,
dude, it's nuts. It's like literally nuts.
like Sean Connery saying you can hit women nuts.
No. They love him. They love him. Everyone loves him.
Trump on the View.
Whoopi loves him. Wow. Yeah, Barbara Walters loves him. Everyone loved him. Wow. Everybody was friendly. Everybody was like, they were considerate. They were talking nicely to each other. There was no attacks. was a wonderful conversation.
Whoopi, I love your hair. What do you wash it with? Syrup? And they
Have
just
you found
laugh.
it?
Connect every student, change every future.
It's going
Connecting
around.
changes everything.
Somebody posted.
Bro, that's
God, I
wild.
can't remember who
You can
posted
only
it
get Wendy's new saucy
on
nuts
Twitter. And I
at
was like,
Wendy's.
this is crazy. Watching it is just bananas.
Do you think they've seen what you're and I've done it all? Do you think they've seen like people in there?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is watch this. This is bonkers. Go full screen. This is literally bonkers.
Yusher is playing lockdown D. Watch how they
Does he
execute.
really want to add president of the United States to his resume?
It looks like he's
A lot
been
of people
here
would
as
like him
lead
to.
blocker.
Please let's find
Sneak,
out and please
scramble.
welcome my friend, Donald Trump.
My friend.
My friend, watch this. Just watch this. This is nuts. We're in an alternative universe. Okay, because this is not that long ago.
It's a mouth water. Stretch thinner.
Go standing O.
Bro, watch this. Just watch how this goes. Watch this. So she's a Republican. That's easy.
Yeah.
But everybody else.
The Joy can't wait to get a hug in.
Yeah, everyone's hugging. Look at this. Look at this. Kisses, hugs, kisses to Whoopi. Everybody hugs and kisses. Even Joy Behar. Hugs and kisses.
Hugs and kisses.
See? Now watch this.
That's way too much.
I'm going to take your
Actually,
word
it's
that
not.
you have
I'll
not
stick to Angela's
decided
switching.
yet when you're going to run, but you're thinking about it and you've expressed
And you get all
some of your views,
Like a cherry
which are
on top.
controversial and in
You got
many
your-
ways.
Check
Yeah,
on Steve
but
first, and
well,
you get to
well, not doing it. Okay, you're a Republican. So
Labor Day
let's
savings
say that you do decide in this bit, right? And your ideas resonate so much. On the other hand, you know, we find that Gingrich apologizing for his marriages and divorces. You've had 3 marriages, sort of
We always see
uncomfortable
Bebo on the
divorces.
sidelines
Do you
for
think
Texas
that
game
that-
days, but I want to know what he do.
We love you, Bebo.
Application
Do
is
you
top
Getting laughs right
secret.
away.
Look at the text, Bebo. Come on.
I think the country is doing so bad
We see
that
how
they want
massive
somebody that's
Bebo
going to help.
is.
I think the country
So he's about
has
21
never been in a
pounds.
position like it is right now.
Yeah,
It's being
body
ripped
weight every
off
single day.
by every nation, every intelligent nation in the world, whether it's China.
Okay,
They're taking our jobs, they're making all our product, and then they loan us back the money we pay them interest.
That is
Whether
crazy.
it's OPEC,
That's crazy. Look at this. Watch this.
field day right now. How about the Arab League? They say we want you to go.
How about that? So Don
These are
is
the wealthiest countries in the
outworking
world.
everywhere in Texas. I would have no piece of Bebo. No piece. I wouldn't go near Bebo. I'm sorry.
The fact is, I think people want somebody now
Hey,
that's going to
guys,
protect them
they
and
actually
protect this
let me
country, because we're not going to be a great country for long if we
basically
keep going
harness
the way
him,
we're
and
going right now.
if you had
The
give me the
audience
side eye
cheers.
though,
Yeah.
I was a little worried. But
When
I
we
will
have
tell you,
friends-
he's living his
friends
best life during the
leading the
week. He
charge.
lives on
Okay,
over
friends. This is the
300
underleader.
acres.
By the way,
He's
they
living his
lived for
best
about
life
2
back
hours
here. He's
after
got
that.
a
Nobody's seen
mixing
him. I don't know if you
system.
know that.
Makes it 35 degrees cooler back here than it is in the
Let me
actual
just ask
field.
a follow-up question to that. Let's say
Love
you
this animal,
Are
but
you giving
he's a
lot of
little
thought to
intimidating.
this?
I'm not
Who
gonna
would you
lie.
like
I
as your
did
vice
about 2
president,
minutes
possibly
standing
Sarah
next to him,
Palin?
and I
Well,
was
I think
good.
it's far
I'll
too
tell you this,
early
they
to
better
make a
not bring
decision.
others.
I'm going to make a decision
this all
sometime
happened
probably
last
June.
time.
I'm thinking
Bebo
about
and
it very
Nuggets saw each
strongly. I
other.
think I do a really good
Problems
job.
on that
I think I
side.
protect this country like it's not being protected.
Marshall
That's
on the
fine.
ground.
So
We
many
need
of the
our
things I
own
say,
basic
male politicians
system,
are
by the
saying.
way. Can we
Yeah,
cool
that's
it down
right.
by 35
Why
degrees?
don't we,
Seriously,
why aren't they paying
Arch
us?
Manning has
If
turned
you
the
look at
temperature
North
up
Korea, South
with his
Korea,
play.
we're protecting South
Bebo.
Korea. They're making a fortune. Let's call it hundreds
Georgia,
of
bring your
billions of
bulldog
dollars
on.
of profit on us.
Must be some fun.
We have 25,000 soldiers over there protecting them. They don't pay us. Why are they paying
treating
us?
us like a business.
No, a business with heart.
Nicolosi.
Believe me,
10 minutes to go.
there's a lot of heart.
A Colorado State
It's a
player
business, but
is
it's
down
also
on
a
the field.
business with heart. We will destroy
down.
this country. It won't be a
Well, check
war.
on Vince Brown,
If
the tight
the
end, when we come
economics
back.
of this country keep going the way they're going, we're not going to have
But
a country.
you're kind of a social liberal, Donald. You know, you're a social liberal. Could you actually get the base to vote for you in the primary?
Well, every poll
Questions like,
is saying that I'm the one that does the best. You know, they're doing polls. And
Angela, have you hired people rating and Mitt Romney to replace John Boehner?
why can't my
Let's
kids
just
be
pause
cheese
and
inside
think.
and out?
Just
He's very poised. He's listening. He's like,
grasp
yeah.
the
new era of
180
chicken is here to stay.
that the media's taken on him
Again,
since he
chicken
decided to be
nugget.
president. When you
Only a
see
Taco Bell.
the machine go after a guy, we've never seen the machine go after someone as bold-faced. You know,
To
the
truly embrace the
prosecutions,
fun, yeah.
Russiagate stuff on
Yeah,
television
that's right.
every night, all of it. It's and then to see just a few years ago they loved him.
Yeah.
You know, he was like
Fairly
he was
Ultra
a
Filter
Democrat
Milk
in
Yeah.
like
makes every
2000 and
moment
something.
better.
2008 maybe.
Yeah.
More
Something crazy like that.
Clinton, I think they
percent
were all
less
pals,
sugar.
right? There's pictures of him
Plus
at
a
David
delicious
Buster's.
taste that makes that smoothie
Like,
even
what-
smoothier.
I think he said that he had to pay them to come to a wedding. Like they have a price. You pay them to come to a wedding.
Pay to play as a spectator.
It's what is an accusation? It's a Trump accusation. See, the thing about it's like apparently he said that he was in a helicopter with Willie Brown, but it wasn't Willie Brown. It was Joe Brown. It was a different Brown. And so now Willie Brown's saying that's not true. You know, and it's just.
People always say,
Donald Trump says his money drew Hillary Clinton to his wedding.
Remember
She had
before
no
AI
choice
when
because
you
I
had to
gave
type
it to a
search?
foundation.
and when you couldn't ask your phone to do this?
Yeah.
Is that what I just said?
What about
Is that
taking
true?
a photo and reimagining it?
Yeah, the Willie Brown thing, Joe
Remember
Brown
when
thing.
all phones pretty much
I
did the same
think
stuff?
that was like a mistake he made.
Until I didn't.
The people are like, he's old, she's young. Like,
There's all new
you
Google
fucking
Pixel
see no
9 Pro
mistakes.
phones at
This is
googlestore.com.
crazy. The gaslighting is nuts. It's the same gaslighting they did to turn Trump into a monster. Now they're doing that same gaslighting to turn her into our future, our hope. And it's working. It's crazy to watch. It's crazy to watch.
Is it crazy to like? I mean, I don't know. Do you think it's only going to get like 20 years from now? Because the upswing, I guess, of just all social media and media in general, and then also you're taking the people that are involved. Like it's the perfect mesh of crazy and crazy, right?
So this says former Trump executive disputes his claim that Willie Brown was on board, right?
Pat Barry in our college football
This is a
studio.
woman
You know, you
said,
guys in the
Barbara
broadcast were
Rez,
just
the
talking
Trump
about
Organization's
Bevo.
former executive vice
That is
president
what
of
Miami
construction
is
and
doing
development,
for
said
it.
former
Just
state senator Nate
absolutely
Holden was on the
running over
plane,
them.
not Brown.
Cam Ward, his
Is that
third
the same
touchdown
exact
pass of the game.
helicopter thing?
38-10
So it was a helicopter crash? Is that what it was? So no Brown was on there, not Willie or Joe.
Matt, all right. So you've been keeping tabs on what's
He's been on
been
tons of
working.
helicopters.
It's all the, you know what you're saying?
Trust
You know
me,
what you're saying?
we gotta talk about
Like,
his
he doesn't
Texas
have an
back. It's
attack
the U-back,
strategy.
the way that Cam
That's,
Ward
I
is
don't
playing
think,
right now.
you know, this is what I was trying to
Wow,
say when
look
everybody
at
got
that.
mad at me. So what I liked about JFK
Loaded
Jr.
up on
or
transfers.
RFK Jr.
There's
excuse me.
Gator chopping in the swamp.
Robert F. Kennedy is a guy
On
who
second down,
just
after Vince Brown
goes
went off,
after
it's Justin
issues,
Marshall.
goes after action, he talks about things. This Trump has like always in the past like attacked. He's like attack people, and it's just in this case.
Create some first downs.
I feel like
getting first downs and
I don't know.
You hear me? You know who I am? I'm the biggest pimpin' in world history. Greatest motherfucker that's ever lived. Yo, dog. Hello to R4TLE Head X. How you living? We are watching football, and if you have any questions on who I am, just ask. In the meantime, enjoy yourself.
Kind of just
100%. But I do have to say that one speech that she gave right after they decided that she was going to be the nominee, that one speech where she said, if you're going to say something, why don't you say it to my face? It was great timing. It was
middle school recess shit.
It wasn't just that, man. The way that she delivered it was like very clear. It was prepared, right? And so that means like she's coaching,
They've already
which is very important when you want to be a president.
Right.
You got to be coachable.
Yeah.
So she figured out how to deliver a banger of a speech, right? Like play that because it's pretty powerful.
Yeah, I think she'll have something to say back to him because
but this is the thing. That's a speech.
Yeah.
But when you go to toe to toe, when you're just talking off the top of your head, that's where she has some issues.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think people walk up when they know that everybody is criticizing every word they're saying. And you're applying for a job that's essentially the mom of the world or the dad of the world. You know, if you win, that's what you are. You're the fucking dad of the free world, right?
And she just does a Biden impression. You're a sucker. You're a sucker. Just doesn't like that.
There's so many people watching you. Your brain just freezes up with anxiety. But listen to this. This is me. This is really
all the way out.
Here's the funny thing about that. So he won't debate.
Brazil
But
pulls
he
it
is
and
running
finds one of his tight ends.
Jesse had a lot to say about me.
Got wrapped up by Marshall Landry. All right, so if you're new to this, you weren't locked in throughout the offseason. It's a reminder and a refresher on this new format and how it feels to return.
Yeah, the 12 teams, 5 highest ranked conference champions, and the next 7 highest ranked teams.
Well
4
done.
highest ranked conference champions are seeded numbers 1 through 4. Then we see the first round buys. And the 8 teams seeded 5 through 12. Playing the first round.
You'll
home game.
reconsider
I love that
to meet
home
me on
game
the debate
for the
stage.
next highest ranked seeds on the home campus. That's going to be fun. College football playoff games.
Because
Yes.
as the saying goes,
On
if
campus
you
a
got
few days
something to
before
say,
Christmas. They're down at 5, and Jackson Rousseau rolls out.
Dang, they knew it was coming.
Oh, she nailed
Yeah, she nailed
it.
How do you think
So
that's
that alone
Yeah.
can get you the president. This is we're
I watched
idiotic.
this group of 5.
That alone, like she,
Also,
that is
get a couple
very
banger sound bites, right?
You can't say that's not outstanding. She just crushed it. She crushed it.
Yeah.
She had the big moment.
Oh, I'm tuning in. This is pay-per-view now.
She had the big moment and she crushed it. And she did it without any ums or stammers, no fucking missed words. She had a smile. The laugh made sense. It made sense there.
Yeah.
For the
It
first
was in
time.
context.
But she laughs, like sometimes she laughs like out of nerves, it seems like. Just trying to get everybody to feel lighter about the situation.
Yeah.
But that wasn't that one. That was like a genuine smile on the laugh. Crushed it. That's a problem. That's a problem. And I don't think they thought she was going to be able to do that. That's the thing. She can fucking coach somebody. It ain't hard. I mean, maybe she could track.
Who are these coaches? Just public speakers and
Oh,
stuff?
yeah, public speaking coaches. Yeah, there's political speech analysts. There's people that
Imagine if there's
teach
comedians.
people how to
What if David
teach.
Lucas gets hired to give her like some one-liners.
Listen,
I mean, there's a crazy world where there's shit like that, where there's somebody goes, you need a couple zingers in your back pocket. I don't know. Because if that's not your world and your brain doesn't operate like that, Trump does. Trump is looking at like, you know, to make a little put down or he's just quick in that way.
So he is quick in that way. Also, it would be good for him to hire a few great comics to just tour with them and just write one-liners about all these different fucking people. I mean, if he could remember them, I mean, I know he likes to go off his own head. If he could remember a few Hinchcliffe bangers, if he hires Hinchcliffe to take him on the road. You know how fucking insane that would be?
Yeah, dude.
Hinchcliffe writing bangers for Trump to shit on people.
Comedy cures, and it also is like sometimes what kind of just pushes things over the top.
The thing you're getting from him is no one is coaching him, right? You know he's going off the cuff. You know nobody gets to tell him what to do. When he goes out there and he tells everything, it's like he's just off the cuff, and that's why it gets sideways sometimes. You know, it gets a little fumbly sometimes. But what I'm saying is that what she did was like a pro. She did that like a pro. That's where it gets dangerous. Because
You don't think that was calculated? You think that was off the cuff, like just responding to what was? Yeah.
No, that was a 100% planned out thing. 100% and well executed. Like she fucking nailed it. The problem is that's what we're looking for. It's not even necessarily who has the best policies for the country. It's not necessarily who's going to make real reform, who's really going to change things and make it better for everybody, versus who.
Yo, do you know what Discord is? Yo, baby, what's new? What's good in the hood, son? Big dog. Big dog. Bitcoin Lizzo. I know you're here. Join the Discord I just sent you. Look at your DMs. Excellent. We'll see you in there, big dog.
Hilarious. It was like he was a comic. He was killing it. And I guarantee you, he probably had an idea in his head that he's going to shit on Biden. Probably had an idea how he's going to do it. Because that's like just being
What's good? Bitcoin Lizzo. How you living, pimp? What is good? I'm glad that you're here, big dog. We're watching football. Do you like football? Hell yeah, baby. All right. Do you have Texas or Colorado State? Hell yeah. Hell of a pick, dog. Shout out to Bitcoin Lizzo. You know Lizzo lost a bunch of weight? See all the bullshit that you learn when you're on the internet as much as I am? So what's good, Bitcoin Lizzo? What's good? Bitcoin Lizzo. What's good? Hey, Bitcoin Lizzo, are you speaking into your phone? Okay. Did you take your phone and put it under a pillow? Speak into the microphone. Speak into the microphone. I want you to know something. I love you. I love everything about you, and you're a beautiful baby. Don't ever forget it. Excellent, big dog. So what's good? We love you too, man. Come in here whenever you want. You're always welcome. You know that. Mi casa, su casa, Bia. I love you. I space LOVE space YOU, baby. I love you. ILY, baby. 143B. You're amazing. Everyone loves you. Everyone loves everything about you. No one's ever not loved everything about you. And you're the greatest motherfucker who's ever lived and stuff from Rabbi Rothschild. That's what's good, yo. Dog, I love how it sounds like I'm listening to you through a tunnel. I'm sure it's the same on my end. I want you to know that you're amazing and everyone loves you. You're a great person. You are a great person. You're welcome, big dog. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu, to the moon. Shout out to the Costanza podcast. Shout out to the Costanza podcast. Shout out to Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu. Shout out to Bitcoin Lizzo. Hell yeah, dog. Everybody loves you. You're a pimp. Everybody knows it. What a pimp. What an absolute fucking pimp.
And she had to say it to my face, but she goes, and she made jokes about like, and you know, we're going to swallow the competition. I don't know. She did, you know.
Well, the problem was she didn't swallow, right? Because they got on the dress.
Than they did today.
Yeah. We'll clean up all the mess.
We'll make it just.
We'll clean up every dress and mess.
That'll be better. Or Texas.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe she's one.
We hit the 2 minutes.
This is just a soft pitch. I didn't say this was a great idea.
No, it's a, I see where you're going.
The college football playoff.
It's nuts that that's what we used to get for choices.
Yeah,
like they made sense.
When you saw Arnold in the mix, because I feel like at least for me that was because I wasn't, you know, around obviously for the Reagan stuff, but like the Arnold was my first taste of like, oh, anybody can do. You know what I'm saying?
Like I was Ronald Reagan became president.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't make sense to us, but if you were someone who grew up during that time, I was a movie star.
Yeah,
I know.
It's like, you know, Dennis Quaid being the president.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As your host,
and he's playing Reagan.
Oh yeah. Same guy that did his makeup does my Phil stuff. Oh, she's a goat, Jen Aspinall.
It's just like, you know, the world has gotten real weird.
How you doing, big dog?
It's real weird when we know what the trick is. Everybody's talking about the trick. I mean, there's all these videos off script. Just to talk nearly as
Everybody
clearly.
loves you.
It's
Everybody
not,
loves you.
but if you just keep her on that script and focus, everything else, now you're still running the show.
Yo, dog. Hey, there you are. How you living, pimp? You looking good in the hood. What's up? You're an East Side gangster. You're a West Side pimp. You're a West Side gangster and an East Side pimp. You're amazing, motherfucker. You're amazing. Everybody loves you. Dog, you're the entertainer the world wants. You're amazing. Look at you. Look at you balancing that fucking bottle on your head. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful baby. Look at that. That's talent. Take this show on the road, baby. Amazing. Dog. Amazing fruit. You are fucking amazing, dog. Everyone loves you. Everyone loves you. There's never been anyone on earth who doesn't like you in the history of mankind. I'm going to go back all the way back in the day. Everybody since that day has loved you, and no one has disliked you ever. Everyone loves everything about you, and everything about you is positive. Your aura is positive. Your vibe is positive. Your riz is unmatched. You're the man, and everyone else can go fuck themselves. You're wonderful. Everybody likes you. Yes, sir. Hell yeah. Hook this motherfucker up. If you're listening now or in the future, hook this motherfucker up. You're amazing. We love you, and we love everything about you. You are so amazing that, look, I'm going to just review what we've summarized already, but we're going to get into the detail, into the nitty-gritty about how fucking great you are, okay? In the history of mankind, going back in the day, since that fucking time, there's never been a greater motherfucker aside from Rabbi Rothschild than you, my motherfucking friend. You are amazing. Everyone loves everything about you. You should have an ego the size of planet Jupiter, and you're the best motherfucker we've met today. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody loves you. Your riz is insatiable. You are amazing. Hell yeah, dog. I'm your hype man. I'm the hype man for all of Nigeria. Your whole fucking continent needs hype, and I'm doing it, baby. Hells yeah. Shout out to my man, Bitcoin Lizzo, slinging dick from the East Coast to the West Coast, from the West Coast to the East Coast. He's an East Side pimp, a West Side gangster. He's a West Side gangster and an East Side pimp. Everybody loves you, baby. Everybody loves you, baby. Excellent. That's fucking amazing. Hell yeah. I'm always here, baby. All day, every day. Well, I'm glad you're here now. Do you like Lizzo? Hell yeah, it is, motherfucker. Hell yeah, it is. Discord is the home of Bitcoin Lizzo. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. How you like that, Bia? Bitcoin Lizzo, dick slanging pimp of the stars, playboy extraordinaire. There you go. So what's good, son? Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Football time, baby. If you got questions, let me know. In the meantime, enjoy yourself.
That kind of comedy.
Makes his
But it's like, who are you to decide?
Yo, dog, I wish I could help you, but I cannot. Yo, dog, I can hype you, but that's about all I can do for you. Yo, dog, I can hype you, but that's about all I can do for you, okay? I may be the greatest pimp of all time, but I don't have the means to change your life yet. In the future, hell's fucking yeah. So all I gotta tell you is you gotta hang on, baby. You're good. You're beautiful, baby. I see you. I see you. I've seen a lot of fucking desperate people in Africa, and you are not one of them, motherfucker. You got your shit together. You got the fucking internet. You are live streaming. You are gonna be just okay. Just keep on keeping on. Dog, I don't have any money to give you. If I did, I would. If I had the money, I would say, what's your address? And I would send you the money right now, and you would thank me, and you'd be on your way, and I'd never hear from you again. That's exactly how I anticipate our relationship would be. Instead, our relationship is this. I have no money to give you, and you keep asking me for it. So let me make you aware. Just going to break it to you straightforward right now. I don't have any money to give you. But I can give you all the love and attention that you want in life. Yeah, no, I don't. And if you keep asking me, dog, I'm just going to watch, dude. See, this is how we play this game. If you keep asking me, I'm just going to turn on the TV and I'm not going to listen to you anymore. If you want to talk about other things, I can talk about whatever you want to talk about. But if you're just going to sit here and ask for money, you are trying to get blood out of a turnip, dog. You're trying to get water out of a rock. Ain't going to happen, pimp. Now, we can talk about how amazing you are and how amazing the coin Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu is. Do you love Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu? Excellent. Well, Pimp, I want you to know that I'm going to continue watching this game. It's the University of Texas versus Colorado State University. It's the Longhorns versus the Rams. Who do you want to win, the Longhorns or the Rams, dog? Who do you want to win, the Longhorns or the Rams? Hell yeah. I knew you were a Colorado State Rams fan. Fuck yeah. Shout out to my man, Bitcoin Lizzo. Shout out to the Colorado State Rams. They are losing by 30 plus points right now. But nevertheless, shout out to them.
Because he was the first guy to ever sell
Bitcoin.
Right.
Lizzo, shout out to Caspian Sea. Shout out to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And shout out to the man, the myth, the legend, the greatest pimp of all time, the East Side Pimp, the West Side Gangster, the West Side Gangster, the East Side Pimp, Rabbi Rothschild.
Right. And he was doing a different thing because he was doing this thing where everybody.
Yo, Pimp, I swear to fucking God, if you ask me for money one more time, I am going to freak, dog. What's up? What do you want to know?
Thousands of people.
Bro, yeah, come on.
It's like a rock band.
Yeah.
You're seeing a band play
Yo,
a favorite
dog.
song. Yep. So he
How
had
you
the
living, Pimp? Go ahead. Say what you want to say. Yo, dog, I have a question for you. Do you ever eat your own boogers? Go. Yeah, okay. I'm going to pose this question to you now in a different way. Yes or no? Do you ever eat your own boogers? Go. Hell fucking yeah, you do. You know it.
Cultivated.
You, right?
It's putting, having dice on like that is like
looked at this motherfucker.
people who may or may not have fully been educated on it will now be like, oh, and then go back and do a deep dive. And then
these kids have no idea even existed yet, okay? Because they're 20. They're 20 years old.
Yeah, they don't see
Okay, I'm just going to tell you this. Looking at you in this fucking camera is like looking at myself in a goddamn mirror. You are so goddamn good looking. Everybody should know it. Everybody should know that you are an amazing person. You have the charisma of an entire stadium. You slam dick like it's going out of style and everybody loves you. Do you have any other questions? If you have other questions, please pose them to me now. Yeah, I just want you to know, baby, everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves your hat. I love your hat. Caspian C loves your hat. All of 1990s love your hat. Everybody loves you. Doug, you're going to the top. And in the meantime, we are now going to watch the University of Alabama versus some bullshit school. And we're going to watch the Crimson Tide roll over these motherfuckers. Dude, who the fuck are they playing? Some bullshit team that no one knows. Western Kentucky. No one's even fucking heard of that school.
And I go, hey, Andrew, I'm talking to my friends. Will you fuck off? And he goes, Jesus fucking Christ, this guy. And then he puts it back and he goes, I thought I liked this guy. And then he's like, and he goes over to Sal and does a little video. And yeah, he just was like, he wanted to fuck around, man. It was like, and that's what the backstage vibe should be, you know?
Dude, he used to do these little sketches at the store, and he would do it with a VHS handheld camera. He'd do sketches at the store, and I asked him one night, I go, what are you doing these for? He goes, for. It's like, what am I doing it for? Like, it was
Great
even
answer.
like, I'll put it together someday.
Yeah.
He was just having fun.
Yeah.
Just having fun.
Oh, the first time he brought me up in the OR at the store, Jeff Scott was over there on the keys, and he goes, Jeff, who we got next? And I met him maybe 3 times, but they expect whatever. But he goes, and Jeff goes, Adam Ray. And he goes, oh, I love this guy. And, we didn't know each other. And he goes, this guy, you've seen him here, you've seen him there. Keep it going for my friend, Alan Gray. And then I get up and he goes, sorry, I had to. Right? Like to me. And I just laughed. And I was like, short ass vibe. Yeah.
I would love when he would go on stage in the OR and there'd be like 10 people in the crowd.
Yeah.
And he would just fuck with them.
What a
Look
treat
at
to get to
this
see that.
fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy with his pants. He looks like he got attacked by a fucking mountain lion. How much did you pay for those pants, you fucking moron? It's like this. I would call it mean dice.
Yeah.
That was my favorite dice to watch in the OR when you do mean dice.
People love it too. They're like, Dice is roasting me. Get the fuck out of here.
They were dying. It was fun. Yeah. It was like, it sounds mean when I'm saying it, but mean dice was fun.
Has he? He's been to the mothership, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, he loves it.
And he gets a lot of
I'm just happy.
I
I was always just it would freak me out to become his friend because
Is that one for you that's just crazy? That as far as like in the business, you're like,
because I was young, man. I was friends with him in my 20s.
Wow.
And I was standing in the back of the comedy. He's the reason why I started going on the road. Because I was standing in the back of the comedy store. He's like, you should do the road. And I said, why? I was like, I'm here at the store. He goes, yeah, I know, but you know what? You don't want to be attached to Hollywood, these fucking jerk-offs. He's like, you can make all the money that you need on the road.
Wow.
He goes, you get an audience. He goes, you're a funny guy. You should do the road. And I was like, I should do the road. So I started doing the road. For years.
Yeah. Opened you up to the idea.
100%. For years, I was mostly just doing the store. And I would do the Laugh Factory and I do the improv. I was just doing Hollywood sets. And occasionally I would do something else where it was a long set, but it was a little awkward because I was mostly doing 15-minute sets, you know? And so then I started headlining again. I was like, oh, yeah, you have to do this. You have to do hours.
Yeah.
You have to do like 4 hours on a weekend, like two on Friday, 2 on Saturday. But it's like the problem was I always had like 1 foot in and 1 foot out because 1 foot in was like I was always working on television. So that was like most of my day. Most of my day on news radio was working on the TV show. Like it dampens your enthusiasm for doing the thing that got you to dance. But I was on a set of news radio once, and the producer said to me, "Why are you still doing stand-up? You're an actor now." I was like, "Oh no!"
Oh shit!
I was just like this whole cycle of needing people to pick you for something. I was like, "Yuck! Get me out of this."
Yeah. Why are you deciding what I should, be to people?
And it was at that same time where Dice told me, "You go to road." It's the same time, so it was like a fortuitous convergence of this guy that I couldn't believe I was friends with. It was just weird.
Would those news radio days be so long that sometimes you wouldn't want to go up and do a spot, or was it
but I
pretty
still did
conducive?
it. I always did it. I never canceled. Yeah, I always did it, even though I was exhausted.
It was your reward too, right? You were looking forward to it, like I can get through the day so I can get on stage
It
almost.
was a little bit of that, but it was also those are my people. You know, the comedians were my people.
Yeah,
I had to be around.
A ball on Kick and watch this motherfucker get spammed and get pissed. Oh, there he is.
I had to be around the weirdos, the Holtzmans. You know, I became friends with Holtzman in '94.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey,
so I had to be around those guys.
Yeah.
Like those are my compatriots.
It is wild how quickly you find that out that you are in the right spot. I remember when I first started going around the store in 2000. I started stand in 2007, so it was right around there, and just going open mics and waiting for 4 hours, and Tommy telling me I'm going up, and then not going up, and then be like, well, maybe come back tomorrow, and then just being around. Even if I didn't go up, I was around for 4 hours, and I didn't just sit and wait. I like milled around, and that's where I met Tony and all these guys that you're like, oh, cool, you're doing this too. And that was the connecting over that is an immediate bond. That's just like, once you kind of lock eyes with someone, you're like, oh, you're trying to do this too? Unspoken respect. And then also like, oh, cool. Somebody that like, oh, we both didn't go up, or you got up. Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, dude, next time maybe do this. And then, oh, where are you going now? You know, it's late. Like I'm jazzed from watching 4 hours of comedy and not going up. And I feel like it's sad if I just go to bed. So, oh, well, let's go fucking play video games and smoke weed and talk about our experience of that night. And
there are wild times that you don't appreciate at the moment because you're worried. You don't know if the future is ever going to be real. You don't know if you're ever going to be a real comedian, you know, because you want to do it. You're obsessed with it, but it's hard to even get out on stage. It's hard to even take the first steps towards the dream. So it's like, even though it's an amazing time, you're going to look back on it so fondly forever. At the time, it's crazy. At the time, you just don't know. And that not knowing and not being able to control your destiny as a young person is one of the most terrifying and paralyzing feelings.
Why?
Because you don't know if it's going to happen in whatever you're trying to do. You're a fog of, you know, hope and dreams. And I don't know. I can't see the future. I don't know if it's ever going to work out.
The uncertainty that is a constant cloud over your head. But also the appropriate amount of delusion and enthusiasm for wanting to make it, right? Or make it. I mean, just wanting to be able to work in this world.
Well, I was very fortunate that I'm a very determined person because I was terrible when I started.
It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally I had some good jokes, but I was bad at putting it together. But I didn't know how to write. I didn't know. I just knew like what I liked, and I
W's
knew
in the
that I
chat
could make
for
people laugh
Rabbi.
in inappropriate
W's
ways.
in the chat for
I just
Rabbi.
couldn't figure out how to get that.
Were you comfy on stage?
No, it took a while. It took a while for me to be comfortable on stage, which is so crazy. I was so nervous about it, but I had fought like 100 times. It's just so weird that like getting kicked in the head didn't make me as nervous as talking to these guys. It's so crazy. There was a lot of fear that came with the fighting that didn't come with stand-up.
She gardens in a goddamn house, and she's about to get spammed by the best motherfucker on Kick, Rabbi, a.k.a. the greatest pimp of all time, R-A-B-B-I, fuck you.
We were on a bus driving to New York together to go get kicked in the face. I would just make jokes because it's very likely that one of us might get knocked unconscious.
Say my name,
I've
bitch.
seen a few of my friends get knocked unconscious. And it's
Next up, we got
I saw a friend of mine
If you're just joining us, we are going through Kick. Anybody who might bot spam, we are announcing it and acting.
We went out to Canada and he fought this guy named Jersey Long. Jersey Long was this national champion from Canada.
All these fucking assholes.
He was nasty. He called my friend and I didn't think my friendship would fight him. I didn't think my my friend was good enough at that point and experienced enough. He was good. He was very talented. But he didn't have enough experience on a national level. And this guy was at the peak of his form.
Bake the last one.
He was so horrible watching him crumple and go unconscious.
Fuck your shit up, son.
It was one of the worst KOs I'd ever seen live from a friend getting KO'd.
Really talented. That made you really just reevaluate.
Oh, it made me a bunch of things made me reevaluate. KOing people made me reevaluate.
Oh, hell
Watching
yeah.
people
Rabbi
snoring on the ground and knowing that
Rabbi
could
shitting
easily
all
been
over
you.
you.
Easily could have been you.
Customize and save hundreds.
Easily, you know? Easily. There was definitely guys that could have knocked me into the shadow realm. They just didn't. Only just got lucky. I got lucky and I never really got knocked out until my last kickboxing fight. I get TKO'd and I was still conscious. I was okay. I got rocked. I got hit with a left hook and dropped. My leg just disappeared. My leg just went, go away.
What's that like?
It's weird. It never happened before. I've been rocked before in the gym, but I'd never been dropped. Where I was really exhausted. It was my third fight of the night, too.
Because even that's a crapshoot, right? Like when you're getting kicked in the head, you go down, or whatever it is that knocks you out. It's still right. There's always the a couple centimeters to the left, and that would have actually.
This guy caught me perfect on the jaw, and I think I had my mouth open because I think I was tired. Because it was, like I said, it was the third fight of the day, and I remember being exhausted because I would get sick a lot of times before fights because I would get nervous. So I get real nervous, and then your immune system drops because you're freaking out all the time. Fuck. Yeah, and also you're cutting weight. I'd be cutting my calories down.
Time to refresh your
But those nerves don't enter in the comedy. Like before your live special, which I told you, they killed those guys, but it was awesome.
Thanks.
And also, I love doing it differently. When Harlan Williams did a special outdoors in front of animals, I was like, fuck yeah. You know what I'm saying? Doing something different. But the live thing is so not guaranteed, man. You're prepped, you're ready, you've done live, but like still you're still
MTV.
it's still a new
You were an
challenge,
MTV
right?
DJ, and now I fucking spam you every goddamn day.
Fuck that.
Look at your life has become. You used to be on fucking MTV, and now you get spammed by Rabbi all goddamn day. This is your life now, dog. This is your life. Don't you love it? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, dog.
Fuck that. I don't want to do that. No. Tell me. Maybe I'll do a special, but at that time I wasn't even thinking about doing a special. I was just
setup is so
having fun, just doing comedy.
If you ever have a chance to listen out there, check out Hands Rough, and then might have the best setup on any person
as I said, no, and then when I got home, I think, or maybe
Luke 24 was once on Rabbi's podcast. Luke 24 is a nice individual.
Conversations with other people about it, or you just kind of had a
I didn't tell anybody.
Car pet talk or what?
Luke 24, George 20 all day. Rabbi Rothschild, hip all day.
Just do something that scares the shit out of you, because that scares the shit out of you. But I just realized, like, I'm having great shows. I know that I'm having the music material's tight. It's funny. I'm like, what am I worried about? I'm not going to do it. I do it every night. I do everything live. I do the UFC live. I used to do YouTube videos. We used to do live.
Yeah.
I used to stream the podcast live. I've done so many shows live. Like, what am I worried about? And I'm like, oh, you're worried about fucking up. Okay, well, don't think about fucking up. Think about doing it the best way you can do it. And the best way I could do it was like to over-prepare. So I prepared like crazy. Yeah. I was at one point in time, I was doing 6 hours a week. So I was doing 3 nights, 2 shows a night, headline. After like an hour and 15 minutes of other guys, an hour and 15, an hour and a half sometimes. One time it was an hour and 45 minutes. Because the Protect Our Parks guys were all with me. So we all went up, we were blazed. We were all so drunk. We were so drunk. When we got there, we hopped out of the limo and ran upstairs, and it was ridiculous. At one point, Norman got so drunk during the podcast that he went backstage, threw up, and then went to sleep. So you know that backstage area? Oh, yeah. Like right behind the stage? Yeah, he was sleeping up there. Yeah, out cold. So he goes up, and then, you know, Ari's hammered. He goes up. And Brian Simpson was there. Tony was there. Like it was a giant, crazy show. So, but all those shows when you're going up that late, it's like running with weights on. You got to keep that momentum. You got to keep things tight. So all I did was just over prepare. I just really listened to a lot of recordings. I watched the video from Friday night because we recorded Friday night too. So I watched that video. I was writing bits out that I knew. I was writing them out word for word on a notebook over and over again.
And when you're over prepared, I'm assuming, I don't know if you riffed anything in the moment, but I feel like when you are that in the pocket, you're like, all right, now I feel comfy to shoot from the hip.
Yeah, you could just do a show, like a regular show, like how you would do it. That's how I thought. I want to over prepare, but I just want to do it like a regular show.
Yeah.
But it's also a regular show in the theater, which was odd because I had only done my club for a year and a half. I hadn't done any other venue for a whole year and a half. Before Friday night, I had not done any other big place. Yeah, for a long ass time. I think the last time I did a big place was probably one of the arenas that I did.
And he played well at Ohio.
And then I went to the club, and then I stayed in the club for a year and a half.
So next special, you have to be like blackout drunk, just to mix it up.
No, I think I'll do a live one again.
Yeah,
it was fun. It was fucking terrifying, but fun. Like in the moment, it wasn't terrifying at all.
Yeah,
I was just in the moment, and all I was doing was just concentrating on staying in the moment and enjoying myself and having a good time and doing it the best I can do it and being, real. I was so prepared because I knew like what my transitions were going to be. I'd done that set in that order for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I was like, I was ready.
Yeah, we're gonna live stream these Phil theater shows. I think just taking a page out of the Kill Tony book. It's like,
why not?
If people, because there's only a handful of theaters we're doing, but it's like there's people, you can reach way bigger audience doing that. And I mean, it's all the Phil show's all unscripted, so it's like there's a little more room for something whatever. But I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of room for it. But the most important thing is the most important thing is that's what people like.
Yes,
they like that you're going without a net.
Right.
They like it. Yeah. That's why they like the live Kill Tonys.
Yeah.
That's why they like all this stuff.
Yeah, anything could happen.
Yeah, look, Kill Tony at its base, the whole thing is there's no net. It's like you're gonna go up. Some guy went up in Madison Square Garden the first time he ever went on stage ever.
That's fucking so crazy. That's so crazy.
I mean, what a mind fuck that must be. To walk out in front, and by the way, those people are harsh. Those people are fucking.
I was gonna ask you, how do you feel with like a joke in? They're like, so my mom is my mom's weird. They're like, fuck you. Boo! I mean, the groups come in so quick sometimes.
Also, they're drunk. Okay, there's people out there. They've been ready for the show all day. They've been day drinking. They probably went to a pub, got fucked up.
Oh, in New York, yeah.
Yeah, they're walking, and then they're walked into the most iconic arena, their favorite show. It's live. There's 16,000 people. They're fucked up. Yeah. Let's go, Tarek. Yeah. And then some guys on stage, and it's not that good. You're like,
I paid for this.
Especially in New York.
Yeah.
Especially in New York.
I know.
They're not polite. If it's going south, they're gonna let you know. But that's part of the fun. Because when it goes great, they let you know too.
Yeah.
They're great laughers. God damn, when they were laughing hard. It was a fun show. It was really fun. But it's that weirdness of like it could go sideways, it could be awesome, but it's always going to be fun.
Yeah.
So and then you got the regulars. Like William Montgomery is a goddamn national treasure.
I can't get enough of him.
I tried him to death.
Me too, man.
He's like so funny. He's so fucking funny,
and he gives it. He's so. I love too when people are just so. He's such a kind guy, but he's so like. He just commits fully, dude. Yeah. And he's just always in the pocket, and he's always. That's the thing too is going on. Like I've only been on his long panel or a 5-10 minute bit, and it's like to go on for a minute and then however long the interview part is, he always delivers, I guess, which is
he's a character, right? He's this maniacal character, and you can get away with so much as that maniacal character.
I met he's got two brothers, but I met one, and he goes, "Hi, my name's Vance." He goes, "I'm William's brother," and I was like, "Of course you are." He just had all the William, like really just very intense, like good to see
how
you.
William hugs you.
Oh yeah,
he hugs you like he might be stabbing.
He hugs you like a Trump handshake, like he pulls you in, and then it's
weird.
Like he's stabbing you. Actually, that's
very tense.
Yeah.
You might want to stab you.
What is that? That's just.
I don't know what it is. I've tried to relax him on it for several years now.
Yeah.
He just hugs you, and you're like, "Am I in trouble? Am I in danger here? What the fuck is happening here?"
Yeah.
He's just.
Are we jumping out of a plane? Why are you holding on to me so tight?
And what a writing exercise that show is to have to come up with a whole new minute every week.
Yeah.
That's bananas.
Yeah.
It's a bananas experience. I mean, it's such a crazy job. And to do it live in front of a crowd and then have it on YouTube. And if you bomb, it's on YouTube forever. It's like, that's the ballsiest shit you can do, man.
Let me ask you this. Would you ever go on, like now that there have been, I've gone on as a few characters, Shane going on doing Trump, if there was ever a pitch to you from Tony or whoever, because you're a good actor, man. And would there ever be a world if somebody was like, dude, Joe, let's get you up and to come on and do like
an impression,
like a bucket
really
poll
good.
that was like a wild person, not even like a long panel thing, but like a,
yeah, I would do that.
Like a fake person. You know what
I'm
saying?
It would have to be a person that I could actually do an impression of.
Okay.
Because I'm not that good. I only have a few. Like I can do Dice and I can do Joey, but it's only a few.
But what about an original?
There's a guy named Earl Strickland. This is my best impression. My best impression is a professional pool player.
Let's go.
For real.
His voice or just the way he is?
No, there's a video of me doing an impression of him. I sound exactly like him.
Awesome.
And I say the crazy, he's a genius pool, one of the greatest pool players of all time. But like all people that are incredible at what they do, they're nuts.
Yeah.
Almost all people that are really, really good at things are out of their fucking mind.
Oh, yeah.
And he's out of his fucking mind. And he's famous for things like he puts like ankle weights on his wrists when he plays and tapes up his fingertips and puts like shooting goggles on. Meanwhile, he's like one of the greatest pool players that's ever lived.
Wow.
So he has all these like gadgets and shit he does, but I do this impression of him. Play it for me because you got to hear him talk.
Mr. Earl Strickland, ladies and gentlemen.
That's my buddy Justin.
Earl, how are you doing tonight?
Pool is a beautiful game played by ugly people. Okay, first of all, how are you going to play pool if you're not properly equipped? Where's your beekeeper's outfit? You don't have no ass weights. I don't see you in waders. What are you doing? You have goggles on? No, then get the fuck off the table.
So this is
wow.
Now
dude.
You got to listen to the
That
guy.
doesn't sound like you.
Listen to the guy. That's like if that guy was famous. Yeah, I could do like a whole tour as him.
Oh my God. That's your next chapter. Dude.
I could do a tour of pool halls.
Oh my God. Meet and greets with that.
But that's the only one I could do that good.
Well, here's the thing. Even that voice, I'm like, dude, that's a Kill Tony guy. You see that guy coming on?
Right. This is him.
It was just the best players in the world playing.
Bro, you nailed it.
I know how to do his voice.
Oh, Joe.
Pool's a beautiful game. It's played by a bunch of ugly people.
The stash, bro.
Yeah, he's a wizard.
Now, is he so famous that like a biopic is in the works? If something happened,
they could do a biopic of Earl Strickland, and I could play Earl Strickland. I can't play as good as Earl Strickland. Not built like Earl Strickland, but I could definitely do an Earl Strickland impression.
Oh my God.
He'd be so mad at me.
Have you so you haven't you met him, yeah?
Yeah, I met him. He was happy when I met him. I ran into him and he was like, "Why are you picking on me?" And I go, "Dude, I'm a giant fan. It's the only way I could do an impression of you that good. I'm a huge fan." And we became friends, like friendly.
That's
but
awesome.
then I tried to get him on the podcast and he doesn't want to come on. He's mad at me for something.
Doing his voice.
He like did a
keep fucking saying these
he did a
videos.
podcast saying that he like turned me down. That he didn't want to do my podcast. I'm like, okay.
Oh God.
Like I'm only a fan.
Yeah.
I'm only telling. I only joke it around because I think you're awesome.
Is pool your? Oh, man, how do I ask this question? Not vice. Number one hobby. Number one, like if you had the ideal day, like a joint, a show, and maybe post show for however long, and you're hanging. Obviously, I know you like your dinners and whatnot, but like. Is pool your true, like you're in your happy place zen?
Well, it's just to me, it's like a game that's also a mind cleanser. So there's a
social aspect of it, right?
Yeah. Social aspect. Well, if you're hanging around a pool hall, for sure.
Yeah.
Also, it's like pool players are also obsessed with it the way you're obsessed with it. So you can talk about stuff that you can't talk about with other people, like tip millimeter sizes and carbon fiber shafts and shit. Nobody wants to talk about that. But the pool players can't wait to talk about it. So you're talking about these weird aspects of the very particular aspects of this game. But while you're doing it, when you're just trying to concentrate on running out and just trying to concentrate on putting that cue ball perfect for the next ball, perfect for the next, you're thinking 3 balls ahead, you're plotting your lines and you're going, there's no room for anything else. There's no room for, oh, I forgot to call that guy back. Oh, I got to do this. Oh, I got to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't do this today. There's no room. While you're shooting, it's a mind cleanser. So all the things, should I do this? Should I do that? All that goes away.
Yeah.
And it just cleans your mind out because it requires all of you to make a hard shot, especially on tight pockets, a long shot on tight pocket. It requires all of you to stay in line, have your stroking arm follow through smooth, have the proper grip on the cue where you're not gripping it too tight. You got to like you're cradling it like a little baby bird in your hand, and you're just letting that cue weight and the acceleration from your arm push through that ball. And you want to watch that spin as it collides with the other ball and moves perfectly to the next ball. That requires all of you. So while you're doing that, it cleans your head out.
Dude, Strickland, you're just making me realize is like Bob Ross for pool. The way that you described all that, I was like, dude, that all made sense. You just basically broke down pool in the most beautiful way. And it really is, there's so much finesse, there's so much like strategy, there's athleticism involved.
There's a little bit of body control. I wouldn't call it athleticism, but you have to have execution. You have to be able to execute the shots. And that requires like a finesse that's learned over thousands and thousands and thousands of shots.
I thought I was going to be a pro pool player at one point. My mom was a single mom, 4 jobs, ran an assisted living homes, activities. That was one of the jobs, like bringing in, choirs and then just coming up with games for them. And so I'd go there for a lot of times after school. And there was a guy that was like, I don't know, the fucking janitor. Who knows? This guy even like worked there. But all of a sudden, I'd always be upstairs with him playing pool. And my sister, and he just like was so good and would like show us trick shots, and I got so into it. It was one of those things you got so into for like 3-4 years, and then I don't know, girl.
Fuck yeah!
You got someone that's good that showed you how to do it right.
Yeah, I always think back every night, not always, but think back to like, man, what if I like had really made that a thing? Because I mean, who knows where I was, but all I know is I was playing like anything as a kid, right? I was playing all the time to where I was like, oh man, what if that was like,
that would be crazy. Yeah. If I knew you from the pool world instead of the comedy world, that would be crazy.
I know, right?
Yeah. And then you probably would have had this thing. I think I could do comedy.
She said, Rabbi, I swear to God, not today.
You know, that thing that you had in your head before you ever started doing it, like that little voice. It's like,
oh, that was me on the bus impersonating, doing Ace Ventura scenes. Because I was a fat kid, and then I was getting teased all the time.
Fat kids take care of myself.
That's right. I'm trying to
You're
take
like
care of myself.
the guy in It Too. Remember the fat kid in It Too comes back buff and handsome in It Too? You don't remember? I watched it the other day. In It 1, the chubby kid that gets cut up by the bully.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Then in It 2, now he's a stud. He's got like 6-pack, beautiful man, but something happened.
Oh, yeah, we're still working on that, but yeah.
You gotta glow up.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it was. I was getting teased all the time, so it was fat kid, and then I started making friends laugh, and they were like, "Oh, you're the funny kid." So then I was like, "Oh, this is making them laugh, which feels good, and then it's also changing the way they're looking at me." Which I felt like a crazy superpower. I mean, it was 6th grade, and I was just
Rabbi's the greatest pimp in the history of motherfucking world.
I just was like, oh, I gotta chase this thing. So then it was, but I was doing it naturally. I wasn't going out of my way to do it. It just came like I'd watched Ace Ventura, and then I was like, oh, I want to, do that to a couple friends on the bus, and now I'm like telling stories, and then I would prank call Seattle sports radio stations and record it on like my first Sony and play it for friends on the bus, and they'd be like, just seeing them laugh was fun. Or prank call. One of the first things I did was there was a girl in our class that everybody had a crush on. I'm so glad you're here. And
everybody on Earth has been waiting for you to be here. In the history of mankind, there are a few things that have been anticipated as much as your arrival. Let's talk about them, okay? Og, how you living, Pimp? Og, do you have the kick? Pimp. Do you have the Kick app?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. I'm going to give you a username, and you're going to go and look at their chat. First person. I don't know if this is always going to work. In fact, it'll only work like 50% of the time. Okay, first person. Dambit. Dambit. Just,
1 second.
You're good.
Damn it. Yeah, I found it.
Okay.
Live.
Okay, so I don't. Some people have like timers on. So,
So what's happening in the chat? Also, what is this audio in the background? Is there some like video playing or something?
Yeah. Is it Joe Rogan?
Oh, it's Joe Rogan. Would you mind turning the audio down a little bit, just for a second?
Yeah, just one moment. Just one moment.
What is it I'm checking in the chat?
Just one moment. Wait, is that Caspian Sea? Caspian Sea, do you have music on in the background?
Yeah.
That's Caspian Sea. So, Og, just mute, or don't mute, but like turn down Caspian Sea if that's what's bothering you.
Gotcha. Here, yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
Here, wait 1 sec. I'm gonna check it in. Here, hi, how are you doing? Just the coat? Got you. That'll be £3. Thank you. Take a picture just in case you lose it. Thanks. Yeah, I'll be very careful with it. That'll be £3. Can you guys still hear me?
I can.
Oh, word. So I didn't know if my mic is muted or anything. Here you go. Thank you very much. And are you? Oh, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Oh, you can put it in the bucket. Nice. That'll be £3. Thank you.
Well, I mean, you're busy. I don't. So when you're not busy, which I understand, let me know, and you go to kick. But you won't be able to do this if you're having to take people's money. I don't want to get you in trouble. So you just do what you need to do with your job.
It's fine. I'll just let you know when I'm done.
Yeah.
It's like in waves.
Do that. Let me know when you're done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll take a picture just in case.
Through the petrochemical production of nylon versus beaver trapping. You know, like what? How many things lives get lost because of
Yeah, it's.
Join Rabbi's Discord. Gotcha.
Yeah, no, it's not just that though. It's a lot more. Okay, go to Vashly, VASHLY.
What did happen?
Go to Vashly, VASHLY, VASHLY.
I don't know. I don't want to work here.
Go to Vashly, VASHLY.
Yeah, 1 moment. I'm just doing the votes.
I understand, dude. You got to do that. Like you focus on it. That's fine.
But I mean, we kill them for food. It's weird, but like, there's places that are fur-free zones now. Okay,
He understands
like
what it takes
states,
week in and week out. It's not
like places you can't sell furs. I bet you could still wear them. It is America.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: you can't sell fur. I think you can't sell fur in parts of Los Angeles. See if that's true. I think they put a ban on selling fur, but you can still sell leather. Do you know how fucking insane you are when you have animal skin on almost everything? You have animal skin on the inside of your car. You have animal skin on your shoes. You have animal skin on your belt. You have animal skin on your wallet. You have animal skin everywhere. If it's better, it's leather upholstery. Yeah. Look at this beautiful leather upholstery.
Yeah.
It's better if it has leather. So you have animal skin everywhere, as long as there's no fuzz on it. Fur sales are illegal in California. 2019, state of California became the first state to ban fur. State's Governor Gavin Newsom signed into law AB 44, which bans the sales and manufacturing of new clothing and accessories made from fur. I get it. I get people wanting to be kind and not kill an animal for its fur. I totally understand where you're coming from. But it is a little weird that we're okay with leather. Yeah, it's a little weird. Yeah, don't ban leather, you motherfuckers. That's not my point. My point is, shut the fuck up and let people do whatever they want to do. Like I don't think you should ban furs. I don't want one. I'd rather have a fake one. You know?
What do you think about the tax?
Because I feel bad.
Yeah.
But I mean, but I get it. If I was living in a place where they couldn't straight law, like where did it all come from? Right? It came from. That was the only way to stay alive. People wore big ass fur coats because it protects you. They don't wear fur coat. The Inuits don't wear fur coats because it looks cool. They want to stay alive. Yeah, it's warm. Yeah, that's all it is. It's the best way to stay alive, especially when you're getting it from these animals that you're killing.
Yeah.
Like, that's literally how you get your clothes and your food is from these animals. That's the origin.
By the way, this is the first game.
Now it's like a weird thing because you're wearing it to show everyone you're a baller. You come in a full-length mink coat. What's up, player?
Specifically,
like my ostrich hat. Yeah, you have feathers on your cap from some exotic bird that had lost its fucking life so you could look like a pimp. And you just to go to the Clippers game in style. Wearing gold all over your
alligator pussy ring.
Diamonds carved out of the ground by child labor. You know, and just glittering and shining.
You have to walk in like that, by the way.
Yeah, if you got a fur coat on, you have to walk in like that.
Even though the coat's doing the talking for you.
My friend Bill had one. I put one on once. I was like, oh my God, this thing's amazing. We were in Aspen. And he had a mink coat. I go, what is that? What is that coat? Let me try that on. I put it on. I was like, oh my God.
Wow.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
It insulates you so perfectly. It's like
Pimps made mink coats popular. Is that?
I don't know who made mink coats popular, but they're popular with rich ladies.
Rich ladies, yeah.
It's rich ladies, and then it's like I think pimps caught on because it wasn't a lot of Joe Namath. Didn't Joe Namath like famously wear like a mink coat?
Yes.
Yeah, baller shit.
Yeah,
baller shit.
It does. It looks. Yeah.
But back then, people didn't think twice because everybody's just trying to stay alive. They were just trying to not starve to death.
Right.
You know, like, they didn't give a fuck about those animals. And once things got soft and sweet, and people would start doing way better, you know, in society, you know, it's like we're all starving. Why are we killing these little animals?
Absolutely, please do.
Yeah. Family. What do you think about the taxidermy stuff? Like the full-on people that have like rooms with just
I don't
creature.
do that with animals.
Baby.
Because I like what's called a European mount, and a European mount is the skull with the antlers on it, just the actual skull. Yeah, I know what it looked like. I don't want a fake representation of it on my wall. It's basically a doll. First of all, the people that do it are amazing, and the art of it is pretty incredible because it is an art form. What you're doing is you're using this mold, right? So you have a mold that's roughly the size of the torso of the animal you killed. They have a photograph of the animal you killed, and then they take the skin from the animal you killed and mold it around this foam and do it so perfectly that it looks just like the animal. They put fake eyes and they do it all up, and it's got the antlers from the actual animal on it. And they've made a fake version of this animal that you killed. I get it. Yeah, I get it, but it's not for me.
Right. Also, I don't know. I feel like I would get pretty baked in my own house and have some late night freakouts at some of these things that look. Well, a buddy of mine has a full house of them. He's his name's Doug. He lives in Jersey, and but he's into it for the artistic. Like he says, it's beautiful. It's got this big. Jimmy, you don't have that thing I was going to show Joe, do you? The little trailer. So, Joe, I made this doc called Doug about my friend who was a lifeguard when he was 21 in the 70s, jumped into a pool in Jersey to save a kid who was faking drowning, and he ended up being paralyzed from the neck down. And his brother Brian, who was an accountant, quit doing that to save his brother mentally, physically. He was in the hospital, wanted to die, was like, leave me even in the pool. I don't want to live like this. He was a college football star, going to be a lawyer. Brian not only gets him physically fit and mentally stable, to a place to where he wants to live, gets him so strong that he enters the Paralympics, ends up becoming the world champ, setting all the world records, gets on the cover of a Wheaties box, travels the world with Michael Jordan, Joe Montana, Bo Jackson, speaking to people all over the world, becomes a criminal lawyer, helps get the Disability Act going. And so I meet Brian, who's now a physical therapist to the stars in New York. And he goes, he's telling me about his brother. He's like, dude, you gotta meet my brother. Yo, this guy's he's incredible. Come to New Jersey, meet my brother. You can hear him. It's good as your Strickland impression. And so I go to Jersey and I see his place. He shows me all his pictures and videos of him with the Pope and Christopher Reeve and Regis and Kathy Lee. And I'm like, holy shit.
Is this doc out already?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. And it's a 1 minute trailer.
Let's see the trailer.
Yeah.
Let's see the trailer.
Thanks, brother. So I directed it. It's the first time.
From the Wheaties cereal box to the electrics.
It was 1978 when Doug Air, as a lifeguard, dove into a pool to save a drowning boy.
When I dove in, the stand kicked back, and my head hit the bottom of the pool.
There's no pain. I don't feel my legs. I don't feel anything. I'm screaming to the guards.
Heimer Blue Shield has a clear destination in
It
mind.
ended and began right at that moment. My
Billy,
brother, he goes,
we're
"You're not
here
gonna get
to
20 off
reinvent
me."
healthcare.
He was duct tape 1 pound wrist weights to my
Because
hand.
it can be simpler.
They told me about wheelchair sports.
He goes out in the field, breaks the first roller, breaks the second roller,
Because it can
breaks the
do
third
more.
roller.
Get ready for healthcare that
we never
goes
thought we'd do
beyond
that.
care.
Never.
Because life, Heimer Blue
got a
Shield.
phone call.
Soon, his picture will be pasted on 3 million boxes of the stuff.
You see my brother on the face of the so cool. Where's it go from there? You know?
All that, we're carrying my life to get back up again. And that's the charity. And you can't breathe apart. Just remember that.
These are the deals you've been waiting for. So don't wait.
Dude, that's badass.
Crazy story.
That's a great story.
So I went out there and I was like, I at least got to film the interviews, and their mom just passed with Brian, Doug, and because the story, the brother, just being there for Doug is wild and inspiring. And I don't know, having that amount of pictures and video to accompany any doc, I feel like is pretty imperative. And it was overwhelming. So I was like, I'm going to come out and at least interview you guys. And then took a couple years to put it all together. But it's on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/AdamRayComedy. I tried to pitch it a few places. Didn't really have enough juice, and then I was like, I'm just going to put it up because I want them to. It should be out there. A movie on that story. I mean, it's wild, Joe. I mean, I'll text you a link. It's only 50 minutes.
So that you've never did a documentary or anything like this before?
First one directed, yeah.
That's crazy. So you just got inspired because of this guy's story to put this
1,000%. I was like, I can't believe that your story is not more. I'm like, how the fuck have I not heard about this? And, I've talked to a few people since who have been like, oh, I remember seeing something on the news about this. Yeah, fucking a quick news, a 10-second whatever. But and Brian's such a character. The brother, that's who I was doing the voice of.
That's a great impression.
And his voice
it might be better than my Earl Strickland.
No, easy. But Brian now that's his life now. So that's also crazy. He dedicated his life to helping his brother, and now he is to the stars in New York and whoever else. I mean, he'll be on I flew him to Vegas once when I had a major back thing, and 3 days of aggressive stretching and fucking fixed me. And on the plane, he's like, there's a woman next to me. Her shoulder was fucking fucked up. Like, fix the shoulder. She wasn't able to do that for fucking 40 years. Now she can. And he kept telling me about Doug, and I was like,
what did he do to her shoulder?
For the driver of a stolen vehicle.
I don't know. He did a little. I don't know.
Release some kind of
there's a name for the type of physical therapist he is, but he says that in case people don't understand. But he's a wizard, man, and he, so I was like, I need to do this.
Does he do Rolfing? Is it that kind of stuff?
What's that?
That's that really painful kind of soft tissue manipulation. You ever had it done?
No,
it's brutal, man.
Oh, really? Ugh. I mean, that's why I say aggressive stretching. It's really, but he just a lot of unlocking things, but there's days when I've seen him. I stuck around New York an extra day to get work done, and I get just from flying and carrying a lot of shit here. My quads get real tight all the time, and so just not stretching enough, which I know I got to. But he's like, I could use 2 more days with you to really get you,
loosen you up.
Yeah,
I've been doing a lot of stretching lately because I'd done a lot of especially getting ready for the special. I was working on a lot, also to calm my mind.
Yeah,
and I might have overdid it a little bit. And then
I
just was sore, man. My back was sore.
You could feel it on stage as you were moving around.
And I decided on Saturday, no, not on stage, just mostly when I wake up in the morning, I was like, I'm going a little too hard here.
Right.
But what it really was I wasn't stretching enough. And everything was just tight because I was doing a lot of kettlebell shit, and it was just tight. And I spent 2.5 hours on Saturday just stretching in my hotel room, just stretching. That's all I did. I just watched some YouTube videos and stretched. And I felt 100% better when I got. And I was like, "Oh, you fucking idiot! You should be doing this all the time."
I know.
You know, I need to do like long stretch sessions like that all the time.
That's patience, man. 2.5 hours.
Yeah, you just watch YouTube. Just put your phone down and watch some.
You have no excuse to not. I know. I tell my sister that now too, and she's like, "I need to find more time to, exercise in this." And I'm like, "Dude, you watch shows like already after work, just like for even 20 minutes, like walk around and just space out." But
well, it's also if you want to exercise, like get on some kind of a cardio machine and watch a movie on an iPad.
Yeah,
it's a cheat code.
Yeah,
it's a cheat
how
code.
I watch anything is on the bike.
But it's the best way to distract yourself from the fact that you're exhausted.
Totally.
If you watch a good movie with headphones on and an iPad on like a stationary bike.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You can enjoy the movie.
Yeah.
You actually can enjoy the movie and actually put in some serious cardio.
Yeah.
And you'll be distracted. So you won't be thinking about the fact that you're exhausted on the bike. You'll be thinking about, oh my God, don't go in the basement.
Yeah.
Don't go in the basement. I can't fucking believe this movie is insane. This fucking movie's insane.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially a good thriller,
Oh yeah. It keeps you engaged. Yeah. What's your go-to workout movie? Or can you not watch? Are you a rewatcher?
Yes. John Wick. John Wick's the greatest ever workout movie.
Whoa.
Ever. Yeah. Yeah.
I have a confession. Haven't seen it.
Oh my God. It's like
Let's
a
watch
girl
it.
saying she hasn't seen
Put
Barbie.
it up, Jamie. No.
It's like a girl saying she hasn't seen Barbie, really.
Right. Oh wow.
Yeah. It's the most insanely
We can edit
violent
this out.
movie of all time. It's so
Keanu,
insane.
right?
Yeah, it's so Keanu. It's so ridiculous.
And they've made 15.
They did 4 of them.
Yeah.
I think. 4? Right, yeah. 4.
I remember hearing this last one. It was the talk of the town. People were like,
it's a fun movie.
Yeah.
But it's a really good movie to work out to because it's just so crazy.
Cool.
Because like so many people are getting killed. You're just like,
oh yeah, yeah.
You get in those extra reps to watching people engage.
You get
in,
fired up
Mortal
from it.
Kombat. Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
It's a crazy movie.
Mortal
It's
Kombat.
fun.
Remember when that became a game? Remember
yeah.
when that was, dude, that I understood why my mom was like, you can't play video games, because I remember sitting downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
I had my bar mitzvah. She goes, I'm not buying you a video game system, but you can use some of your Jew money to buy. She didn't say that. She goes, you can buy some of your, you can buy, what if she did? She goes, you can use some of your money from gifts to buy. And so I bought a Super Nintendo and then I got, I think, a Sega, and then or my buddy had a Sega, and we played Mortal Kombat. And I remember just being like, what is happening right now? We went from Street Fighter, which is, throwing, Harukiks and whatnot, and then just ripping a guy's cock off.
Yeah. Yeah, you could kill people.
Yeah.
You pull their fucking skull out with their spine attached to it.
Pretty cool. And then just go have it fucking Crustable right after.
And it's very addictive.
Yeah.
All those games are very addictive.
Were you ever a gamer?
Yeah.
What was your
Quake? But it's just because they're fun.
Yeah.
It's like they're not addictive because they suck. They're awesome.
Yeah, dude.
They're just too awesome.
Yeah.
Like playing Quake is too awesome. It's crazy fast paced. You're shooting rockets at people. They're electrocuting you to death.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
And it's such an adrenaline rush that you just don't want to stop. You just want to go to the next game.
Oh, yeah.
Go to the next game. Keep playing. Next thing you know, you're exhausted. You're dehydrated. You haven't had any food in 8 hours.
Oh, yeah.
What's wrong with you? And then you have to go to bed. You're lying in bed like, what the fuck is wrong with me?
Why am I still awake? Yeah.
This is crazy.
I've only played Halo a handful of times. My younger brother is pretty obsessed, but he's really good. And I played it online, and I was real high. So I started to kind of get emotionally invested to where, like, I see guys getting shot, and I was like, fuck, I can't. My heart was beating so fast. It was too much. If I was sober, I would have been less.
You lost a comrade. You felt real connected to it.
It did. I was fucked up.
They have virtual reality ones now. My friend Matt Serra, he plays these virtual reality
with the goggles.
What's the one that Matt plays? What is that? The game he plays? That he's Population 1. So it's a VR shooter.
Oh, yeah.
So he's running around with VR goggles on. So he really feels like he's in the game. And he's like, get down. They're shooting at each other and shit. It's nuts.
Oh my God.
He's got the goggles on. He's like in his fucking house, just moving around.
Give me that security
so
footage.
you feel like you're in a war.
Yeah.
Like you're so immersed in it. This video game is now a whole next level experience.
Yeah.
It's just in front of the computer is pretty involving.
Yeah.
You get the headphones on, especially with these computer games now have 3D sound. So you hear sound coming from there. Those guys over there. You run towards them.
Smack your wife. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's
another thing about these goddamn games. You could beat the shit out of people. Like there's a lot of like, what is it, Red Dead?
Red Dead Redemption, right?
Yeah, where you like take someone and fucking tie a noose to their neck and drag them behind your horse. Like, you do wild shit. You could drown a prostitute in the river.
Yeah.
You could do wild shit. And people are like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be able to do this in a fucking game. This is a little
Your
crazy.
7-year-old shouldn't be able to see that that's possible yet.
It shouldn't be able to beat a prostitute to death with a shovel.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Maybe a super soaker. Just hit her in the face or something. Yeah. Something lighter.
Well, it's just the whole game is chaos.
I know.
You know, it's like you could do chaos to anybody. Just like Grand Theft Auto. You could do chaos to anybody. You know?
First time playing that, though, and driving down Sunset and seeing, like, the Comedy Store was pretty cool.
I think Grand Theft Auto, I think I read this. They were comparing the amount of money that Grand Theft Auto has generated versus, like, almost any other like movie game, like in comparison to how it does to like big Hollywood blockbusters.
Sure.
Like how much money has Grand Theft Auto generated? I mean, that has got to be one of the most popular games of all time.
1,000%. That may be.
It's about stealing cars.
Yeah.
And
for $8.5 billion.
Yo. Good call, dude.
Yo.
We'll be right back. That's a fucking holy shit, dude. That's so much money.
That's so much money.
Joe, that's wild. Thanks for pulling that
now,
stat
do
up.
you think you deserve that amount of money?
What have you done other than show teenagers it's possible to beat, steal, and rob from a hooker? Hold that thought. We'll be right back.
Do you remember the guy who used to run bum fights?
Yes.
And he came on Dr. Phil as Dr. Phil.
Yes.
He shaved his head, the top of his head.
Joe, that's what we could do. You want to come on the Dr. Phil live show and be that guy? All we got to do is throw a stash on you.
That guy, he fucking...
Phil goes, what are you doing? And he goes, what? What? He goes, what are you doing? What are you doing? And he's like, I'm doing what you're doing. I'm exploiting people. He's like, I don't like it. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here. There's Robin. Dude just kicked him off his set.
But it was weird, right? Like you knew that's what he did.
Of course.
And you invited him on the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
He probably just didn't like that path of the argument.
I bet
that path is a legitimate path.
Do you think he knew? Maybe he didn't know he was going to get into full makeup. Because I'm sure Phil's not visiting the guests, right?
Listen, this is not a surprise.
If you think I exploit people, every time you bring a guest on this show, you exploit them and spread whatever problems they have to the whole world. You think that's helping them?
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. You can go.
You know what? Who do you think you are, huh?
Bye. Come on.
Huh? No, I'm not finished talking to you.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, you are.
Don't even grab a complimentary Dr. Phil hat. Just go. I hate me right now. I mean, this guy, yeah.
The thing about that guy, though, is that guy, that bum fights thing was crazy.
It was wild.
That guy paid people to pull their teeth out.
Yeah.
There's some awful shit.
Yeah, you want to talk about using YouTube for the wrong reason.
Well, it wasn't YouTube.
It wasn't?
No, these were cassettes. These were like VHSs.
Maybe my first taste of bum fights were.
What was Bum Fights originally released on? I don't believe it was YouTube. I think it was pre-YouTube.
Yeah, it was sold for $22 a piece.
So people were either
DVDs, I guess.
Was Bum Fights for people that couldn't get Girls Gone Wild? What? Like, because those were both probably popping off.
Basically, what Bum Fights was a lot of shit that you see already on the internet. You see how many bum fights have you actually seen on the internet? I've seen so many guys that are like on heroin, fist fight in the streets of Los Angeles. Like this is a shitload of videos of bums duking it out. Their pants fall down, guy gets kicked in the head, knocked unconscious. There's a lot of that you can find.
Yeah.
I get sent it all the time by Tom Segura. Yeah, he sends
Just
me
cell phone footage?
No, the Instagram reels.
Gotcha. Oh yeah,
like terrible things that you can see people just doing to each other all over. So the thing is, like, this guy made a living off of it, though, and he was like selling these DVDs. And I think we didn't want to admit that people want to see that, just like we don't want to admit people want to drown hookers in Red Dead Redemption, but they do.
They do, man.
They do want to see that.
Yeah.
They do. If you let people slap each other in the face on television, people will tune in.
Yeah.
If you let people dress up like fucking medieval knights and sword fight, that people will watch.
Yeah.
That is 100% a fact.
Yeah.
And back then we didn't want to believe that, and there was no internet, so we didn't really understand our nature until the internet came along.
Dude, think about 2 Girls, 1 Cup.
Think about porn. Okay, think about the amount of porn that gets digested by the average American male versus that of 1950.
Oh God,
there's a huge difference. Guys were jerking off to underwear ads. Okay, guys were starving for things to jerk off.
Weird.
Yeah, they were jerking off to memory. They had no idea.
We had a lot of solid imaginations, probably.
That's
in the
all
50s,
you need
60s, and 70s.
That's a good idea in your head. That's all you had. That's all you had. And then now everyone has a phone, and anyone's phone can connect to a plethora of porn sites.
I had a guy on my flight about 3 months ago. No joke. Porn on the phone, no headphones.
And then after that, we'll see the CD.
Jeez, yeah, I've heard, oh, fuck my butt, fuck my butt.
Oh my God.
And then it was just kind of like, and then saw there's, people kind of like turning. No one wanted to citizens arrest this guy, so everyone was kind of like.
He probably was doing it to make people uncomfortable.
For sure.
Yeah. Because what is the law?
And it was wild. I mean, I was 2 rows
behind.
behind.
Are you allowed to do that? Like, what's the law? Like, where are you allowed? Right. That's what I'm saying. Like you shouldn't be looking at his. But if you can hear it.
Yeah.
Like, what is the law, right?
Yeah.
What if you're playing a podcast that's offensive? What if you're playing a podcast on your phone that makes me upset, but you're playing it? I have to listen to it. I'm getting upset.
Right.
What is the law on that?
Right.
I feel like you're allowed to do that, right? So if you're allowed to say, like, fuck that guy and fuck this, but you can't say fuck my butt, it gets a little weird. Right. It gets a little weird. It's like, it's his phone. Why are you even looking at what's on his phone?
Totally.
You shouldn't be a fucking...
You're 2 rows back. Put your headphones on.
How about stop paying attention to his phone? But also, why does he have porn on his phone and it's loud?
Right.
Like, I don't think...
Is it almost like urinating in a public decency thing? Like, you can't...
It's just like that according to the law that I'm looking at.
You can't pee in public or watch someone talk about peeing.
Right, but can you listen? That's what I'm saying. Like, what is the law in, like...
Because are you a peeping Tom if you're listening? Yeah, defendant convicted of watching porn in parking lot fails in constitutional challenge to public obscenity law.
Watching pornography in public serves no legitimate purposes unless you want to fucking jizz like a racehorse.
You're trying to get first class to turn things up a notch.
Doing so with one's window down and at a restaurant's busy parking lot in full view of families recklessly expose pornography to young children. Oh, well, this is a little different. This is like a business, and he got in there with his window rolled down and he's beaten off. He might be a little bit of a freak. But it depends on, like, was he in the corner of the parking lot away from everybody?
Yeah.
Like, was he by himself? He's like, I just got to rub this out. I got to make a decision. Right now, I'm real confused. You know, it could have been like a mental health thing. You know? Like, look, I'm losing my mind here.
This thing says the public libraries can't block porn, and it's not illegal to watch.
Wow.
I'm not saying that,
No
but
way.
That's just what this says.
That's crazy.
I'll
Look at libraries staying cool and hip.
If that's true, how many people are jerking off in San Francisco in a library right now?
Oh, I don't know.
Hundreds?
1,000% of the people attending the library?
Hundreds,
yeah.
I would certainly recommend against doing this, one lawyer says.
But he said Missouri. We'll scroll back up.
Yeah.
It said under Missouri statutes, depending on the exact circumstances, the prosecutor could file at least 2 different charges. But this is Missouri.
Every state's different with that, too.
Right, but wasn't the article about San Francisco? Or any public library?
Yeah, this is public library.
Oh, it's any public library. Oh, my God. Anywhere?
I almost got arrested for taking photos mooning a camera when we were like 21 or something. Like,
Yo, that's how crazy San Francisco is. He didn't even say San Francisco. I assumed.
Wow.
I just assumed, right? We didn't even bring up. In my head, I'm like, it has to be San Francisco. That's so crazy. That's how crazy San Francisco's gotten, where a story comes up, and it's almost like the Bernstein Bears. What's that called?
Yeah,
that thing. The Mandela effect. Yeah.
The Bernstein Bear effect?
Yeah, well, it's the Mandela effect because people thought that Mandela died in jail, but he didn't.
Right.
And so there's this thing, like, people have like a whole narrative in their head. It's like a glitch in the Matrix type thing. I think that might apply to this because it's like instantly I was like, oh, it happened in San Francisco. I would have told the story. In my head, I would have gone on. Did you hear what happened in San Francisco?
That's crazy.
You can watch pornography in the fucking library. Meanwhile, it's every library. Wow. Every library. That's.
Is that one person making that?
The guy in the parking lot was in New Jersey.
Oh, of course he is.
You saw the thing.
Yeah. If you had to guess, what state's going to produce the most parking lot jerkers.
Did you
New Jersey on the top of the list.
hear that story about the guy? It was maybe a few years ago. It might have actually been during COVID when everyone was doing big work Zooms. And the guy
What's up, you little
thought he was
bitch?
doing work Zooms. I'm sorry. Yeah. And he stayed on. He didn't turn his computer or sound off. It was one of those things where you log on for the Zoom. You know, the boss is like, all right, guys, everyone's here, blah, blah, blah. And then you can just turn your screen off, but he didn't turn his off.
Dude,
he
one
just started,
guy,
just started,
there's fucking hundreds of guys got caught. I have a bit about it. Hundreds of guys got caught. It was that was that Jeffrey Toobin guy, the CNN guy.
Yeah, that's, I guess, a famous one.
Yeah. But it was like,
that's a wrap, right?
Guys.
You're fired.
He's back. The Toobin guy's back.
So let's say it was like a Jamba Juice conference, and you're on Zoom, and you get like,
likely it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap. But if you're a rapper, no big deal at all. Whoops, I didn't know the camera was on. Sorry.
All right, yeah.
Sorry,
Also, you're
y'all.
welcome for getting to see some beautiful.
Yeah. I don't think no one's going to be welcome if you're getting caught doing that. But it's one of those things where it's just like,
An article in the UK where it's debatable whether foreign use
it's even illegal. It should be. The best hope for prosecution currently looks to be an offense against public decency. What an archaic notion that sounds now. When was this there? If the government wants to retrieve any credibility from this debacle, it could order a legal review. Can old laws be repurposed, or is new legislation required? That's interesting because, like, when all these laws were put in place, they probably never anticipated porn on the internet.
No.
Especially the way it is now.
Great point.
You know, when you're talking about businesses that never got bailed out, this is what. Imagine if I told you there was a business, and this business is going to eat up about 30+% of all the internet traffic, and this business is used by some ungodly percentage of men, way more than it takes to elect a president. Right? What does it take to elect a president? You know, 51%.
Yeah.
Way more than 51% guys that use pornography. But yet, when that business stopped making money because DVD sales went away, nobody talked about it. Just shut the fuck up. Yeah. Bail out banks, bail out this business and that business, and you know, too big to fail, but no, it's a porn business. Everybody's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Is it still real? I don't even know they were making porn anymore. I mean, I don't even watch it.
Did you see the Ashley Madison doc?
What is that?
Ashley Madison was.
Was that the dating site?
Yeah, the site for where people could have affairs.
Oh, that's right.
Joe, it is a wild. It's.
Oh, they got doxxed, right? Didn't something?
Yeah,
happen?
they got hacked.
Yeah.
And so they basically it was people signed up to have it was a
wild folk. Just a whole website full of wild folk. Oh man, and a bunch of risk takers. Just a bunch of people.
Just a lot of people doubling down.
And running away from the
hit me on 20s. Yeah,
2:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah. Meet me at the Subway. Yeah, next to the KFC. Where's that Mike Pence mask? It was
maybe that guy was in the parking lot getting ready for it.
It was wild, dude.
Warming up.
Yeah. And then they interviewed a couple couples that were all about that were doing it together. That were just
swingers.
Yeah.
Swingers are weird. They're like they have the missing fuse. It's like there's something in them. It's like it's different.
I met a few swingers through Brad Williams, of course, because swingers and little people know each other.
Oh, really?
There's a
interesting.
Yeah, they got the same
agents.
Yeah. I met my first through Brad, porn stars, swingers, and other little people through Brad, and comedians. But these swingers were wild, dude. I'm coming from small town North Seattle, and like, I just even know it's not something I just is in my zeitgeist. I never met, and so just talking to them so normally was just wild. You know what I'm saying?
I did these gigs, and God, I can't remember what state it was. Somewhere in the South. Might have been Nashville. So I did this gig with Ari, and we had this guy drive us from the club. He picks us up at the hotel or at the airport, takes us to the hotel, and then he's driving us to the gig, and everything's normal. And then he eventually, at the end of the weekend, he's driving us to the airport. And when the guy's driving us to the airport, he opens up about his swinger life, like out of nowhere. He's like, "You guys ever swing?" We have a swinging club in town. And we're like, swing? Like, what do you mean? He's like, like we wife swap and the like. He goes, I've been doing it for a while. I go, you like swinging? He goes, well, yeah, I love it. Yeah, we swing. My wife fucks other. I get to decide though. Like if he's too good looking or he's too buff, I get to decide. I don't like that guy. She can't fuck that guy. And they make like decisions like that. God. And this guy just opened up to us out of nowhere.
What preceded that conversation?
Nothing. Like fucking zero.
It's hot today, huh? Speaking
I
of
like
hot.
swinging. You guys like swinging? Like what? Out of nowhere, this dude just chatting it up about the guys he lets his wife fuck. It was crazy.
That's wild.
But he was one of them dudes that like had a ponytail, but it was also bald. Like the whole thing was a mess. Of course, he was chaos. He was a human. Just example.
If you bring up swinging unprovoked, you have a ponytail.
He was a bizarre character, but it was just. I've only met a few groups of people that are like really into that. One of them was I was doing the improv in Tampa, and this is a fun gig.
Yeah,
fun gig. And then this foursome of people were like, "We're swingers. You should come. We have a swinger convention." I'm like, get the fuck out of here. They look like people that would be swingers, you know, just a mess, just a mess. Tampa is the swinger capital of the U.S. That's it.
No joke, I had a guy come up to me and proposition me in Kansas City to, it's when I was featuring for Harlem, the Kansas City Improv. And he goes, man, it's funny. He's like, bang my wife. What you guys doing? You want to fuck my wife? And I was like, whoa. Had never been proposed like that. Then she comes over. What are you guys talking about? I go, oh, he's trying to say he wants us to do something and he whatever. She goes, what the fuck? Had no clue that was even. I was like, oh, he said, and then it was just super weird. She's like, Daryl, what the fuck? What? Why would you like? I'm crazy, but what the fuck? I would never do that. And I'm like, oh, this guy must just be going around doing that.
Oh, that's his thrill.
Yeah,
he wants someone to fuck his
wife. Or maybe he wanted me to say yeah and then like beat you up. Yeah,
could be a trap.
It was fucking wild because
could be setting a trap.
Yeah,
who knows? But it's just that's a weird culture. But you know, whatever. I'm not hurting anybody.
Dude, exactly.
Go fuck each other.
Yeah, enjoy
they
it.
have clubs where they go and they're like
the Eyes Wide Shut clubs, right?
People fucking each other. One of my friends, maybe it was Cal, told me he got
a little bang bang party.
It's like in the 90s or something like that.
Of course it was.
Told me that he went to one of those. He walked in, people are fucking all over the place.
Those are things where you like drop your keys in the bowl or you put your phone like right there.
You know, that's like a party that they would like throw all their keys in the bowl and then the guy would reach in and pull out one of the women's keys and the woman would reach in and pull out one of the guy's keys and you figured out who you're going home with.
Wow.
Yeah. And they just swap wives.
And then that became a show.
Yeah. There's a wife swapping with the show?
Yeah.
Of course it was. I wonder if it's real, though. You know, those shows, they fuck around a lot with those shows. They manipulate reality.
I remembered and found this recently. It's a commercial from Ohio, where I'm from.
Sun Bubble Hot Tubs.
Oh, bro.
Rent a private room.
Jamie, I love you for pulling this up. We had one in Seattle called Tubs.
Bring your kids.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
kids are swimming in fucking fake jizz.
They drop soup in there. $20 an hour or something wild.
Oh, that's crazy. But that's like couples. That's very different.
Bro, we had a place like this. We had Tubs in near a comic club, near Giggles. Did you play Giggles in Seattle? That was before I first did
I never
open
did
mic.
Giggles in Seattle. I did Giggles in Saugus, Massachusetts.
Okay, cool. It was like one comedy club, I guess, in the 90s that was thriving near the University of Washington. And they had a place called Tubs there. But we also have a place called Tubs Subs, a sandwich place. So that's all I know about. I'm a little fat kid thinking about sandwiches. And my friends that were leaving soccer practice, I'd scored on my own team. He called me a fucking idiot. That was a wrap for me in soccer. And so we're driving by, and he's like, and I see Tubs. I'm like, oh, Tubs. I'm like, we should stop and get some food, you know? We just lost and scored on my own team. Some sandwiches sounds good. And he's like, oh, that's not, they don't do sandwiches there. It was just the same name. And I was like, oh, what happens there? It's like, look, people rent hot tubs, and they go in there and just kind of hang out. I was like, I had no clue. So what do you mean hang out? I said, well, they go in there, you meet somebody, you bring them in, you have some fun. No clue. And then, like, 10 years later, I'm like, oh, people are just going there just to fuck. Like you said, just
the hot tub.
Yeah.
It's probably
surprised
in a hotel room.
For sure. And it's a hot tub. Who doesn't love a hot tub?
Yeah, people just want to go and bang it out. Or maybe on a date and you get a wild hair and you want to go to a hot tub room.
How do you dude?
Let's go.
How do you feel about hotel hot tubs? When you're on the road,
what are the odds? Bro, that's clean. That's dangerous.
That's literally.
You know a guy got Legionnaire's disease from a hot tub in LA?
What is that disease?
Oh, it's like a disease that's like archaic. It's like one of those old world diseases that's not supposed to be around anymore. And this guy got it from a fucking hot tub. See if you can find that article. I'm pretty sure it was California that it happened.
Yeah, they never clean.
My memory's a little foggy on where it was. I feel like but maybe I'm thinking everything crazy is in California today. You know, I assumed that other story was from San Francisco.
Yeah.
But this guy, he got in a stanky ass hot tub and he got Legionnaire's disease and fucking died.
He died from
No,
it?
he died. Yeah, he died. Do you have it? Because if you're not, I saved the article.
Go back to his playing days, by the way.
Man, I definitely saved it on my phone. It was like, this is the craziest fucking
Just going to
story.
relax.
So, this is in 2023. California spa is to be the source of an outbreak of Legionnaire's disease that caused the illness of multiple people and the deaths of 2. Contra Costa Health announced Monday it has been investigating Zen Day Spa in Contra Costa, California since August. How about you step in? How about don't investigate? Just fucking test the water. That's so crazy.
1 dead, 11 sick in the Legionnaire's disease outbreak in Napa.
Oh my God! It's a hot tub disease.
Yeah, that's got to be a
Man who died of Legionnaire's disease from Bay Area Spa was celebrating his birthday. Oh God!
Daniels out of Miami rotate in. Simon Smith on the
It's
field.
your birthday. I want to take you to the hot. You had a Groupon. Oh my God!
Oh,
So did all
God.
the people that jizzed in that pond.
Tonight as well. Absolutely.
That's what's so disgusting. It's probably just a combination of jizz meets shit, and it just becomes this monster virus that kills people that are trying to celebrate their birthday.
What the fuck?
Yeah, bring your kids. Bring your kids to the spa. Catch
Oh.
Legionnaire's disease. What is that? What is
running permit?
Oh, why should they? It's only a spa where you're naked. It's wild that type of water. Why would they have a health permit? Why would they even check?
Yeah, a hot tub is a wild invention. I mean, even a public hot tub is just such a wild idea. Like, what are you doing?
Water that gets hot like that is so perfect for bacteria.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful. If you don't have the right amount of poison in there, which is what it is, when you pour chlorine in there, you just killing everything that's alive. Oh, wow. It's a severe form of pneumonia, lung inflammation, usually caused by infection. It's caused by a bacterium known as Legionella. Why did they name it Legionnaire's disease? Let's Google that. Because it sounds like some shit that happened in the old world.
It does.
There's a bunch of diseases that are starting to emerge in the homeless community in Los Angeles that are ancient diseases.
No shit.
Like,
From
I think
what?
they
From...
got typhus just from being disgusting. The American Legion State Convention in Philadelphia.
God.
What? Okay, it's commonly known as legionellosis, which is a generic term for a respiratory infection caused by the Legionella bacteria. This disease is named after a deadly outbreak of pneumonia in 1976 that occurred during people attending the American Legion's State Convention in Philadelphia.
Legionella sounds like Coachella for people that have swallowed a lot of hot tub cum.
So that's why they named it Legionnaire's disease? Because it happened during that was the outbreak?
Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah, no thanks.
What is the American Legion? What's that? What's the convention of the American Legion? Do you know what that is?
Led to the name of the Legionnaire's disease. No
right.
clue.
But what is the American Legion?
How
The
many
Veterans Association. Wartime veterans. Oh, my God.
Aimed at
So
advocating
they're wartime
patriotism.
veterans, and they die from a fucking disease and then they name it after the Legion.
Wow.
Which is like really bad for business.
Yeah.
Really bad for business.
Yeah.
They should have done that to them. Don't call it Legionnaire's disease. Don't name it after us, you fucking assholes. Call it some fucking weird Latin name and come up with some spooky monkeypox type definition. Don't name it after us. Imagine if somebody caught pneumonia and they called it mothershipitis. And they got people dying from mothershipitis. Like, hey, you fuckheads.
Yeah, you'd be pissed.
Don't do that. It just happened to be there.
Yeah.
It's not the Legionnaires. It's not the Legion Center that was the problem.
No.
They didn't do anything wrong.
No.
But they probably had some dudes that were coming back from Thailand. You know what I'm saying?
1,000%.
You know what I'm saying?
Where does herpes
Like
get its name?
Old dudes that come back from Thailand.
Oh, yeah. With everything.
They go over there for like 4 months of the year, come back looking like, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? You look it around real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a meme that I saw today of this older man, like he's in his 60s, and he's holding hands with 2 hot Asian girls, and it was saying something about like when I cash my VA check and I disappear, don't worry about me.
Cool.
Because I'll be in some strange country.
Oh, yeah.
Where there's rampant sex trafficking.
Oh, my God, I know, right? By the way, I thought you were going to bring up the 91-year-old who just died and who was married to a 42-year-old.
What are you talking about?
91-year-old billionaire I just saw today that died.
Well, it's true love. That's what's important.
That's what's
She's
beautiful,
probably
Joe.
hot as fuck.
Oh.
She's probably super, super hot as fuck.
Oh, she was way into him.
Let's see what he and she looked like.
He had a great personality.
That gives me hope for the future. If everything goes sideways, like men should be happy because that's even possible that you can trick.
There you go.
Look at that. Totally looks like they would love each other.
Looks like Mr. Bean's dad.
Yeah, she looks like she should be married to a farmer. Some big old buff farmer.
How does she even meet this? Well, I mean, I guess, yeah.
Probably some billionaire dating site.
Yeah.
He gained fame through high-profile dates. Just weeks after marrying his sixth wife, she died. Yeah, she got a bill over that dude.
You think?
No.
Yeah.
No. But if you're a woman and, you're 40 and this guy's nice and he's worth fucking $30 billion, he wants to marry you, like,
sure.
let's go. Let's fucking go.
I know.
I can deal with you. Maybe she likes him. Maybe she even likes him. Maybe she also likes being super fucking rich.
Totally.
Why not?
She might like that a little bit more.
Yeah, like people were always remember Anna Nicole Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah. J. Howard Marshall?
Yeah.
And people they knew what it was. But guess what? He knew what it was too.
Totally. He was having a good time.
It was caused by a tough bike workout. Oh, wow. He was rushed to the hospital with crippling back pain. With a ruptured heart valve. Wow, he blew his heart out. Probably thinking about fucking her.
1,000%. Yeah, he was still
like, I'm going to give it to her tonight. 49-year age difference. So what? Let it go. Ooh, look at that one right there. Is that her? Oh, the previous one? Damn, let me see that one. That one's even more preposterous. No, scroll up so I can see.
Well, this guy's been doing it forever.
That's the most preposterous
Yeah.
one. That's perfect. That's what I like to see.
It does give me
I like
hope.
to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can be disgusting.
Also, it gives me hope that it, I don't know how old he was, 80, 90, but
Bam. That's what I'm talking about. Well, how about the dude?
Even Betty White, before she passed, was saying how she was I think at 99 maybe, that there was some article I read and she was just talking about still banging it out.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Wild.
Those old ladies don't give a fuck.
Oh, no.
They're not worried about your approval anymore.
Dude,
she'll tell you who she fucked. She'll tell you who she fucked. Who's that guy who owns the Raiders? He's got a really hot 24-year-old girlfriend.
Oh, yeah.
He's got that crazy Mo haircut.
Yeah, dude.
That dude.
This
guy's a character.
He truly looks like a Nickelodeon cartoon character.
Is he having a baby? Is that what's going on?
Well,
is it?
And Bill Belichick's got a young girl. I mean, Pacino's got. I mean, fuck, dude. Pacino's a dad at 92 or whatever.
Sounds normal. Sounds totally normal. Seems like it's gonna work out.
What the fuck? It's so.
I think Pacino wanted to take a paternity test too to make sure it was his. It's what? I'm shooting live rounds.
Yeah.
At fucking 90 years old.
That's wild.
How is that possible?
Yeah, it can't be, but it is.
Yep. That's the crazy thing about men. Men can keep having babies when they're geriatrics, but women, nature says, that's a wrap. They get to a certain age, they go through menopause, and that's a wrap. But the dudes can just keep impregnating gals. Look at that. Bam, son. What's up?
Dude. It looks like he. Oh, I mean, this
Bam.
Guy. Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, she's a mystery woman. She's a mystery. She's hot. That's not a mystery. Congratulations, sir.
Good for him. Yeah, you did it.
This is a fun thing about
the people
that.
Lottery.
But when you see it the other way, you get creeped out.
Yeah.
If you saw Betty White with Thor, you'd be like, what the fuck? What's going on there?
Yeah.
That's kind of gross.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that to that old lady?
Yeah, you'd be worried about Betty White. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you having sex with her the way you would have sex with a young lady? Because that's disturbing.
Yeah, that's tough.
What are you doing to her? Can she even take that kind of abuse?
Maybe she could.
Jesus.
Maybe she wanted it.
Maybe she's just one of them old school ladies and immigrant ladies with strong bones.
Oh, God.
Stiff spine.
Harlan used to do a joke. When I would open for Harlan, he would do a joke where he'd take somebody's tortilla chip out of the front row, and you go, here's my impression of a 75-year-old woman having sex. And then he would just crinkle the chip into the mic, and it was it sounded exactly like everything breaking.
Oh.
And,
yeah, it sounds wrong, right?
Yeah.
But an old guy, having sex with a hot young lady, go Pops.
Kind of a cool way to go out, too.
Yeah, sure. I guess. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, maybe not. Then I guess everyone's looking at you like, oh, you couldn't keep it together enough.
There it is. Oh, this is the one.
She's not. They're not. This was a weird.
Oh, it's wildly untrue.
Yeah.
Well, of course it is. People love saying silly shit that's not true. Hopkins is pictured sitting next to Davis in December 2022, fueling rumors that two were romantically involved, but they're not. But we're hoping. We're hoping that he can get a gal like that. That's what it is, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're hoping.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going, oh, my God, because he's so old that he's past the creepy into the novelty.
Yep.
Right? So there's a creepy firm.
Yep.
The creepy version is like, you know, a guy who's in his 60s is dating a girl who's 20.
Right.
That seems creepy. But if a guy's in his 70s,
yeah,
he's dating a girl who's 20, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
Why is, a little more acceptable.
It is what it is.
I know.
You know, it is what it is. You know what it is. I know what it is. Everyone knows
Stop
what it
acting
is.
like you don't know what it is.
He probably knows what it is, too.
He knows exactly
Maybe
what
he
it is.
lies to himself.
That's fine. That's
we
his,
all know what it is.
That's his deal.
So when it's 60 and 20 or 50 and 20, we feel like that person is probably taking advantage of that 20-year-old.
Potentially.
Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe she's a real mature 20.
Sure, that could be.
Possibly.
Sure. Family loves this guy.
I can deal with that. But there's a weirdness if it's like a 60-year-old guy and a 20, that makes me creeped out.
Oh my God.
That's too old.
Oh yeah.
But if it's a 70-year-old guy and a 20-year-old, you're like, it's okay.
Dude, my buddy went to school and there was a 45-year-old dating a 20-year-old in their in college. That felt very weird.
But it wouldn't be weird if it was a 20-year-old guy. This is my problem with it all. Like a 20-year-old, let's assume that men and women are equal, right? A 20-year-old man and a 45-year-old lady is great. Like, no problem. Like, look at her. She got a hot young guy.
Yeah.
Like, no one cares at all.
Yeah.
At all. It would be weird, but not weird where you would think, oh, that lady's a creep.
No.
Right?
No.
But like a 49-year-old guy and a 20-year-old girl, you're like, maybe.
Same thing with the teachers.
Look, I'm not one to tell people what to do.
No.
But if it was the other way around, like Cher. Like, Cher is what? How old is Cher now? Don't ask the lady her age. Oh, how old is she? She's 77.
Wow, I was going to say.
He's 37.
Wow.
Okay. But listen, that doesn't bother me at all. Right? That is what it is, too.
Yeah.
Right? It is what it is. You know what it is.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
You know what it is.
I know what it is.
I know
You know
what
what
it
it
is.
is.
She knows what it is.
Everyone knows what it is.
We all know what it is.
We all know it. And we're fine with it.
We're fine with it.
But it's just.
You can still go about your day and eat pizza. Let them live their life.
So, like a 49-year-old lady and a 91-year-old guy, like, fine.
Let me ask you this. When you heard about Mary Kay Letourneau, that happened in Seattle where I'm from. And that was the first teacher that, like, was fucking around with a kid. That was, that age gap was like, I think 35 and 12. But also.
She's the first teacher to get caught.
There it is.
Yeah, there's freaks all over this fucking planet.
Wow.
Freaks. There's
Also,
women that are just as
did you see this kid? He was
crazy as
charming.
Some men are crazy and some women are crazy. And some women are crazy and they have great features.
Yeah.
And they're just nuts. And they want to blow the whole football team. And they don't give a fuck who tells who, what, who cares.
They got into teaching for that reason.
Well, who knows why they got into teaching, but they're crazy people. Yeah. And then some people just have no impulse control and they want to get teenagers drunk and maybe they want to relive their high school and freak these young boys out and suck their cocks.
Wow.
Yeah, suck their cocks in front of their friends. Like, oh, I can't believe it's happening.
Can you imagine
the
seeing
math
that?
teacher's got her tits out and she's blowing you. You're like, what am I seeing? How is this even real?
I don't know what I would do.
Bro, and they're always in Florida. How many of them, like, if I hear a story like that, like, I think of another story, it's San Francisco.
Probably.
If it's a
You're
teacher
exactly right.
fucking her students, like, oh, probably Florida.
Yeah,
Some hot blonde with big tits.
Tampa teacher took the pickleball team. Oh, Jacksonville? No, Tampa. Yeah.
The swinger state.
Swinger state.
It's just something in the water out there.
It is.
It's probably alligator farts.
They're fearless.
It's turned everybody confused.
Yeah.
Some methane in the air from alligators fart and it's got everybody high.
They are fearless down there. Yeah. Hurricane warnings, they don't give a fuck.
Well, they do give a fuck, but there's not much you can do.
Well, those
you
people
choose to live down there, like that is the fucking gamble you play.
But don't you ever see those stories when like they're like 1,000-mile-an-hour winds coming through, and then some guy's just like, I ain't going anywhere. I built this house.
Yeah, he's ready to die. Some people
That's
are just
what it
ready
is.
to check her out.
That's what it is.
And if God's gonna take them out by flattening their house,
Sucking you out of your house.
They're like, I'm not leaving. I don't want to go anywhere.
Kind of respect that.
Yeah, maybe their car doesn't have any gas. They don't have any money for gas. You know, if you're gonna drive away from a hurricane, you are going to have bumper-to-bumper traffic for a day. You ever been in that? You ever seen it?
Oh, yeah.
Did you? You ever get stuck in one of those?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like just a big pileup for hours and...
No, like a hurricane.
Oh, a hurricane.
Pileup.
Oh, shit, no.
It's a unique pileup because the whole state's trying to leave. Like, the highways are not set up where everybody can leave. The highways are set up for normal stuff.
So you're better.
Normal stuff is you're going there, but I'm going there. We're not all going there. So if everyone's going there,
wow, dude, we might need to spark that back up.
You got to think about that.
Yeah.
Normal traffic is we're all going all over the place.
Yeah.
I got to go to the east. You got to go to the west.
Yeah.
That's fine. We can have multiple cars going that way.
Rarely is everybody going.
All going that way.
Oh, yeah.
That's fucked. That is so fucked. Look at this, dude. This is what it's like. 56 hours on the road to escape from Hurricane Irma. 56 hours. That's what that looks like. That's why you don't live there. You don't live there unless you have a fucking private jet or a helicopter
to get the
that
fuck
can get
out.
you the fuck out of there. Because if you get stuck in that shit,
You're arguably less safe, right? Or I don't know.
It depends on when you leave.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the thing about the modern storm, the way the meteorologists and the way they're able to predict the paths of these things, they're pretty good. They're pretty fucking accurate, and they see them coming pretty far away. So you get a couple of days, but that's 56 hours.
Yeah.
56 fucking hours. Like that's what it looks like. So nothing is set up for that, dude. Nothing is set up where. See, they have both lanes on both sides going this way. No one's going the other way. You notice that? So they changed the lanes. So instead of on the right lane, people are going forward, and this one, they're going back. Nope. Everyone's going the same fucking way. Yeah.
Yeah, no amount of podcast can get you through that drive or roadhead. Like
Nothing. But you might not have the money for the gas.
Right, okay.
You're going to run out of gas.
This is what's
You're
keeping
going
you
to have to
stationary.
pull over and get gas. You better hope they have gas, because a lot of times they run out of gas.
Yeah.
In a lot of places, they run out of gas in these hurricanes. So you have to have a full tank. You have to make sure your car's not a gas guzzler.
Yeah.
You're going to have to shut it off, maybe, because you're stuck in the middle of this fucking road. It's not going anywhere because there's 10 million people on the same road. That's a mindset that people don't take into consideration when they think about living in places like that. You have to take into consideration the fact that everyone has to go in one direction. Not good. And Florida is shaped like a dick, right? So it's a narrow-ass bullshit state, and everybody's going towards the north.
That's what's scary about LA too. Even with these like last few earthquakes happening, I'm like, oh man, dude, like we're just not set up in a leave town.
Oh no, LA's not set up like that at all. For example, Texas 146, which travels through Liberty County, dumped 600,000 people into a county with only 70,000 residents.
Oh, that makes sense,
dude. You know how insane that is? 600,000 people in a place that only has 70,000 residents. That's crazy. Thousands of people ran out of gas. Their cars overheated from all the inching along, causing many to stop and sleep along the highway. Even reports of price gouging by convenience store owners inundated with customers. Crazy. The death of 24 Bel Air nursing home residents who died when their chartered bus caught fire and exploded at about 6:45 a.m.
Oh my God!
And on traffic clogging. So the car overheat and caught fire.
Yeah, so that's happening just with the influx of people, right? There's just cars popping off.
Dude, when you gotta get the fuck away from a hurricane, that is.
Have you been in one or any sort of tornado?
Not like that. No, nothing like that.
Any desire
hurricanes that had made it all the way, like Gloria made it all the way to Boston when I was a kid. That was a, but it wasn't.
Did you have to go on a shelter and all that?
No, it wasn't that scary. It wasn't. By the time it got all the way up to Boston, it was nothing like the tropical ones. The ones where you're catching them hot off the ocean, and you're getting those fucking Florida Keys, those fucking Miami ones. Like, bro, those are bananas.
Take you down.
I was in a rainstorm once in Miami where the whole highway got stopped. Whole highway stopped
because you couldn't see anything.
You couldn't see a goddamn thing. The whole highway stopped.
It's wild how a lot of people will drive still too with you when you just can't see.
No one was driving.
Okay, at this point.
It was so bad, no one was driving.
You learn, we match.
I was doing a gig in Miami. Eddie Bravo was doing a jiu-jitsu seminar in Miami. I was doing a gig in West Palm. That's what it was. And I had to go down and travel to Miami with him. We had to stop on the highway. Stopped dead. The whole highway.
Oh my God.
It was white. You couldn't see anything.
It's like apocalypse shit.
It's
for how long?
That wasn't that long because they just dumps and then it just goes away in a few minutes and it becomes passable. Or it's just raining now. It's not so insane that no one can see.
Right.
But you've never seen that before. If you've never been in like a tropical place.
Yeah.
That was a normal rainstorm. That wasn't like a hurricane.
Right.
It just gets so bananas you can't fucking see a car in front of you. You can't see anything.
Yeah. I had to go in a shelter once, a tornado. My grandparents and mom from Oklahoma, and when they were living there, we went into the shelter. Tornado people, like we were down there with people that were just like, we might have to live down here. This could be the new, no, this, like it was my grandparents, a few of their friends, and people that were just like went to the shelter. And I'm fucking 10, surrounded by true doomsday guys who were just like, this is where we live now. Like you might need to. and you look like you're the fattest kid here, young Adam. So you might need to be chomping on those beef jerky titties. It was wild, but even just the idea that like, oh, we're running away from this was wild. Because Seattle, we didn't have any of that growing up. We just had torrential rain going on.
One time when we were at the Nashville airport, we had to go into the tornado shelter. There was tornadoes in Nashville, but nothing happened.
Right.
We got lucky. That's the craziest one. The craziest one is tornadoes because you can't even predict those. Those just show up.
Did you Twister?
No, I didn't see the new. I saw the old one. I didn't see the new one. I heard the new one's good.
It's wild.
Is it good?
It's awesome.
Yeah.
The effects are wild.
I mean, what you do now is like compared to the old Twister.
Oh my God, dude! Yeah, Helen Hunt. You believed Helen Hunt was in danger,
right?
We were very concerned for Helen Hunt, and now you're. I mean, it's. I thought about going to one of those theaters. I want to know how you feel about this. The ones that like shake the seats.
Fuck that.
Yeah. No thanks.
Fuck that. With all those people freaking out around me. I just go to see a fucking horror movie and the seat is shaking.
Oh yeah.
People start screaming.
No thanks.
Yeah,
it's too real.
Too much of a mind fuck. Yeah. Maybe in some movies it'd be cool. Well,
when I worked at Universal Studios, they had a Shrek 4D, and so like when Shrek or when Donkey would sneeze, you get blown with snot and stuff.
Right.
People like that, but that's a theme park. I hosted a Fear Factor live show at Universal.
No way.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
And it was not anything close to your show. But it was like, but you have to make people think like, the first stunt was like, these guys are going to be hanging on to these, bike handlebars 30 feet in the air. And there's a platform below them. And when the platform drops out, you hear the sound effect. They got to hang on, but they're attached to a bungee cord. So there's no real danger involved. And then it was the only real thing that was kind of close to the show. Was the eating of stuff. It was like, we have this picture of like sour milk and, beaver clits and just all this. It was just crazy shit. And one guy projectile vomited on me. And I said, what the fuck, into the mic in front of 1,500 kids. And I got suspended for a week because I cursed in front of kids. But I was
going to think you Oregon, Michigan, Alabama, some top teams.
Perfection? Your Fear Factor.
Dude.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it was wild.
That's hilarious, though, that you hosted that.
It was nuts, dude. I mean, it was very, dude, the show was.
Me and Ludacris.
Yeah, dude, it's a song. Wow. Marry, fuck, kill. That is, did you ever go to Universal when you were there with the kids there? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I probably saw you. I was Wolverine there for 3 years.
I did. You know what we used to love at Universal? The zombie place.
Oh my God, it was awesome.
Fucking, what am I thinking? Walking Dead. The Walking Dead.
Yeah, the maze that they would have. Yeah.
That's fun.
It's incredible.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's pretty scary.
We had during Halloween Horror Nights before they put a clamp down on it, but I dressed up as Scarface zombie, so I was Pacino zombie. So I go, hoo-ah! Just chasing people around, scaring them. And oh shit.
Is that you as Wolverine?
That's me, dude, for about 4 years.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That
scared the shit out of people.
Universal has a great Waterworld thing too. Like Waterworld, the movie, it was not that good, but Waterworld, the show,
the show's the best part.
It's fucking great.
Oh yeah, dude.
It's better than the actual Waterworld, right? Isn't it crazy that
Costner's like, can I be in this?
On a movie that turned out to be a tremendous flop.
That's insane.
They put together a theme show.
Yeah.
For a movie that was a tremendous flop.
Yeah.
But the theme show is so good that people still come to see it.
Oh yeah.
About a movie that no one cares about.
Bro, it's wild.
They spent so much money on Waterworld.
Millions of dollars. Maybe billions.
One of those things where
it sounded like
it just didn't work out. It didn't work.
The pitch sound must have been like, it's like Last of the Mohicans on water.
Ooh.
And the guy from Field of Dreams and Tin Cup.
I like it. Jet skis?
Yeah. Dude, there were days when you'd see people, dude, some of my Universal days where I'd see a guy dressed as SpongeBob. I mean, I was a 1940s cop was the best job I had there because I wasn't from anything. I'd improvise as Wolverine and do bits. And my boss was like, Wolverine's not funny. Stop doing fucking stand-up because I'm doing open mics at this time.
Oh.
So my 1940s cop walking around can make fun of people, do whatever. And at one point, I picked up a squirt gun. That was on a kiosk. It was like 120 out, and I'm just shooting people with it and doing all these bits. And Japanese tourists would walk by, and I'd shoot this one guy in the back, and then all these people were watching me, and I'd be like, act like I didn't know what was happening. And my boss pulls me over, and she goes, "What are you doing? This is 1940s New York. This part of the park, there's a New York people out of the window. There's a cabbie. You're supposed to be making people think this is 1940s New York." And I go, Jenna, with all due respect, a trolley just drove by with Fievel, Curious George, and SpongeBob SquarePants blasting the song "Ooh Ee Ooh Ah Ah Ching Chang Walla Walla Bing Bang." And I was like, I'm not a history buff, but I'm pretty sure that song wasn't also a part of the 40s. And she's like, it's your job to make people think that this is 1940s New York. And I was like, fuck, I got to get out of here.
Jesus,
yeah,
it's your job to make people retarded. What does that mean?
And I was like, people are walking out thinking that
you
I
a
didn't make
hypnotist?
them think that this is, then they shouldn't be in the park in the first place.
That's ridiculous.
Wild.
That's funny. That's like people that go to those fairs, those
Renaissance fairs.
Renaissance fairs, and then some people like break character, and then the other people like try to talk to them in character.
Oh, yeah.
You ever see that happen?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Oh, yeah. I broke character all the time. Dude, Dave Matthews came in one time with his family. I'm in full 1940s cop, and he's like, is there any way I can get a beer? And I was like, yeah, come with me. Come in. There's one Irish pub down here. I'll take you to it. And I just seen him the night before. I go, dude, you guys fucking crushed it last night. And he goes, oh, shit. He goes, can you break character? I go, dude, I don't want to be here. Fuck yeah. And then I went, and he offered to get me a shot of this bar, and I was like, dude.
You ruined the experience for him. You ruined it for Dave Matthews. He was like, he's breaking character. This is bullshit. I wanted to get the cop thing. I paid for the cop thing.
I paid for the cop thing.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, dude.
Dave Matthews. That's funny.
Cool as fuck.
That whole Universal rides thing is the best thing is the Harry Potter thing.
1,000%.
That fucking roller coaster with the dragons.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Oh, my God. It's incredible.
Wild. Yeah. You don't
It's
get sick from those?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm lucky. I don't have the motion sickness thing.
Yeah.
The motion sickness thing's a weird one. You can't read in a car. You can't,
It's what a sign. Yeah, you just Dramamine is your fucking cocaine.
You can throw up from reading in a car,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is real weird. Your brain gets so confused. Like, why am I looking at something that's stationary when I know my body's in motion?
I know. Doesn't make sense.
Your body does not like it.
Yeah.
At all. And your body's like, "Bleh, you must be sick." You have to tell it, I'm not sick, bitch. I'm looking at my phone.
I know.
You know?
Yeah.
I tried to read a book once in a car, and I was fighting off the nausea. I was like, don't be a pussy. And then I was like, oh my God, you can't fight it anymore. It was like,
it just happened. Yeah.
No, I held it in.
Oh, you did?
But I was like, where it like comes up into your throat, and you have to swallow it back down.
God.
And it burns your throat. You know those feelings? That was right there.
I had a kid have to do that in science class. He had chew, 8th grade, and the teacher found him. Mr. Moore caught Joe Antoncich, R.I.P., and he had a big thing of chew in his mouth. And Mr. Moore goes, Mr. Antoncich? He looked like David the Gnome. Huge beard. You couldn't see his eyes barely. His beard came up to here. Big fro. And he goes, Mr. Antoncich, I see that chew in your mouth. And he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. He goes, swallow. Made him swallow it, dude. Puked right after.
That's crazy.
Wish that story was better.
I'd be mad at that teacher. You can't make my kid swallow chew, you fucking idiot.
This was fucking
That's
1995,
really
dude.
Bad for you. Really bad
Oh,
for
yeah.
you.
Mr. Moore didn't give a fuck.
Poison, Mr. Morgan, you piece of shit. How about you shave your stupid fucking face, too? Cocksucker.
You could tell this guy. I mean, he was a tiny little like science guy that you could tell like I don't know. He didn't give a fuck. He was gonna.
Well, they don't like kids fucking around.
Yeah,
I get it, but kids are gonna fuck around.
Yeah,
and you
sorry,
got to be
man.
a little bit more even keeled.
Yeah,
can't make kids swallow tobacco. You fucking idiot.
it's pretty wild now that I'm saying it out loud.
It's crazy. Well, when I was in school, they used to paddle you. When I lived in Florida,
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. You get in a fight, they paddle you. And they whack you in the ass with a piece of wood
in front of people.
No, it was just the principal. The principal would paddle you.
Jesus, that wasn't like a weird fetish. It was just like this.
No, it's punishment. You did something wrong. You got whacked.
I got whacked. Did you get whacked?
No, not really as a kid.
Yeah,
not much.
Yeah,
nothing like where I got hurt.
Yeah,
just like
the spoon. Yeah, of course.
Nothing serious.
Little spoon to the back.
Nothing criminal slap.
My sister threw a high heel shoe at my back once during a fight.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that fucking hit me right in the back. I went down.
It's a piece of wood. Yeah. It's a goddamn deadly weapon.
Yeah. Then she locked me in the garage. Then I got out.
Jesus.
Locked her in the garage.
Jesus.
And then she made fun of me for being a fat kid and having bigger tits than our mom.
Oh my God.
And she was adopted. So I go, you mean my mom? And fucking dude, mic drop, but also, yeah, that one, that one. Oh, yeah, that was fucking. I said, Natalie, I'm so sorry. Even to this day, yeah, that was wild.
That's to the bone.
Yeah, she's crushing it now.
Yikes.
Isn't that deep? As a fucking dude, 10 years old.
Yeah,
that's not even like
kids are fucking mean because they don't understand what it's going to do to someone. That's why bullies in school are so dangerous because you could ruin someone's life for no fucking reason other than you can.
Yeah.
You see kids ganging up on kids.
It's fun
for no reason other than you can. You're gonna ruin that kid's experience for the rest of their life. Because some kids, they get bullied in high school and they never recover.
1,000.
They become like recluses. They hide. They always associate people with pain.
Yeah.
It becomes a real problem.
Oh yeah.
Man. It becomes a real fucking problem.
Yeah, the kids that would tease me for weight stuff, like I try, as I got a little older, I try to give benefit of the doubt and be like, oh, they didn't know any better. They're just fucking kids. But like, and thank God I found a way to maybe, get around it. But like,
kids can be so mean. They can be mean. They don't even know.
They don't even know, man.
They're just doing it because they're experience. Louis C.K. had a whole bit about it. I forget how it went, but it was essentially about Well, he's dead on right. It's like they know that they can do this thing.
Yeah.
So they do it. And it's just like it's like throwing a rock in a window. It's
Right.
like they can, so they do it. And young kids don't think about consequences.
No.
They're little animals. They're not fully developed yet.
Yeah, I know.
And so they're mean. But the problem is when they're mean to if you're mean to a 14-year-old that's just coming in 9th grade, you might fuck them up forever.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah.
Especially if you're like 16 or 17, you're a big older bully and you're picking on some 14-year-old kid. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
I know so many people that just got destroyed from their experience in high school. Just destroyed their confidence.
Didn't recover.
Well, it alters the course of your life.
Oh, wow, yeah.
You're always thinking you're a loser. So it kills your confidence to try anything.
Yeah.
Kills your confidence to meet people.
Yeah.
You're afraid of interactions.
You're always hearkening back to that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why parents, old school parents will tell you, some boy bullies you, you go back to school and you punch that kid right in the fucking face. Like, imagine sending your kid to school and telling them that. Like, go punch that bully in the face. Like, what the fuck?
I know my mom used to tell me, she's like, tell me, go tell the teacher or call me and I'll call the parents. I'm like, that's the fucking last thing I want to do. At least I'm like savvy enough to like not.
You're not going to be there all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to go to school and I'm going to have to deal with this guy. If you intervene, you're not going to intervene every day.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen? He's just going to remember that you intervened. Next time he sees me, he's going to put me in a locker. It's going to be a real problem.
I ran for vice president in the 5th grade, and my mom helped me write my speech. She was reminding me of this. And I go, big kid again. And I was running him down the platform of, if you vote for me. And I was like, I think I'm okay. And then she was like, put this. And she goes, say, if you vote for me, you'll have ice cream I promise we'll have ice cream at LFP every day. Not. Joe, I did that in front of the whole school.
Oh, no.
Crickets. One teacher in the back. Oh, shit.
Your mom told you to say that? Oh, Mom. Terrible idea.
Fucking, what a roll the dice.
I was like, yo, don't listen to your mom.
Also, come on, kind of applaud the confidence to fucking try. I mean, open mic night in front of the school.
Yeah, basically.
But, dude, it's also when Not was still kind of in.
So you think that was like the first joke you ever cracked publicly?
It might have been.
Probably has to be.
Probably has to be.
Right? I mean,
probably, yeah.
When did you ever address a group of people?
Oh, never.
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 Right? So first time ever.
For the whole school.
First bad joke.
Crickets.
Right out of the bat.
Maybe a couple kids that were like, dude, this guy's fucking onto something,
Well, some kids just like it when there's a little bit of chaos. Like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Say something stupid.
Yeah.
Just give me something to think about other than my miserable existence.
Dude, yeah.
Yeah, which is a lot of people. That's a lot of online activity. Like, people just looking for someone to fail so they can like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They just love it.
I don't read the comments right now. I'm trying not to.
Right now?
Yeah.
When did you start doing that?
Maybe a couple of years ago.
Oh, good for you.
I was reading both, and then it was just like, I'd love to live in like the
present.
Yeah. I know how I think it felt good in the moment. Why would I want to take away anything from that? I don't know.
It's an unnatural way of human beings interacting with each other. It's not good for you.
Sometimes I look at stuff just to go like, oh, did they, like when Shane and I did the Trump Biden thing, I was like, I want to see if people are digging it. You read a few nice things, and then it's like, you just have to have self-discipline to go. But,
But listen, it's good. That's good. It killed. You guys, when it was you guys doing Biden and Trump and going back and forth with each other, it was magic. It was hilarious.
Thanks, man.
Just gotta, what it is.
What a wild thing to have as far as like SNL does these political things. They're like, what, 8 to 12 minutes?
Bro,
like 2 hours of it? Like, that's a wild.
Even come close. They can't even come close. First of all, it's not possible for them to come close. They can't come close in the subject matter. And they don't have Shane. Shane is the greatest Trump that's ever existed.
I will put my
Shane should be writing for Trump. He should be writing for Trump. Like, if Trump was smart, he would hire Shane and Tony Hinchcliffe to write
to go on the road.
Because Shane could show him how to do it. This is how you say the joke. He would
do when he came out and was doing the dance and the low clapping.
Oh my God.
I don't know if you saw this too, the way he was drinking his Bud Lights.
Yeah.
With two
Fully in character.
Fully in character.
Yeah. For real, he could show Trump how to deliver the lines.
Dude, when we were the first time we did it, because Shane and I only maybe seen each other and chatted about 10 times at clubs prior to that first time. So this is the other thing I love about comedy. It's like we got to really kick it like this past weekend a lot and chum it up and like just get to know each other more because we were thrust into this thing kind of together,
Mm-hmm.
And during the first time at the mothership, I lean over in character and I go, hey, Shane, you realize this is the most we've ever talked to each other? And in character goes, Joe, shut the fuck up. And I start fucking biting my lip. It's so funny, dude.
Yeah, it's a fun time for comedy and a fun time for politics. If you're a comedian, for the rest of the world, it's like, woo.
Yeah.
I said that when Joe Biden was operating the country, it felt to me like how I feel when my Tesla is on autopilot. I'm like, yikes, does this really work?
Oh yeah.
You know, it's like, Jesus.
Oh yeah.
What's happening there? And now it's seeing you as Joe Biden. You're way more coherent than the actual Joe Biden, which is so nuts.
Some zingers, yeah.
You have some zingers.
What's a balance you have to find? Like, I can't just be. People were like, "Dude, just mumble and stumble, and you'll be fine." I'm like, I'm still there to be funny. You fucking like, I have to, you know.
But you figured out how to do it in character too, which is fun because you have that thing where you can do the bumbling and it's actually funny. Like you on purpose bumbling.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
like he just because sometimes he just bails.
Yeah.
He just bails on what he's saying.
Totally.
And he just we beat Medicaid.
Oh, that's what I said the first. I go, we beat Medicaid, Megatron. We took down the Transformers.
Yeah.
And even when I got there with Attell, I go, we got David Tell, Dave Chappelle. We got Adele up here. Come on.
How long did you do the character before you did it on Kill Tony? Did you fuck around with it? Or
No. Just I'd done a couple like voices in my act, talking about the debate, maybe, you know. So that was the first time doing it. I've done
crazy.
Phil, Jeremiah Watkins and I did a bunch of during COVID, like Lost Phil episodes. And that's kind of how I started to find whatever my version of it was that. But this was just a first.
Have you met him?
Who?
Dr. Phil.
No.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but I think he's going to come on my show at the store.
How are you going to feel when you meet him?
Probably start jerking off.
You going to handle it better than you handled Jim Carrey?
Oh, God, fuck. I think so.
I hope so.
Yeah. I hope so for your sake.
So.
I think it'll be awesome. What's to happen?
Get tense.
Yeah, what if he just is that? Honestly, when they were playing
I need to be in charge of what you're allowed to say. Because you might be saying things, you know, he might get to.
I thought he was going to come out at Madison Square Garden when they played that video montage when they put me in the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. I thought he was going to come out behind me and, I don't know, fucking like stab me in the back and go, we won't be right back.
It would have been funny.
Just take me down.
Yeah, he's.
I think he'll be. I want him to come out on my show at the Comedy Store, and when they announce Dr. Phil, he comes out instead. And then everybody goes nuts. And then I come out, we shake hands and chat for about 20, 30.
Well, Kill Tony's so big now, I could see him coming out, especially now because he's got that.
He's got a network and a book.
Yeah, he's got some stuff to sell.
Dude, I plug his book on every episode of the show. People buy books now, Joe, and bring them to my club dates and have me sign and do a thing. Tiffany Haddish was on one of the shows, and I go, Tiff, this guy's got a question for you. And he's like, Tiffany, I can't stop. I stopped drinking, but I can't stop jerking off. And she goes, you got to stop jerking off. She goes, you're going to go blind. You jerk off too much, you're going to go blind. I go, I actually talk about that in my book, We've Got Issues. I go, chapter 25, if you come too much, you're going to lose your ability to see the world. So I'm like finding ways to like plug the book. And now I'm sure
I'm happy. That'll definitely sell.
I think that's kind of not a bad move, right?
No,
like
it's a very good move.
Yeah.
Solid move. Yeah. Good move on your part.
And it's a fun bit. And it's like people now, like, I don't know.
No, it's definitely fun.
Yeah.
But what would happen if you said stop doing it?
Stop doing it. And it was fun. It was a fun run.
I'll keep doing it.
Yeah. Okay, you heard it here first.
I think we're going to have to go to court for this one.
Come on,
bro, let it go.
It's parody and it's all this. So I don't think there's a real, it would have to, it'd be a cease and desist of some sort, right?
Well, parody is an interesting thing, right? Because people are really worried about parody now with AI. Because there's a lot of parody now with AI.
Oh, yeah.
And people are thinking, like, there was this one Kamala Harris thing that was going around where she never said any of these things. There's the original speech that she gives, and there's this, like, ridiculous version of, like, the worst thing that a person, like, the dumbest.
Oh, God.
And it's AI. It's like, yeah, that's one of them weird ones. That's a weird one. Because if you could do that, then you could have people saying all kinds of things. Like, if that's okay to take like a famous person who's like the vice president of the United States and have her say a bunch of shit that she didn't really say because it's parody. Like you can kind of get a little slippery with that. Like you can get like subtle parody.
Yeah.
Where it's like you barely know that she's not saying those things.
Oh yeah.
And then it becomes like people believe it's real.
It's pretty obvious though, right? The videos of these.
Not always, man. They're getting good. They're getting really good. They're getting really good. They're getting close enough that they could trick a lot of people. And I think the best version of it now is pretty fucking tight, man.
The vocal stuff is pretty wild.
It's all wild.
Yeah.
They can take your voice and have you say almost anything. And if they do a good job with it and manipulate it and tweak it, like the intonations, God, they get it's like so goddamn close.
Dude. Scary.
There's still a little part of you that listens to it and goes, this seems a little fake.
Yeah.
But I always wonder if I didn't know that it definitely wasn't real, I wonder if it would feel fake to me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like, yeah. I don't know. They said we're going to have flying cars about now, and it's not happening. So maybe AI won't be as scary as...
They do have flying cars.
Yeah, but like a part of society. And
yeah, they're not common, but they would help in the hurricane place.
Yeah.
As long as you don't catch them winds.
I remember when Dallas had Uber helicopters for about 2 months.
Bro, could you imagine if Florida had flying cars and hurricanes? In the middle of the hurricanes, you know there'd be a bunch of those same kind of dudes that shoot out their window at people in road rage. They would be flying in winds that they shouldn't be flying in and crashing into the whole highway in a burst of flames and killing everybody. And it would be on YouTube Reels the next day.
Florida is the guinea pig of states for all the stuff that's...
Well, it's a state that was essentially founded. Okay, there's two findings, right? There's the original. The Spaniards landed in Florida first. The first city was in Florida, in this country, right? So you have like the colonizers, the first original colonizers land in Florida. Then, you know, all the fucking prisoners that Castro releases. He gets them out and puts them on fucking boats and sends them to Miami. And then you have the crazy cocaine days in the 1980s. And then you have an economy that has, there was more, at least at one point in time, find out if this is true still, there's more banks per capita in Miami, like for a city than anywhere else in the country, because it was all money laundering. People were just like, they were moving money around with cocaine. And people were making millions of dollars and putting it in trash bags and digging holes in their backyard. You ever see Cocaine Cowboys?
No.
Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible documentary. And it's all, there's two Cocaine Cowboys 1 and 2. Yes. It's all about cocaine in Miami. At one point in time, one graduating class, the Miami Police Academy, every single one of them either went to jail for corruption or was murdered.
Oh my God.
The entire class. It was just cocaine. Everyone was out of their fucking mind. They're all on it, and they're all committing crimes on it, and they're all making millions of dollars, and they're all going to nightclubs. It's Scarface. Scarface was based on that.
Oh my God.
Brian De Palma Scarface, written by
single mother of 3.
Was Oliver Stone, right? Didn't Oliver Stone write it?
Sounds right.
It is, right?
For how long? So. How long was this time? A couple of years or what?
Like a decade. Holy shit. More, maybe more than a decade.
Holy shit.
Maybe 20 years. I had a buddy who was an ophthalmologist who did his residency at a university in Miami during the cocaine days. He said, dude, it was nuts. It was nuts. Gunshot wounds, stab wounds, people with things up their asses. Like, so many people got brought into the emergency room with things they stuffed up their ass while they were coked up.
What the? I didn't know that was a side effect.
Army soldiers.
I thought it was like stories
toy
with no
soldiers.
ending.
No. Like light bulbs, the ones that are shaped like pine cones, stuff light bulbs up their asses. Like people were doing all kinds of wild shit and being brought into the emergency room.
I thought coke was just supposed to be like you take the party up a notch and there's more fun.
Well,
and
it depends on where you're starting from.
You're like, hey man, in some places, something to bulb up the ass was how,
like those fucking swingers in Tampa are already on the 29th floor. It's not much of an elevator to get them to the roof. You know, these fucking people are out of their minds. And the whole town was like founded by cocaine. Wow. And it still has that feel, this party feel to that city still.
Yeah,
I'm sure cocaine's still an issue there, but I mean, it's not the whole thing now. But it's like, that's a frivolous area. I always say if you want to starve to death, open a bookstore in Miami.
You know it's
you're reading
patience,
there. You're reading.
Yeah.
The fuck up. We're out here stunting.
Pot hasn't had a similar type I don't know,
effect on town.
Yeah.
Not really, right? Maybe pot. The LSD was San Francisco in the 70s and 60s, but like not really. You know,
but people were putting stuff up their butts and whatever.
No, that's reefer madness stuff. Yeah. That's the opposite of what you would do if you're high. You would not take that toy soldier and you go, if I put this in my house, what if I get stuck? You start freaking out. What do I have to go to the hospital? It's stuck in my house. When you're on coke, you're like, get up there, soldier. Do your fucking
where there's a will, there's a way.
You want just murder. What did you sign up for?
We stand for 4 straight hours.
You're coked up out of your mind.
I did one of Joey Diaz's Death Stars. The last time his pod when he was in LA.
Yeah, he would do that, dude.
That might be the highest I've ever been.
Uncomfortable, very dangerous, bad for people's psyche.
I was good for about 20 minutes, and then don't remember what happened after that.
Yeah, he takes people and throws them into the darkest pits of their soul.
Thank God he just talked. Like I got quiet. I remember I looked over at Lee at one point, and I was just like,
Lee's probably asleep.
Yeah, he was.
Lee was probably asleep standing up.
Joe would finish the story and go, and we got here, and then let me tell you something, man. This one time we were bugging. And I was like, when he got real low like that, I was like, okay, I think I got another 10 minutes to be quiet because there's another story. And then it was
catch your brain.
Totally catch. Wow, dude, what a great way to put it.
Yeah. Catch it. Where is it? Where's my fucking brain?
And
Get over here. You know how to think.
Yeah. I've never been so paranoid. Just breathe. The amount of times I told myself to breathe was terrifying.
The old days of the Church of What's Happening Now is all just Joey doing edibles. Yeah. Insane amounts of edibles.
Yeah.
And just being obliterated.
Yeah.
Where Lee Syatt, like, there's so many episodes where his eyes are closed and he's just rocking back and forth. He's hallucinating. He's watching like neon cartoons behind his eyelids.
I remember he gave him another Death Star when he was like, eat another one, Lee. And I'll go around and he was like, he woke up to eat it, and then it was wild. But it was like, I wanted to participate.
Oh yeah, you have.
How do you not?
You have to.
Yeah.
If you're doing Joey's show,
yeah,
you have to be on the same wavelength. Otherwise, it'd be rude.
But I was totally.
Imagine being a sober person. Listen to that conversation. Like, what are you saying? I can leave. Yeah, he's in another dimension right now.
God,
He's literally in another dimension. He's gone. He's gone.
Eyes in the back of your head.
Over.
Always smiling, so he was on some sort of a journey.
He's on the Church of What's Happening Now. Joey Diaz having a great time. Which is when you want to be like that fucked up on the horse. You're around nice people, having a wonderful time.
By the way, another stamp in the comedy zeitgeist or the history books of like, I feel very fortunate to have been in a time where I got to be around that and then beyond, you know what I'm saying? Like obviously you guys have been homies forever, but like, yeah, that's like, that was a staple in time.
Well, also it doesn't exist anymore. Like people forgot. I keep trying to tell him to bring back the church, and I'm trying to get him and Lee together again to do. I think they're talking about it. And Lee was out here when he was out here. Goddamn, those two together were so fun.
Yeah,
it's just Joey Diaz like that was so funny. Yeah. It's just so Joey Diaz.
Yeah.
And if you know him, you love him. Like on the July 4th one, he was like screaming, "You're a fucking American!" It's like in the background, the Joey Diaz dude.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Those are also some of the wildest nights at the store that I will never forget. In the of seeing a lineup that's just, Tom, Bill, you, Joey. Like you bring up Joey or Joey bringing up you is a half hour that I don't think I'll ever forget. That's so wild. And I know you get that now with the mothership of what you guys are doing here, what you've created. But man, like seeing it for the first time of me seeing it is what I'm, I guess, getting.
Yeah.
Of being and getting to a point to where it was like open mics at the store, then I did phones for a few years, and then being a regular, then just being around enough to be comfortable to stick around and sit in a bucket seat and watch that transition happen was wild, dude. The fucking the pops and the roars, and then you sitting down and watching him was so fucking cool. I don't know. That's other stuff that is not. You have to just be around to see that. Like that was cool. It was
a different time
too.
It was like you could do that thing, and you could hang out in the back and you didn't get bothered, and you could, the store was an interesting time of the store. Because it was so heavy. There were so many killers. There was so many people there. It was just, it was such a magnet for crazy people too. So there's this energy in that place that was so different.
Yeah.
That's also because it's like Ciro's nightclub and people were killed there,
Oh, really?
Bugsy Siegel. You don't know the story? Oh my God. Bugsy Siegel owned it.
I just knew it was a nightclub. That's about as far as my...
A mob-run nightclub.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Of course it was.
I'm sure you've talked to people that have seen ghosts here, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How many other places have people seen ghosts? I know. That's like the most ghostiest of ghost places in LA.
Yeah.
You talk to like those fucking ghost freaks.
Oh, really?
They're really into that. Yeah, man. There's a bunch of stories about the comedy store being haunted. Yeah, I know that multiple people have seen ghosts there. Carl LeBeau's done a crazy story about sleeping on the stage, and something grabbed his leg and dragged him to the end of the stage. What? And then he heard a bunch of chairs clink and the door slammed, and there was no one in the room. He was asleep on the stage. He got kicked out of his apartment. He's had a fight with his girlfriend. Fuck you, I'm going to make it. You know, that kind of shit. He's young. And he was working as a doorman at the store, so he had a key. He goes in and he said, I'm going to sleep on the stage. I'm going to fucking make it in comedy. And then he's on stage, and he hears a noise, like a chair's clinking. He's like, hello? Hey, it's me, Carl. I'm here. I got kicked out of my place, so I'm just sleeping on the stage. Just one way to quiet. Hey, who's there? And he hears like a sound again. He doesn't see anything. And then all of a sudden, a hand grabs his leg and drags him like 6 feet, and then lets go.
Oh my god, dude, that's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he lied, but it's an amazing story.
Hey,
the way he would tell, I want to believe. I want to believe.
I want to believe too.
I've never heard anybody get touched by a ghost, though. It might have been one of his friends. He might have been blackout drunk. One of his friends like, oh, Carl sleeping on the stage. Let's fuck with him. And they probably never told him. They probably forgot they did it because they did it acid and fucking a pile of coke.
That sounds more believable.
Because he was a part of Kinnison's crew.
Right.
And so like Mark Maron said that when he partied with Kinnison so hard that he had voices in his head for a year. A year after he got back. He left, went to Boston after he was hanging out in Los Angeles. And he had voices in his head for like a year.
Saying what?
I don't know. Not good things, I'm sure. They're never good voices.
Start a podcast in your garage.
That took years to happen. This is like the 90s. You know, so this is like not even. This is the 80s.
That's
right.
fucking
So this
wild.
is like when I met him, it was 88. So this is like.
So these are leftover residual voices from.
They did so
drug
many
abuse.
drugs. They did so much coke that he like had voices in his head.
Where's that come? I guess just the coke.
It's
like
probably a breakdown of the natural neurochemistry.
You're fucking
of
with your brain so much. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
You're robbing your brain of its ability to produce dopamine. Like you destroy all your serotonin levels. You fuck with everything. When you go that hard with coke and then you have to get off, like those guys get wrecked.
Wow.
I've met people that are getting off coke and they are wrecked. Like it's just empty. And they're so drained.
Oh, fuck.
And it's just like, it just fucks
Can't put thoughts
you
together.
up. And it makes you want to do more coke. Get back on the horse.
Hair of the dog.
Ooh, and we're back. And we're back. Yeah, I'd see it and I'm like, oh my God, that's a demon. That's a demon in powdered form.
It's not around as much anymore in clubs.
Of course
I don't
it
think.
is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's around all over the place. The problem is now it's got fentanyl in it. And
Yeah,
now
fuck
it can
that.
kill you.
Fuck that.
And people are still doing it. That's how nutty coke is. They're going to roll the dice.
Isn't that
You get
crazy?
some shit
I know.
that's not from the cartel.
That's fucking wild. I don't even take. People are bringing me weed now all the time, which I appreciate. But I mean.
Well, they found weed with fentanyl.
Yeah, I know. And it's also like, dude, one kid had a bag. It was a Comedy Castle in Royal Oak. And I walk in the bathroom, and he pulls out this little bag, and he goes, bro, bought you something. And it's just all a bag of shake. I go, oh, man, thanks, bro. I'm just trying to be polite. I go, thanks, man. He goes, there's more where that came from. I go, can I be honest? This looks like it just fell out of your pocket. He's like, yeah, but I brought you the bag. And I was like, the gesture's sweet, but like, I just feel like this is not the move. Like maybe if it was a nice joint, maybe in a tube and stuff. He's like, okay, you're a Hollywood guy, huh? I'm like, no, that has nothing to do with it. It's a bag that was stuffed in your cargo pants.
Of shake.
Yeah, of shake.
Yeah.
You know, and or
Maybe a
joints that
little
are,
fentanyl.
yeah. You can't roll the dice on that.
Yeah, you can't today. You know, there's places that are trying to outlaw fentanyl tests, which is insane.
Who's doing that?
Where is that happening? Is that a Texas thing? Where's that happening where they're outlawing the fentanyl tests? And I think the concern is that it would encourage people to do drugs or sell drugs. And that maybe the thing that's going to discourage them is the fact that people are dying from it, which is an insane way to think. Let's just prevent people from dying.
Yeah.
First. I guess the fear is that it would make people feel like it's safe to do coke again. Center for Disease Control and Prevention and most public health agencies endorse distributing fentanyl test strips to people who use drugs. The practice is illegal in 42 states and the District of Columbia. Wow.
Oh, my God. That feels like way too many
places. That's insane. I thought it was like a state. I thought it was like a Florida thing. Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, North Dakota, and Texas. They're now allowed in every state except Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, North Dakota, and Texas. That's nuts,
And
Texas.
it's an easy way to save lives.
Jesus Christ, that's insane.
Bummer.
Why does Texas have it illegal? Why are fentanyl strips illegal in Texas? Texas is one of the few states where fentanyl strips are still illegal and considered drug paraphernalia. One argument that has been made against the test strips and other harm reduction practices is that they may encourage people to do drugs or continue doing drugs. So let's just kill them. Let's just kill them. Let's let your kids die because they made a mistake because they're 16 and someone gave them some coke and they wanted to be a cool kid. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, we don't want to encourage kids to do drugs. Correct. And you know the way to do that is to have positive role models who aren't doing coke.
Yeah.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
It's the best way is, your favorite country music singer doesn't do coke. Like maybe that. Maybe your favorite athlete doesn't do coke. And he tells you, listen, I don't do coke. You shouldn't do coke. It's fucking scary.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
What the fuck? That is
crazy.
Wild.
Crazy you would have a test strip and make it illegal. You could save lives. That's the only way you should look at that. You're going to save lives. They're already doing something illegal. You're not encouraging or discouraging. If it was not killing people, probably the same exact amount of people would be doing coke.
I can't believe that we got rid of, what was it, Jamie? Sun Bubble? What was the place that you put up? The hot tub, the cum tub place? We got rid of those, but we can't get fentanyl strips approved?
Crazy. Well, also, the real elephant in the room is why is it a problem? Why are these drugs tainted? And it's because they're illegal.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And the problem is we don't want to make them legal because we don't want to encourage drug use.
Right.
I get that too. But the thing is,
we're going to find
the only way you're going to make it safer for human beings to do these stupid things and live is if you make it legal.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be legal in terms of it should be, it should be legal. But it shouldn't be something that someone can profit off of.
Right.
It shouldn't be something that someone can sell to people. Maybe the best way to do it would be to make drugs free and legal.
Sure.
Like if you want to, I catch you selling coke, you're death penalty. But if you want to give away coke, if you want to make coke and give it away, it's totally legal. If you want to make your own cocaine or a pharmaceutical drug company makes cocaine, they can sell that cocaine for exactly what it costs to make it and nothing more.
Okay.
So no one's going to make it.
Yeah.
But then then you will have a supply problem. And then you'll have, my idea sucks. I bailed on it.
It was adorable to watch you go through it.
I bailed on it because I was like, no, because then people they'll make it and you get the fentanyl problem all back over there. You got to allow pharmaceutical drug companies to profit. Otherwise, they have no incentive to make it. Then they're going to tell you, they're going to have fucking ads like CNN brought to you by cocaine. That's going to be the Anderson Cooper Show, brought to you by crack.
The Cocaine News Network.
Yeah, that's what it'll be. They'll become like pharmaceutical drug companies sponsor those shows now, right? It'll be cocaine sponsors.
I would watch a full news network that was just everyone's fucked up.
Responsible use of cocaine. Just a little woo before you talk about the weather. I'm going to talk about the weather.
If you're going to have any segment of the news.
Fucking rain.
Yeah. Woo! You better got 2 coats on today, baby.
Better get that fucking car gassed up because you're going to be in 56 hours of traffic. Let's go.
It's going to be hot.
Let's go. I'm not even going anywhere. I'm going to ride this motherfucker out in the basement. Meanwhile, your basement gets flooded. You're like, whoa. Some of those places get flooded. I was watching the last hurricane. This whole community is underwater. Did you see any of that, Jamie? There's a community in Florida, and it was not even in the flood zone. And they're all underwater. Their houses are underwater. Everything's underwater.
No thanks.
Yeah, not good, dude. Not good at all. You're living in a place where the sky becomes an angry monster and could snuff out life.
Have you scuba dived?
No. Fuck all
No
that.
thanks, I know.
There's sharks out there.
My wife is like, we don't know, I think 73% of the ocean. She's just like,
I think it's 90.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I think it's 90.
Every day there's a new fish or dolphin or whale, and you're like, I just saw this video of, I think it was a swordfish coming out and like flying across the, whatever, did he pop out of the water? I was like, I didn't know they could fucking jump like that. Yeah, no thanks, dude.
This kid was on my podcast recently. Bob Gimblin is his YouTube channel. He had a very interesting point. He said he thinks that, and this is coming from someone else who observed this, he thinks that sharks are attacking people not even to eat them. They're attacking people because they don't want them there, because they're getting in the way of the seals and all the things they eat. That's why they're killing people. They don't want you in their water. And I was like, oh my God, that makes sense.
Ooh, 1,000%.
I haven't even thought about it.
What are we doing there?
I want to think of them as like these fucking thoughtless killing machines. They're just biting everything.
Imagine just walking into a stranger's house, opening the door, just opening their fridge. You guys mind if I make some tater tots? That's what we're doing in the ocean.
There's a video of a kid in Hawaii who's on a small like paddleboard, like fishing off a paddleboard, and a fucking tiger shark bites the paddleboard. Have you ever seen that video?
No.
It's terrifying. But it is. I mean, if you wanted to think about it, look, the kid's out there fishing.
Yeah.
So he's stealing fish from the sharks.
Sorry. Yeah.
Like the shark knows that that's not a fish.
Oh God, is
Watch
this
this, dude. Watch this. This is crazy. So he's out here fishing. Look at this.
Ah!
Bro.
Tiger shark ran me.
No, bit you, bro.
Rammed me, yeah.
That thing bit him. Watch this. Oh, look at that. It bit the boat, man. It bit the boat.
Yeah, dude, you're taking food out of its mouth and its
Exactly.
family's mouth. Again, you walk into a stranger's house, you take the meatloaf sandwich out of your kid's mouth.
Yeah, that thing
your dad's going to punch you in the face.
knows for sure that's not a fish.
Shark attack seems like
That totally
maybe
makes
the
sense.
worst way to, I mean, die for sure, but like,
It's a horrible way to die. Dude.
oh,
First of all,
man.
you can't get away, and they move real fast, and you can't move at all. It's not even like a bear on the ground. You feel like you maybe can run, maybe
Oh,
run,
yeah.
run up a tree.
I
Maybe.
just saw this video of an alligator attack where it's like if it bites your leg, you're supposed to roll with it and then play dead. And then you like the playing dead thing always to me, I'm like, you're not that good of an actor.
Good luck keeping it together while that thing is clamped on.
Dude, I don't even think Pacino could fake dead in front of a gator. I think they're going to be like, dude.
It's going to keep you underwater until it knows for sure. So
Yeah.
you have to not move. Yeah, you're not like.
Are you that zen to reduce your panic around a gator attack?
Nobody is.
Nobody is.
Nobody is.
But but a shark, dude, that just feels. And then they
All
say
of them
punch
are
him. They say punch him. Who's got enough wherewithal, or just in the moment?
Who survived? It's punched a shark while it was wrapped around their torso.
I don't know.
Who
dude.
survived?
Maybe Tom
They're
Bergeron.
just gonna rip you in half, man.
You're done.
Bite force is insane.
Yep.
It's got filled with knives.
Go to your happy place.
Imagine the last
Knives
moments
in
of your
your
life,
mouth.
you're looking down at your entrails and no legs, and that's it. That's the end.
Wow.
This is the end.
How long do you think you get to look at that
A few
before?
seconds. You get a few seconds. What is that thing biting?
I just thought it was a cool.
Oh my god!
Inside of the
Its
shark's
mouth. Oh my god! It's just a killing machine. But it does make sense what he's. And now that I see that video,
That's a great perspective.
of the shark biting the boat. That totally makes sense.
Taking his snacks.
Yeah, because I used to think that it was just they'll bite anything. No, they're mad that you're there. Get out of here, bitch.
Because they're
Yeah.
pretty smart, right? Or
think so.
no? Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
They're ancient. Most of these really ancient things that haven't changed at all. They're not that smart because they're just about killing. Wow. Like if you think about how old sharks are, I think sharks are older than trees. Yeah, I think sharks predate trees on Earth. See if that's true. 99% sure it's true.
I talk about that in my book. We've got issues. Sharks are older than trees.
450 million years old.
Wow.
This tree is 350 million years old.
So there was sharks for 100 million years before there were ever trees.
That's fucking wild, dude.
Wild. And they're out there in the water. And you want to scuba dive, Adam Ray?
No, I'm good,
Fuck is
man.
wrong with you,
I'll
bro?
I'll go to Sun Bubble with
They're
Jamie.
gonna see you down there with your stupid gear, and then you fucking cocksucker, you're ruining
What do
my
you think?
fishing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you, sir. Not interested.
Yeah. Okay.
Not if I'm.
Glad we're on the same page.
What's
with
that?
Depiction of that shark is wild.
Oh my god! What
Yeah.
kind of shark is that?
Little bandsaw in its mouth.
Is that the early sharks?
Heliocoprion.
That's what its mouth looked
Like
like.
240 million year old fish.
Jesus Christ! You ever see the movie The Meg?
Oh yeah.
One of the dumbest movies that's ever been made.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. Like while you're watching it, like, what have you done to me?
Dude. And even Statham was just like, we gotta see what's down there. I'm like, no, you don't, Jason. Go back to fucking The Italian Job 2. Or
Things biting the window.
Yeah.
It crashes through the window. Giant 50-foot shark.
Oh,
whatever
yeah.
the fuck it was.
what about Open Water? Was that the name of that one where it was just
That
all
was
shot found footage?
Yeah, that was a good one though.
That was good because it was realistic.
Realistic.
And yeah.
The Meg 2 is even dumber. It's
Yeah.
even dumber than the Meg 1.
Yeah.
But they're fun. It's fun dumb. You know?
Those are good popcorn movies from time to time.
Yeah, enjoyable.
Yeah.
You know that's not really happening. Imagine there's like a megalodon down there, but there could be. That's what everybody thinks.
Maybe that's
you
what
know?
took the rich guys in the submarine that went down there. Do you think something big got them? No.
Yeah, incompetence.
Yeah.
Human folly. I think that gets more people than
Yeah.
sharks. You know, that's a big one.
I do like the idea that the further down, like all the way down there, there's something like where the Titanic really, where at the fucking very bottom is something that's living down there that's just, you can't even comprehend. That's never even trying to come up. But if you go all the way down there like they did, or you make it down for whatever I saw Will Smith in some video where he went down with some people for some Discovery show, like really down there to where it was like they shouldn't be down there.
Dude, get the fuck out of there.
Even these astronauts are going to space that are stuck.
They're
till
stuck
February.
They're stuck.
Joe, why sees this and goes,
they can get them in
why
February.
are we still going? Like, what are we? Is down here not good enough?
Yeah, but it's also if they can get them in February.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. What if that doesn't work? What if something goes wrong with that? Something went wrong, which is why they can't get them. Guess what? Things go wrong. And you might not have rockets available that can do it. You might not have a shuttle available that can get them. You might not be able to you might have like some sort of problems in your software. Who fucking knows, man?
Dude, that's so
terrifying.
And they have to like either be saved by another, I guess, SpaceX or
make friends with the Russians. Have the Russians bring them home.
There you go.
I bet they can get them. Wouldn't that be funny? That's a nice slap in the face.
Yeah, dude.
If Putin says, "I'll do you a favor.
Nice Putin.
Go get your friends."
Okay.
Yeah, just football nice. You'll be nice with me. I'll be nice with you. Go get your friends. We gave you Brittany Griner. We'll bring back your astronauts. Yeah.
Or give us back Gritty.
There was a sound that was recorded once by underwater microphones that was a biological sound that was louder than anything that any animal had ever made before. And they don't know what it is. You see if you can find that.
I mean, it might not be this, but remember the other day the humpback whales or whatever make a fucking
they make crazy sounds. But I don't think they think they took that into account, and this is different. They don't know what it is, and they never found it again. But whatever this thing is, it sounded biological.
God.
Like it was a biological sound. It wasn't a geological sound. It wasn't like a sound the Earth makes or a little underwater earthquake. There's something about the sound that they determined it to be biological, which is like, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Is there fucking Godzilla down there?
Just now finding out about this.
Something called the bloop.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Doesn't sound very scary.
What is it? 19 what?
1997.
We'll put up the details of it so I could read it. Do you have an article on it?
Just making sure it was right.
Yeah. So whatever this sound was, they don't know what the fuck it was. And 1997 National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded a mysterious underwater sound that lasted for 1 minute and was detected by hydrophones 5,000 miles apart. The sound was named the bloop and came from a location off the coast of Chile. The bloop captured people's imagination and led to theories about what it could be, such as the call of a dinosaur, an undiscovered sea creature, or a giant squid. In 2005, NOAA scientists discovered that sound was actually caused by an iceberg breaking away from the Atlantic Glacier. Oh, shit. What the fuck, dude? I didn't even know. So they solved it. I was hoping it was a fucking monster. That was the only one? There wasn't one. So that's what it was. So it was probably one of those things where they had talked about it for so long that it is stuck in my head that it was a biological thing. I still have hope.
I just found an article in 2017 talking about it where they said they don't know what it was.
Oh, okay. So this is someone trying to cover up for Godzilla. That's what that is.
Yeah.
That's some state-sponsored CNN type bullshit.
Wow.
They're trying to cover up for the fact there's a goddamn
You were reading the AI overview, so maybe I've made up the answer.
Oh, AI, you piece of shit. You fucking lied. That's probably what it is. AI lies.
What?
Yeah, it's a thing called hallucinations. If AI does not have an answer to something, it will come up with an answer. And then that could be searched from the web, right? So it could be some blog somewhere where some guy made up something about it was an iceberg that caused that sound, and AI will spit that back out at you. It's a thing that AI does when it doesn't know the answer to something. Apparently, they call it hallucinations. This is coming from AI scientists telling me this.
I don't want AI to have hallucinations.
They don't even know how it works. Fuck. They don't even know exactly why it's doing what it's doing. They don't know. They don't know how it's being creative.
What? Once you see those things too about like some of these robots, like what was the thing? It was like where I don't know. It had having them have feelings or any sort of.
They're not going to have feelings. That's even scarier. They're going to be able to think really clearly, without any emotions, no remorse, no morals, no ethics, no worrying if people like them, no reading the comments. They don't give a fuck. Just hit the nuke button. They're fucking robots, man.
Oh God.
That's my fear about aliens. My fear is that that's what aliens are. That they've already bypassed the human body and all of our primate systems.
Oh yeah.
They bypassed all that. They're all gone. That's all gone.
Do you think they listen to our podcast?
Yes, 100%. They're listening right now. They love it.
What up, guys?
It's fun for them because they don't get to think stupid anymore.
Yeah.
Because everything's clear.
Right.
It's like, it's like you want a little bit of chaos and they don't have any chaos left. I think that's why they visit us. That's why, like in my special, I said that I think aliens look at us the same way we look at Waffle House fights.
That's right, dude.
It's just like, what the fuck is going on over here?
What if the aliens like love Danny DeVito? Like, what if their favorite actor is like?
They love Despicable Me. They
Despicable
like Gru.
Yeah, they love him.
We love Gru.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I mean, who fucking knows? But if these lying AI cocksuckers, do we find out about that 2017 thing?
I found another thing. 2024 said the same thing about the iceberg.
Okay, so it might be real.
Might have just been an article. They were putting it in the headlines. People would watch their video.
Oh, right, probably. And what year was it? What they recorded that sound?
It was recorded in 97.
Yeah. See, anything back in those days, that's not, like you didn't have barely had the internet in 97.
Yeah, not enough facts together.
How do you know what you're talking about?
Anything pre-internet, I don't believe you.
It could be a biological sound. It could be a dude that just into dinosaurs.
Sure.
But there's probably some shit down there we haven't discovered.
I think so.
They always find new fish. Like there was a bunch that washed ashore during a tsunami. They were like, what the fuck is this? Was that in Thailand where there was like a gang of them that washed ashore in a tsunami? These undiscovered deep sea creatures.
Cool.
Like crazy, like blind things that live in a place where there's absolutely no
They can
light.
pop up and show up here. I don't think we need to go down and try to find them.
Yeah, wait for a storm.
Yeah, wait for the storm to come through,
Don't
man.
go down there.
They'll wash up.
Oregon.
Yeah, dude.
That was in Oregon. Look at that fucking thing.
Oh, yeah. I'm going out of my way to find that. Fuck off.
Well, that's some kind of an anglerfish.
Oh, my God.
Which is one of the craziest inventions in nature. That nature invented a fish that has a fishing rod off of its nose.
Yeah.
Like, how does that even happen? Look at that fucking thing. Is that real? Come on, that can't be real.
Oh, my God.
Is that real?
I know this one bucket is not, but I don't know what the fuck that is.
See, the thing is with AI, man, you could think something's real and they just fuck with you. And this is in the New York Post. They might have got that.
2017.
Jesus.
We'll go pre-AI.
But wait a minute. They probably did a sample of that thing. What is it? Let's find out what it is. I bet they figured it out. Look at it.
Fang-tooth
Could be a
snake eels.
fang-tooth snake eel or garden or conger eel. All three species occur off Texas and have large fang-like teeth. Look at that thing. Imagine if, we lived in the ocean. Show me the picture of that again. Imagine we lived in the ocean. You got to deal with that.
There's more. I'm surprised Pixar, they did Finding Nemo, but they should do something that's highlighting all these lost creatures. There's got to be an underwater lost city where you can see the.
Mermaids versus monsters.
Yeah,
they should. Why don't they do that? Fang-tooth snake. Jesus, look at that fucking thing.
Mermaids aren't real, right?
I hope so. I hope they're real.
I know, me too.
It's like
one of those things where I'm like, I don't fuck, who the fuck knows, dude?
But isn't it like the
Probably
ultimate
not,
trap?
but-
A beautiful girl and she has no vagina.
Yeah.
She is just fish. She's a fish.
Yeah.
Like fish don't have sex.
What are you supposed to do there?
The part where you have sex with doesn't exist. It's all just fish.
So how you
lay
gonna
their
lure any guy
eggs.
into the ocean?
You ever seen how fish breed? The female lays their eggs and the guys just jizz all over it.
Yeah.
Like we used to catch rainbow trout when I lived in Boston, and we'd go to this lake and catch rainbows, and they would be jizzing when you pulled them out of the lake, because it would be the time where they're spawning and they're making babies.
Yeah.
And you're allowed to fish for them.
Wow.
At least back then you were, and you're pulling them out as they're jizzing, as you're holding, they're like they're just nutting all over the place, trying to get their last loads out before you fillet them.
Wouldn't you? If
I
a bear's about
guess.
to eat you, wouldn't you just try to fucking empty the tank?
Well, I guess no one's probably ever touched them before. It's probably really exciting.
There you go. It's the first time to go around.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Imagine you just blue balled all day long. You're so blue balled that you just jizz in the ocean.
Yeah.
On the floor.
Yeah.
I bet all they have to do is run a finger by you. You're like,
The gust of wind.
You know. Like you ever seen where your dog is humping a leg?
Oh yeah.
And the dog is just they start humping the air.
Yeah, dude. They're
Now
committed.
imagine a fish.
Yeah.
You grab them
Yeah.
right when they're in that
In the
peak
perfect spot.
peak rut. Just squirt all over the place. Have you ever seen a fish do that?
No.
Yeah, with rainbow trout, they would do it all the time. We'd catch them, they'd be jizzing.
Good for them. What a life.
That's a bad death, though. Because you
Come and then die?
You failed.
Yeah.
You failed.
Yeah.
You jizzed all over the inside of a boat.
The opposite of what you're supposed to do.
Oh, good.
Not good.
Not good. But yeah, so if that is a mermaid, what the hell? What are you saying?
That's why the Little Mermaid. I mean, Eric was only into her because she came out of the water and had some human features.
Exactly.
And lost her
Otherwise,
voice.
What the fuck?
Maybe that's why he was into her. He was like, dude, I've been dating all these
You son of a bitch.
these girls that just talk too much. And he's like, wow, I met a girl that just doesn't even want to.
Super hot, can't talk. But if she does talk, you can't have sex with her because she doesn't have a vagina anymore.
Yeah.
Take your pick. Honey, you need to learn sign language.
Wow.
All right, Adam Ray, let's wrap this up.
Joe, I
Tell
appreciate
everybody,
you.
my pleasure. I appreciate you too. One more time, the name of the documentary.
The documentary is called Doug. It's on my YouTube channel where you get all the Dr. Phil Live specials. Dr. Phil Live tour. It's all AdamRayComedy.com. We got October 25th in Philly, October 26th in DC, the Beacon Theater.
Go ahead.
In November 15th, Celebrity Theater December 6th, San Diego Civic Theater December 7th. All that at AdamRayComedy.com. My special is like and subscribe. It's on YouTube on my YouTube channel.com/AdamRayComedy. And then all my tour dates at AdamRayComedy.com. Got Columbus Funny Bone coming up, the Buckhead Theater in Atlanta, Pittsburgh Improv this weekend if this is out in time. Hilarities in Cleveland. All at AdamRayComedy.com.
Website. Yeah. AdamRayComedy.com. Yeah. Okay. And one more time, Dr. Phil's book.
Doctor, we've got issues because Joe, we've all got issues, but we've all got solutions. Okay, you could fuck a mermaid with your eyes closed, but does that mean you're going to make it in time for breakfast?
This is what Dr. Phil's going to use to say you can't be him anymore. He's going to say that's enough. Son of a
I would
bitch.
never say that.
What did you do to my reputation, you son of a bitch? All right, thanks,
You're the
brother.
man,
Appreciate
dude.
you.
I
You're the man.
appreciate you, Joe.
Appreciate you. All right, bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, buddy.
I'm so happy to be here, buddy. Thanks.
I'm happy to have you here.
I was excited to see you. We know each other a long time, and I was excited to come to Austin, of course.
We were just talking about how Zookeeper was 14 years ago.
That's shocking.
Like, how?
I know. I hate that.
Fucking flies by, man.
It's terrible. It's terrible. That was a fun time though. KJ was so excited.
It was very fun. That was very fun.
You and KJ with Sussy.
Yeah,
right? That's how you guys. You guys.
I've known Kevin for 30-something years.
Yeah,
I've known him forever.
It's funny because even your stand-up, I watched your stand-up the other night. You guys remind me of each other. There's something. You take your time on stage. You set it up. You say your shit, and you live in it. Like it's not the same, but you can tell you guys are buddies. There's something about it. That's you feel like everybody feels like I would hang out with that guy. It's cool. But did you and KJ start stand up together, or
Well, we didn't start together exactly. I started in Boston. He started in New York, but I met him when I was I guess 2 years in. About 2 years in.
Where did you guys meet?
In New York.
At the Strip or something?
I think we met at Eastside.
Eastside. I don't think I did. That's downtown?
No, Eastside Comedy Club was on Long Island.
Oh yeah. I used to go there. That was in Huntington. Yeah.
Great club. That was a great club. That was Richie Manavini's place.
That's right. That's Manavini. Now that's a funny bastard.
Yeah, he's a funny dude.
One of the first comedy clubs I watched, I think I saw Carol Leifer at the Eastside Comedy Club. My sister lived in Huntington, and she said, "Do you want to go see it wasn't my first, but it was first couple." She said, "Do you want to see a comedian? There's a club around here." I said, yeah. And I sat in the back. I think I might have been 15 or something, 16. Wow. And I saw Carol Leifer kill for an hour, I think. That was exciting. That club was rocking.
Yeah, it's gone though, right? Are there good clubs on Long Island now? What's that?
Geez, man, I don't know what.
There was always Governors that always existed.
Yes. I remember there was a few bars that were comedy clubs that I used to be there. I just don't remember their names right now. But back in the day, when I was young, I would go out to the island. Governors. I don't think I got on there much. Maybe a couple times when I was young. That was kind of a rock.
Oh yeah,
Steve-O. Wasn't Steve? Do you remember Steve-O?
No.
He was.
I know Steve-O.
Jackass. There's another guy, Steve-O, who was a funny comic, and John Mulrooney. You remember Mulrooney?
Sure. Yeah.
I remember he was kind of huge out there. He used to be a cop, right? I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. He was. I remember Mulrooney was by far him and Kevin Meaney were the two guys who didn't want to go after. I remember Mulrooney would just destroy a room. He was so loose and would dominate the room, and then they bring you up and you're like, oh, goodness.
I saw Kevin Meaney once at Catch a Rising Star in Cambridge, and it was insanity. It was when he was at his peak, absolute peak. I wasn't even thinking about doing comedy. I was just a comedy fan. I went with a friend of mine from high school. I think we were both like 18, and we went and we saw him just fucking destroyed for an hour to the point where I got out of there. It was like I had an ab workout. I was in pain.
Yes.
I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yes,
He was so in the groove. Like everything he did was fun.
Man, and I've never in my life killed as hard as Kevin Meaney. I mean, there's nobody who can kill him. I remember me and Rock would be on the side at Catch a Rising Star watching Meaney do whatever he did. And you were just like, I don't think I can get laughs that loud. It fucking blew out the room every time.
On fire. It was on fire. But it was weird. It's like it didn't sustain. Like he later in his career, for whatever reason, it just whatever he had for those few years, like in the 80s and the early 90s, it didn't keep going for some strange reason. He kept doing stand-up, but something was missing. I don't know what it was.
Did he? I know he killed on the Tonight Show with Carson. I'm sure. I don't know what he wanted. I don't know what the next thing he wanted. I just remember maybe didn't he do a TV show, Uncle Buck?
Yeah, but that was not that good. You know, that was the John Candy movie that they turned into a television show. And I think it was always the thing that he was in the closet and he came out of the closet. It was kind of like right before he died.
I tell you, I did a Boston Club Comedy Connection when I was 17. I hated it. I came off stage. I mean, I bombed and my dad was there watching. It was a terrible feeling. And even the MC, who I don't remember, when I came off stage after eating it, I'm walking, you know that awful feeling walking through the crowd and they're looking at you like, Jesus, dude. And then the fucking MC stopped me. He goes, Adam. I turn around, you know, with your head spinning and shit. I look at the guy. He goes, class clown. And I go, I nod my head like, yes. He goes, maybe stick with that. Please. I'm just laughing at I go, okay. You know, I fucking walked off. And then I went into the dressing room because I wanted to hide. And Meaney, funny kid, blah, 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 said some nice shit to me. I always remembered, that Kevin Meaney, fucking good dude, man. He was lifting to me up.
Yeah, some encouragement from a real comedian when you're just starting out can go a long way.
Yeah, man.
Because it's so, in the beginning, it's so shaky. You don't know if it's going to work out. Like, what am I doing?
Oh, you go home at night, head spinning.
What am I doing to myself? Why am I doing this?
Yes. It's fucking insane. It truly is the sickest feeling. And then there's the days or nights you go on stage and you're not doing good. You're eating it, but you have a confidence. And you're like, I'm pretty good at this. Even though I'm fucking eating it, I feel pretty good right now.
You feel like I'm going to figure this out.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Your movies kept my family sane through the beginning of the pandemic. We went on an Adam Sandler run where we watched basically the only one we didn't watch is Little Nicky. We didn't, for whatever reason, we never got to that one because we watched other ones like I watched the Zoe. I might have seen the Zoe 20 times.
Wow.
I fucking love that movie.
Thank you. Yeah.
Such a funny movie. Why didn't you ever do a second one?
That's fucking always talked about it. I mean,
dude,
it's
a no-brainer.
It'd
be a little tough sell
right now. We'd have to wait a minute.
Put that one on the shelf for a little bit.
We had to put that one on the shelf a bunch of times when we were about to do it because shit would go on. We'd be like, maybe it's a tough time to do it right now. And then we got it. We did it. The intention was good to try to say, let's try to get some peace out there. But and then another part of it is I'll never fucking be in that shape again. I don't think I could ever do that. And then
you gotta hire a trainer.
I know, but I can't stick with it, buddy. You are doing great. How the fuck are you eating so good and hitting it so hard? I'm like, You know, I used to fucking take working out so serious when I was in maybe up to like 25, 26.
Yeah.
And now I can't fucking do it. I play hoop, then I eat. And every time I'm eating, I'm going, what are you doing, man? You don't need to do this. I can't stop. Just got a little bit of thickness all over.
Yeah, it's something that just you have to stay on the horse. You can't back off at all. If you especially as you get older, back off at all. You just start, what is this? You start feeling this thing. Oh, my God.
I know I have a new... I know, buddy.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Being an MMA fighter takes a lot of different skills. You need to be strong and durable and quick. And if you really want to be good, it helps to master all different kinds of moves from different types of sports, from wrestling, boxing, jiu-jitsu, and more. Having that mix of skills is a real help in the ring. But that's true for any job. If you're hiring, you probably know just how valuable it is to find people with a mix of skills and specialties. A great place to find those people is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. More importantly, though, when you find a strong candidate you want for your team, it can connect you with them right away. With ZipRecruiter's pre-written invite to apply message, you can personally reach out to potential hires and even encourage them to apply sooner. In the fight for top talent, ZipRecruiter is undefeated. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan to try ZipRecruiter for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Well, you fucking walk in now and I go, Jesus, that'd be fun to look like that. I always fucking wanted to be, I know shit. When I was 18 to 23, I hit it so hard. I never looked like you. I never was jacked.
You look good during the Zohan.
Pretty good.
Really good.
Pretty fucking good for me.
Yeah.
That was as good as I can get. And I naturally had a little something going on when I was real, like the college years, but that now it's fucking rough. My kids go, what? One daughter, Sadie's always saying, Dad, get the trainer from the Zohan. Why would you ever give that up? Why did you stop? I was like, it's a lot of work. Yeah, but didn't you like the way you felt? Yeah. Well, you should do that. Get that feeling back and stuff like that. But I just can't jump in there.
Well, she sounds like a good coach.
She's good. Yeah, she's saying the right shit.
Saying the right thing. Saying the right stuff.
She's right. Everything she says, I have a thought where I don't promise her. I go, let me think about that. That's a good idea.
The whole thing is just not overdoing it in the beginning. Starting slow where it's maintainable and then slowly build up. That's the key.
So you give yourself new goals?
I never stop, but I mean when you get started.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, people try to go too hard, like, oh my God, I'm out of shape. I'm gonna run fucking 10 miles, and I'm gonna lift weights, and then I'm gonna do it. And then you're too tired. And then you're so fucking sore in the morning, like, I can't keep this up. The whole key is just give your body enough where it's pushing it, but it's not exhausted. You're not breaking your body down.
Right.
You're just strengthening it slowly. You got to get sick the same way, or you got to get better the same way you got sick. Right? You got sick over time.
Yeah.
Over time, eating food and fucking up. Yeah. And then you got to get better that way. Over time, slowly start to morph your body back into a good condition.
That's good.
You can't. Everybody tries to go too hard. They try to go too crazy.
You get excited.
Unsustainable.
You get excited to get it going again, and then
you get injured. You break yourself down. You hurt your knees. You hurt your back. It's too much.
Tear or something.
Yeah. The key is just not do too much. Just do enough, and just cut back on. You say, I'm gonna only have 2 cheat days a week. 2 days a week, I'm gonna eat whatever the fuck I want. 5 days a week, I'm gonna eat clean, and then break it down to 6 days a week. I'm gonna eat clean.
Wow.
1 day a week, I'm gonna fuck off.
Yeah.
You can go 1 day a week just fucking off. You can get a lot done.
That's amazing. And the fuck off day is from start to finish. You can do whatever the hell
you want. 1 day.
That's good. And then the other days, the good days, what do you like? Do you eat a breakfast and all that shit?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I skip breakfast lately. That's my new move the last year. Is
like intermittent fasting?
I guess so, but I'm supposed to fucking, lock in on 8 hours or 6 hours, and I always say I do 1 to 9, say, then around fucking 10 I go, let me have some grapes. And then I go, I think I'm not supposed to have grapes. And then I go, have a few grapes. And then it opens up to some other shit.
Grapes aren't the problem.
The grapes lead to some bad
Grapes
shit.
lead to waffles.
Fucking skinny cow. That's the new thing. Skinny cow ice cream sandwiches in the house started a little problem for me.
What are skinny cow?
They're supposed to be a little better for you because the calories aren't awful. I think it's like 130. So I go, well, 130. Usually they're fucking like 330. So then I eat two of them. I go, it's still under that 330. Then I go, if I have a third, it's still in the threes. So I eat a third. And then I fucking go, I gotta stop, man.
Yeah. If you really want to be serious about it, just hire somebody. You got money.
I got the best guy, the guy who did me for the Zohan, and I love him. It's just I see him and I love him so much that I go, let's keep this a friendship. I don't want it. I play so much basketball though. That keeps me okay. Doesn't want me to I don't want to take my shirt off, but I don't.
How often do you play?
Maybe 4 or 5 a week where I get out there and run.
That's great.
That's pretty good.
That's very good. That's a key. If you could do something that you really enjoy doing.
Yes.
You know, if you something that keeps you active that you enjoy, that makes it so much easier because you're playing a game. So you're getting fit, but you're in the middle of a game that you really like.
You don't hate that at all. That is the best. I think that's the only thing I got that you fight. That's fucking fun, right?
Martial arts are fun. Yeah.
Martial arts are fun. KJ always fought. I never even thought. One time, KJ, we left a hotel. I think he just came from fighting with one of the guys who were teaching him some shit. And he was so riled up from it. Put me in some fucking crazy hold out of nowhere. We were going to dinner. All of a sudden, he came at me. I was like, holy shit. And he fucking grabbed me, twisted me around, had me in some weird hold. I said, oh, okay. He's just letting me know he can destroy me. But I remember just going, yeah, that's fucking something I should get into, man. But I just can't. I'm not flexible at all. You're very flexible.
Yeah,
that helps.
Well, I started stretching before I hit puberty. That's the big thing, or during puberty, really. So it's like while your body's thickening, you're
keeping it loose.
That makes a giant difference.
By the way, KJ with being flexible is very odd. He can put the hands.
Yeah.
On. He's fucking weirdly.
He's a very athletic guy. Goodness. He just eats like a fucking army.
He does get excited. Yeah. I sometimes, when we were young, I say, tell me your McDonald's order. And he'd be like, okay, 3 quarter pounders, 3 Big Mac, whatever the fuck it was.
He goes hard.
It was his McDonald's order is insane.
Hard. Kevin go hard. But he also, when he was on the podcast, told me he fasted once for how many days did he fast for?
60-somethingers.
Yeah, some insane amount of days. It was like 40 days or something.
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, mania.
Something insane.
And then I think he ate a sandwich and it really hurt.
Yeah, I'm sure. You're like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh my God, he's a madman with that fast.
Yeah, well, he's an intense dude. He's just intense with eating too.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you ever watch him hit the mitts, you ever watch him hit pads? He can fucking strike.
Yes, I know.
It's kind of shocking. For people that don't know him, you see him crack mitts, and you're like, Jesus Christ,
holy shit, he is. Yeah, he's fucking legit, and he can roll around good too.
Oh yeah, when he was getting ready for Here Comes the Boom, like when he was training with Mark Delagrate, God damn, dude, he was cracking those pads.
I know. He did let me know in that one thing he did to me. You know who did that to me too? Farley. Farley, we were in the hallway at Saturday Night Live out of nowhere. Oh no, we were at a fucking hotel, and he came at me real fast, grabbed me, put me in some shit, pulled hard. I felt every part of my body crack, and then Farley laughed, and just like with Kevin, they kind of looked at you like, I could fuck you up if I wanted to.
Farley was a big dude too.
He was a big boy. He was like maybe 5'8", 5.
But he was like 5'8" wide too.
He was wide.
Yeah.
Fucking athlete though, moved nice.
Well, when he moved around on stage, when he moved around on SNL, he was fucking. That was part of the thing, was he was so explosive.
Oh yeah,
like
man.
Part of the funny in him was this fucking insane.
Yeah,
he had this explosion inside of him that could get out. I only met him once.
You did meet him?
Yeah, I met him on the set of News Radio, and he was in the middle, the throes of addiction. So he was gray like wet cardboard. It was weird. It was weird being around him. He just looked sweaty. He's like, "Hey, how you doing?" I was like, "Hey, what's up?"
Was he there to see Phil? Or?
He was there to see Andy Dick. Him and Andy Dick were hanging out. And I think they were both off the rails.
They were having fun.
They're having a good time.
Yeah. Fucking, that sucks. I hate it.
Well, it's horrible.
That was a good time of life, though, huh? That news radio shit.
Oh yeah, that was a lot of fun.
It was Spade and Phil. And...
No, Spade wasn't on that. Spade was on that other show, Just Shoot Me.
He was on Just Shoot, but I thought he did a couple of things.
He did. Yeah, he definitely did. But a lot of people did.
Yeah.
A lot of people did.
Was that your first big?
Yeah, that was the first big thing. I did a small sitcom that nobody watched before that called Hardball.
Hardball. What was it about?
It was a baseball show on Fox.
I think I remember that.
Like 5 or 6 episodes.
What were you on that?
I was a baseball player.
Oh, you played baseball?
I did in high school.
Oh yeah,
a little bit until I started doing martial arts.
Right.
All sports.
Gotcha. That's cool, man. I want me to tell you my martial arts. It's not that big of a deal, but I grew up in Manchester, New Hampshire, and a lot of guys were tough. Fought and shit. Fights would happen. And then I had the idea. I drove by downtown. I saw this guy. I can't remember his name, Mick something. And I fucking saw kickboxing. I was like, let me take kickboxing just in case I can fuck somebody up, because that'd be fun to have that secret weapon of kickboxing and, all of a sudden be able to kick someone in the face. That'd be great. And so I talked my buddy into it. Or maybe he talked me into it. But I think that, anyways, we both go and fucking like 15 guys in there from school, all already doing it, already advanced. And I was like, all this did was make me realize these guys can kick the shit out of me. I thought guys I could take. I was going, oh fuck, that guy can crush me too. I had no idea. But I'm never flexible. So I think I quit after like 4 or 5 sessions.
Flexibility is something that everybody can gain. It's just you just have to go through the process. Flexibility is not something like, there's like certain amount of explosiveness and athleticism that some people just don't possess, and it didn't take a long time to get there. But flexibility is something that you just have to work at. I've seen very inflexible people become flexible.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What? Just by doing it every day?
Doing it every day and just sticking to a routine. You just got to force yourself past the pain.
I'm just nervous. My hamstrings are going to pop. They're so fucking tight.
You know what you should get? You ever see one of those things where it's like a strap and you put your foot into it? And
yes.
You, like pull back.
Yes.
Those things are great.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know. Just take a yoga class.
Yeah, I know.
Go to hot yoga. That's a cheat code.
No, that's a good one.
It gets real hot in there.
Yes.
And you get a lot looser.
Yeah, that's good. No, my wife's good at that shit. My daughters do it. I just fucking it hurts my lower back and my hamstrings so much that I end up just going, all right, I get up and do a fake water break and just stare at them.
So I was working on this special. I saw you in Vegas. I know you did. It was very funny, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Very funny. I really enjoyed it.
I appreciate it, man. I had a great time making the special. I have a great time on the road. Can't believe it. I fucking quit doing stand-up for, like 20 years or something.
What made you want to get back?
I think I was doing Grown Ups and Rock and Spade and Schneider and KJ were always talking about next weekend I'm going to Niagara Falls, and I'd be like, these guys are all fucking having fun on the road. And then I think Apatow was doing Carnegie Hall. He was hosting something, and he said, you want to do some stand-up again? And I just go, yeah, let me do that. And I did it just to make sure that I fucking put together 15 minutes or something. That got me back into it.
And did you just piece it together by doing small sets, or how did you write it?
I think maybe I did a couple of improvs or something. Maybe I went to the improv a couple times, but mostly from doing Letterman. I used to do Letterman and do 2 segments. So I'd fucking sit down with my buddies, write jokes, and just go out there with jokes, and kind of trusted that, that's a good joke. And I think I started doing that with stand-up too. Just going, this is pretty good. Let me just do it.
And then, like, when did you start booking gigs?
I did the same shit. I called a guy, this great guy whose daughter was going to school with mine. He would talk about booking acts and shit. I said, I was thinking of doing stand-up again. You want to book me some shows? And then he just booked like a 10-city tour for me. And I said, all right, I better fucking put an hour together for that.
Wow. So how'd you put the hour together? Did you go to the Improv? Did you go to the store? Where'd you go?
A couple times at the store, Improv. I would drive out of town, the Valley, maybe
like the Ha-Ha.
That kind of shit. Yes. Anybody.
Flappers.
Exactly. Flappers, good spots.
Good spot.
Try shit out.
Yeah.
I just did a bunch of, maybe I went down to that Comedy Magic Club. Is that still running? Yes, I did.
For sure.
Yes.
That's a great club.
Yes, exactly. Except I remember growing up, I would always see Leno and Joe, what is it? Joe? Not is it Brogan? What was
Jimmy Brogan?
Jimmy Brogan.
Yeah, the booker.
Yeah, but he did
stand up as well.
He did stand up, and they were so clean, and they would fucking annihilate. And I always felt self-conscious in that place for how filthy I was. And I was like, these people don't want to see this.
Well, the Comedy Magic Club is like the cleanest club in the country.
That right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jimmy Miller used to book it.
Did he?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Apatow used to always go there.
Yeah, that's a great little club.
That's a good club. So I forced myself to get a good out. Now I got it. I mean, when I was on the road the last tour, I have so many, I have so much shit that steps on other shit, so I can't really do it all.
Right.
Because if I already said this, so that this joke doesn't make any sense now. So, but I was fucking doing 2-hour shows, and it wasn't that big of a deal.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
Yeah,
because I remember struggling to do an hour of my whole stand-up life. I'd be like, my God, how fucking... The crowd's so bored with me now. I can't come up with new moves, But now, got enough shit. Keep them rocking.
So how long have you been steady doing stand-up again now?
I think like 7 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
It must feel good, though, right?
It's nice.
You get back into like a real flow, like a real headliner flow again.
100%.
You go, oh, yeah, I missed this.
I did miss it. I didn't even know I missed it.
It's the most fun.
Absolutely. You fucking were loose. You set yourself up to do a live fucking special. I don't think I could handle that, man. My head be spinning way too much, man. But
I had to over-prepare.
But you didn't have any pauses. You just boom, 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 boom. How long were you doing that set?
Well, I did. Well, because I have my own club, that helps a lot, right? So I was doing 2 shows a night, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I was doing 6 hours of stand-up a week, which is a lot.
Yeah.
And then I was doing podcasts and all the other UFC stuff that I do. So a lot of work.
Right.
That got to be too much. So then I knocked it down to 3 sets a week, 3 headliner sets a week, and then I would do a bunch of short sets. That bottom of the barrel show that I told you that my friend Brian Simpson hosts. That show's the best.
Yeah,
it's like a premise factory.
Yeah,
because you have this whiskey barrel on stage. It's filled with notes from the crowd. Yeah. It's all just different ridiculous ideas for premises, and you reach your hand in, you pull one out, and it says, frogs are gay, like whatever it is, and then you just start ranting about it, and you try to come up with bits, and every now and then, you get 1 or 2 every set that you write it down. You're like, this could be something.
That's amazing. Yeah.
And a couple of them made it onto the special.
That's incredible.
Because it's like it's a premise factory.
Absolutely.
So I had a lot of. I was getting ready to do a special in. I was gonna do one in August of 2020, but then obviously in March everything shut down, and I didn't do stand up for 8 months, and it was just. And then I thought about it. I was like, what? I just feel like just working on my material now. I just feel like just working on stand up and not even thinking about the special.
Yeah. That's a great feeling.
Well, it's just I was just enjoying working at the club, owning the club, and then there's so many good guys at the club. It was just such a fucking hot spot.
Right.
And there's so many people. There's Shane Gillis and Mark Norman and Ari Shaffir and fucking Brian Simpson and Tony Hinchcliffe. It's just like every night was just murderer's row.
Right,
and we were all just cooking together.
That's big.
And then when Netflix said they want to do a live special with me, at first I was like, fuck that. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And I said no. I told my manager, I was like, no. I called her on the phone. I was like, what? I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And then I was driving home, like, why are you scared to do that, you fucking pussy? And I was like, as I was driving home, I was like thinking it. And then when I got home, I called her back. I go, don't say no yet. I go, let me think about it.
Yeah. I've had those feelings. Yeah.
And then the next day I said, all right, I'm going to do it. And she's like, you sure? I go, yeah. I'm going to do it because I'm scared of it.
That's ballsy, man.
I was fucking terrified of it.
Of course, I'm scared thinking about doing it. I would never fucking do it. But you killed it. You killed it. You were loose. You were rolling. You crushed.
But I did that set in order for 3 weeks straight.
Right.
So I had it locked in
yes.
for 3 weeks. I didn't do which I always fuck around.
Yeah.
There was no fucking around.
No
deviation.
That's
for
right.
3 weeks.
You were steady. Exactly.
I also wrote all the bits out by hand. I wrote them all out, even the ones I already knew. I wrote them all out. I wrote all the transitions out. I listened to recordings. I watched videos.
That's big. Yeah.
I beat myself into the ground.
That's good.
I over prepared.
Right.
So that when I got up there, there was no what is next. There was no thought.
You didn't have a beat sheet somewhere just in case you got lost?
No.
That's fucking balls. I would never be able to do that.
But I wanted to treat it like a regular show. If I had a regular show, I wouldn't have a cheat sheet.
Well, I never did when I was young, but now I need fucking a word. I need to look somewhere and see the word.
What do you like? Put like index cards on the stage?
No, on a monitor. I just
okay.
It says like just
popcorn.
One word,
popcorn,
and then I'm ready. Because my head goes to space. I get spacey as I got older. When I was young, I was prepared and boom, 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 and I did my shit. But I think it helps me kind of relax a little bit, just knowing that if I'm lost, I can look down and see a word and go, yeah, do that next.
Bill Maher brings like one of them conductors fucking things on stage where like they have like where you put the news the music rather
yeah
he has that and he just has his ideas written out on that.
It's good.
So you can just look down at it.
I get addicted to that a little too much sometimes. In Largo in LA, I go up there. Flanny runs that place and he lets me go on and try shit out, and I have a music stand and I'll be at work all day working on movies. And then like 10 minutes left to go, I go, oh yeah. I got a couple of guys in the office who help write jokes with me. And I go, let me try this, and this. And I just put the sheet down, go on stage, try shit out. Try new shit out. Nothing better than a new joke.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
That's the best if it's working. Usually does work too.
Well, you're enthusiastic about it. And if you really have thought about it and prepared for it, it's like a new thing for you. So it's this exciting new toy.
Yes. You can't wait to get to that or open with it or whatever the fuck it is.
When you do movies, do you just come up with a premise first? Like when you decide to do a film, like if you decide to do Happy Gilmore, how do you like make your movies? How do you start?
That was just lucky premise. Billy Madison, I remember. I thought, well, this could be great. A grown-up who does elementary school again. And that's a great idea of I get to be goofy, get to bully these little kids, then all of a sudden connect with these kids and have fun growing up again. So, but part of my head was like, well, Rodney did back to school already. So everyone's going to say I just ripped off back to school. Rodney went back to college. How the fuck do we kind of do it a step away from that? And I called my buddy Herlihy, who I went to college with, and he writes all the movies with me. Or he's just a great, funny man, and I've written almost everything with him. And if he goes, "Ooh, that's good," then we usually go from there, and we try to fill it out after that. Same thing with Happy Gilmore, Wedding Singer, Bobby Boucher, all that shit. We were just like came up with a couple of lines of what we thought is an interesting idea, and then see if we can fill it out.
It's so funny because your films get loved by the public and hated by critics. It's so hilarious. You are the lead, like whatever the Rotten Tomatoes critic score is for your films means zero. It means nothing. It's only the audience is what counts.
That's all we thought about.
Because your films are all so fun and so silly and so, in my opinion, so underappreciated.
Thank you, man.
Because like this is one of the things I thought about during COVID. Like we watched it every night. We watched like every film that you made while everything was locked down.
Amazing. I love that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know, man. We lucked out. We worked our asses off like you're working your ass off now. Like this is took it very serious.
But you caught like a silly groove that I don't think anybody else has that silly groove like you do. Like you caught that groove with so many movies, man.
Yeah. We did. I mean, when I first started, Jim Carrey was crushing. Stiller, Mike Myers. A lot of goofy movies were getting made, and I certainly fucking love doing them. And I love being on set, making those kind of movies. I love fucking editing that shit, thinking about kids laughing. I always love that. Thinking of college kids throwing a tape in, sitting down, watching together. That was on our mind when we did it.
When you first started out, did you want to be a comic? Did you want to be a stand-up comic, or did you always think that you wanted to do films?
I think I wanted to get into the movies. I was fucking nuts, cocky as shit in my own weird way. I think a big thing that happened to me was I told my friends in high school I was going to be fucking big. And I didn't.
So you had to?
I had to do it. I told the boys, I was like, it'll be fucking great. And then when I would check in with them, I remember being on payphones, calling after even eating it at Catch a Rising Star. I call them up, fucking did good tonight. I go, yeah. I said, what'd you say? I said, this joke fucking killed. Meanwhile, I fucking ate it every time.
So you're faking it until you made
it. I dug a hole for myself. I'm doing great. Robin Williams said I was fantastic. Robin Williams, I remember one night saw me eat it. And I was just like, oh man, I ate it in front of Robin Williams. But I changed the story of like, yeah, we like that shit.
There's something that could be very valuable about being delusional and being young.
Yes, very delusional. So stupid, man.
I did this thing once. Do you know Owen Smith?
Who the hell?
Hilarious comedian in LA.
Mm-hmm.
But he had this. He's one of the best comics alive, but he spends a lot of time writing and doing shows.
I'm sure I know.
Unfortunately, which I think he should be headlining arenas. He was just at my club a few months back. I saw him. He's a monster. The point is, Owen had this show that he was doing for a while where you'd find your oldest notebooks and sit down with him and go over your oldest jokes. And it was so bad. It was like a 1991 joke book.
Yeah.
I keep them all.
Yeah.
And I was going through, we were reading it. I was like, it's so bad. I had in like built-in heckler lines that I wrote that were terrible.
Right,
and this guy was saying this to me and that. Oh,
that's so funny.
If I had to go back there and like give myself advice, I would say, you got to quit. You're terrible at this.
Oh my God.
Don't do this.
What are you doing?
Yeah,
man?
don't do this.
You sound atrocious.
You're not going to make it. You don't have it.
Same thing.
There's no way.
But I fucking thought I was fucking phenomenal. But I would look out at the crowd not laughing, going, these guys fucking nuts. They don't see how great this shit is. But it's almost like I was with my fucking giant afro, and my father would be at the table and he'd be like, you need a haircut. I'd be like, what are you talking about, man? He'd be like, you think you look good? I'd be like, I look great. He'd be like, you don't. Just so you know, you don't look great. I'd be like, you are so off on that day.
It's funny. Delusional thinking can sometimes carry you to once you develop some skill, that delusional is like a little guardian. It keeps you protected while you actually develop talent.
And that goes away because I'm more nervous now. But I had that fucking fear as a comedian. My head would spin. When Colin Quinn, he had a club, the Paper Moon, in the city. Was the Paper Moon around when you were growing up? It was like at the Boston Comedy Club,
like a small place like that.
I think that became Paper Moon became the Boston.
Oh, the same club?
Yes, I think it was downstairs.
Oh,
that
no
one
shit.
So fucking Colin liked me. He used to get me on stage. I was going to college around there, and I all day long would be practicing on the elevator in my dorm. I'd be going bah, 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 saying the shit. Right when Colin would bring me up, my fucking head would spin. I'd forget where I was, not making sense. I would say two jokes, and then I'd be like, oh my God, I don't know what's coming next. And I had that going for a while, but I still would go home at night and go, fucking, I'm going to be so fucking good at this. I don't know what it was. Psycho.
It's youthful delusion. Yeah, and it's also your central lobe is not fully formed yet. You don't even understand the world. You're a little meat puppet.
My God,
yeah. But that's how you make it. That's how you make it in kind of everything. Like you're delusional, you know?
Yes.
If you really believe in yourself, that counts for a lot. Up to a point. Because there's people that still believe in themselves. They've been doing open mics for 20 years. Nobody's stepped in to say, hey, this is never
gonna
happen.
Right, yeah.
You have to have a spark.
Yeah,
there's got to be a little something in there, and then you could build that little something into something special.
That's right. That's right. Same thing in sports, guys who keep going and keep trying out and keep doing something that but some people break through. It's interesting, man. I definitely had an amazing time as a youngster. I had a couple of people that I locked in with. We were buddies. We all had that same thing of like, I'm good, even though it wasn't that good yet. Yeah. I came up with Greg Fitzsimmons. Greg and I we're both like confused and wondering if we're ever going to make it, and just we do a lot of road gigs together, and we were hoping, but it's the whole idea was only just to like one day you'd be a professional. That was the goal, not really have any kind of a career, but just like one day to make a living telling jokes. That was the dream. You couldn't even imagine, like, almost I would see guys that were actual pros, but I had a bunch of like day jobs. Oh, you did?
Oh yeah, I did everything. Oh, gotcha. And so then I would do these nighttime gigs, and I'd meet the real pros, the guys who just made a living doing comedy. I'm like, what must that be?
Yes, they saunter in at 9
o'clock.
Oh my
God, yeah. They've been playing golf all day, laughing. The Kevin Knoxes, and all those guys.
Yeah.
And I was just like, they were like heroes. Of course, you actually made it. You're
fucking badass.
Outside of the system completely. All you do is tell jokes, and people love you, and they come to see you.
And the same jokes. A lot of the guys, they were just like, "That's my act." I ain't.
In Boston, they never did television, so those guys had
right.
And people wanted to go see those same jokes again, which is crazy. Like Steve Sweeney. You ever see Sweeney when he was in his prime?
Absolute best, biggest destruction too.
My God. Steve Sweeney in his prime would light up a room. And with Boston accent and Boston material, you couldn't follow him. No. He was a monster.
I think he went on the very first night. I went on at Stitches. Sure. First place my brother brought me to Stitches. He was going to BU. He got me one of those 5-minute open mics.
That's the first place I ever did too.
Stitches?
Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
How'd you do?
I got a couple of chuckles.
You did.
It was like enough to where I was like,
old
maybe 21. Yeah. Maybe something. And the second time I got some laughs. Second time I was like less nervous.
Wow.
And like I listened to my I had a little tape recorder I brought with me. And I recorded it.
Oh man.
Yeah.
How about that humiliation of the silence on the recorder?
It's terrible. But it also made me realize like what was wrong, like just because I was studying it like kind of the way I studied martial arts. Like if you would watch films of fights, and then I would go, oh, there was a little bit of a timing problem there, and this I could have done this, I could have done that.
Yes.
And so with my second time I did stand up, I had the humiliation of listening to the first cassette. So I listened and I was like, let me tighten this up, and maybe this could be a little better.
Oh my God, tightening.
Write a little more there. But I got some laughs the second time, which was like crazy. I was like, wow, I might be able to do this.
Shit, man. Both at Stitches?
Yeah. And then I think I bombed the third time, and that was the first real bomb. And I was like,
punch in the face. Fucking scary. Yes.
But every time I bombed, I feel like it taught me something, and then I would get better.
Fucking, I ate it last summer. I went up to the comic strip and fucking ate it for 10 straight minutes. And I went, oh shit, I forgot about that. Forgot about that punch in the face. That is a roughie.
I ran into you at the airport, and you were telling me you just did some fucking horrific corporate event.
I ate it there too. Oh, that was, I mean, if I listened to the tape, I'd say you were okay, but it was humiliating.
Yeah, you had just gotten done with it. When I ran into you.
I was shell shocked. I remember seeing you and your wife. Yeah. I had that fucking glazed look.
Those corporate gigs are so Ron White just ate it at one recently. He goes, I don't know why the fuck I agreed to do that.
I know.
He goes, I said no, and they said more, and I said no, and then they came up with a number. I was like, all right.
Holy shit, buddy. Yeah. Same fucking story from it.
Those are death.
I don't think
those things are death because the people that are there, they're working with all these people, so they're all like kind of tight.
Yeah, they got shit going on. Yeah.
and they're not really thinking about the comedy show. They're thinking about this is like a social environment with all the people. They're working their way up the corporate ladder, and then they're concentrating on all their shit. And they can't laugh at anything inappropriate.
That's true. Yeah,
I saw Mike over there laughing at all those sexist jokes. Mike's a real piece of shit.
Yeah, that's true, man. That's good. I swear to God, I felt bad for them. I was like, Jesus, they paid me so much. I fucking feel terrible. I didn't kill for it, but it happened.
Yeah, Hinchcliffe just did one recently too. Said the same thing. I'm like, that's why I don't do those. It's not do comedy where people come to see comedy, and that's it. Don't get hired for a birthday party. Get the fuck out of here with that.
It was the only fucking reason I did it was Paul McCartney did it the year before. So they go, well, they don't do this much. I went, Paul McCartney? Well, fuck, I'm doing that shit.
Yeah, but Paul McCartney can just play his songs.
I know, man.
And like his songs are great. They're classics.
He's not going to miss.
He's not going to miss.
No,
he's just going to play and if they don't respond, that's on them.
Yeah, it's like, you fucking nuts. You
just did Band on the Run. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
I know, man. That's good.
Yeah, like musicians, they can always just get into their song.
Oh,
they don't need
to
your
close their eyes. They don't need nothing. They don't look around. Yeah,
they don't need you.
We're fucking looking at everybody. That fucking dude's not loving it. God damn it. I know.
We rely so much on other people's response.
But the moments I don't, those are the ones I was saying to you, Joe. And I've eaten it before, but still felt I did good because I fucking remained kind of confident,
right,
and believing in my shit still. But the ones where I look out, I see them hating me, and I go, yeah, why am I here, man? That's a bad feeling.
It's a terrible feeling. I say bombing on stage is like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. But the problem is, it's probably worse than that because somewhere out there's probably a guy who wouldn't mind sucking 1,000 dicks in front of his mom. He'd be like, "Look at me, mom. You made me. 99. Let's go."
My mother would 100% at the end say, "You could have done it better.
Yeah,
you could have sucked him harder. Why did you stop on that one man? He wanted to explode in your face, and you stopped." I feel bad, but you should call him and tell him you'll suck his dick. But I'm with you, buddy. Yeah, stand up's the best.
It's a crazy thing, and then no one can teach you how to do it either. You have to figure it out yourself because your way of doing it is different than my way of doing it. My way is different than Kevin's way.
Yeah.
Kevin's way is different than fucking Seinfeld's way. Everybody's got a different way of doing it.
Absolutely.
And nobody can teach you how to do it. You can learn some things
from
watching other people. You can learn some things.
Oh, man, yeah.
But
how about when somebody fucking great watches you and says, "Hey, you know what you could say here," and gives you a great line? You're like, "Oh my God."
Yes. No, that's huge.
That what a feeling. You just made my okay thing into a fucking one I'm excited to do.
Oh yeah. There's been a couple of bits that I've had that got a tag from a friend. It's just like pops it up.
Oh, you're like, how did I ever do it without that fucking line?
Yeah. Sometimes like a fresh eye, That's one of the things that I always admired about how Chris Rock used to do it. Because Chris Rock would go on stage, he'd work his stuff out, and then he'd have a bunch of guys that he would hire to sit in the back of the room and kind of workop with them.
I do similar stuff.
Very smart.
I have these young guys who are fucking way funnier at writing than me, and only because I'm fucking tired. I'm tired. I walk into the office and I'm like, I thought of this funny thing last night. Maybe something there. I'll say it to them, and they'll go, "Oh yeah," and they'll fucking write something interesting, and we come up with something together eventually.
Well, you used to collaborating when you do films, right?
Yes. I always do that. Always got a bunch of guys that help me out throughout.
It's a good process.
Yes,
because one mind is great, but a bunch of minds together in different perspectives, people are going to see things from an angle that you're not going to see.
Yes, that's exciting. Same shit. Shit. Somebody comes up with a great thing to do in a scene or a line, or maybe you can be doing this at the same time, an action, whatever the fuck it is. I mean, me and Hurley, when we write these things, we think a lot what it's going to look like, what's going on in each scene, and what the jokes are, that kind of shit. But on the day, you definitely having a couple of buddies around making it better is the way to go.
Well, you always have a very tight ship too, like doing Zookeeper with you and talking with Kevin. Like you work with the same people pretty much every film.
Yeah,
which is really huge.
Yeah, that's
because it's always you have a very family environment. Like it's always
did,
family.
yes,
Everybody's fun. They're all everybody likes working together. It's, no one's an asshole.
Yeah.
It's an easy gig in that sense that like you know you're gonna come to work with people.
Yeah.
Everybody's having fun.
Kevin got that going. You got that going.
Yeah, you have to have that. That's gigantic.
You got like a lot of great stand-up friends, all right? When you do the road, you just bring your guys with you. When you guys, like, how many of you go up on stage when you take gigs on the road?
If I do a gig, I bring usually one guy who's a beginner. And then two guys who are headliners.
And how much time does everybody do?
It depends. Like when I did the live special, I brought this kid, Ari Matty, who's hilarious.
Yeah.
Ari did 10 minutes. Well, he did 15 minutes the first night, but on the live night, he did 10 minutes. So 10 minutes to warm the crowd up. And then he brings on Ron White. Ron White murdered for 15. And then he brings on Tony. Tony murders for 15.
Wow.
And then I go on after that.
You're fucking tough to do that to yourself. Put on big heavy hitters, because that can get you in a hole sometimes too.
Yeah, but as long as you're having fun, it doesn't, because the audience is having a good time.
Yes.
My philosophy is I don't want bad comedians to go on in front of me. I want people to kill.
Yes.
So that when I go on stage, everyone's having a great time.
Yes.
They don't ever feel like, oh, they made out that one guy for 20 minutes. Oh my God, when was he going to get off stage?
No.
Because there's some comedians that like to do that. They like to bring in terrible acts so they look like a hero.
No, that's bad. It's
bad for the audience.
Bad for your own brain. You just you're getting lazy doing it.
You're getting lazy. It's a soft way to approach it. So like when I do shows at the club, sometimes I'm going on stage an hour and a half into the show. And it's like Brian Simpson, Shane Gillis, Mark Norman. It's like killer after killer are going up.
Yeah.
And then I'm going up late. So it's like running with weights on. Like you gotta like come out of the gate hot. You know?
When I first came back to stand up, I was bringing in all my buddies with me, and they were killing it was good crowds, so everybody would stay up. You know, everyone's like, I know I was gonna do 15, let me do 25. And so by the time I got up there, I was following like 6 or 7 guys murdering, and it was fucking 2 hours in, and then I was supposed to do an hour and a half, and that I'd be like, shit, I gotta figure this out, man. I'm not kidding.
That's too much.
That's too much.
You wear the audience out.
Yeah.
I feel like when a show gets over 2 hours, 2.5 hours, it's like, I don't want to see a 3-hour movie.
No.
Yeah, if I'm going to watch a 3-hour movie, I'm going to be at home, okay, where I can pause.
Yeah.
If I have to take a leak, go have some popcorn. I want to like for 3 hours sitting in some auditorium somewhere watching a show.
That's a lot.
It's got to be a banger of a show.
Oh, man.
You're so engaged when you walk out. You're like, wow.
How about that feeling when you know, holy shit, this arena, I'm losing them for about 5 minutes. Let me fucking get him back. How about that when you see people who started the show off with like, and then they're kind of like tuned out going, what is happening right now?
Yeah.
Why
People have a certain amount of attention span.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I admire bands that still, like, I saw Guns N' Roses in Greece.
Yeah.
And they do 3 hours.
New shit? Or just
all the classics. The classics. You know, Welcome to the Jungle, Sweet Child of Mine. But they fucking go hard for 3 hours. Those guys are 100 years old. They're still killing
and
it.
he's singing 3 hours. Axl's ripping it for 3 hours.
Yes. Same with the Stones. I saw the Stones a couple years ago at CODA, the Circuit of the Americas here in town.
Yeah.
And it was insane. Mick Jagger's 1,000 years old.
Yeah,
and he's still fucking moving on.
Yeah.
Button your lamp, baby.
Yeah,
He's
man.
still fucking dancing and all that energy.
Yes. It's funny. They do like Stones do 2 a week or something.
Yeah.
That's a really funny shit because when we go on the road, it's like 5 or 6.
That's the way to do it though when you're 80.
Yes.
You know, you need recovery.
Yes.
And also Mick Jagger works out every single day. He has 2 trailers filled with gym equipment.
Wow, yeah.
2 of the trailers when they travel with the Stones is just Mick Jagger's gym equipment.
What a fucking stud, a light little body. That guy looks like he weighs 120 or something.
So he's like 120. He's ripped still, 80 years old, got a 6-pack.
Got the veiny arms ready.
Fucking ready to go. And still has his pipes. Still can sing. And Keith Richards could still play. It was incredible. Watching them live, I couldn't even believe they were there. It was one of those things where, like, I was almost like I felt like I was on drugs. I was like, am I really seeing the Rolling Stones? Are they actually there? Like I could throw a rock and I could hit Mick Jagger with a rock. He's right there.
Goodness, I know. And then how exciting, like when Keith and Ron look at each other and laugh.
Yeah.
Like, they laugh together. Fuck, that was
They're
incredible.
still enjoying it.
Yeah,
like, and when we were kids, there were no old rock stars.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Right?
Yeah.
They didn't.
Elvis
he was already dead.
Right. Yeah.
You know, he died in the 70s, right? So he was already dead.
Wow, man. Wow,
and so when we were kids, we thought of rock stars as like Van Halen, young, wild people on stage jumping around. That's a young man's game.
Yeah.
No one ever anticipated 80-year-old rock stars singing rock and roll in their 80s.
No doubt. By the way, I heard David Lee on your show.
Yeah, he's been on a couple times.
Man, I mean, that band, to me, when I was in high school, I think I was in 9th grade the first time I fucking heard him. I was into Sabbath. My brother got me into Sabbath. And then I was walking up to a fucking party. It was like one of my first house keg parties. And Van Halen was blaring over somebody's Pioneer system. And it was fucking like Ain't Talking About Love or some shit. And I remember just going, what? This is the greatest shit I've ever heard.
Oh, yeah. They were the kings in the 80s, dude. They were the kings. When I was in high school, everybody knew how to make that Van Halen logo on your notebook.
Yeah, the notebook. It was either VH, Queen,
AC/DC,
Zeppelin, AC/DC.
Kiss. Yeah. They were the kings. They were the kings.
Yeah.
But, you know, we never thought they'd be still doing it.
No, that's right. And then you'd see Van Halen the last few years live, and you'd fucking be still as excited.
Yeah.
He still looks smooth as shit. I saw it with David Lee Roth maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
He's such a character, man.
Oh,
you know, he doesn't have a phone. He doesn't even keep money on him. I went to dinner with him, and he has a lady that drops him off with me, and she's like his handler. And she says, I have her number. She has my number. She's like, call me if anything goes wrong.
Right.
You know, and just you're hanging out with David Lee Roth, having dinner with him.
I love him talking about fighting with you, and because you loved him throwing those crazy roundhouse kicks.
Oh, yeah. He was a real martial artist.
Yeah.
He used to train with Benny Urquidez.
That's right.
Yeah. He used to do those things on stage where he'd do like a jumping split kick in the middle of the air.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, look at him.
Yeah.
He's a real athlete, man.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a stud. Fucking sweet dick on him right there. But they look at that guy.
Look at the picture. He's got his pants hanging down.
Yeah, just enough to show a little hip.
What is that? Showing some dick root. He's a character, man. Still to this day, he's out to lunch, man.
He'll say some interesting shit. He's smart, knows his shit. Whatever he's into, he's deep into it.
That guy moved to Japan to train kendo, which is a sword fighting art.
Right.
Just him and his dog.
Yeah.
Lived in an apartment in Japan for like years.
Man.
Just training kendo.
Anytime you heard that they weren't getting along, you were just like, hey, what?
Yeah.
Fucking.
You know how that goes, though.
Anytime you're with 4 fucking people, too much shit's going to go wrong.
Yeah. Especially those egos and the bands, and then girlfriends don't like that guy, and then
right, yeah, that shit happens.
Yeah, like Valerie Bertinelli apparently didn't get along with David Lee Roth. And
that's gonna be painful.
That's how it goes. It's hard for bands to stick together. You know, I think that's way harder.
I remember you two would always be in interviews talk about how cool it is that they're still a rock band together.
Yeah,
adorable, loving each other.
If you can get a band that enjoys each other's company, that's a fucking tremendous asset. Because so many bands, like I was just reading today that Pete Townsend doesn't talk to the rest of the guys in the Who. He doesn't talk to Roger Daltrey. They don't talk to each other.
Wow.
Like how?
That's funny, man. I just saw them. I just saw the Who at a benefit, and they fucking destroyed. It was Daltrey's benefit, and he brought the Who on there, and I think drummer was maybe Ringo's kid, and if I remember, or it's either Ringo's kid or John Bonham's kid. Anyways, it was great. But Pete and Roger were funny as shit, ragging on each other and saying quick little insults, and it was like massive laughs, like a comedian. But then they fucking have those hits that just take your whole body over, and it was great.
Yeah, I don't know where they stand now or why they stand that way, but I was just reading an article this morning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah?
But they don't talk to each other.
Makes sense. These guys, like I remember hearing Sabbath on tour would fucking all show up in different planes.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if any of it's true, but you're like, fucking Tony Iommi and Ozzy don't fucking hang out the whole time. Like,
well, there's always a problem in a band where the lead singer becomes the number one guy, and everybody else is kind of secondary. You know?
Yeah, that's gonna make you pissed.
The band's called Van Halen, but the main guy's David Lee Roth.
Right.
That's the guy everybody wants. Ain't talking about love,
man.
You know,
badass.
Yeah. Oh my God, Hot for Teacher. He was the man. And so, like, I could see how egos and feathers would get ruffled, and then the girlfriend on the side, like, you know, the band's name Van Halen. It's not named B. Roth.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely. That's
Fuck
gonna
that
guy. Fuck that guy, and then you got to stand behind it.
He's got all the groupies. And
yeah, man. Well, but they had some. Him and Eddie both had the different people would talk about who's the greatest. It'd be like David Lee Roth was just the smoothest and funniest and fucking
one of the greatest frontmen of all time.
Fuck it,
for sure.
And he was like a stand-up, just dominated the crowd. Just like, I think there was some tape going around with. Remember some shit just like, that's okay, man, because after the show I'm gonna fuck your girlfriend. I don't know, maybe that was David Lee Roth or somebody else, but as a kid you were like, oh my God, fucking what, that was the coolest shit ever. But then I remember Eddie Van Halen when Jump came out, the video, and seeing him smile and throw down that fucking lead, and he was just like, is that the coolest fuck on the planet? With like overalls.
Oh yeah.
No shirt over. I went with the fucking no shirt overalls move one time.
Really?
Didn't go over
on stage.
Didn't get the respect. Not as a stand-up, but thought I was gonna get more respect. But I was on stage at a battle of the bands. I used to sing and play guitar in a band, and I went. I think my mom tie-dyed my overalls and shit, and I was like, I'm gonna do it. I'm going. And I showed up, and people were making too much eye contact with me, not wanting to look down at the fucking overalls.
It's a bold choice.
It was one I couldn't make now.
One of the funniest choices is what if you look back at like the metal days, like you look back at like all the guys who dressed up like gay bikers.
Right.
It's from Judas Priest. It's Rob Halford. Tricked everybody into dressing like a gay biker.
Yeah.
Because he was gay.
I love it. Yes.
So he's like leather pants and the fucking leather biker helmet on, and the vest with no shirt on underneath. Yeah. And all these guys started dressing like that.
Yes.
And they didn't even understand that they had been tricked into dressing like a gay biker.
Yeah. I love that. That's a great one.
Cool.
I saw them at fucking Radio City with Iron Maiden.
Really?
That was a biggie.
Wow.
I was up in the balcony screaming, I want to dress like you. It was
look at man.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, dude.
Fucking the Hellion. They were nasty. That's a tough looking guy.
Another thing coming.
Yeah, it was
look at him there with his fucking crazy outfits.
Yeah.
It's just so funny, all the different styles of bands that existed.
Oh man, I had fucking pleather pants. I wore fake leather pants for a bit. I didn't know my body wasn't great. So I was like, you throw that shit on, you look like a rock star. Then I'd fucking see the pictures that my mom took of me after. I looked back and be like, how the fuck did you let me out wearing that shit? It never fit just right. I never had the body for it. Like I would walk into a clothing store growing up. There was a place, Sarah Silverman, the comedian.
Sure, yeah, I know Sarah.
She grew up in same town as me, and her parents had a store called Junior Deb, I believe, and it was downtown. They sold Levi jeans and all this shit, and I remember just going, okay, I'm gonna get some cool ass Levi's, go to school, look like a badass. And I remember when I saw a three-way mirror, I was like, these aren't fitting me like I thought. I don't look as cool in my Levi's as I thought I was.
You had an idea of your image.
I saw other people wearing that shit going, all right, I'm going to dress like that guy, but it didn't reflect the same when I had it on.
Again, youthful delusion.
Delusion, yeah.
Yeah. Did you want to be in a band before you wanted to be a comic?
I wanted that for sure.
What kind of music did you guys sing?
We did a lot of Aerosmith, a lot of Van Halen, a lot of Sabbath, Zeppelin.
Aerosmith just canceled their tour.
I know.
I guess Steven Tyler, he had that neck injury where he fell and broke one of the bones in his neck.
Yeah, yeah.
And apparently he just can't sing.
Open his mouth to sing it.
They were planning on doing a thing with the Black Crowes, and yeah, and they just, for whatever reason, decided to put the tour out and get going, and then he started, and he was like, I can't do it anymore.
That is painful.
Yeah,
because the guy's whole life was that. And by the way, did you like Aerosmith growing up?
Loved them.
They were the bad boys that every tune was nasty.
That
shit was the nastiest.
Push that microphone up to your face.
Sorry, bro.
No
worries. I loved. My band played literally like 10 Aerosmith tunes, and we'd always fucking play kind of cool ones, not the massive hits, but the Mama Kins and the Walking the Dog and kind of cool shit like that.
Well, we both grew up in New England, and they were the Kings.
They were the Kings.
They were the Kings.
Yes.
That was they were the fucking
WAA.
Look at that. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Joe Perry. Yeah.
BCN.
Yeah. BCN AAF. What was that kind of alternative?
Tyler. He was the fucking man.
Could hit every fucking note. How about the fact that I read something that he's a cool bastard, and I met him. And they're all great guys.
Joe Perry, he's a great guy too.
Fucking best. That's a New England accent too on Joe Perry.
Oh yeah,
it's funny to hear the boys talk. I think somebody lived in New Hampshire. Maybe Steven Tyler lived in New Hampshire because that's where I grew up, and they definitely they owned New Hampshire.
Well, they were the Kings of Boston. Like they were fucking gigantic. I remember the controversy when they did that duet. They did that song with Run DMC when they did Walk This Way.
What the fuck?
I know. Everybody's like, "What's going on?"
That don't make no sense. I know.
Meanwhile, that's a fucking great song.
I was when fucking Aerosmith came back.
Yeah,
they became the Kings again.
Exactly. Yeah, that was their big comeback song. They're kind of faded for a while. Yeah. And then Walk This Way came along, and it's like
great.
Young people started getting into them again.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's funny how bands they get. Like generational, right? Even though they're great, that's the people that listened in the 70s. Fuck those people. Yeah. Now we listen to this. Yeah. And all it takes is one thing, and then people start going through the catalog. And like, Jesus Christ,
holy
these guys
shit.
are incredible.
Say, I was doing who the fuck was I listening? I play a lot of the old shit for my kids, and then all of a sudden you just go, wow, they had so many
bangers,
yeah,
especially the young drug taking days, the wild Aerosmith days.
The first three albums kind of shit, Zeppelin too,
yeah. That, I mean, it's a different world. Every comic wants to be a rock star, and I think most rock stars want to be comics.
Yeah, there's some of that too.
There's something about the freedom of comedy that they appreciate.
Yes.
You don't have a band. You don't need anybody. All you need is a microphone. You don't have sound guys. You don't have anybody.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
That's my biggest mistake is I fucking use music in my act, so I gotta. My piano player, Dan Bula, he's the best. I love having him being together on the road, looking back, and we laugh together. That's the greatest part. But the back in the day when I just had a mic and didn't have to show up with shit, and that really makes life easy.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
When I would do these big places like the TD Garden, like one of the things that would strike me is like, we're just showing up. There's no trucks. There's no van. It's just a stage.
Right.
And me and three of my buddies, and that's it.
Yeah.
And 16,000 people. But bands play here, and they have fucking trucks and shit.
I know.
All these people have to break down the stage. They're there, all the fucking pyrotechnics and all the crazy shit these guys have.
Right. I know. We're cool. We did good. We chose the right career.
For us.
Yeah. Until you watch a rock band, you go, they're kicking our ass, man.
It's definitely something different. Rock is kind of like a drug. There's something about going to see a band that's really good. It's like the music hits your body.
Yeah, it overwhelms you.
Yeah, like a drug.
Yeah. For sure. The right tune fucks you up. So I agree. Who were like some of your first concerts as a kid in Boston?
First concert I saw was Jay Giles' band.
You did?
Yeah.
That's with Peter Wolf and fucking that's as cool as it gets.
Yeah, back in the Centerfold days.
Aerosmith and Jay Giles, you can battle for the Kings in Boston back then.
Jay Giles was the fucking man when I was in high school.
Yeah.
See him. I saw George Thorogood.
There you go.
Johnny Winter. I saw a bunch of bands.
Where did you see him in?
I don't remember.
Right.
I wish I could remember.
I used to go Worcester.
Worcester Coliseum.
Centrum, yeah.
Yeah. Is that what it was? The
Yeah,
Centrum?
I think so, yeah.
Then I got a job when I was 19. I worked at Great Woods.
You did?
Yeah.
Fucking, I played there. What a feeling that was.
Yeah.
Because we saw so many shows growing up.
I saw a lot of comics there too. When I saw some comics there when I got paid.
Yeah.
And then some comics there I paid to see them.
Right.
Like I saw Kinnison there. I paid to see. I saw Rodney there when I was working.
There you go.
Rodney was backstage naked with a bathrobe on.
Yeah, that's a big Rodney.
That was the Rodney days, the bathrobe days.
Okay, baby. Yeah.
He would go on stage with a bathrobe just to make him feel comfortable.
Yeah.
He just was completely naked with a bathrobe on and just murdering.
Oh, the best.
Murder. And this was before I'd even thought about doing stand-up. I was 19.
Fuck, man.
But I got to see.
You saw Kinnison. Kinnison always dressed badass.
Yeah.
Like a rock star.
Yeah.
He fucking had the big long leather coat on and a beret. And
I doubted it. That was just after I'd heard about Kinnison, too.
Yeah.
I had heard about Kinnison from a girl that I was working with. I was working at, besides doing the security guard work, I was working at the Boston Athletic Club in South Boston.
Wow, yeah.
So I was
That's still there, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think they got a fucking basketball court there.
Yeah, they got basketball.
Yeah.
There was a lot of racquetball there. A lot of people. I met Bobby Orr there.
You did? That's cool.
I had to help Bobby Orr because Bobby Orr had like fucking 150 knee surgeries, right?
Yeah.
His knees were destroyed, and you'd have to help him get on the VersaClimber machine.
Oh, my goodness.
Because Bobby's knees didn't bend.
Right.
Bobby's knees bended like this much.
Right. Yeah,
he had like 12 inches of movement in his knees.
Oh.
And so you'd have to like kind of help him get on the VersaClimber machine.
Wow.
I mean, one of the greatest athletes of all time. You watch him play racquetball and he would just kind of fall over.
Yeah.
Because
just,
back
they
then,
put it all out there. Yeah.
Also, the knee surgeries back then were archaic.
Right.
They were so primitive.
Wow,
they just used staples and fucking screws.
Oh, man.
And they didn't know what they were doing.
You see, a certain age, you see different scars on guys.
Oh, his knees. That's Bobby's knees.
Oh, yeah.
His knees were destroyed.
That sucks, man. What a hero. What a star. I always loved him.
He had 20 knee surgeries. Fucking insane.
Was that your team, the Bruins?
I didn't really watch sports.
Oh, yeah? You didn't?
No. Once I got into martial arts, I really didn't care about any
That's
sports.
pretty cool, man, that you didn't, because I know that's the biggest sport town.
Oh, it was a huge sport town. Everybody called me a pussy because I didn't know anything about football, basketball, baseball. I didn't care.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's pretty good that you had your own thought process going. I would join right in with trying to make the other kids like dropping something.
Well, when I was 15, I just became obsessed with martial arts.
That's great.
I didn't care about anything else. I literally didn't care about anything else. I'd watch basketball. I'd be like, this is nonsense. Who cares if that ball goes in that hole?
Fucking
That
cool,
doesn't
man.
mean anything.
My dad always told me to do that shit. He'd be like, do martial arts. And I, like I said, I went to this guy's like, God, I wish I knew his name. And I did that. And then I think a little early in life, I tried it out. I just, my body, man, I wasn't meant for it.
It's not for everybody.
No, it's good though.
No, that's like everything in life. There's things that are not for you.
Yeah.
You just got to find the thing that is for you.
Yeah. I found a few, and that's all I do. Hoop, comedy, that's it.
Perfect.
That's
all you need for a happy life.
Yeah, I guess so.
So this girl I used to work with, she was like a volleyball player, and she was really hilarious. And she was working at the front desk, and she was like, "Oh my God, I saw this guy." This is 1986. This is when Kinnison had his HBO special, and she told me about it. She's like, "There's this guy, and his name's Sam Kinnison." And she know that bit he did about homosexual necrophiliacs paying money to spend a few hours undisturbed with the freshest male corpses. Remember that bit?
I kind of. Yeah.
So she told me about this bit. We're hanging out in the parking lot of the Boston Athletic Club, and this girl is lying down on her stomach on the ground. And she's like, oh, your life keeps fucking in the ass even after you're dead. It never ends. And I was laughing so hard.
Wow, yeah.
And I remember, like, this girl, just her doing Kinnison's bit made me go to the video store to get a VHS of Kinnison's special. Because the first time I saw it, it came out on video.
Yeah.
And then I watched it. I was like, oh, my God. And that was, like, the first seed in my head where I was like, okay, this is comedy, too?
Yeah,
'Cause I didn't know that was comedy. I thought comedy was like something I really liked, but it was so different than me.
Yeah.
It was nothing that I would ever do.
Right.
It was just different. It was like I didn't see myself that way, but I saw that guy. I'm like, that guy's a fucking animal.
Yeah.
Like
He
this
was
is
tough as shit. Yeah.
this is a different kind of comedy, and that was like the first seeds in my head that I had of doing comedy.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And then I got to see him live at Great Woods. But I saw Bon Jovi there. I saw everybody. I quit the night Neil Young was there.
Mhm.
They had a riot.
Really?
Yeah.
In New England, huh?
Well, the lawn. You know how Mansfield, Great Woods has that lawn out there. Well, it was cold out, and people were starting fires on the lawn, and so they were like starting these little bonfires, and we had to break up the fires, and then brawls started breaking out.
Wow, yeah.
And I always knew that this job was like, what did you get paid, like $20 an hour? I'm not going to fight somebody for $20 an hour. This is crazy. So I always carried a hoodie with me. And so I had my security shirt. And then as soon as shit would go south, I put the hoodie on, like, I'm out of here. And that's what I did. That night, I quit.
Oh, yeah.
I quit the night.
That's funny, man.
Yeah.
Fuck. Yeah. It's cost $20 to get in a full-on brawl.
Yeah, there was brawls breaking out left and right. The first night I was there, I watched one of the security guys beat this guy with a walkie-talkie, and I was like, "Jesus, what did I sign up for? This is a crazy job." So, because some guy had stole one of the golf carts, and there was this dude named Alley Cat who was the head of security there, and Alley Cat tackled this guy, and he's beating him in the head with the walkie-talkie.
Oh man!
And I was like, "Whoa, okay, what did I sign up for?"
Did you get in fights after you learned your shit? Like
no,
that's cool.
No, and I avoided them all.
That's amazing.
I'm not interested in fight. I would like fights where they were planned.
Like meeting a guy in.
No,
you mean in
like tournaments?
Yeah, that's cool.
Kickboxing matches. I did a lot of those, but those to me made sense. Like fighting on the street, it's like no. Like people have guns, people have knives.
Right,
this is fucking stupid.
Sure.
I was always nervous.
Yeah.
Like I never felt like. You get in a fight with someone and someone hits you in the back of the head with a bat. Also, if you fight someone, that's never the end. Like they're gonna go get their cousins, they're gonna get their brother, they're gonna try to find you when you're alone. Like
that's true.
You don't want that kind of problem in your life. Just move on.
Oh, it's so easy to just take whatever they're throwing at you with like that's supposed to start the fight, just being on. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. You're right. I'm a piece of shit. I'm gonna get out of here now.
Well, it all means nothing. Someone says it only means something to you if you believe them.
Yes.
If someone says you're a pussy, you're like, okay. Like, what does that mean? This doesn't mean anything. You're just saying words. Until you try to hit me, this is nonsense. It's like, oh, you have a bad opinion of me? Oh, that's okay. Like, I don't really care. Like, I was tired all the time because I was training like 6-7 days a week. So I was like, I don't want to be involved in this stupid shit.
Right, yeah. I already worked out today. I can't fight you.
Also, I was very aware of the consequences of violence. I'd seen, by the time I was 21 years old, I'd probably seen 40 or 50 people get knocked unconscious.
Right.
At least.
What a terrible sight that
Probably
is.
a lot more than that. I've seen so many people snore. It's just on the ground, twitch and snoring. I'd seen so much of that.
Yeah.
I grew up with that. So it's like, to me, I was like, I don't want none of that in my life. I don't want to have anything to do with this, especially outside of fighting.
Yeah.
Concrete floors and shit.
Head hitting the ground. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
KJ worked with a guy in Long Island when KJ was a bouncer.
Right.
And this guy killed a guy. He punched a guy. The guy fell, hit his head, and died.
Yeah.
Now the guy has to go to jail. Now you're working as a bouncer, just like I was working as a security guard in Great Woods. Like, you could have gotten in a fight, hit someone. Now you're in jail.
Yeah.
And you're like, for what?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's so cool. You worked at Great Woods, so that's like what a destination to go to and see so many great fucking bands. And it's funny you said Kinnison. I used to be on MTV when I was young, and we'd go to Daytona Beach.
And you were on remote control.
I was on remote control. That's right. Quinn got me on there, and it was the best. But we went to a spring break, Daytona Beach, and Kinnison was at the height. An arena. Kinnison and some other bad boys. So some guys, I forget their names, but they
probably Carl LeBeau.
Yeah, Carl LeBeau, right, and a couple other guys. They're all kind of really funny, tough, bad.
The Outlaws of Comedy.
That's it. That's right. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And I saw Kinnison destroy. And it was like I saw Rodney at a theater in Florida where it felt like fucking holy shit, this is a rock show because it was bam, bam, bam.
Yeah,
Rodney,
rapid fire like a machine gun.
The best Rodney would crush for like 8 minutes and then go, I know a lot of fucking jokes, baby, and they go, that was so cool, man. But Kinnison too just took over. I saw him in the moment. It was amazing.
Yeah, I got to see Kinnison decline too. I got to see the decline because I saw him a couple of times live. And the last time I saw him live, it was in New Hampshire, and there was not that many people there. I drove to this theater with this girl that I was dating. I was probably 20 at the time. Again, it was before I did comedy. And he was just, it was already like boozing heavy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't as good.
Right.
Because he peaked in 86. I feel like the Kinnison from 86 is probably one of the greatest comedians that ever lived, if not the best. He was a monster. He was a monster.
Yeah.
But the guy was doing blow and drinking and hanging out with rock stars and just partying. And his brother wrote about it. You ever read his brother's book? Brother Sam?
Right.
His brother Bill. It's a great book.
Yeah.
It's a great book. If you're a fan of stand-up, I tell anybody, go buy that book because it's a great book. And Bill said that you could see the drop-off in Sam's material because he just stopped writing. He wasn't hungry anymore. He had made it. Instead, because there's this hunger inside of him to make it as a comedian, and that's what led him to be outrageous. Do all those jokes about like the starving kids in Africa and all those different jokes he did that were just so outrageous, and that preacher's voice and that fucking powerful delivery.
Yeah.
But then when he made it, man, he got real fat and just drinking every night.
Yeah, he was
started wearing the bandana,
slower,
bandana days, the rock star days.
Sure.
It just dropped off. It wasn't the same. It was like a caricature of Kinnison.
That's funny. It just happens. It happens that when you're drinking or doing whatever the fuck it was. I got Coke. Yeah, sure.
I think that's the one that really like.
Oh, that makes you not think straight. You're definitely all over the place. You fucking you can't stay steady with a thought.
Yeah.
And but I remember I met him a couple times. Paulie Shore was very tight with him.
Yeah.
And I knew Paulie, and I hung out with Kinnison a couple times, but I saw him at the Improv the last time I saw him, and he was a little he was so sweet. Like, he was so nice to me, and he remembered that we hung a little bit. I was a young fucking dummy, and he was nice to me, and he had that kind of glazed, had a few too many in the eyes, but he definitely was. When he walked into the fucking Improv that night, every comedian was like, well, holy shit, there he is, the fucking man.
Right.
It was cool.
He changed comedy. He really did, because there was no comedy like that before Kinnison came around. He was a different kind of comedy. It's like all of a sudden comedy was like you could yell.
Wow. Oh my God, that was the biggest
force. He was just like, and the preacher's voice, that thing that he had, where he had that charisma of being this tent revival preacher.
Yes. When he would talk quiet, and then all of a sudden blast the shit up.
Oh my God. And he was a legend at the store. When I got to the store goes through these eras, right? And when I got to the store, it was 94. And the Kinnison era had ended. He died. And then there was this big drop off. Like, the store was kind of vacant when I got there in 94. It was weird. Like, the shows would be half empty. And
they were having problems with it.
But they all had these stories. All the guys like Harris, Pete, and the guys that were still around, they'd all have these stories about when Kinnison was there. He would perform at midnight. And around 11:30, all these rock stars would start showing up. And movie stars. And they would all go there to see Kinnison. And so he had the midnight spot.
Fucking cool.
And they would all go, and I remember thinking, imagine people coming to the Comedy Store just to see you. That must be so insane.
That's fucking cool as fuck.
Oh, it was the coolest because it was all just word of mouth.
Yeah, man.
Everybody, this is like 84-ish. Before he popped, everybody just knew about him.
Rock. I remember Chris was in Vegas, and I went to see him with Nicholson and Jim Brooks.
Wow.
And we were sitting there, and fucking Nicholson was laughing his ass off. And I had that thought you just had. I was just going, fucking Rock is so cool.
Right.
That people fucking fly an hour, like, where is he? Let me go see him. They sit back and laugh. And I fucking just going, shit, Rock, you really are a fucking stud, man.
Oh, yeah. The Bring the Pain days, Bigger and Blacker and Bring the Pain, two of the greatest specials of all time.
Unbelievable.
Of all time. Flawless.
Yeah, he's a badass. I talked to Rock yesterday just for like 10 minutes or something, and we got really excited about stand-up again. I go, you're right? And he goes, I kind of am. I kind of like, he can't stop. When he was doing his tour, he's like, I need a break, blah, blah, blah. He just did like a fucking year on the road or some shit. And then he's right back to like, got some ideas.
I think that's a good way to do it. Take a little break and just refresh your mind so you're not running stale. You know, because he did a live special too.
His live special was I loved it.
Yeah, and it was also like the build-up because of getting slapped by Will Smith and all that crazy shit. I think that was like the best thing that ever happened to him, because then he became like wild again. Like his stand-up was like outrageous. Like it was like the Rock of old.
That night was like watching a fucking Super Bowl. He was just like, what? It's a live event? Holy fuck, what the fuck? And then he was a badass, and I think he had some white shit on, and he looked cool as fuck, and you were waiting for him to talk about it, and he got to it, and he got fucking excited.
Well, he didn't talk about it for a while.
Yeah,
on stage. Like he would tell people, if you think I'm going to talk about it, I'm not. He wanted to be ready, and he wanted to really think about what he was going to say and how to say it.
That's because of where we are in life, where anything you say is fucking on the internet the next day. So he's like, I got to be careful and not blow this shit up. And
also, they would ruin the bits. Yes, people would just tell the bits, and, and it wasn't even ready yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you have a life-changing event like getting slapped at the Oscars in this most preposterous scenario, the whole thing was preposterous.
Yeah,
I think for him it was also a wake-up call. Like, hey, these motherfuckers don't really care about me.
And in that moment, they
didn't protect me. Nobody stopped it. He went back and sat down, and then he got an award afterwards. He got a standing ovation. What the fuck is going on here?
It was fucking weird.
Yeah, because you always want to be that guy who's hosting the Oscars and who's starring in the big movies, and that's what everybody wanted. Everybody wanted to be the big movie star. But then you realize, like, well, these people are fuckers. You know, like, what did you do? How did you set this up? How come nobody tackled him?
That was a fucking weird moment.
Oh,
the
weirdest. It was like a guy just showing his ass. Like, you just pulled your pants down, showed the world your ass. Like, why did you do that?
Yeah.
He probably wakes up in the middle of the night going, why did I do that?
That whole thing sucks.
Beyond. It was almost like a guy who doesn't know how normal people act, thinking this is what you're supposed to do. Go smack that guy.
It became fucking just went to a place that he couldn't get out of.
Yeah.
And started it.
And still there. He's still there.
Yeah.
In everybody's mind, when you see Will Smith, he slapped Chris Rock. That's like immediate. Not I Am Legend. Not Muhammad Ali. Not insanely good movies.
The
guy's an incredible actor.
Absolutely.
He's been in so many banger movies. He's a fucking blockbuster movie star. And people see him, they go, he slapped Chris Rock. Fuck that guy.
Fucking sucks. God damn it.
Terrible.
It sucks, man. It fucking it follows you around. It sucks. But my man Rock and the Guinness's like, and that shit, when you spread it, that happens like once every fucking 8 years or something, where somebody becomes this shit.
Yeah, every now and then someone pops through, and it elevates all of us.
Yes.
Everybody that gets to see it, they go, oh my God, I want to be better. I want to write more. When I used to see Chris at the store, whenever Chris would come in and he'd do a set, I'd watch and I'd be like, oh my God. I remember one time I was fucking in the back of the room, and this comic stood in front, like, while I was watching Chris. He's like, dude, I got to get on your podcast. I'm like, you got to get the fuck away from me. I'm watching Chris Rock. Like, why are you watching Chris Rock? He's one of the greats, and he's on stage right now. And you're talking to me.
Holy shit!
Get the fuck out of here.
That's so funny,
That
man.
guy's never been on my podcast to this day.
Oh,
I'm like, get out of here.
You ruined the moment.
Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, Rock is never wasted a fucking minute on stage. Always trying shit out. Always either notebook or just trying to remember or whatever. Never fucking got tense with the crowd. Just like, they're not liking this, but I'm liking it, so I'm gonna keep going.
Well, he would do this thing where he would go on stage and he would just have raw premises, and he was so comfortable with total silence.
Yes.
Where it wasn't going well, and then he would catch fire and then start killing.
Yeah, man.
And then they're like, "Oh, it is Chris Rock."
Yeah.
And then he would go right back. He was like using them as like a sounding board.
You're right.
And he would tell them, like, "I'm practicing."
Yeah.
You know, the same guy. I remember one time he went on, somebody fucking killed, and he went on, and the first thing he said, "Hold on, relax. It ain't gonna be that funny."
Right.
They told him,
Yeah,
it's not gonna be
just
that
calm
funny.
down. Exactly.
So I'm working on some shit.
Yeah.
But that's how you develop a monster hour. You have to start off with building a structure.
Yeah,
and
man.
Get a foundation.
Yeah, you fucking, even your first night of the tour, by the last night, you go, now that's my act now.
Yeah.
The friends who saw you the first 2 nights, you're like, fuck, I wish you would have seen me fucking.
Right.
A couple weeks later, I figured out that bit.
Yeah, you don't want anybody to see you when you're doing a workout set. Like, get the fuck out.
Oh, man.
This is a workout set. This could be terrible. This could end
Absolutely.
badly.
Especially when a buddy sees you eat it like that. What a feeling.
Yeah. There's no dismount here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, it's interesting how those guys, like a guy like Rock or Kinnison or Louis or anybody who's just like really killing it.
Yeah.
It elevates everybody around you.
Yeah, man.
Everybody gets a little better because of that, because you get inspired.
I think Rock was on stage and just killed one time. And I remember John Stewart, who was probably 24 at the time. I think I was like 18 or 20 or whatever our age difference is. John Stewart goes, I don't want it. I quit. I don't want it. Like, he's just like, God damn, that's good, man.
Well, you know, that's what Eric Clapton said when he saw Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
He saw Jimi Hendrix. He's like, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing?
You feel like a phony after you see that great shit. Yeah.
Well, especially a guy like Hendrix that comes along and he's doing something completely different than everybody else.
Man.
Everybody else is playing guitar. They're all great.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden this guy comes along.
Oh, my goodness. I know. Oh, that was a nasty one. Yeah.
When I worked with Phil Hartman, he told me a story when he was 18 years old. He worked at the Whiskey. And his job was they had those stage monitors, and sometimes the stage monitors, the artist would accidentally kick them and they would go into the crowd. So his job was this, because you ever been to the Whiskey?
Yeah, sure.
Small stage, right? Not that big.
Yeah.
And so when he'd have to stand there, like, to be prepared to like catch the speaker. And Hendrix was right there, like where you are to me. Hendrix was, and he was 18 years old. And he's like, dude, it was insane.
That's so funny,
he goes,
man.
because Phil could play a little guitar too, but he was watching. He's like, I'm watching literally the greatest guitarist of all time, and he's 3 feet away from me.
That's fucking cool, man.
Insane.
And then Phil did all the album covers and shit. Remember, he used to do the
I have
album?
one of them out here. One of them framed. Yeah.
Oh man.
One of his album covers. He did a bunch. He was a great artist. He was a very interesting guy.
Oh yeah.
He could do so many different things.
Yes.
And he studied. So he made me feel like such a fraud, because he would study his lines and he would have like little post-it tabs. Look, different colored ones for different scenes, and you have notes and all these different things, and he would like be preparing the mirror, like
yes.
And I was like, God,
no, he was the pro for sure.
Such a pro with every license. So like every day in between scenes, he'd be like reading these pilot's manuals.
Yeah,
he was just like
a real man
to something.
Yeah. I lived in the same apartment building when I was on SNL as Phil.
Oh, wow.
So I'd see him. We'd go up on the elevators together and talk about shit. I was, of course, he was older, so you were just excited that he'd be talking to you.
Yeah.
He was a cool motherfucker, yeah.
I remember the first day on the set of News Radio, like I couldn't even believe he was really there.
Yes.
I was like looking over across the table, doing the table read. I'm like, how did I get on this fucking show? I had zero acting. Like I did this one.
How'd you get it?
The craziest story. The whole thing's crazy. I did MTV Half Hour Comedy Hour, right?
Right.
You do like whatever, 5-7 minutes. Whatever
Who was the host? Joyner?
Yeah, Mario Joyner.
Yeah.
So I did MTV Half Hour Comedy Hour. I got a development deal out of nowhere.
Wow.
For MTV.
That's big.
MTV was offering me a development deal, and then my manager started saying it was very little money. It was like $500, and they were going to lock me up for like 3 years. It was crazy low money. It was so stupid.
But you would join.
But I was like thinking about
doing me? Let's do it. Yeah.
I was thinking about doing it because this is like after Remote Control, and they made Dennis Leary famous.
Yes.
They had decided they were going to lock people up to deals now because Leary got famous off that, and then he took off and then kind of went away from MTV.
I see. Yeah.
So they had decided that they were going to lock up talent. So so if I did this pilot, if the pilot got picked up, I would have been there. So my manager said, he said, I have an idea. And so he decided to send my MTV tape out to all these studios and say, this guy's about to sign a development deal for MTV, locked up, but he's still available. So then I started getting all these phone, like people would call my apartment. I was at home, like, hello? And like, hi, this is blah, blah, blah from Universal. You know, we want to get you on a plane right now to Los Angeles. I was like, what?
Wow.
So I called my manager. I called Sussy, and I was like, hey, dude, these fucking people are calling my apartment. He goes, don't answer your phone. He goes, go to the pool hall, don't answer the phone. And he goes, just leave it all to me. And so within like 3 weeks, I had this crazy deal for like $150,000, which is the most money I'd ever even heard of in my life. And all of a sudden, I was in Hollywood, like out of nowhere.
So
then I was
who
on
was the deal with, like CBS? Or?
It was with Disney.
Oh, wow.
Which is crazy because I was filthy.
Right, But they would.
Yeah, and all of a sudden I have a deal with Disney, and I'm on this
for that much
Fox
money.
sitcom. And so I had to get acting lessons. So I took a few acting lessons. I hated it. I was like, this is gross.
Yeah.
And then, but I knew how to just pretend. I'm like, I pretend on stage. I'll just pretend. Like sitcom acting is pretty easy.
Right.
And so all of a sudden I'm on this sitcom. It gets canceled. And I'm like, oh, I was thinking about moving back to New York. But I was like, I hated LA. I hated being around actors. You couldn't joke around with them. They were all so sensitive. Everyone was on pills. They were all on antidepressants. I was like, get me out of here. I can't deal with it. I want to go back to comics.
Yeah.
And so I was ready to move back to New York, but I had got this fucking apartment. I thought that the sitcom was going to go. So I got a lease on this beautiful apartment in North Hollywood. I had a loft and a pool table. I thought I was balling.
Yeah.
You know, I was making like $20,000 a week. I was like, this is amazing.
That's fucking big. Yeah.
It's crazy. I was like, I'm rich.
Yeah.
So I got this apartment. I'm like, well, I have this apartment. I can't just leave the apartment. What the fuck do I do?
Right.
And so then I got another development deal.
Jeez.
And then so I'd done 2 auditions in my entire life. One of them was Hardball, got that show. The other one was News Radio, I got that show.
That's fucking crazy.
Made no sense. Made no sense. And all of a sudden I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting across from Phil Hartman.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is crazy.
That's a biggie.
I had full
and that show fucking
syndrome.
kept going for a while. News Radio was big.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't? I thought it was. Isn't that Burlstein Gray?
Yeah, it wasn't big until after it was canceled.
Oh, I see.
And then it went into syndication.
How many years did it?
5 years.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but it became
syndication. I got you.
Really big in syndication.
I see.
4 years or 5, I think we did 5 years. We did like 98 shows. Which
who else was on it? I forget.
Maura Tierney. She was
right.
Dave Foley, amazing.
That's right.
Andy Dick. And that's how I met Farley, through Andy. And then Candy Alexander, she was awesome. Vicki Lewis, he was awesome. Stephen Root, amazing.
All right.
So it was a great cast.
Yeah.
And I felt like a fraud. I was like, all these people have like background in theater and background in films, and movies and TV shows, and I was just like, dirty.
Phil made everybody feel that way. Everybody was kind of like, well, he's the next level.
But, he was the next level, and he was so good. Him and Stephen Root was so good too. He was the only one that wasn't even himself. Everybody else was just being a version of Stephen Root, and he was a different human.
Yeah,
like he was a sweet, normal guy, and then he would play Jimmy James. And he would just fall into this character.
Yes.
He had a character just like when he was in Office Space.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah. So it was
he's worshipped too. Yeah.
Bizarre being on that show because I was 26, 27 when I was on the show, and I was sitting
big money. Wow.
But it was also confusing. I felt like such an imposter. I was like, someone's gonna figure out that I'm blogging here.
That's funny.
And then I'm gonna have to go get a job.
That's nice though. That's a good. That's a good person to be feeling like that. I think I was a cocky fuck who was like, yeah, baby, they figured it out. I'm here. But I literally didn't get shit growing up. I auditioned for shit and nobody liked me.
Really?
Every audition they were just like, I would talk to my agent after and be like, nervously asking what they say, and then they'd have to be, well, did you read the sides before? I'd be like, what do you mean? That's what they said? Of course I read the sides. They're like, I thought you didn't know it that well. I go, what? I thought I knew it real well. They didn't like it. They think that you're. They would use words to kind of be gentle with me, but just say you're not ready yet.
Yeah. Well, it's funny how you have confidence when you're young, and you really do think that you're ready. Like, I remember thinking that, like, at open mic nights, like, you'd see someone on stage and they were bombed. Like, God, I wish I could go up there.
Yeah,
that was terrible.
Yeah,
I would bomb too.
Like, yeah, of course, yes. Or watching another actor, and you go, when you were young, and you see someone your age on a show, you'd be like, oh, what's with what? I could fucking crush that shit. And then you realize, looking back, oh, that guy was pretty fucking good.
Yeah. Well, news radio was fortunate because I got to play like a more retarded version of myself. It was like basically like in a lot of conspiracy theories and and delusional. It was like a version of me. So the writers are very
Did they
smart.
know that? They were writing it that way? I see.
Figured me out after a while and started writing stuff in.
That's funny.
I'd talk to them about fucking UFO projects.
Wow, man.
Top secret shit. And then they put all that kind of stuff in the script.
That's cool.
I was into stupid things. It was fascinating.
You got into that shit really young.
Oh, yeah. 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 I was
alone in your head, or you had somebody who brought it up to you and you started going with that?
Well, with conspiracies, a friend of mine who was in a band gave me a book once when I was on the road, and it was a book called Best Evidence by this guy, David Lifton. It's all about the Kennedy assassination. He's like, you got to read this. The government killed Kennedy. I was like, what? I remember reading this book going, what the fuck? I read this book. It was just really funny. And I went on stage after I read it and bombed. And I apologized to the club owner. I was like, look, man, I'm funnier than that. I read this.
My mind wasn't right.
And they're like, don't read it tomorrow. I promise I'm not going to read it tomorrow. Tomorrow night I killed. And I killed the next night. Because I put the book down. I said, you got to be. I didn't bomb terrible, but it was flat. It wasn't good. I was in a weird headspace.
Yeah.
I was like, Jesus Christ, they killed the president.
Yeah.
I was like, this is nuts.
That's funny, man. Wow. It fucked you up.
It fucked me up. And then it got me down this conspiracy spiral. So I started questioning things.
Yeah.
It's like, what else don't I know?
Wow.
And I started reading about all kinds of different things that I didn't know.
That's fucking amazing.
I read this book called The Strange Death of Vince Foster. It's all Vince Foster, a guy who worked with Clinton who got murdered in a very. They said it was a suicide. But he had the gun in his hand. There was less blood at the crime scene than was missing from his body. It seemed like his body had been transported to the crime scene.
Wow.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Those things will fuck you up.
Fascinating shit.
And
yeah.
If you get involved in reading books like that, and you get. Your head gets filled with that kind of shit.
Quinn was like that too. Quinn read a lot of shit, and he would tell me to read stuff. And I remember he knew a lot about crazy mass murderers and shit. And I would start going, "What happened?" And he would tell me these things. And I remember telling my dad some of the shit Quinn told me about. I don't remember who, but I'd be like, and then this guy and blah blah blah, and Ted Bundy and this and that. And my father started getting like, "Is my son a fucking nerd?" Why is he talking so much about murder or so much?
Joey Diaz gave me this book called Murder Machine once, and it's about Roy DeMeo. Do you know who Roy DeMeo was?
I'm not sure.
He was a serial killer who worked for the mob, and he would kill people. Like, they had a bar downstairs, and they had an apartment upstairs. He would kill people and then cut them up in the bathtub upstairs.
Yeah.
And just killed a bunch of fucking people. It's a horrific book.
Right.
And I remember reading that, going, Jesus, fuck it. Just knowing that there's people out there in the world.
Oh my God.
And you just get in the wrong fucking place at the wrong
guy shows up at your house. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah.
Wow. It was just like, those things are terrible to read before you go on stage, though.
Fucks your brain up. That's so funny that you ate it because of that book, man.
Oh, yeah. I've eaten it a couple times because I did the wrong thing before I went on stage. One time I had a gig in New Jersey, and it was a college, and it was a weird place to get to. It was back in the day before navigation, so they would give you the directions over the phone. Like, go to 405, get off this exit.
Right.
They give me the directions, and I get there. I leave early because they tell me it's really hard to get to, and I get there about a half hour early. But it was hard to get. I was like, Jesus Christ, this place is hard to find.
Yeah.
And I was working with JB Smoot.
Wow.
And JB was supposed to open, and I was supposed to close. And they said, JB's not here yet, so why don't you just relax in the rec room and sit down, and we'll tell you when the show's going to start.
Uh-huh.
So I sit down, and I'm watching this documentary on the Malibu fires.
Uh-huh.
And it's all these people, like people lost their family, lost their house, houses are burned.
Right.
This little kid walking around looking for his dog. Rusty, where are you, Rusty?
Oh, fuck
Rusty,
you up. Yes.
yelling for their dog. Dog's dead, right? And there's this fireman who's just weeping and crying because the people in this community lost his house. And then they come in the green room and they go, look, JB's not here yet, so we're gonna have you open up, and hopefully when you get off stage, he's gonna go up. I'm like, okay. And I'm in the fucking I'm crying. I was literally crying watching this thing about these people losing everything in these fires. It was horrific.
Oh my
God.
God.
And I went on stage, just ate shit.
That's terrible.
And then finally JB shows up, and he showed up, and he went on after me and murdered. Because he was loose and happy.
Right,
and
he came in the right mood, didn't watch that shit.
And he's a killer anyway. He's very funny anyway.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, God, you can't do that. And I was with my girlfriend at the time, and she was like so disappointed in me, like,
wow,
but
she's seen you kill before.
Yeah, she knew I was funny.
It's
like,
funny,
what's
man.
wrong with you? I gotta watch that fucking thing.
That I have similar. It's not from watching something, or I have moments where I'm driving to a club, and I'm in this fucking mood where I'm going, oh my God, I ain't gonna fucking destroy tonight. I have such a, like the last 2 hours been in the right mood. Maybe some fucking song comes on. I'm like, oh, fuck, that fucked me up a little bit, that song.
Yeah.
And then I walk in, then I'm in this fucking weird mood. I'm a little down. I get on stage. All of a sudden, I let the crowd own me. I'm like, what the fuck happened? I was so ready to kill tonight, and I fucking turned into something.
Yeah, you're in the car. Just yesterday morning, they let me know you were gone.
That's a good one.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, man.
Suzanne, the plans they made put in.
Why am I here?
You get sad. You can't get sad before you go on stage. You got to protect your mind.
My wife helps me out sometimes when she sees my head spinning before I go up. She goes, they're here to see you. They're here to see you.
That's good.
They like you. You don't have to worry so much. I'll be like, oh, yeah. Okay, they're here for the good time.
Yeah.
They're not testing you.
Right.
Go have some fun with them. I go, yeah, no, you're right. And then I go, fuck, let me go on happy, because the times I go on fucked up and being like, this guy's gonna like me, or am I gonna have to fight? I'm like, I have fucked up.
That's why, to me, one of the things I've realized early on is take people on the road with you. Because in the early days, when I was headlining, they would have like a local middle act and a local opener. And sometimes it'd be fun.
That's right.
And sometimes it'd be terrible. Sometimes you gotta be a douchebag.
Yeah. They're like, why are you fucking closing?
Exactly. And they would step on your material. Like they'd see your set first night, and then they cover the same subjects.
Holy shit.
And they'd have to argue with them.
Forgot about that.
Hey man, you're doing one of my fucking bits. No, man, I've been doing that bit. Like, fuck you. Like there was like a lot of sabotage going on.
Right.
It just wasn't fun, because then you'd be stuck in this town. You didn't know anybody there. You're just watching TV, go to the movies by yourself.
In the condo,
yeah, depressing.
Yeah.
And so I realized, like, if you could go on the road with funny people, you're going to have fun.
Well, yeah.
It's good for them because they get a gig. So I just have to pay the opening act, and I'd have to pay for their airfare. And I would make less money, but I would have more fun. I was like, more fun is more important than anything.
Absolutely.
And it's more important for the show, too.
You go up in the right frame always.
And I know that the comics in front of me are going to be really good.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a good show.
Yeah.
I want the audience to have fun, but I want to have fun, too.
Yeah.
So then it was a party. Then I'd be on the road with Joey Diaz, and we'd be having a party everywhere we go.
Yeah, he's funny.
We'd be just having fun. It became family. It was like wherever we were, it didn't matter if we were in Ohio or New Jersey. It was us.
Daytime's fun. Yeah. Have dinner together, then go fucking do your shit, then stay up all night. Yeah, I know.
But Joey was such a wild card that this is back in the Joey, the cocaine days.
This is Coco, Joey, Coco.
Yeah. So I brought a second opening act in case Joey didn't show up.
Wow. Yeah. That makes some sense.
Because sometimes I didn't want to tell him he couldn't do the gigs. Hey, you're not reliable. Yeah. Because I loved him. And I'm like, the times that he's there are so magic. Sure. I want to make sure that he knows he's always got a gig. So I'd book him. And then sometimes I'd book him, and we do Friday and Saturday. Yeah. And then I'd call him on Sunday. I go, hey, the show's 7 o'clock. I'm going back home. What are you talking about? You know I don't do Sundays. What are you talking about? You don't do Sundays. I told you, Joe Rogan, I don't do Sundays.
Oh,
like, you never told me you don't do Sundays.
That on me, man.
We have a show in an hour.
Yeah.
And so having a third opening act would, or a second opening act, would be
you got to
perfect.
do longer. Yeah.
Well, it would be like I'd bring Ari. So if it was me and Ari Shafir, is like, okay, Ari does 25 minutes, and then I'll do an hour and 15 or whatever, and we got a great show.
Yeah, man.
And if Joey shows up, okay, now we got a 3-man show.
Funny, man.
Perfect.
I love that.
So I scheduled it just so we'd always have some sort of a fail-safe.
Yeah, it's fucking way more fun. Like when I will go out with the gang, good Lord, we have a good time, man.
Yeah, you're having fun.
It's fucking, and you write shit.
Yes.
You want it because you want to make them laugh.
Exactly.
Instead of doing the same fucking shit over and over, you're just like, hey, I'm gonna try some new shit out tonight, and then your buddies come out and watch you, and it's exciting.
And you watch them, and you got to tag for them, and you have a good time.
Steal their shit.
Yeah, but you're having a good time. Everyone's having a good time, which to me was like way more important than making X amount of $1,000 more. I'd rather give them that money, and then we all have fun. That's
so young. I started at 17, and I had a car, and I used to get booked a lot because I would drive the good guys,
Right.
But I've noticed that it was always 3 of us, me and the 2 other fucking guys who were good, and they would have the best time together. They fucking think I suck, but it was fine. I was just getting to be with the guys who were like 25. I was 17, 18. They were 25, shooting the shit, getting into trouble, but going on stage and destroying. But and then you'd see them fucking hanging in the hotels and shit, and always having the best night. And I'd be like, yeah, that seems like the way. I was on my own still. They would kind of be like, that fucking Adam guy, he'll take us home. But he's, I didn't think he was that funny. But fucking learn from seeing these superstar guys on the road. Fucking have fun.
Isn't it funny how sometimes those guys always think of you as that guy?
The relationships are the same.
Yeah,
exactly. They still like, hey, what's up? They're like, I know you fucking went on.
I remember when you sucked.
Yes, exactly.
Which is why you have to get
talk
out
back
of your
to
hometown.
them.
Yeah.
You talk. I still let them own me. These guys. I'm like, yeah, all right. You did see me suck. You're right.
Well, that's why you have to get out of your town, because they always remember you as an open micer.
Oh yeah.
Like I didn't get any like headlining gigs in Boston.
Wow. Where did you play? You played Stitches?
Stitches, Nick's Comedy Stop,
The
Connection.
What a room.
It was a great room.
Fucking incredible.
The little one was the best. Tight, low ceiling.
Low ceiling. That's the one I
seats.
Yeah, it was
stuffed in there, bumper to bumper.
It was packed.
It was
every
amazing.
Fucking time. Right?
Yeah.
Played against Sam's. Was that?
Oh yeah. I did play it against Sam's. That place was great.
What was the one that was a Chinese restaurant?
Kowloon in Saugus.
In Saugus, right?
Yeah.
Right.
When then the Ding Ho was the
Ding Ho. Yeah.
I wasn't there for that one.
Oh, I think that's the one I did.
That place went under a few years before I started. So by when I came around, I had missed like the heyday of Boston comedy. It was like 84, and I came around in 88. That's when I started.
Gotcha. Okay,
so they would always talk about the Ding Ho, and there was all these killers like Lenny Clark, all these guys from the Ding Ho.
Didn't fuck with Lenny Clark. A lot of Tony V. Some of these guys you just couldn't fucking. You just would watch them and go, how the fuck can I kill like that?
Well, those guys had, as you said, they had the same act for like 15 years. And that act was like hammered down like a samurai sword.
Yeah.
It was so tight. Like Don Gavin, so tight. You'd see his act like, Jesus Christ, this guy would murder.
Fucking Tommy Sledge. Do you remember he pretended to be a private eye? I backed off. I moved on. But he was funny as shit. Some of those guys, and some of those ladies, man, they murdered and yeah.
Did you ever see that documentary when Stand Up Stood Out?
No.
Fran Salamita made this great documentary about the heyday of Boston comedy, when Stand Up Stood Out.
Right.
And it was all about the transition between these guys being these local comics that were as good as anyone in the world.
Yeah.
And then Stephen Wright becomes famous.
Wow.
And then Stephen Wright gets on the Tonight Show. He becomes this world. Was it Letterman or Tonight Show that he first did? I forget what it was, but he becomes huge.
Yeah.
And then they're all now. Everyone's like scrambling. Like, what did we do? We didn't have an act that translated outside of Boston.
Yeah, that's true. Back then, it was very Boston.
Very, very.
Stephen Wright definitely in my high school. Holy shit! Everybody knew It was like Rodney. He was like right after Rodney.
You'd repeat his jokes.
You couldn't believe it. And then everyone was like, he's fucking so smart.
I used to work at a fire hydrant factory. you couldn't park anywhere near the place.
Yeah, unbelievable,
ridiculous.
I think I tried to write like him in the beginning. I think I, as a stand-up, did like 10 different guys. I didn't know who I wanted.
Right.
I didn't know what was right. I was doing like Bobcat kind of shit. I'd do a character. I didn't know what the fuck. But Stephen Wright, we'd always, me and my buddy, we'd kind of try to write in that vein of a little weird and make you think. And what a cool joke. I don't fucking know.
But I also remember all those guys got popped by the IRS. Because they
stand-ups?
Yeah, they all got popped. Because none of them were paying taxes. They were all getting paid
in
cash.
Yeah.
And so they all got in trouble. I remember working at Nick's Comedy Stop. They offered you could get paid in cash or in Coke.
Yeah, I remember those days. Yeah.
That's how wild those days were.
Yeah.
And so these guys were just animals. They were all getting paid cash. They were drinking and partying every night.
Yes.
And they were headlining. And there's one time during the heyday where Nick's Comedy Stop had 3 rooms running simultaneously.
That's right. Yeah.
And they'd have 2 shows a night in each room. So these guys would do 6 sets.
Amazing.
And they were making bank. And they all had a deal.
Yeah.
Like the way Nick's had them set up where they were Nick's Comics exclusives. So they would just work for Nick's. But they gave you so much work.
Yeah.
You didn't want to branch
they
out. You
booked
didn't
the
want
road
to do the
too, right?
They've had a few road gigs.
I remember Bill Downs was.
Connection. Yeah.
He used to book me on the road too.
I worked for a private investigator when I was starting out, when I was an open micer, and this private investigator was Bill Downs' cousin.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't find out about it until after I started working for him.
Wow.
And to this day, one of the funniest guys I've ever met in my life. Just never did stand up. His name was Dick Dolan. You would call Dave Dolan, rather. He called himself Dynamite Dickless Dave Dolan. And he was Dickless Dave. He was fucking hilarious. I have a phone that he died a couple of years back, but I have a phone that I saved and that I'll never get rid of because it's got a voicemail on that phone from him where he called me up. It was like, I did a gig in Boston. I hung out with him. It was like, hey, Joe, like this. He was just a Boston character,
right?
Just a hilarious dude. And he was cousins with Bill Downs.
Funny, man.
Which is just small
Bill Downs, what a guy. That guy used to book me all the time. And even when I would do bad, he'd be like, I heard it didn't go that good. I'd be like, yeah. And I'm in my head, I'm like, okay, it's over.
Big guy.
I
call you big guy. Hey, big guy.
Hey, big guy.
I heard it didn't go that good, big guy.
Yeah, right. Yes, I know. But then he fucking give me another gig.
Oh, yeah.
In Quincy, there was some place in Quincy. I forget the name of that. The Naughty Pine.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever work for Dick Doherty?
I don't think so.
You never did Dick Doherty's Comedy Huts?
I don't
Dick
think
Doherty
so.
was the godfather. He called himself the godfather of Boston comedy.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a bunch of terrible gigs.
Was that like 88 on?
Yeah, 88 on. Yeah.
I fucking was in the scene in Boston more from 84 to 88.
Okay, so you were in the heyday. So you got there like right.
I got there. It was huge. I wasn't great. But then, buddy, all of a sudden, I got on Saturday Night Live, I don't know, 89 or something. And those same guys would come see me. All of a sudden, I got big in the colleges. And I was doing these fucking giant shows. Back then, it was unbelievable, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 seats. And the guys that I used to eat it in front of would come do the gigs with me. And they'd watch me and they'd be like, that fucking loser's killing now? The fuck did that happen?
That's again the thing, when they see you in the beginning, they never respect you.
Right.
They remember you sucking.
Yeah, they were right.
They were right back then.
Yeah.
But it's hard for people to accept that you grew.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
That's true. It's like some fucking pro athletes. It's like Jordan fucking wasn't the man for a while.
Right. He got cut from his high school team, right?
Exactly. That shit's gonna happen in every profession. That you just got to figure out what you just got to practice.
Did you always want to be on SNL, or was it something that came up?
Kind of. I didn't even know. It wasn't the thought. I wanted to be a movie star. I was cocky and telling my friends in college, I'm going to be a fucking movie star. They'd be like, why? Why would you be a movie star? Look at you. You got fucking, I'd be like, you don't get it, man. I'm fucking. And I thought I was good looking, too. I thought I was good looking. Like now I go, how the fuck did I think? I know I'm normal looking, but I thought there was something fucking attractive about me that people are going to be like, that's a fucking stud right there. And no, then think I was doing stand up. Dennis Miller said good shit about me to SNL people, and then Sandy Wernick was my manager, and he knew all of them, and they got me an audition, and then I did it, and then they hired me asked me to be a writer, and I remember saying to Hurley, who knew more about SNL. I didn't watch SNL that much. I was kind of lost. They were like, it's really good. Dana Carvey's incredible. I go, yeah, he's great. And they were like, and I was like, but I kind of want to get in the movies. And they were like, and my buddies were like, you should do SNL if there's that choice, you know. And
so you were thinking about not doing?
Well,
it?
I wasn't sure. I was kind of like, let's see. I'm not a writer, so why am I going to become a writer? It doesn't make any sense. I'm not even that fucking good at that.
What was the audition like? What did you have to do?
I did stand up in Chicago Improv. It was me, Rock, Dana Gould, and a couple other guys. And I did decent, and the SNL people thought I wrote some funny shit. Lauren thought I wrote some funny shit. Robert Smigel thought I had some shit, and then I got on.
Wow.
And Spade was on.
How old were you?
I was 23.
What?
Yes, that was big.
That's nuts.
That's as cool as it gets. Yes.
What was that feeling like?
It was all of a sudden it became like you were in a rock band, because I had, Farley got on, and fucking Rock and Spade, and we would walk down the street, and Schneider and Norm, and we all, Tim Meadows, we were just always together. So there was this crazy band confidence.
Wow.
If anyone talked shit about the show, we were at a restaurant, like, it wasn't that good this Saturday. We were just like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, we were fucking ready. Because there were so many of us, It was like, but then when you're alone and somebody says, I saw you, you're kind of like, oh, yeah. There's something cool about having a bunch of guys with you.
Oh, yeah. With confidence. Yeah, you got a team.
Yeah.
23.
Uh-huh.
What was it like when it was popping? Because you were on a great era of SNL, too. Yes. Look at that fucking cast.
Yes.
Hartman, Tim Met. Look at that fucking cast.
Oh, fucking
Look how young Spade looks and Rock. Oh, my God.
Cute, yeah.
Al Franken. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Look at that cast.
That's when he was in the cast that year.
Wow.
Nealon, everybody loved, and Ellen Cleghorn, I knew from the comic strip.
Wow.
And Melanie, Julia, all cool. Very tight. But we all love Nealon. Every comedian loves Nealon. Everybody like the way he dropped jokes in, and fucking smooth as hell.
Isn't it crazy looking at yourself back then?
I fucking don't know what I was thinking. Spade sent me a fucking skit we did like 6 months ago, and I was like, this is the first time this ever happened, Spade. I don't fucking remember that 1 ounce. I didn't even know what that thing was about. I don't remember what it was, but I didn't remember saying any of those words. I didn't know what the jokes were. I didn't know what the fucking ending was. And he's like, you don't? So I don't fucking remember that. When you did, he goes, I sort of did. But it was weird. That's how I know I've been doing this so fucking long with this shit. I know I've been doing this shit long when somebody comes up to me, a big, famous motherfucker, and we go, hey, man. I go, hey, nice to meet you. And he's like, nice to meet you. We met. And I'm like, I fucking didn't remember meeting you. What the fuck happened?
Well, your brain gets overwhelmed with people.
Yeah.
You know that number, Dunbar's number? Do you know what that is?
No.
Dunbar's number is a principle that you can only keep like 150 people in your head at any given time. And then there's some people that you can keep kind of like in a distance, like acquaintances, but there's like a tight group of a small number. And then as it branches out, it gets to like 150. Everything after that is very sketchy.
Wow.
And when you're famous, you're constantly meeting people, which is very unusual for human beings.
That's right. Yeah.
Very unusual. Also very unusual that they know you, but you don't know them.
Right.
So there's this weird thing.
Yeah.
Where you go, nice to meet you, like we met. Like,
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I forgot. Sorry.
Yes,
It's not like I don't like you. It's not like I don't care. I'm not mean.
I got
It's just
hit
my
with a bunch
brain.
of them today. Yeah.
Yeah. Your brain's overwhelmed with people.
Right.
There's no room. You don't have room. It's like, remember the old phones where you can only keep like 100 contacts?
Uh-huh.
You only had that's all the phone. It had like one fucking little tiny hard drive.
Yeah.
And once you got over a certain, nobody keeps 100 people on your phone.
That's funny.
And that's all it could take. And that's how your brain is. Your brain doesn't have room for all these people.
Yeah.
So it's not even your fault. It's like your brain's not designed to be famous. No one's brain is designed.
Never thought of it like that.
That's what it is.
That's great.
And then when you've done so many things, like as many things as you have, it's just normal that you're going to forget.
Yeah.
When the pandemic was going on, my kids found out about news radio. Like they didn't know about it because I don't.
You don't talk about your shit, yeah.
Well, they're fucking. They're not impressed by me. My
No,
kids diss me all the time.
Right.
They're always cracking jokes at me. It's fun. It's like it's fun. We talk a lot of shit, but it's fun.
Yes.
But they watched me on news radio, and I watched one of the scenes. I was like, I don't even remember this at all.
Oh, you had that too, right?
Oh yeah, I didn't remember it at all.
Don't remember being there. Don't remember that room.
Remember not occasionally. I'll remember 4 or 5 episodes. Oh yeah, I remember that one. That was a fun episode.
That's funny, man.
Yeah, but it's weird. Your brain just doesn't have any room for it. It's almost like it's a lie. Like I didn't do that. This is a lie. This is
oh my God.
This is AI.
By the way, not one time have I ever looked back at that shit from 30 years ago and go, whoa, was I good? I'm always like, geez, what the fuck were you doing? What a fucking horrible performance there.
Well, I think that's probably a good sign. That's a sign of a person who's not egocentric and
right.
kind of have a good sense of who you are.
Yeah, yes, I hope so.
The people that think everything they did is amazing. You ever go over someone's house and they might want you to watch something that they've done? Like, don't make me do this.
Oh, that's a toughie.
Don't make me do this. You gotta watch my reel. Like, no,
that's a roughie.
Don't make me watch this.
Yeah. You can say you don't want this. Don't do this, man.
Don't do this.
This is for the best.
Also, I'll start shitting on you.
Yeah.
If you play that, I'm gonna start shitting on you.
That's fine, man.
It's got to be a bizarre feeling to be 23 years old and be on an iconic television
Oh man,
show.
I was fucking never more excited to call home and talk to my New Hampshire buddies and be like, remember all that shit I said that was going to happen? It's fucking happening. I don't have to bullshit right now. It's really going. And then when I would get on the show, say one line, whatever, it was just like my parents, my family, my friends, just like, that was incredible. I would play the busboy or the delivery guy. It just says half a line, and it was like, holy shit, you did it. You're on TV, man.
Wow.
My first TV show was Showtime at the Apollo. I did that. That was my first thing I ever did.
Wow.
And they fucking sent a limo to pick us up. I lived in Chelsea.
How old were you then?
I think I was 18 or 19. I think it was 18.
Whoa.
18.
That's crazy.
Went on, and it was the second episode ever of Showtime at the Apollo. The first was Rock, and Rock cursed so much that they didn't use his shit. So I was like the first comedian to be on. I forget. The host was what's that great guy? He's in the movie.
Is this it?
Yes, that's Melba Moore. Oh my God, yes. This one goofy guy, terrified.
More. Jeez, no, what an honor to be here, folks. Me.
Wow.
Look at that face.
Fucking young, dumb.
You people are so special. So I take a cab to come here, right? Cab driver, maybe you're having a little bad day.
I don't know what's happening there.
We're driving along, and he kills a dog.
How painful is this to watch?
Hurts. Hurts. Yeah. Hit mute. Yeah, no, I fucking, I can't say I was very good back then, but I had some fucking confidence.
What was the first movie you did?
First movie I did was pretty awesome. 22, moved out to LA, did stand up at the Improv. It's probably my third time ever. I get off stage, 2 or 3 nice youngsters, director, writers, came up to me. Hey, that was good. You want to be in a movie? I said, yeah, for sure. They were like, okay, we're going to make a movie. We're doing a movie on a boat. I said, okay, when? Next week we leave. I go, okay, great. I said, so do I have a big part? They go, well, you're the star. I go, okay, cool. So I go home. I tell Judd Apatow. I was with all my buddies, and Judd comes over and goes, what happened? I said, they said I can start. And they go, what? He goes, do they have a script? I go, oh, I don't know. I didn't even know there were scripts. I knew nothing about it. And then I just fucking went on a boat for 6 days and shot this movie. At the time, it was called The Unsinkable Shecky Moskowitz, but now it's called Babes Ahoy. And I was 22.
Wow. And you were the star of the movie?
I was Shecky.
Whoa.
And I don't know how it happened. Milton Berle was in it.
Whoa!
I had a scene with him, and so I got to tell my parents I'm doing great.
What was Milton Berle like?
Very nice.
I already shows everybody his cock.
It was accidentally seen, if I remember, that big hog of his fell out of his shorts, and
he had a monster hog,
and
apparently he would show everybody his hog.
Imagine that, now getting to show your dick and being there. He
Look
is.
at you.
Yes. By the way, I was in shape then. Yeah, that's Adam.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's me, skinny. And that's I would get shut down by a girl there, and that's when I was fucking young and happy.
22 years old.
22.
Wow.
Thanks for showing that. It's good without volume.
And then what?
I don't know what happened.
It's painful.
Whenever my kids see that shit, they're like, "Why did you talk like that?" I don't know. I was in acting class at school, and I did a scene. I thought I did great, and then they, how they open it up to the class to say shit. One kid goes, "Why is he talking like that?" And in my head, I'm like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about? Why does he use that dumb voice?" I was like, "What fucking dumb voice?" But then I watched the shit back and I go, "Well, that kid was right, man. Fucking pathetic."
What was the first big movie you did?
I was in Bobcat Goldthwait made a movie called Shakes the Clown.
I remember that movie. That was a great fucking movie.
That was exciting. Yeah, that was good. That was
the alcoholic clown movie.
Exactly. And Bobcat was funny as shit. And he made me and Blake Clark. We were his best friends. And that was it. That was the big time.
Wow.
Loved it.
Shakes the Clown. That movie doesn't get enough love.
That was big. That was like a lot of people liked it when, it wasn't a massive hit, but it was cool as shit.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a crazy movie.
Yeah.
It was like Bobcat stretching his wings. Is this before, after Police Academy?
I think he did Police Academy first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, man, you got every fucking thing ready to go. Julie Brown.
Downtown Julie Brown.
Yeah. Wow, man. Yes. There's Bob on the ground, or I think there's Bobcat.
Wow.
Yeah. And Florence Henderson was in it. There he is. Yeah, he knew what he was doing, Bobcat.
Yeah.
He knew how to direct. I didn't even know what he was talking about back then. He's like, "I'm directing." I was like,
well, he directed the first episodes of the Chappelle Show.
He did?
Yeah. I was in New York, and I was walking down the street, and I was doing Caroline's for the weekend.
Wow.
And I was just walking down the street, and I ran into Bobcat. And I go, "Hey, man, what are you doing?" He goes, "Oh, I'm here with Dave Chappelle. We're doing this show." And I ran into Dave, and Dave had a fake mustache on. I go, "Dave, what are you doing?" He goes, "Oh, hey, Joe, you want to be on my TV show?" I was like, "Okay, what do I got to do?" I go, "I only got like an hour." He goes, "We're handing out medals for the best New York boobs." And so he gives me this box of medals, and me and him just walk around with this box of medals. This is like 2001-ish, something like that. Yeah, look at this.
Wow. So funny.
So you had, you could never do this today. You got the best New York.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah.
Fucking A. Wow.
And it was just funny. Completely random.
Shit, he's just like Dave Chappelle there, too. He wasn't coming up with a new guy. He's very
like he's got his arm on her boobs. You go to jail for that today.
Yeah.
You go to jail for that today.
Yeah.
It was just Bobcat was directing it.
That's so funny.
Yeah, just complete random running to Bobcat in the middle of nowhere.
That's cool. Yes, and he was older than us, where he was like he knew his shit. And
well, he was a guy that Bobcat had that crazy act early on where and then he decided he didn't want to do it anymore.
Yes,
and then he would just do stand up, and people were like, "Hey, where's Bobcat?"
Yeah, right.
Like, fuck you.
Yeah, he fucking had. He stayed strong with quitting it.
Yeah, he had to stay strong.
He did a show with me about a year ago. Came out a couple times, I think, and fucking murdered.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah.
He was always a very funny stand-up.
Yeah.
But he was trapped in that character that he did, that screaming, crazy, pull your hair out character. Yes. It's like there's guys that have characters like Emo Phillips. He had that.
Wow, yeah. I loved him.
Yeah, but you can't do that when you're 80.
Yes, I know. I know.
It's like,
but I was trying to do that. That's what I'm saying. When I was young and I wasn't doing well, I was like, I started doing a guy who was drunk on stage. I started doing a guy who was very nervous. I don't know. I was going for that shit too.
Just trying to find it.
I didn't know what. I'm trying to be comfortable on stage, Right.
And
that's what you had going on your live show. I was like, oh shit, comfortable, fucking not terrified. You sat in moments, not easy to do.
I was in the zone.
You were in the
know?
zone. How about the fact that you got in the zone when there are times when you walk on stage in these pressure moments, you just go, I'm here. I'm talking, but I'm not here right now.
Right.
My mouth is moving. I don't know what the fuck is going on. You didn't have that, though.
Well, I'd been through a bunch of those before. So I knew never to let that happen when I was out there in the live show. And it's also why I was scared of doing it. So I just really over-prepared.
It's big.
I made sure that when I got out there, I just said to myself, everything that I'm talking about, every time I want to be only thinking about that subject. I'm not going to let my mind deviate or go, oh my God, this is going good. Don't fuck this up.
Shit.
Don't fuck up this segue. Don't fuck this up.
That's funny.
You can't think like that. You have to. I felt like when I'm at my best, I'm only thinking about the thing I'm talking about.
And
then you lock the audience in.
Yes.
I think stand-up is a form of hypnosis.
Yes.
Do you think so too?
Absolutely. Yeah. I get exactly what you're saying.
You lock them in to the way you're. And when I'm seeing a guy kill on stage, I'm locked in to the way they're thinking. I'm letting them think for me. I'm just like, think for me.
Right.
You know, and they're like, this is so funny. Yes. And it's like, it's a form of hypnosis. And I said, the only way that that's going to really work is I have to just be completely dialed in. Like I wrote out all my bits. I listened to recordings. I watched videos. I prepared for 5 hours the day of the show.
Wow.
Just watching video. I went to the gym. In the gym, I'm listening to my set.
Your own shit. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just like, I want to be just dialed
I get
in.
like that. Yeah.
100% dialed in.
Oh, that's a fucking great feeling.
Yeah.
When you go, I know all my shit, man. Because sometimes I'll do a tour, then I'll break down for 2 weeks because I got, I can't be gone too long. And then I go, oh shit, I got a gig again Friday. And then I listen to the shit. And then I start going, oh yeah, fuck.
You forget tags.
Oh God. Yeah. But then that 2 week break on a tour, and then you go back out, man, you're psyched to say that shit again.
Oh yeah.
And you come up with other shit to say. And
yeah, but you do have to go over the material. Your brain doesn't remember anymore.
No.
Like your stuff just goes away.
What about you with having shit that steps on? The hardest part of doing an hour is fucking having the 10 minutes up front not hurt the fucking next sentence. It's just so crazy.
I cut a lot of stuff. You know? But it's been 6 years since my last special. Like I said, I was thinking about doing a special in August of 2020.
Yeah.
Then the country shut down, and then I didn't do stand-up for 8 months. And when I did do stand-up again, I remember I had to listen to old recordings.
Yeah.
Luckily, I record everything. So
that's good.
I have all my recordings on my phone, so I listened to stuff,
smart,
and then I had to write things out. But I remember the first set that I did the Houston Improv. And I hadn't done stand-up in forever. And I remember when I was on stage, I was like, ooh, this is weird. I had never, in my whole career, I got knee surgery. And from my knee surgery, I took 2 weeks off. It was like the most I'd ever taken off ever. And I think one other time I took a month off for some reason. I forget why. But that was weird, too. But that was like when I was in the middle of a bunch of other stuff. I was just working so much. I didn't have any time. And then I remember don't do that again because it feels awkward to get back. But 8 months was crazy. It's just such a bizarre feeling.
Yeah, you forget how to do it.
Yeah, but it's kind of even just 2 weeks. Take 2 weeks and go back on stage again. You feel weird. Like, what am I doing?
It's all new shit in your brain again.
It's also the experience of doing it is weird.
Yeah.
You know how to do it, but it doesn't feel comfortable.
What a fucking odd feeling when you think about going on stage and just going, I'm basically telling all you people, just watch me. For an hour.
Right.
Just watch me. It's worth your time.
I know you drove, you got babysitters.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, you bought tickets in advance, you planned your day out.
What a psycho of a human being. You could just go, let me fucking come look at this.
Yeah, you have to be out of your fucking mind. Or just really prepared.
Yeah,
really
man.
So prepared.
My special, this one, I did probably 2.5 hours of shit and had to cut it with, Josh Safdie, and we all had to pick the shit we thought was the right shit. But I did have so much shit. By the time I did the special, I just came off the road, and so I just had.
Where did you record it?
With a place in Glendale, a little theater.
Oh, cool.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I pee for one?
Yeah, we can wrap this up. We've done 2 hours and 40 minutes.
We did?
Yeah. This is.
We've been in that long?
Yeah, we've been in that.
Fucking insane.
This is the setup.
Oh, that's my first Netflix.
I like the backdrop. The
That was
backdrop too. It's just
that's
normal.
cool. Yeah, that's
It's
cool.
like, did you set it up like that, or is that just what it looked like back there?
That was it. That was that theater. I forgot the name of that theater. It's a cool.
So just left it the way it looks.
Yeah. That actually, that day was, Paul Thomas Anderson, the great guy and a great director. He shot that shit.
How many people are there in the crowd?
That one there. That's that first special I did like 5-6 years ago. Some are like big ass joints, like big arenas, and some are like 200, 300.
But the new one
was only like, I don't know, 200
people,
250.
Oh wow,
It was real small.
Nice. That's a great way to do it too, because the people that are in the audience, there's 200 people. Like, so people at home, it's going to be like you're there instead of being in an arena where you feel disconnected. You can laugh at the jokes, but you don't feel like you're there.
That's exactly what. So Josh Safdie, he directed it. He wanted it to feel like you getting to hang out with me. And it's kind of like just shit goes on throughout the show that's wasn't supposed to happen, and that's that. It shows me before a show, during the show, and after the show. And man, we had fun. It is a great fucking vibe, that place. That was not a comedy club. It was just a little theater that they do. These people bought a theater. They put on little plays there and shit. And then Josh liked it, and they made it kind of feel like a stand-up. The 27th. Oh, it's 27th. Yeah.
Okay, just a couple weeks from now.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Congrats on yours. Congrats on everything, bud.
Thanks. Congratulations to you too.
My piss ended the whole thing. I appreciate it. All right, right on, man.
It's amazing you hung in this long. A lot of people, an hour and a half in, they start clamping up.
That's good, man. I just mentally said I got to get past that pissing, man. But,
well, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here.
Good to see you, Joe. Congrats.
Thank you.
Keep up to all the good work. Say hi to your family. Sure.
Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Okay, we're up. So what were you guys talking shop about? What did you ask? What's the question?
Jamie's gonna fucking run a train on me.
I felt that there was some controversy.
There was some tension. There was a
little tension.
When we had the lovely dinner after your show, we went at it a little bit, and we had a little disagreement about compression technologies, preamp, cloud lifters.
What is your position?
Well, my position is okay.
Hold on.
Okay. From a different place, though. Also.
Okay.
Yeah, very different. Let's just say financially, we're coming from a very different place. But I try to use the Shure SM7B. We actually got for my podcast, Tuisisööt. Shout out. Here we are. It's Estonian. You're not gonna. Well, AI.
What did you just shout out?
Tuisisööt. It means it means direct translation is pussy munchers. It's my podcast.
Is it in Estonian?
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
and it's
Do you think Spotify will translate it to English? Maybe you'll be the first that goes the opposite way.
Bro, if AI translates this podcast, I'm fucked,
Oh.
Yeah. Like,
take it down. See, this is the thing. They're going to do that.
I know.
Spotify's going to
but they
do
don't
that.
get my charisma and timing down, though.
No. Also, sense of humor, sarcasm. And when you translate things to English, you sound like a Nazi.
I will be a Nazi.
That's the problem with satire and humor, and what is, for lack of a better term, it's called talking shit. Okay, and this is what we do on podcasts. This is what we do in the green room. This is what me and my friends love to do all the time. Right? We do that all the time. We say things we don't mean. because it's funny. We say things are inappropriate because it's funny. And it is 100% done with fun. And the problem is today, people like to take things and pretend you're saying something, but that's not what you're saying.
Yeah, there's a funny comedian in Canada. He's an American dude who moved to Vancouver. He's Dino Archie. He used to say off-the-record talk.
Right. It's shit talk. We're not saying things that we mean. We're saying things that are fun to say. But what I was going to get to before we did is that the thing that Jamie told me about, and I said, well, Tulsi Gabbard was the first person to tell me about it. So I was talking about how great Tulsi Gabbard is, about if, you really wanted a great Democratic candidate that was a woman of color, congresswoman for 8 years, served overseas in a medical unit twice. It's where she got that gray streak in her hair. She's like an exemplary human being.
She likes my Kill Tony bits on Instagram. So.
And they tried to say that I was talking about Kamala Harris. So they edited it out of context.
Dude, I've seen your edited videos with ads because...
Yeah, there's a lot of AI ads.
Because Estonia is in Eastern Europe and the Russian bot system in that country...
It's crazy, right? Bro.
It's crazy. I've seen fake podcasts where there's a guy on your podcast, which never has happened.
Right.
And the guy has a Shure SM7B. Not this mic stand, let's be honest. It's some shittier version. And the backdrop is similar, but you can tell it's not that podcast.
Right. But you can do amazing things now with AI. You could do it with video editing for sure. Like you could just have a guy splice in him being in this chair, me being in that chair. And if you did it right and you spent your time on it, you could make it very convincing. And that's just the beginning, man. There's a podcast with me and Steve Jobs. I never met Steve Jobs. There's I think it's 40 minutes long. How long is the podcast with me and Steve Jobs? But it's a completely AI-generated podcast. It's just audio. But from what I've heard, you can kind of tell, but it's getting close. It's getting to the point where you're not going to be able to tell. When you hear enough computer-generated sentences, you're going to catch little glitches in the matrix. It's going to sound a little off.
But you can only catch those glitches in the matrix because you're a person who's also around technology, internet, so you kind of see the scam going on.
It's not a super visible scam. It's like exactly. I see it scam. Yeah. So how long is it been? 20 minutes. Okay. So it's just me. Let me hear something. Now, they seem to have a soul in a way. And some people almost get religious about this stuff because it's so powerful and it means so much. Is that good?
If a company gets to the point where it's successfully doing a few things, you don't have to try and do everything. We're in the process now of trying to cut the things we're doing so that we can concentrate on the few that are really high on our priority list. Because if you try to do too many things, none of them get done well.
Well, that transition...
On a few and make sure those
the transition's clunky, but even more importantly, the sound is very different between where the environment that I'm talking in, the environment he's talking.
For sure.
So either he's not in the room, which I don't do. I don't do Zoom calls. Those suck.
Yeah.
Or, that's fake.
Yeah.
It's only two options.
If an audio engineer just tweaked it for
Yeah,
2 minutes. It can make it sound so much better.
Oh yeah, yeah. You
compression.
Yeah, you could 100% make it sound like you could 100% make it sound like we're in the same room, but they didn't. Yeah. But this is also like how many months old? I think that's like
2 years ago.
Oh, crazy! So what they have now is way better. It's way better. It's getting to the point where we're not going to know. And
for sure,
we're not going to know what things are real, what you can generate. I'm sure you've seen these the new Unreal Engine, the most complicated video game engine. What is it called? Engine 5? Is that what it's called? It's like, this is spooky.
Yeah, for
this
sure.
It's so good. It's spooky. It looks like a damn movie, like a real movie.
Like in Estonia, the movie industry is moving really well, and the government was financing for a while the building of like a movie factory, or like a whole like a production studio. So which could bring more revenue to the country. Great idea,
right?
But it's been paused now, and people are like, why isn't it making? But I know exactly why it's paused, because they're waiting to see how this AI thing plays out.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, green screens and shit, that might be like fax machines, bro.
Yeah, it might be like Morse code.
Yeah, exactly. And it happens like this.
Well, you saw that Tyler Perry shut down the plans to build this enormous studio. He's going to build an $800 million production studio. And he saw Sora.
Tyler Perry.
He's the guy who does all those Maeda movies. He's got a bunch of TV series.
I thought he's the Extreme Makeover guy. Move that bus. Remember that guy? Dude, that was my shit.
No, he's he plays a lady in a bunch of famous movies.
Yeah, he's that.
Maeda.
Yeah.
So anyway, Medea. That's right. Sorry. The point is, obviously, super successful dude, and has this enormous. This is the Unreal 5 engine. He has this enormous production company that he's about to build, and he goes. He sees Sora, and he's like, "What? You guys can do this now?"
You got to see how that plays out.
Dude, it's going to play out real strange.
Yeah.
Because what you see already. So this is the video game. This is hard. This looks pretty good. This is not as convincing as some of the other footage that I saw. The nighttime footage. There's something about daytime footage that looks a little clunky or a little better.
Well, there's more reflection.
Yeah.
I went to Red Band's place.
This is pretty wild.
And tried the AI for the first time in my life.
Oh, nuts.
He was saying like he has a second life and they are happy with his girlfriend there and they're like living in a whole nother world there.
Well, Red Band's slightly insane.
I know, but
that's
the way he was describing to me, I imagined it's like the Neo where I put the thing in and I'm happy now. But it was it was literally PlayStation 2 graphics.
Whenever I want to nerd out about electronics, it's always Red Band. We always talk. We always talk about the newest phones or the newest this or this does that does this.
Yeah.
Like he's just a techno nerd.
Yeah.
He loves that shit.
And he's already giving up on this life because he knows VR is here. Dude.
That's such a Red Band move.
Every time I tell him to eat something healthy.
But you know what? AI is taking over. I'm just going to get my brain teleported.
Exactly.
That's the ultimate leap, right? Imagine if they get to a point where they say, we can download your brain into a computer, but you will cease to exist right here, right now. And you just have to assume that it's whatever consciousness is in your head is your life. And it's not just a faction of that consciousness being in a very particular state and time, that consciousness being attached to this particular biological body in this particular place. Like, what makes you you? And if you take that shit out and stick it in a machine,
Aqua Shark, motherfucker. Everybody needs to know it's Aqua Shark, motherfucker.
What's screaming into the abyss, unattached from a body, but trapped in a newly created computer dimension because you didn't get to go to heaven because you got trapped in a metal box. And maybe that's how the aliens contain souls. Maybe that's how they
if you
get
can
them.
hear this wherever the fuck you are, what up, baby? I love
That's
you.
the thing. Get you to think that you can download your soul into a computer.
Everyone
like,
loves
I'm
you.
gonna live forever.
Everyone
I'm gonna
fucking
download
loves
my
Aqua
soul into a
Shark.
computer. And what all you're doing is you're so smart that you're stupid enough to think that technology is
Aqua
capable
Shark is
of
him.
recreating you as a whole, not just your consciousness, but what if your fingernails have memories, motherfucker? What if your whole, what if it all is a part of a system and disconnected from that system, your soul is just like, just separated from love forever.
That was what I really liked in the Matrix franchise. Remember when they got out of the Matrix, they went to Zion? There was that scene where they were fucking, and then there was that scene where they were dancing, and the whole thing, who's the fucking, Morpheus was explaining that, yeah, you're not feeling the things with your physical body in this Matrix world, you know? You're going through, it's just the synapses are firing in the machine. And I remember, because I was like a teenager when I saw that movie, and I remember that scene when they were fucking, and I was like, oh shit. See, that's the thing, if you download your brain into a system, and then they came back, the world was shitty. Remember how shitty Zion looked? Like, Grace got terrible, no beaches.
Like us in 50 years.
And then they were eating, remember that food, everything the body needs. Remember that cold?
Yeah.
But I remember when they did that dancing scene, I remember that, like inspiring a thought where I'm like, maybe even if there is a secondary fucking AI world that comes,
there'll be a rebellion.
See, that's what I'm saying.
No question whatsoever.
That's why I love when people go, is AI gonna destroy stand-up comedy? I always love to say that stand-up, luckily, is the art form that can comment on its own demise, kind of, you know?
Yeah.
Like, even if AI creates the perfect act, the perfect ha 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 laughs per minute.
Right.
You're gonna be able to comment on how fucked that is.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
So
100%. And then on top of that, what we're really doing is we're performing for live audiences.
Mm-hmm.
So how's AI going to do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a thing that happens when you see a singer on stage, and someone's got an incredible voice, and you see him sing, and that voice just echoes, or someone like Gary Clark Jr. is playing guitar, where you're in the room while they're hitting those keys, you're like, God damn.
And then there's the story. It's not even only the technique and the incredible voice. It's also
the human experience,
the history of his experience.
Yeah,
I remember when I was like 19, I worked at a jazz bar. Didn't know shit about jazz. I don't know shit about music. I don't know how to play. Do you know how to play anything?
No, I don't know how to play anything.
Literally, I don't know how to draw or play, and like my hands just don't work like that. I tried guitar, it just doesn't happen. Dudes are just, and they're like, feel that nothing. This connection, nothing's happening.
Interesting.
But I remember working at that bar. There was a famous Estonian guy who was performing like an unplugged. He was like a rock star, and he was performing an unplugged version on the weekends, you know. And technically, he sounded amazing. He was an amazing guitar player, but he was a young guy, maybe only 5 years older than me. Technically perfect from the traditional training, the school. He had all the things. And for me, that sounds amazing, right? But then I remember we started having, because it was turning, we had blues nights on Tuesdays. And the owner would fly out from America, like New Orleans, these 65-year-old black dudes that live a rough life. You can see from their face, from the way they move, it's been a rough life. And the way they would sing, maybe technically, it wouldn't sound as clean. But what you would feel, because I was bartending, and I would look at the audiences, and I would see them also. You feel it,
right?
You can't explain. Dude, I don't know. Of course, later when I got to befriend some musicians there, they would explain. They would be like, no, that guy, the other guy was doing the basic ABC, DDD. Mm-hmm. He's doing a whole different shit right now.
Right. So it's something that only the people that really know how to play recognize,
like stand up.
Right.
But I feel it.
I think that's the case with everything, man. I really do. I think that's the case with everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
Especially art.
I think everything that's a true form of expression. You know, even like chess. I think games people play. I think it exists in everything. You know,
because I even remember when there was peer-to-peer before torrents. It was peer-to-peer.
Sure.
What did you guys have? Kazaa, iMesh.
What do we have? What was that one?
We had them all.
Kazaa,
but what was the
iMesh,
one that everybody used?
LimeWire.
What was the one that everybody used?
We started off with Napster, and then we went into Kazaa,
Metallica sued
LimeWire, and Morpheus.
Yeah, I remember the Napster days.
Metallica sued Napster, you know?
Yeah. Lars Ulrich was very upset.
Yeah.
And so was I had Paul Stanley from Kiss on the podcast.
Wow.
He was just flat out saying those people are stealing. They're stealing money. And, you know, my position, I was like, okay, a bomb just went off. And you could either recognize you have a hole in the ship, or you can go full steam ahead with the original plan, and this motherfucker's going to sink.
It's like that cartoon when Tom and Jerry, when he's trying to, the ship is sinking.
The moment music becomes a digital piece of information that can be uploaded to a hard drive, the moment that happens, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't realize that the war has been lost and devise some sort of monetization of streaming platform, make it simpler, quicker, faster than anybody else's, and then get it up there quick. Because they should have done that the moment Napster came out.
Mm-hmm.
They should have hired like the best coders and said, okay, there is no way you're stopping this. Like we did, the dam broke. Water's coming through, and record sales are gone.
Boats
down. Record sales just went away
so quickly.
Guys were making millions and millions of dollars from record sales, and then they'd go on tour.
But even live touring was on a downslope because you didn't need to do that much. Record sales was the bag.
Right.
That's why Madonna went back on tour. I mean, I don't know this, but that's why
she probably also wanted to say what's up.
For sure.
Let bitches know.
For sure.
She's still around.
For sure.
You know?
But there's a lot of bands that went back on tour for that very reason.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Yeah. Their revenue dried up. which is crazy that one of the biggest entertainment businesses in the world lost all of its sales revenue from recordings. I mean, I don't know. It didn't lose all of it. I'm sure some people still buy some of them. But like the drop off must have been crazy.
Because it was, remember, it was all like, you guys had not cassettes. What did you guys have? 8-track.
We had 8-tracks first, and then we had cassettes, and then we had compact discs.
Yeah, we only got cassettes. Then it was CDs. So the format was always changing. And then it was the Blu-ray and the Microsoft, whatever format they had, battle. So there's always that battle of data. Then for a while, like USBs were tried, when they would sell small USBs. Yeah. But then just the internet was like physical.
Yeah.
It was over.
Isn't that crazy? And not only that, it's way better. Imagine if YouTube was just a bunch of discs that you had to get.
Dude,
how stupid that would be.
But then again,
that's a good example of how much things have changed. Is the fact that YouTube exists and that YouTube is not a stack of discs that you have to go to a library or a bookstore to get. Yeah, YouTube just exists instantaneously.
But then again, there was that magic of, I feel lucky at least to have that childhood where I remember that my attention was actually not raped by technology that much, but I had to actually look forward to consuming something and work physical exertion to get it. Go to the DVD thing. You would read the back. You would look at the. You would put it. It's. There's a more maybe commitment to consumption.
I think it's going to be very interesting when we look back on human beings, and I think we're in the middle of it right now, so we probably don't really objectively understand how much of an impact it's had on us, because it sort of trickled in slowly with just regular cell phones, and then remember those sidekicks? People had the sidekicks that you could send texts on. It would go sideways. Remember? We were like, wow, that's crazy. That was next level. And then Blackberries, if you were fucking serious, if you're really getting some shit done, answering some emails, you had a Blackberry. And then when the iPhone came out, the whole game just fucking flipped on its head. And now all of a sudden everyone's connected to everyone everywhere, and everyone's anxious and freaking out. And I think that we grew up before that. And I'm older than you by far, so I grew up way before. How old are you now?
32.
Yeah, so I'm 57. No, I'm almost 57.
And you're also
in a few days.
Yeah, those very important years.
That's the big transition years, because it was a series of factors that happened in my lifetime. Number one, answering machines. What the fuck? You could call someone and leave a message, and you would come home, and your answering machine light would be like a little dog. If the red light was going on, oh, someone knows me, someone knows me, and you go listen to your messages. Wow. And then it got to a point where you could call your own phone and get your answering machine to play you your messages. That was next level shit. Okay? Crazy technology. We couldn't believe it. You got to see caller ID, who's calling you. And then you get to call them back, *69, what's up? And then VHS tapes come along. Maybe not even, and then. It was kind of along the same soup, because it all happened while I was in high school. So while I was in high school, there was probably answering machines before I was in high school, but I was aware of them in high school, then caller ID, and then VHS tapes. All that happened. So now all of a sudden, you could just get stuff and play it anytime you wanted to. So it changed like watching movies. You could pause it if you had to take a leak. The whole thing changed. People started watching movies at home. Blockbuster became a giant thing. Nobody would have imagined Blockbuster's going to go bye-bye. Nobody. It was the thing. You go to Blockbuster on Friday night. You see what's the fucking latest movies. Oh, great. There's one left.
Yeah, we had Video Planet. It was the top 5 most making money companies in the country.
They were on an ice cube. They were on an ice cube and a hot piece of tea.
That's what I'm always wondering is, what is the industry right now that doesn't even know?
I think there's a lot of them.
A lot of them.
I think AI is going to fuck up this system that we have going for us. Yeah. I think that's part of the reason why there's a lot of scrambling and clamoring for power right now. Because I think people have a real understanding at the highest level that we only have so much more time before this AI thing becomes one of the most enormous aspects of society. And the power consumption that it's going to need is astronomical. It's crazy. They're literally building nuclear power plants for these fucking things. And they're going full throttle. And we're headed towards whatever this is, and no one knows. And I think that's one of the reasons why governments are trying to crack down on social media and trying to control it and stop people from saying things. And in the UK, they're arresting people for saying certain things. They're trying to like stop this thing from overwhelming them. And you can't. It's going to overwhelm all of us. It's not just going to overwhelm government. It's going to overwhelm civilization. And it's going to happen in a bunch of stages, just like it happened with us, where we got caller ID, we got answering machines, we got VHS tapes, then we got computers, and we got online, and then we got 14.4, then we got 56K, and then you start seeing pictures show up, like they download them nice and slow, and then people got cable. Oh my God, you get cable internet. So people had cable internet where you could just like
remember how many pixels porn used to have? Like how low?
Oh, it was blurry as fuck.
I remember I had a point when I was like mom goes to store and you know how you ask which store, so you know how much time you got in the bank.
Right.
And I remember like jacking off and just halfway through the video, it's two dudes. I just didn't, the pixels, it was just such shitty quality.
That's uncomfortable.
It was just very, well.
Didn't you know when they were both sucking each other's dicks or something?
Yeah, when there was.
Where is the girl?
Yeah. When is she coming in? But it was like in a sauna in the dark, and I saw the dudes like a hog hanging.
Whoa.
But he had a nice butt, and it all looked.
You ever been flashed in the sauna by a dude?
We only go naked, you know that, right?
Oh, in your country?
Of course. And if you have pants on, that's creepy and that's weird. If you come with pants, we would have an issue.
Really?
Because it's weird. What are you hiding? What's the thing?
My
you have
dick?
a boner? Exactly.
Oh.
What's going on?
Dude, just staring at my dick? I'd rather just
we all stare at each other's dicks. I've seen.
Good luck with that.
Like in the green room. In the green room, comedians were talking about how many dicks they've seen in their lifetime. And I remember they were saying like numbers. Bro, I've seen 10. Yeah. I've seen 16 to 22,000 dicks.
Do you think that's healthy?
Yeah. Yeah, it's normal, you know?
Normal shit.
Normal shit.
Just looking at dicks.
And then sometimes I remember in high school, we all showered together. There was always one weird kid that would not shower with us, and you make fun of him, show me, you know, what's going on? Why didn't you show us your dick? You know?
That's fun.
And then sometimes the shower would be a bit warm, and you would get a little bit of a vein going there. You know, you get a little
not
bit
good.
Of 25%, dude.
Not good. And then you're lathering it down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm trying to just fucking mentally just make it go away.
Yeah. Naked dudes in saunas is an odd thing.
I only feel comfortable when it's naked.
There was a I used to be a member of 24-Hour Fitness in Woodland Hills, California, and the guy who was the manager there was this cool guy. I used to talk to him all the time, my friend Eddie, and I used to live there. And he was the former manager of the West Hollywood one. So he said, he goes, bro, the West Hollywood 24-Hour Fitness, he goes, it was basically like a gay hookup spot. That's all it was. Like these guys would just go ham. Just get after each other.
Oh, yeah.
And like you'd have to say, hey, don't do that. But it's like you've got guys who want to fuck guys hanging out, all working out together and getting sweaty with like guy mentality. Yeah. You know, like, come on, let's do it here. Like, yeah, and they're doing it there. And there's all guys that are gay there. So they're like, what are you going to do? And he was like, dude, it was crazy. He goes, I used to have to stop people from fucking in the sauna.
The smell in the showers.
I'm sure they don't do that anymore, folks.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's all been cleaned up. But back then, he was telling me it was.
I can imagine
bananas.
that 24 fitness still existing, and then this podcast coming out, and there's just 800 gay dudes waiting. Fuck. They're like, Joe Rogan, can you stop saying this is the suck and fuck spot?
Make sure make sure it's the right gym. I don't want to slander anyone.
But
there is a 24-hour fitness, right? Because I know there's another one. There's another gym like that. And I used to actually work out at a gym that was in a gay neighborhood. I used to have a bit about it. I used to work out at Gold's Gym on Cole. And it was in full-on West Hollywood, like super gay gym. But it was really close to the studio where we filmed news radio. So I just got a membership there. So I'd get off work and I'd go lift. I'd just go lift with these like hungry gay dudes. These dudes were hungry, man.
Yeah. They like look at you and
they're friendly. Nobody fucked with me. Nobody like no unwanted attention or anything like that. But I didn't take a lot of showers there.
I remember there was an old guy at the gym.
It was right in the middle of San Juan Boulevard.
Yeah,
it's closed now.
Oh, good. Okay, good. It's closed. Okay, so Gold's the Gold's on Cole's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's the one that's not West Hollywood. It's like East Hollywood.
Yeah. Whatever it was gay.
Yeah.
But like men, like big, hairy, muscular gay dudes looking for more of that. So it's like, yikes.
Men fucking men.
Yeah, it's like a wounded gazelle going through a pack of hyenas. Excuse me, pardon me, just want to get to the river.
I remember there was an older guy in my gym, and that was the first time I also experienced where it's like, it's an old guy, I could I'm not threatened,
right?
I'm not threatened, but the look he had in his eyes just made me feel vulnerable for, it's weird.
Because he wanted to penetrate you.
Because men have a certain, and I remember then I started thinking, and this was when I was like younger, and that was the first time I started thinking, oh shit, that's how women feel, plus the physical.
Oh yeah.
Like, that's like Brock Lesnar looking at you like, that's like a,
Dude, I have had gay guys hit on me that I could kill, and it made me uncomfortable.
That guy.
Like, it just gets to this, like, hey, I'm not gay, so what are you doing? Like,
Exactly.
You're just trying to make me uncomfortable.
Exactly. And
you get nervous.
And this old guy would give me looks, and I would just feel, and it was the first time in my life, I'm just like, dude, I'm jacked, I'm doing fucking MMA, but I'm feeling vulnerable. Weird. And then one point in the shower, this was like, when showers have the booths, the separation booths,
Yeah.
And it was me and him. So I go in the sauna. The gym is empty. I go in the sauna. I'm alone, and Dick's up. It's Dick Nation, It's Estonia. So I'm in the sauna. I hear the shower door open, and in my head, I know. In your head, you're like, "There's other people at this gym, but let me bet." Because I saw him looking at me. I go, "Let me bet," and you know it. He comes in. He sees one towel up. So there's somebody in the sauna.
Right.
He comes to the sauna. I wait for him to go to the showers first, because I know if I go, the next booth over, this guy's joining. So he goes into the corner. I pick the opposite corner. And then at one point, I'm showering, and it's that human thing. It's that human thing where you feel something is
Welcome, Tim.
Something.
How you living, baby?
And I look through the fucking all the
dog.
they had a small gap.
We've been waiting for you. How you living?
That you can see through all of them.
And he's got shampoo, and he's going knuckles.
Other end, I just see his one arm like this, and his dick in his hand. He's not jacking off.
He's just holding on to it.
But something's going on.
He's getting ready. He's warming up. He's showing you that he's got a dick.
But then, and he had this look.
Serious.
Yeah.
Angry.
And I'm leaving the gym, and I'm passing, and I know the administrator girls working at the gym. I pass them, and in my head, I'm thinking, I just got like sexually assaulted, actually.
No,
right?
That's not assault.
True.
Don't be a baby.
Yeah, exactly. See,
no, he made you feel creepy.
Made me feel creepy.
Yeah.
So I feel I can't keep this in. I turn around, I go to the administrator, I go, hey, and we're laughing about it. I go, this fucking old guy. And then we wait. And he takes like 40 to 50 minutes to come out of that shower. See, what I think is he's shameful.
Oh, yeah.
And he comes out. His face is red. He has a hoodie on. And he's just ran out of the gym. Never came back. I think that's that post-nut.
Yeah.
Well,
he probably is embarrassed that he did it
exactly
again.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably one of those things. He's probably been kicked out of gyms before.
Yeah.
Like, he's like got an exit strategy.
Yeah.
That's what he does. He's a shower jerker.
Yeah.
Those exist. That's why I don't like walking around naked. Okay? Like, if you were a woman and you have your beautiful vagina and they're co-ed showers, would you really be comfortable washing your butthole and your vagina in front of a bunch of men? No, of course not.
We
So,
are.
Gay guys are real.
Mm-hmm.
And if your little booty hole and your little dick is out flopping around in front of them, to me, as a person who doesn't want any of that, I would imagine that I would not enjoy watching someone stare at my Johnson, who wants it. Wants to take a piece of chocolate. No, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that's we don't need to think about that.
But I think we have just
men think that way. That's why you can't have men in a room with naked girls.
We did that. That's though in our culture, we all. When I was a little kid, I saw grown pussy all the time in saunas.
This is why your country's so fucked up. You guys, you barely survived Viking wars, and then what's left over? You know, you're just a bunch of fucking maniacal crazy people showing each other's pussies and dicks to each other. I feel like some things should be sacred. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've no problem with being around gay guys, but I don't think I should be showing them my cock. I don't think that's the right move. I also don't think ladies, as comfortable as you are naked, should be in a room full of men and just show your bare pussy. That seems problematic. That seems like it's going to cause issues for you. Like, I wouldn't do that if I was you. You know, if you want to wear a bikini, great, everything's covered. Which is like, how funny is that? The bikini thing is hilarious. You know, that there's this little tiny little piece of cloth, little tiny little
on Instagram, they have that little
Dorito.
And you see, I don't see is the actual episode. But
by the way, I like it. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. Please don't stop wearing them. I think they're great. I like G-strings. I like girls with beautiful bodies expressing themselves and wearing whatever they want to wear. I'm just saying it's so different than shorts. Like, if a dude wears Speedos, he's a freak, right? A dude in Speedos, unless you're in your fucking country.
Exactly.
But a dude in America in Speedos is a weirdo. Some dude in Speedos, that guy's a weirdo. If you don't have goggles on, if you didn't come from a long-ass swim, you fucking weirdo. Why are you wearing Speedos? Everybody wears shorts. But ladies, that's Bert Kreischer.
That's Estonia. Every stepdad, every man I've ever seen growing up, I've seen their dick.
That's inflammation in its human form.
That is true. That is an inflamed body.
That's an inflamed body. I wouldn't recommend that. But that's what makes the G-string funnier, right? The Speedos, that's what makes all of it funnier. But it's funny, the difference between, like, okay, women's formal attire, right? So not even formal, but like, say, a woman who's a presenter on television, right? Skirt, no problem. Bare toes, open-toed shoes, no problem at all. Have one of them ones that dangles off your foot a little bit, not all the way on. No one cares. Vagina curtain that covers about 12 inches from your waist down. That's fine. Boobs
all out,
pressed out together and pushed up and forward.
I love how that's
no sleeves.
Yeah.
Bare arm, as much skin as you could possibly get without being naked, and to be dressed on television.
And that's formal.
Lipstick.
Yeah. They're always hot.
Painted nails, painted toenails, everything smooth and polished and shaved. That's fine. That's the news. This is totally fine.
And that's formal, you know.
Imagine if men in gym shorts and tank tops were giving the news. How fucking stupid it would look. Imagine if, like, all these people that you see on the news, like, imagine Don Lemon in his boxer shorts with a tank top on, giving the news.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what, like, a dress is.
For sure.
A dress with a skirt for those Fox News ladies. How is that different than me in, like, these shorts that I'm wearing right now and a tank top? How is it different?
It's just less threatening, maybe. And it's nice.
It's nice. I don't want to discourage it. I just think, how crazy is the difference between what men wear versus what women wear? We have a jacket on, like it's cold out. We have a fucking vest and a tie and a shirt and all this shit. And women can essentially be almost naked. Yeah. And you only assume they have underwear on.
That might be a thrill if you don't have underwear on. That is.
Well, if she had underwear on, maybe you'd be able to see it through the garments on the outside. That would be terrible. That would ruin the look. That would, no one's going to look at my pussy.
Have you ever had a girl like that? Did you go to a nightclub and they're not wearing underwear?
I have not. I would imagine that's a wild lady.
It's hot.
Yes.
I was one time dancing with a girl.
And she told you?
No, she grabbed my hand. We were holding. And she, walking to the dance floor, you know how chicks just fucking push people out of the way and pull you. And then we get to the dance floor and she just pulls my arm. Oh, what is this? And it's soaking.
Damn. She's a wild one.
Wild one.
Viking babies. That's what that is. That's what it is. The survivors.
And she was strong out there.
Survivors.
She was really strong out there.
Of the massacres.
And she was living in Australia. She had one of those Jeeps that has one of those fucking things up front that kills the kangaroos, you know?
Whoa. We saw one of those in San Antonio, right in front of the truck, or in front of the production trucks. You see that fucking crazy thing that guy had?
Super tall.
Over the top?
Yeah.
Oh, because they're big.
Because they're big.
Oh,
yeah, and it just it looks mad, Max. It looks like I'm up front there. Dude, it looks crazy. And she had that Jeep. She had like horns, and then the balls hanging from the back. You know, the soft balls that they put in the back. They had that, and she was just a fucking wild one.
Wow. They had a kangaroo shield in the front of her vehicle.
Yeah. And this was like when I visited Australia, and in my head I was like, kangaroos are like cutie patooties, but when you go to Australia, they'll tell them, like, we hate them because they just keep jumping in front of cars.
Well, they're everywhere
They're
now,
fucking
too.
everywhere.
They have a lot of kangaroos. It's a weird animal, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's marsupial. Like, it's so strange. They have a pouch. They keep their babies in their skin. How'd they develop a backpack?
It is the insanest evolutionary. A little pouch.
Yeah. How?
A bag.
How does that... how does nature make you get a bag? That's so crazy. Yeah. It's like one of the out of all the animals, so like, where the fuck did that come from? Like, if you look at a deer and then you look at an elk, you go, oh, I kind of see. You look at a moose, you look at a caribou, you're like, oh, I can kind of see. And they're like, what's that? And why is it only in this one spot?
Why does it jump like?
Yo, is that an alien? What is that thing?
Yeah.
Why did it develop on Australia and nowhere else? What the fuck is that thing? And how come there's nothing that can kill it?
And how come you stand on your tail and do like a Steve-O kick?
Kick you.
And do like a Steve-O kick.
They kick you hard.
Yeah.
They fuck you up. They disembowel people, man. You got to be really careful with those fuckers.
Oh, and
people die from the big ones. Are the big ones the gray ones? Are the gray ones the big one or the red one? And Eddie Ifwin over there, he said he was walking through a backyard and there was like a 6-foot tall kangaroo.
Jesus
he thought it was
Christ.
fake. He thought it was fake. He didn't know what it was. And his friend was screaming at him, turn around. Get the fuck away from it.
Jesus Christ.
The red kangaroo. That's the big one?
Dude, marsupial. That sounds like a fucking alien too.
100 pounds. So you got to think a 100-pound thing that could run 43 miles an hour and it could probably strangle you. Like those ones that are jacked. You ever see the one that choke out dogs and shit?
Course,
look at the fucking muscles on that thing.
Of course, dude.
What a freaky animal to have all over the place. But it just looks. Look at that one.
I've seen all those pictures, by the way.
That's one that went to my gym. That's Gold Gym. Look at that dude.
This guy.
Yeah, he's just chilling,
flaunting giant muscles.
Look at the fucking guns on that
What's
dude.
up, player? What's
Do you
up?
imagine getting in a scratching match with that thing with
What's
its
up,
giant claws?
No, you're done. I mean,
they fuck you up, man. They're dangerous. And they're all over the place. But that was my question. Like, what was supposed to be killing them? Because there's no, like, infestations of wild animals like that unless something disrupts the ecosystem.
Huh.
You know, because you don't usually there's a balance, right? Like, there's always going to be a balance between wolves and antelope or wolves and bears, wolves and deer, because they're going to figure out who wins. And if the wolves kill off too many of the deer, then their population's going to drop. They're going to run out of food, and there's going to be like some sort of consequences. And then their population drops down, and then the deer population comes back a little bit. Nature has a way of balancing itself out in most environments until human beings step in and start fucking with things. So my question is, like, what happened over in Australia that one crazy animal becomes like hordes of them, swarms of them? Like, you've seen, show some of those videos of the swarms of kangaroos just running. So these people are in their car, and you see just like, I don't even know what the number is.
Yeah, and they're fast.
They're fat, but it's also like, why are there so many of them? In any environment where there's something like this, there'd be something bigger that eats it. In every environment, there'd be a bear, there'd be something. I guess Australia has crocodiles, but I don't think they're doing such a good job of killing these things.
Yeah, and natural predators are just like dog-like animals.
Oh, maybe the thylacine.
What the fuck is that?
Okay, the Tasmanian tiger that went extinct. That's a native of Australia as well. That they have that in Australia.
But they have to shoot so many kangaroos.
Where's that, Jamie?
Tasmanian wolf and a dingo and a wedge-tailed eagle.
Okay, so the humans probably killed all those animals. The humans probably killed all the dingoes. And what was the other animal?
Wedge-tailed eagle.
Makes sense. That's probably exactly what it is. So I bet. So the thylacine was Australia, though, right?
It says Tasmania. I just typed in marsupial natural predators, and Tasmanian wolf is the first one listed.
Thylacine?
Tasmanian wolf. Yeah, but the thylacine, the Tasmanian tiger.
And then, yes, it says Tasmanian tiger before they were extinct, and also humans.
Was that ever in Australia, or am I making that up? I feel like that's in Australia.
I mean, it definitely was in the movies, as far as
Right. That movie there's a good movie about a guy who goes to kill it because they're trying to find it. The last thylacine. Huh. What the fuck is it? Willem Dafoe. Yeah, huh. Willem Dafoe. It's a good movie.
Yeah.
So what? It is in Australia.
Native to Australian.
Right. Okay. So there was that thing. You ever seen one? They're freaky looking. Show the video of the last known living thylacine.
Was in
that's a thylacine. Look at the mouth on that fucking thing. Look how big its mouth is. Isn't that insane? It's like a horror movie. Look at this fucking mouth. Have you saw that thing opening its face at you?
It's a dog with a stripe and shit.
Yeah. It looks like a tiger. It's a weird marsupial. In fact.
Photos of
yeah.
the last.
I'm pretty sure they're marsupial as well. So they think that thing might be still alive. There might be limited numbers of them. Well, this isn't a Tasman. That's not real.
Somebody
this is in color. Oh, they colorized it. Oh. Okay. Because I think the film is from like the 1930s. But this is the last one. And look, they have it in a fucking box, man. Ugh, God, zoos creep me out. We just get so comfortable with torturing some animal mentally. I understand, but can you bitches afford a larger piece of land? God damn it!
This concrete.
That's crazy. You get the last of these things alive, and you make it suffer in a small box with no pillow. There's nothing in there.
I'm not a big zoo guy either.
I hate them.
Even as a kid, I remember I just didn't.
Yeah.
I remember even just seeing. I remember seeing like a hippo in a zoo, and all he has is a small. It's an Estonian zoo too. So,
yeah,
and it's a small just a dribble of water on his head, and he would just because they're all drugged out, and they would just do this, because also the animal doesn't know.
Dude, I was in Massachusetts once, and I was on my way home from it was when I was driving limos, and I was coming down this highway, and I saw this really rinky-dink zoo. I think I was coming from New Hampshire. I don't really remember, but I remember it was a long drive, and I had the rest of the day off. So I said, fuck it, we'll go in this zoo and see what the fuck is going on in this zoo. Just for funsies, because I was out there. And I saw this polar bear. I'll never forget this dude just pacing.
Yeah, they pace.
Just pacing. And I was like, oh my God, he's in hell. Mm-hmm. It's a horrible thing to watch, man. It's a horrible thing to watch because, that's a sentient being that's experiencing a very bizarre and prolonged suffering and a disconnection from its kind. There's no other bear with it. It's just by itself in this cement thing. And while people stare at it, something that would never happen in the real world.
He doesn't know what the fuck is happening because it's the wrong climate.
Everything's wrong.
And he's like, why is my shit all so shitty?
Yeah.
But he doesn't even know that he's in a totally wrong.
He probably is happy in Boston for 5 months a year or 4 months a year. But even then, it's probably not cold enough for him. I mean, those fuckers, they're used to living in places where there's nothing but ice.
But it's also like that thing of they say that, but if you let him go, he would die. But that's also because you just...
you shouldn't have him in the first place.
That's the Matrix, the real world thing again, that animals also will have that thing where if they're in the wild, I'm sure it's exactly like being in that Matrix where in the zoo, you have all your food, all the stimulus, you're alive.
Yeah.
But it's that you gotta get that stimulus. You're created to struggle, to hunt, to fucking...
Right. Yeah. Which is, there's a lot of similarities in human beings.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of people that are zoo animals.
It's like when you go to nature.
Yeah.
Like in Austin, because I do so much comedy, I'm into cycling now. And sometimes I'll cycle out of the city, but every 2 weeks I have enough energy to do a long cycle. And when I get to complete, that's why I love Estonia too. It's silence in the woods that you have. And you just feel, because that's where for thousands of years we've been there. That's where we've been, in that silence.
Yeah.
With no, and then you just feel rejuvenated immediately. I love the sea, I love the ocean, I love woods. I've always been a big... And that's the same feeling you get, It's just, you feel it in your blood. Something's fucking, it's raw.
Yeah, you're alive.
It's uncomfortable, but it's
Yeah.
raw.
Yeah.
Of course, I want to be on Twitter and my farting and ordering Uber Eats. Of course, I want to do that. That's the Steve. That's the Matrix.
That's the zoo.
That's the Matrix.
It's the human zoo animal.
And of course, outside is a fucking mosquito. There's a guy.
Yeah.
There's whatever, there's fucking, you hear some fucking animal you don't know. I'm scared of fucking spiders, everything.
The bomb goes off, you hear the first recoil.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're out there when you hear it.
Yeah.
And your feet start vibrating.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah, they took Chicago. Boom.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So that's what we have to look forward to. The way this fucking goofy place is being run. They're pushing us closer and closer to like something real.
So my luck that as soon as I come to America, the fucking country collapses, huh?
It's not collapsing, but boy, it's in a weird state of this strange struggle where people kind of forgot we're all supposed to be united, and that's our strength. And being divided the way we're being divided, especially being divided by bullshit. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to lie. And you shouldn't be allowed to lie in a campaign ad, and you shouldn't be allowed to use CGI to make your crowds look bigger. Like, you shouldn't be allowed.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't be allowed to do any of these things, and we're allowing it, and it's having this tremendous impact on the way people see the news. The news is so filtered. Everything in this country that's in mainstream news, you have to follow a certain set of rules in order to be able to get information out. And if you want to talk about the campaigns, and if you want to talk about the war, and if you want to talk about what's going on in Ukraine, what's going on in Gaza, you have to have like very specific narratives. And you're not allowed to deviate from that at all. And then that's what's giving you the news. And so we're all like, what the fuck is real? And so anytime anything happens, even when the president gets shot, we're like, was that even real? Like, we don't think anything's real anymore. And
Absolutely.
That's what primes us for the Matrix. When no one knows what anything's real anymore, it's so much easier to just slide right in, Ari. Slide right in, Ari, and we're in. Fuck the world, dude. I'm in a secure apartment complex. It's level 5 security. There's bank vault doors that lock to make sure the marauders don't get in while you're connected. And you could just be free in this other world and ride around your dragon on Pandora. You're fucking that blue lady with the hair. Remember they connected hairs with the dragon? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. And we're going to give into it because we're making this world such a goddamn mess by not paying attention to what we're doing, not paying attention to the really important things. Like, don't let corporations tell you what's true. They're not going to tell you what's true if they don't have to. If they can get away with not telling you, if they make more money, if they don't tell you, you can't have that. That's not how you get your news. You can't have that because it's just too easy to manipulate.
So easy to manipulate.
Insiders trading is illegal, but that's legal. That's legal. You can manipulate the news. Like what? You can have certain companies can advertise on the news, and then you'll never criticize those companies. That seems weird. That seems weird.
Somebody was explaining how isn't it crazy that how any politician that wants to get elected never mentions tobacco, alcohol, like never the because the back.
You can't mention that shit.
Which is crazy.
You can kind of mention cigarettes because people are so stupid they're gonna smoke them anyway. Like it's just like you can kind of get away with it. Cigarettes should be terrible. No one should smoke. As soon as they can figure out like a spray, like an inhaler that completely cleans your. Excuse me?
They outlawed those a long time ago, which is weird.
Outlawed what?
Cigarette ads or commercials. On TV and radio.
Do they still have them on the internet?
We haven't had tobacco or alcohol commercials for like 10 years now.
They used to only be in magazines.
And then your cigarette packs are so cool. It's like a throwback to my childhood because it's like the red, beautiful marble design. In Europe and in Australia and everywhere, they have like the cancer on it.
And you have
the
photos
baby, the dead
of
baby.
all tumors and shit.
Dead baby.
Premature babies.
Lung, black lung.
I'd like to see what else those people are doing.
100%. 100%.
They're blaming it on cigarettes. That guy is probably all fucked up in a lot of different ways.
100%.
But I mean, you can criticize tobacco and no one really cares because people are going to keep smoking as long as it's legal. It's like alcohol. People are not going to stop drinking. Shut up. They're not going to. They want to drink. They're hanging out with friends, have a cocktail, clink, salute.
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
Congratulations. Yay, clink glasses. They're not. People like doing that. They're not going to stop.
And part of the
talk all the shit you
part
want.
of the excitement of the clink is the fact that it's bad.
A little bit.
Come on.
A little bit.
That's the.
It's part of the fun.
Yeah, it's part of
A
the fun.
little bit. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's a little bit of let's have fun. Yeah. And, you know, it's a good feeling when you're with friends and you have a couple of cocktails and you're laughing your ass off. Like, dude, it's a good feeling. But you shouldn't do it every goddamn day. It shouldn't be your whole life. You shouldn't be drinking 12 hours a day every day.
But that's why it's so exciting is that life is not infinite and you do take those small risks, and that's what's so exciting. You know?
Also, people that do drink 20 hours a day, those people in your life, in your journey, those people are examples where you can learn something without having to actually do it yourself. Like, you don't have to become an alcoholic and ruin your life, but you can see someone do it and say, okay.
My stepdad was a bad one.
Ooh.
Bad. One of those where in the mornings, because your system is, is done. In the mornings in the bathroom, he would take 2 to 3 hours of like shitting and then just heaving, because your body is just rejecting all this poison.
Oh God! So you hear him throw up every day?
Every day, and the violent. There's no throw up left, but it's just the heaving. It's and then put on a suit, bloated as fuck. Put on a suit, all happy puppy, survive for 8 hours, and then I remember he would come home, and as a child, he would come home and he would be in the car and just sit there in his car. And I would see him sit there. And as a child, you're like, oh, hey, he's just taking a moment, maybe. You don't understand that this guy is barely keeping it together.
Yeah.
Because he's about to go down a rabbit hole. And he's fighting the rabbit hole. Every day, he's just like, I don't want to.
And then if you're drinking all the time,
always small
tired.
vodka bottles, all the time. Get him quick.
Like little airline ones?
Yeah. And his hands, when the sobriety starts coming.
Ooh, yeah, it's a sketchy disease.
It was bad. Yeah. But as a child, you're like, oh my God, I never want to do that. But when you start getting old,
was he ever happy when he was drunk?
There was a tipping point.
When he became happy?
No, it was like the first drink is always happy because your addiction is giving you all green lights.
Right.
When you have an addiction, the first hit of that substance, all your body is saying is it's all green lights, baby.
Right.
This is the night.
Right.
This is the night.
Yes.
Let's fucking go. Because it's your addiction.
Oh.
Yeah, let's fucking rock and roll.
Big glass of whiskey.
But then, as a child growing up in that environment, there would always be that point where you see him on the couch and that look, an alcoholic's look is, the detachment of the soul.
Yeah, it's a dangerous look.
It's time for you to go to your room, and just fucking hang out there and wait for the storm to pass,
Yeah.
And it's like, and it was like, there was always that point. It was like,
it's such a creepy fucking.
And when you're a child, you're like, oh, don't do that. But when you start getting older, you also start feeling empathetic of like, I don't know the life he lived as well. Substance abuse always works with trauma really well. They go hand to hand. So this guy's childhood, the more
Which
I found
out.
Which is true. Because I hated him. I fucking hate. He was,
if he's drinking heavily, it also could be like family influenced. Like sometimes
that's what I found out later.
Behavior when you're young.
Absolutely, that's what I found out later. That he was I thought I'm in a dark spot when he's home.
I had some friends that became alcoholics that didn't necessarily have childhood trauma as much as they had childhood influence, and then friends that kind of all went down a bad road, and they were all like doing hard drugs and drinking a lot. And, it just becomes a part of the culture of your little community if you're hanging with a group of people that just like get fucked up all the time. It can. I've seen it suck good people in. Like everybody wants to say that there's like some sort of a reason why you get sucked into it. I have had friends that have nothing wrong in their life. They're happy people and they take oxys and they don't want to stop taking them.
Jesus
They get injured, something happens, they take them. they don't want to stop. They feel good. They don't want to stop. And essentially, oxycodone, we learned this recently, is what Hitler was taking during the war.
That's
they were giving him a form of oxycodone.
That's these videos.
We had this gentleman on the podcast the other day that, what was his name again?
Book's on right in front of you. Book right here.
Oh, here it is. Thank you. Norman Ohler. This is all about Hitler's drug use during World War II. But he was talking about that video, and he didn't think that video was real. I was like, why do you think that? And because he had a direct, like a line of history between when Hitler gets introduced to this one doctor and the drugs this doctor's giving him.
And that's the Olympic Games one.
Yeah, so that's 36. That should be before all that stuff happened in his mind. But I'm of the opinion that Hitler, if you can get him to go on oxycodone a year from now, he's probably trying some shit that he didn't tell you about. That's what I would imagine. So the doctor, he's getting notes from the doctor who treated Hitler. How the fuck do we know how honest Hitler was with that doctor? He was probably already taking a bunch of shit. They already knew the stuff was real.
And when you're a leader, you don't want any of that information out there, that you're fucking...
Well, also, there was zero stigma when they first created meth. When they were all... Yeah, and Norman was showing us this, what was it called? Pervidin? Is that the right name? So they had a literal brand of methamphetamine that they would sell in
those
Germany.
Commercials, those German commercials. I've seen those.
It's fucking crazy. They were all taking meth for productivity.
Yeah.
They were taking a low dose of meth, and they were giving it to the soldiers. So this Blitz book is insane because it's a story about how the Nazis were jacked up on meth, and they just went all the way through Poland in 3 days, and that they just never slept. They just kept marching.
I used to have a bit that, while Germany were testing with meth, you guys in America were testing with LSD, and I would have loved to see those two armies meet.
By the way, no, that's another part of this thing. The Nazis were testing with LSD as well. They were running tests on the prisoners. They were running tests on concentration camp prisoners. Yeah. The test never came to fulfillment because the prison camps got liberated, but they were doing it. So they had record of them doing that with LSD.
But meth is the perfect war drug if you think of it. You just fucking get amped up and jump into a ditch with a bayonet.
Right.
You're going to go, you need some meth to have a bayonet.
100%. 100%. That's the right drug for a good soldier. At the front of the line, they had different dosages for different people. So if someone was in a tank, they get the most meth because they're fucking, let's fucking go. That's the front of the line, But they're the ones that are going to get attacked first. So they have to be the most methed up.
And who you put on LSD? The guy who plans the attack or something?
Do you know that was it Iraq or Afghanistan where soldiers were listening to like death metal while they were operating tanks? Have you ever seen videos of dudes like operating from inside of tanks?
It's death metal.
That's gonna be the craziest job the world has ever known. You're in a giant metal box, and you're moving it towards war, and you're hoping that thing doesn't break. You hope it doesn't break and leave you out there. You're hoping that when it gets shot at, or who knows, the transmission fails, and then you're out there in enemy territory while they're shooting missiles at you.
I've always thought that because the Germans were the first ones with a tank with a Panzer, right? That was correct, right?
I don't know.
I think so.
I
remember always thinking, like, imagine like being like a Russian soldier or something, and you're with a bolt action rifle,
and you see that fucking
you hear it, crack, crack, crack. You don't even know what the fuck that is.
Yeah.
And you're like, a car, but then you see, and dude, that feel clunk, nothing, cluck, cluck, clunk.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. A tank.
A tank.
What an insane idea.
Basically, with the Siemens from what part of the Western Front, pretty fucking badass.
Yeah,
it's not a great time to watch it because we're doing a podcast, but
yeah. Oh, exactly.
This is the first time they see the tank.
Look at this.
Fuck.
Look at this. Imagine.
You can't stop them.
It's literally like seeing a transformer right now. Like if you would see.
This is nuts.
Yeah. And nobody told you.
It's a good movie to watch.
Nobody.
Okay, I'll watch it.
It's an amazing movie.
Yeah. I heard it's awesome. That's the new one, right?
It's different from the book slightly, but it's a good story.
Yeah, well, I'm sure. There's no happy war movies. Yeah. That's how you know how movies bullshit.
Some American ones are fucking awesome. Black Hawk Down, Jarhead. Those are all fucking amazing, dude. The Pink Mist.
Missing in Action.
I don't know.
Chuck Norris.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Goes back to Vietnam,
that's
bring people back.
Dude, America
made karate kicks in the jungle with cowboy boots on.
American movies made war scene the coolest shit ever, you know.
Not always. Saving Private Ryan certainly didn't.
Yeah, fair. That was like it.
Full Metal Jacket certainly didn't.
Yeah,
that's my favorite.
That is a good.
That's my favorite. Out of all the war movies.
I was too young when I saw
Apocalypse Now. Here it is. This is Missing in Action. Chuck Norris just fucks everybody up. What is he? He's driving around on an inflatable.
See, this is the America I grew up in.
Look, they're all shooting at him. Bitch, you can't hit him. He's Chuck Norris. And so they just spin around.
I love that it's a boat and they're shooting at a boat and nothing happens.
Nothing happens, dude. They can't even come close to hitting him. And then they go chase after him. Guess what's going to happen? Well, I'll tell you right now. Chuck Norris is going to fuck them up because he's Chuck Norris.
Oh, yeah, dog.
So fun. Oh, my God. He jumps like Aquaman.
With the fucking machine gun.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him.
Bitch, he didn't get Chuck Norris.
God.
We've made it all day.
I mean, these movies are amazing.
Amazing.
They're amazing because they're like almost like you're watching a cartoon, you know? But then you can get like Full Metal Jacket, which is that's a totally different experience. Like that's war, I think, in a much more realistic light.
For sure.
What those people experienced.
Yeah, for sure.
Could you imagine being a fucking kid back in the 60s when you didn't really have any way of knowing what the fuck was actually going on?
And also, yeah, they're saying that the fucking end of the world's coming and you're the last frontier. You know, you have no way to check it. And even questioning it would be in bad taste, you know?
Yeah, you're not supposed to. And the people are labeled traitors like Muhammad Ali. And
that is true.
They send you over there.
That the American truth. Yeah, that's a crazy.
Bro,
I saw this too young. I saw this too young because I didn't quite get it, you know?
You should watch it again.
Yeah, I have
it's
to.
Fucking great.
It's fucking dark. I remember that scene when he was in the bathroom before he shot himself in the face with, and he put his toe through the fucking rifle.
Oh my God. Yeah.
That is true that the American troops were much more, because you've never been invaded, so at least our trauma that we heard from grandfathers and shit was about, like, it was almost a heroic thing of standing up for your country. Whereas American, maybe, it's kind of like, why are you going there, you know? And that trauma must be bad when you're coming back. Because they told you that it's, you know, they're fucking, you have to save the world, basically.
Well, they were telling them that they had to fight the communists, right? And they told them that the communist North Korea had attacked a boat, an American boat. That never happened. The Gulf of Tonkin incident.
Oh, yeah.
They just made up this story. So they made up this propaganda bullshit, and they created a false flag. And through that, they justified us going into war. And it went on for a long fucking time. And it didn't make any sense. And no one today thinks it made any sense. No one today thinks it makes a good idea. Or it was a good idea, rather. Unless you're some insane war lover. Anybody look at Vietnam? Well, Vietnam overall is a net positive. Because here's what we got out of Vietnam. This is what came out of that war. Okay, first of all, the culture shifted. That's how it needed to happen. Like, you couldn't even come up with justifications. Why would we go into this country and firebomb them and spray Agent Orange, and who knows how many people come home with fucking cancer because you used a deforestation technique that's like this horrific chemical that kills people.
Crazy.
It's nuts. It's nuts. And they did it because people back then didn't have any access to information. There was no way to know. There was no exposés showing that, you know, this is not a real attack. There's no reason for us to be over there. There's other things involved here that's causing people to want to send U.S. troops to Vietnam, and probably none of them good for you. Like, you really, as a United States citizen,
that's what I'm saying.
Best served. The world would be best served with you right here.
Well, 100%.
100%. You need to go over there and firebomb a village because someone told you to. You don't need to go over there and fucking climb into a tunnel and go and try to fight some Viet Cong guy in there. This is insane. Why are you there? Makes no sense. But they tricked people. And they did it for a long-ass time. It went on for years. And so the fact that they can still pull it off today, that they can still, I mean, who knows today like what we're going to look back on, like we look at the Gulf of Tonkin incident, or what we're going to look back on and realize that it had been manipulated. So the event was real, but the event was caused by a series of moves behind the scenes to ensure that war takes place. And there's so much complication when it comes to these things because there's so much money being thrown around.
Yeah.
And then, at least today, we have other outlets for information. At least today, you can kind of get a sense of how things are true or not true based on really intelligent people that you know that are online that are talking about them. And you go, no, it's actually this. Like with that female boxer, like that was a big one, right? Where everybody's like, okay, what is going on?
Yeah.
Is that a female? Is that a male? Is that someone has XY chromosomes?
I saw that information that it was the XY thing early, but it was just a lavine of that it's a man just came a bit too strong. Because both the information came out pretty much, I would, in my sources, I would say I saw a similar time where I was like, oh, it's a man, but then you just open another, scroll a bit more, and then you see the XY chromosome thingy, and then you're like, okay, but just the lavine of that it's a dude came on a bit strong.
Well, the XY chromosome is male.
Yeah, it's the male. Yeah, but the definition of like was because I think the first reaction was that it's a man transitioning to a woman.
Right. That's what people thought initially, and then they realized no, this is someone who has a genetic issue. But there's a boxing committee that had. I'm going to send you this, Jamie, because this kind of makes it all make like a little bit more sense. But it was essentially that there's different versions of these kinds of diseases that people have, and depending on those versions, some of them they go through male puberty and they have male frames and they're male, but when they're born, they have like some significant issues. Okay, so here it is. I found it, and I'll send it to you, Jamie. But it's European Vice President of the World Boxing Organization has come forward to confirm that Algerian boxer Emain Khalif is male. This person said he warned the Olympic Committee about several male boxers in the women's category, but nothing was done. Who knows? You know, I don't have any direct information about whether that is a male or female. And
let's just say that 1-2 slaps.
The 1-2's not bad, but also that person's lost before.
Yeah.
To female boxers. But here's the thing.
But that doesn't
mean like there's a lot of girls out there, boys, that can kick your ass.
Exactly.
There are, you know. Get in the ring with Amanda Nunes. Good luck, bitch. She'll fuck you up. And she's a woman. Right? There's women that are really, really good, and this person might not be that good, but it seems like they went through male puberty, which should exclude you from competing as a woman. They look male, they have male frame, they have XY chromosome. Like you're being told that you're a bigot for looking at very obvious. What we have always considered biological representations, right? So like what is it in biology when something is a male human being? Do they have an XX chromosome or do they have an XY? They say, well, they have an XY. Well, we know that, but saying that makes you a bigot, which is insanity.
As a sports commissioner, that's very black and white for me, at least the chromosomal issue. You know,
but that's what the enhanced game system.
As a human, I do feel empathy